Chapter 1. Just reborn and scolded by a beautiful female manager? Honey, don't blame me. I don't want to kill you either, but I'm hungry. Shen Liang, you won't have died in vain. This meat tastes wonderful. Aunt Zhang, Aunt Lu, Grandpa's son, all come and taste this meat. TSK, the thigh meat is the most fragrant. Dying soon. Don't kill your husband first. I almost forgot to say that Xiaolong is the child. I had an affair with Fang Peng. He's the son of this Uncle Fang behind me. Uncle Fang, Aunt Zhang, Aunt Lu, Grandpa Sunday, Shen Liang never imagined that he would die at the hands of his former friendly neighbors in the community, and in the end, he would be slaughtered as livestock. He couldn't utter a word from his poison horse voice just a few days ago. The moment when Shen Shuang, the wife, was eating meat while saying that their son was the offspring of Fang Peng and giving a devilish smile. Shen Liang on the verge of death. Only with those hideous, bloodshot, wide-open eyes could he glare at all this in despair. Before taking a last breath, Shen Liang vaguely heard his wild son, while eating meat, asking his mother, "This meat is so delicious. Can a good dog, Dad, die slowly?" The beast's brother-in-law and his father-in-law and mother-in-law anxiously asked the surgeon's wife, Chen Shuang, to give them an adrenaline injection as soon as possible to save them. Was it change of heart? No, because of the words they shouted from their mouths. He is no different from that wild son. Don't let him die. The meat will go bad. Helplessness, anger, despair, hatred. He wanted to curse. He wanted to scream. He wanted to kill this group of beasts. Poor thing was that the poisoned and rotten vocal cords reminded him that he couldn't even scream in pain. With much despair, Shen Liang was ultimately doomed to die. I'm going to kill you all. Shen Liang suddenly stood up, holding a wireless keyboard in hand and glaring around, gasping for breath in big gulps. I came to my senses. Only then did I realize that this wasn't my home, that I wasn't dead, that I wasn't dismembered by dozens of vicious neighbors, and that I wasn't cut flesh with a scalpel by my wife Chen Shuang, who had betrayed me. Wait, is this the company? What about the end times when the world is frozen? Colleagues were looking at Shen Liang with sympathetic eyes, as if he were a fool. A female boss in a black silk dress who passed by was glaring at Shen Liang in frustration. With her hands on her hips, the two bomb bears were shaking nonstop, cursing Shen Liang for being lazy at work, dozing off and being a good-for-nothing. Shen Liang was stunned. I'm really confused. No, I should be dead by now. But now, looking around, colleagues were dressed in spring and autumn clothes or even t-shirts. This strange, yet familiar meeting scene has a comfortable and pleasant temperature. How could it be a global, frozen, post-apocalyptic world? He suddenly opened his phone and looked at it. The key time point is actually April 15th, 2023. This is it. Nearly 3 months ago. Wait, could it be? I'm reborn. If Shen Liang remembers correctly. June 30th, 2023. This day, extreme weather is set to wreak havoc around the world. It is also the beginning of the nightmare of the global human race entering a frozen apocalyptic world. First, heavy snowfall hit the northeast region. At first, people thought it was just a normal blizzard, although it came much earlier. Even many people made videos, teasing that summers in the north are all like this. Until the whole country, even in most parts of the world, heavy snow fell. When the snow accumulated for several consecutive days and reached a depth of up to 3 meters, submerging an entire floor, people finally realized that things were not as simple as they had imagined. What's even more terrifying is, this blizzard is highly toxic. Even if it comes into contact with the skin and is wiped off immediately, it will cause redness, swelling, and itching. If it is not disinfected and washed within 1 minute, or if the toxic snow stays for more than 1 second, it may even lead to skin ulcers. If swallowed, it can cause mild symptoms such as vomiting blood, bloody stools, and severe pain that never stops. In severe cases, it can lead to the direct corruption and exhaustion of the 5 internal organs, resulting in blood loss and death. And at this moment, the temperature has been plummeting continuously in the blizzard. It has dropped to minus 70 degrees. At this moment, the world has fallen into a terrifying frozen age. Typhoon wreaks havoc, fist-sized hail, highly toxic red fog, mutated monster. In the fog in the future post-apocalyptic world, food will be in short supply, water sources will be exhausted, and water, electricity, and internet will be cut off. All this has led to a large-scale death of the entire human race, with people freezing to death, poisoning to death, starving to death, and killing each other, almost facing a catastrophic disaster. extremely toxic blizzard, extinction, and freezing. Human nature has gradually become hideous. A pack of instant noodles led to a fierce fight among family members. A single sausage led dozens of people to confront each other with swords and knives and kill. Even more terrifying is when hunger brings one to the brink of despair and death. People in horror movies eat. It all came true, but Shen Liang never expected it. I will encounter all this myself. Even being drugged by his beloved wife, he was called by his father-in-law's family to gather the neighbors, set up a pot, and make a fire. While Shen Liang was half-conscious, he was forced to. Shen Liang hopes this is a dream, but all of this is too clear. The bone-chilling pain, the laugh of the wild sun, the honesty of the green-hatted wife, and the hideous and detestable faces were all vividly before Shen Liang's eyes, deeply imprinted in his mind. And now, wake up from a nightmare. I was reborn 2.5 months before the end of the world. Shen Liang took a deep breath. To prevent mistakes, Shen Liang went online to look up another matter again. Several months ago, some scientists speculated that gamma rays might cause solar storms and that the discharge of nuclear wastewater from Sakura Island would lead to species mutations, etc. These are confirmed to be rumors. It's this piece of news. How could it be a rumor? The outbreak of an apocalyptic disaster. It's the clues revealed by this piece of news. Shen Liang clearly remembers that because of the emergence of this news, many wealthy people began to spend a lot of money building shelters. Even more, the post-apocalyptic real estate developers selling shelters became famous overnight, and many post-apocalyptic shelters were directly sold off. Rumor. This is the most authentic omen of the end of the world. Shen Liang took a deep breath. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Since that's the case, I'll make good preparations for this life. Make money, stock up on goods, and build a doomsday refuge. Shen Liang, do you still want to do it? Give me a reasonable explanation today. Manager's office. Yang Meiru, at the age of 26, relies on her youth, beauty, and good figure. She was forced to become the third wife of a 70-year-old boss. It's unknown whether the boss is still capable or not. But Yang Meiru is getting more and more beautiful day by day. Her skin is getting better and better, and she is becoming more and more feminine. The only downside is that she is a bit vicious when it comes to dealing with people. Shen Liang boasted of being a good man in the Gu family and had never dared to look at Yang Meiru before. At most, he would be amazed if he peeked at her occasionally when she passed by. I've died once now. What else is there that I dare not see? It has to be said that Yang Meiru, who could be associated with a rich man, does have some capital, especially when thinking of the past life. Yang Meiru did a lot of trouble for him, even before the end of the world comes. Yang Meiru showed up in the community where he lived for no reason and went to visit Fang Peng's home. It was then that Shen Liang learned that Yang Meiru and Fang Peng were cousins. When visiting relatives, they encountered the end of the world and were trapped in the community. Thinking of Fang Peng who cheated on himself, Shen Liang has a prejudice against Yang Meiru. Touching her chin, a cold gaze rolled over Yang Meiru, focusing on scanning her delicate and beautiful yet arrogant and extremely hateful face. Since Yang Meiru and Fang Peng are relatives, then Yang Meiru should have paid some interest for Fang Peng first. Shen Liang began to calculate in his mind. Consider whether to collect interest from Yang Meiru in advance. Have a good chat with this beautiful female boss about the past grudges. Yang Meiru is related to Fang Peng. Isn't it too much to ask Yang Meiru to pay Shen Liang a little interest on behalf of Fang Peng first? Shen Liang, you dozed off at work more than once. Do you still want to do it? Are you peeping at me? Bastard, do you believe I fired you? Shen Liang smiled. Take a look at Yang Meiru's exaggerated bust. He nodded a little presumptuously and said, Exactly, Manager Yang. I have to say that Manager Yang is indeed naturally beautiful. In ancient times, she would have been a woman like Daji and Jiao Chan who brought disaster to the country and the people. It's really hard to imagine that Manager Yang has such a good figure by going to the gym every day. Can a 70-year-old chairman, Gao Jiangwo, bear you in your prime? You ask me if I want to? Of course I do. Here. Shen Liang, you damn bastard. Do you believe I'll call the police to arrest you? I tremble even harder when I'm angry. Shen Liang began to have a craving. Call the police? Sorry, I have something against you. Call the police? Really? I don't believe it. Shen Liang wore a mocking expression. He shamelessly leaned close to Yang Meiru. This time, Yang Meiru was really panicked. Shen Liang moved closer to Yang Meiru in a domineering manner, placing his hand on her waist. When he exerted all his strength, Yang Meru was startled. Was this the happiness of the chairman? When Yang Meru was about to shout in anger, Shen Liang leaned against her ear and said softly, "Manager Yang, you don't want the matter of your private meeting with the chairman's son, Gao Yongqiang, to be exposed, do you?" Yang Meru looked stunned and flustered. The first thought that comes to mind at the moment is, how could he have known about this? Yang Meru is really panicked, because she knows, once this matter is known to others, not only will she lose her current lucrative job, but she will also be expelled from Gao Zhangwo's home. In this way, her future dream of inheriting Gao Zhangwo's 100 billion yuan fortune will be shattered. Yang Meru's gaze was both hostile and complex, but he no longer dared to resist in the slightest. Shen Liang pinched Yang Meru's tender face with such force that it caused her pain, but she didn't dare to resist at all. What shocked her even more was that just through a door, there were dozens of colleagues' office areas outside. Shen Liang was actually so presumptuous as to attack her. Even in the next second, Shen Liang boldly and forcefully kissed. Yang Meru still faintly had the clumsiness of a young girl. It seems that the chairman of the board is really not doing well. The brief act of domineering aggression had already made Yang Meru's face rosy, with fewer and much less hateful glances. Instead, she had a dreamy and tender gaze that was so endearing. It's even more captivating than imagined. Yang Meru at this moment. There is no longer that mischievous and vicious face of the past. Despite the slight tremor in her body, Shen Liang asked in a soft and unrestrained tone with great interest, "Manager Yang, could you help me with my resignation?" Yang Meru was just about to say okay. This is to free oneself from Shen Liang's bullying. But Shen Liang gave a teasing smile. "Since you want to take revenge, giving a couple of blows is not too much, is it?" The feeling of slapping almost startled Shen Liang. "Living? Stop. I'll handle your resignation." Shen Liang smiled. "Interrupt Yang Meru directly. Resignation needs to be processed. However, before handling the resignation procedures, I heard that Manager Yang bought a new Alfred business car. The big sofa in it is very soft and comfortable. Could you take me to the underground garage to have a look?" Yang Meru's delicate body trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief and panic. Shen Liang smiled with great relish. His eyes seemed as if he were about to execute Yang Meru on the spot. "I want to give this car a try. Is it as comfortable, luxurious, and endearing as the legend goes?" Shen Liang directly seized Yang Meru's vital point. The words that made her refuse at the tip of her tongue felt like a bone stuck in her throat. Shen Liang almost pressed his hand against Yang Meru's face and said softly, "I don't think Manager Yang will refuse me, will he?" Chapter 2 Test Drive of the beautiful boss Yang Meru's luxurious Alfred in an underground parking garage. A pink Ferrari occupied a parking space. An entire hour had passed, yet the girl inside the car had not alighted. She was strikingly beautiful, with twin ponytails framing her cherubic face, which was now flushed with a rosy hue as she gazed intently at the white Alfred across from her. Despite the tinted windows obscuring the interior, her fascination was palpable. "Oh my goodness, I've listened to an entire album of Zhou Dong songs, and the person in the car is still not out. Is this normal?" Lin Xiaoyu mused, her eyes fixated on the business vehicle. It felt as though the car was vibrating to the beat of music at full volume, akin to a DJ's energetic set. And if they were outside a bar, she might have mistaken the occupants for practicing their dance moves. Yet, logically, this scenario seemed implausible. Her disbelief was evident. Thoughts of her friend's warnings echoed in her mind. Men are all trash. Lin Xiaoyu pondered. Are you telling me that an entire album's worth of songs represents trash? Something felt amiss. Were her friends deceiving her? Driven by curiosity, Lin Xiaoyu chose to remain, determined to uncover the truth. Whether it was merely a car owner enjoying a dance party or something more intriguing. Finally, just as Lin Xiaoyu was on the verge of leaving, the car door swung open. A somewhat handsome young man, Shen Liang, emerged, fastening the last button of his shirt. His face radiated the satisfaction of having resigned from his job, and he waved his hand toward the interior of the car as if bidding a fond farewell. Shen Liang intended to depart, holding a resignation letter and a thick envelope when his gaze met Lin Xiaoyu's. Startled, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. "My car's tinted windows should be quite dark, right? They can't see me," Lin Xiaoyu muttered to herself. However, as Shen Liang cast a meaningful glance in her direction, she grimaced, realizing she had been discovered. She quickly averted her eyes, only for the next moment to find Shen Liang at her window, tapping gently on the glass. With an awkward smile, Lin Xiaoyu rolled down the window slightly. "What's up, handsome?" Shen Liang chuckled. "You've been watching for quite a while, haven't you? I haven't had the chance to drive a Ferrari yet. How about I give it a go?" Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback by Shen Liang's casual demeanor, her face flushing crimson as she waved her hands in a flustered manner. No, 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 thank you. Why was she thanking him? Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she felt tears prickling at the corners of her eyes. Teasing the lovely young woman was indeed amusing, but the process of signing his resignation in Yang Meiru's car was far more unforgettable. Regrettably, time was of the essence in this second chance at life, with much to accomplish, leaving no room to waste on her. Otherwise, Shen Liang would surely linger to discuss past grievances with Yang Meiru, such as how she suppressed him and how she would seek redemption. With more pressing matters to attend to, he decided to postpone such conversations. Shen Liang departed with a satisfied smile, just as Lin Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave. She spotted Yang Meiru stepping out of the car across the way. Her expression was a complex mix of resentment and something akin to fury. Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback. This woman looked strikingly familiar. Make money, stockpile supplies, transform into a super shelter to withstand the frozen apocalypse. Shen Liang repeated the 3 essential tasks he needed to accomplish in his second life. Though the goals seemed clear, the challenge of amassing wealth was the most daunting. With 2.5 months remaining, time was pressing, especially when it came to constructing a super shelter capable of withstanding temperatures plummeting to -60 or 70 degrees. This undertaking was of utmost importance, both time-consuming and costly. As he contemplated ways to generate income, he suddenly felt the envelope containing 20,000 yuan vanish from his grasp. Shen Liang was taken aback. In his bewilderment, he sensed a wondrous, chaotic void in his mind. Was this a storage space? The expanse was limitless, and the envelope, tiny in comparison, was perceptible to him. Attempting to focus, he locked onto the envelope and withdrew it, which appeared in his hand in an instant. After securing it once more, it disappeared, re-emerging in the storage space. Very well, this must be my golden finger in this second life. Shen Liang recalled having read about such phenomena in online literature. Suppressing his excitement, he ventured to a nearby tea shop, ordering a cup of hot milk tea and ice cream. He removed the lid from a milk tea and directly stored the steaming beverage in the storage space. A miraculous occurrence ensued. Not a single drop spilled during its transfer. Even the steam above the milk tea solidified upon entering the space, the ripples in the cup remaining frozen in time. Upon retrieving the milk tea, it was still warm. Excellent. The next test involved the ice cream, which was rapidly melting in the sweltering heat. Yet once stored in the space, its melting ceased immediately. When taken out again, it continued to melt. Shen Liang even experimented with his phone, placing it in the storage space. Everything, including the ticking stopwatch, came to an abrupt halt. When he retrieved the phone, it indicated a network disconnection, requiring reconnection and time correction. This is astonishing. This indicated that time within the storage space flowed at a rate of 0. It could be understood as an absolute vacuum. Food placed inside would not spoil. Hot items remained hot, and cold items stayed cold. The only exception was living beings. When he attempted to store a live cockroach, it emerged dead. Thus, while living creatures could be stored, they would perish in an instant. The preservation of non-perishing items was paramount. Shen Liang was overjoyed. With his storage space, he had directly solved the greatest dilemma of resource storage. Yet, there remained one crucial task: revenge. His wife, Chen Shuang, had betrayed him, conspiring with her parents and siblings, even enlisting neighbors to divide his remains. The fury and despair this scene had instilled in him would forever be etched in his memory. This vendetta must be avenged. One day, Shen Liang would ensure their demise. However, that time was not now. After all, the apocalypse had yet to arrive, and in a law-abiding society, murder carried consequences. Sacrificing himself for a few worthless lives was not worth the cost. Since he had been granted a second chance, Shen Liang could afford to wait. There were myriad ways to enact revenge, although the ultimate goal remained the same: to eliminate them. Before reaching that point, he could devise various methods to torment them slowly, relishing their mental breakdowns before delivering the final blow. When the apocalypse descended, Shen Liang would meticulously unfold his revenge plan, ensuring that all deserving individuals would experience despair and collapse repeatedly before extending a final act of mercy. And for now, the priorities were to divorce and stockpile supplies. Deceitful woman, those old fools, and Fang Peng. Patience, all of you. I shall not allow you to meet your end so swiftly. There is ample time, and I shall make you experience true despair and terror. Divorce was the first step. Yet, before severing ties and before punishing the unfaithful, Shen Liang needed to collect interest. If memory served him correctly, the unfaithful woman would likely send her parents and the child away after work this afternoon, only to bring her lover home. In his previous life, although Chen Shuang did not do this frequently, there were numerous instances where she would do so, and at the time, Shen Liang, thinking he loved her, complied with her every request, creating opportunities for her under the pretext of grocery shopping or taking the child to amusement parks. Reflecting on his past cowardice, he was infuriated at how he had continually facilitated their rendezvous. His clenched fists turned white from rage, veins bulging on his forehead. If that is the case, then do not blame me. Today, he would again create an opportunity for them. He hoped they would not disappoint his expectations. Before long, Shen Liang procured something special, a pinhole camera, and not just one. He discreetly placed them in various locations around the house. Concerned that Chen Shuang might decide to venture into other rooms, Shen Liang ensured each room had at least one camera installed. After confirming that the two elders and the child had not yet returned, he placed the carefully prepared treasures in the room. The two treasures are indeed quite formidable. A bottle of devilishly spicy chili water, the strongest mustard, and the most potent glue, all combined into a 3-in-1 lubricant. As for this lubricant, you may use it. I assure you, it will leave you speechless. The other box, disguised as a potent aphrodisiac, actually contains capsules that can induce impotence and severe diarrhea. This was something Shen Liang discovered online. To his surprise, the seller was quite nearby. To alleviate any doubts Shen Liang might have, the seller promptly fed one to his own dog, which, although it did not exhibit impotence, certainly suffered an immediate and uncontrollable bout of diarrhea, leaving it barely able to stand within mere minutes. 500 yuan for 2 capsules may seem steep, but it is undoubtedly worth every penny. Feeding it to Fang Peng, that scoundrel, would be a bargain. Shen Liang opened his phone to conduct a test. He activated the video recording, ensuring it was simultaneously uploaded to cloud storage. He filmed his wife in a compromising situation with another man. Even though he was merely collecting evidence, the thought repulsed him, and while he intended to record, he would not allow them to engage in anything truly scandalous, ready to interrupt at any pivotal moment. Nonetheless, this did not prevent Shen Liang from reaping the rewards. Concerned that Fang Peng might not utilize these 2 treasures, he deliberately sent a photo to his wife. "Darling, I have procured 2 marvelous items that will surely bring you joy tonight." After some contemplation, he realized the need to ensure that the 2 would not have the opportunity to indulge, while also guaranteeing that Chen Shuang, that wretched woman, would experience the thrill of the chili water. Thus, Shen Liang elaborated somewhat redundantly. "Especially regarding this lubricant, trust me, it will be stimulating." Chen Shuang was currently engaged in flirtatious private messages with Fang Peng. Upon seeing Shen Liang's message, she instinctively felt impatient, but upon glimpsing these items, her interest was piqued. She hurriedly replied to Fang Peng, "Fang Peng, Shen Liang has prepared a set of incredibly powerful treasures. It has been far too long since we last met. This afternoon, I will send Shen Liang and my parents away, and you must come over so we can have a splendid time." At that moment, Shen Liang, ever perceptive, sent another message. "Darling, I have one more matter to discuss. A friend has invited me to a gathering this afternoon. Is that all right? If you prefer, I shall decline their invitation." Chen Shuang's eyes lit up. She could hardly wait for Shen Liang to be out of the house. She quickly sent a red envelope containing 200 yuan. "Dear husband, you work so hard. It's rare for you to have a day off. Let your parents take care of the child, and you should go out and enjoy yourself with your friends. This red envelope is a reward for you. I insist you do not return home until after dark." Shen Liang smirked. A gathering of men, and she is being so generous with a 200 yuan red envelope. How impatient she has become. No need to rush. Once you 2 apply that glue-like chili water lubricant, the scene should be quite amusing. Chapter 3, Plotting Revenge. A family so rotten. Shen Liang located the property deed and his wife's little treasure chest. Everything was in order. In his previous life, he wouldn't dare to even glance at his wife's little treasure chest without receiving a tongue lashing, likely due to love or perhaps the humility of being a son-in-law. Shen Liang had never dared to retort. Indeed, he was a son-in-law. His parents had passed away when he was merely 10 years old. Fortunately, they had left him a house. However, that house was later sold, and the proceeds were cunningly seized by his in-laws, who purchased the current new home and shamelessly declared it to be a wedding gift from them to their child. What utter shamelessness! Thankfully, the house was registered in the names of both Chen Shuang and Shen Liang, giving him at least half of it. Yet, under Chen Shuang's manipulation, Shen Liang had swallowed his pride at that time. Thus, although he was the one who married, he was publicly portrayed as a mere son-in-law. Over the years, the money he earned was either spent by his wife on handbags and jewelry or taken by his in-laws to buy gold. Even his brother-in-law, Chen Haowen's dating expenses, bar outings, and gifts for his girlfriend, all of which amounted to at least several tens of thousands, were all extracted from Shen Liang's salary. In the end, his in-laws publicized that their son-in-law was lazy and earned little, labeling him a good-for-nothing. To add insult to injury, their son was not even allowed to carry the surname Shen, instead being registered as Chen Xiaolong. Reflecting on it now, Shen Liang truly was a pitiable figure in his previous life. Shen Liang scoffed at himself, finding the situation laughable. Upon opening the jewelry box, he was taken aback. This wretched woman had purchased such an abundance of jewelry. A rough estimate would put it at over 200,000 yuan. With his salary surrendered and all household savings controlled by his wife Chen Shuang, Shen Liang was not particularly aware of their financial situation. However, it was not solely Shen Liang's earnings. His wife had experienced continuous promotions at the hospital over the past 2 years, earning more than he did, albeit only since last year. At that moment, he suspected that those old folks had taken the illegitimate child out for a meal. Shen Liang worked hard outside, taking care of household chores and cooking, laboring far more than enjoying even a meager meal. This morning, he had forgotten to prepare the meal before heading to work. Typically, during such times, his in-laws would rather purchase ready-made food than cook for themselves, demonstrating a profound laziness. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Liang rummaged through his father-in-law's room and discovered a rather heavy small box. Upon opening it, he was blinded by the gleam of gold. Inside were various gold ornaments, and just the gold bars alone weighed an astonishing 1950 grams. These two old folks had hoarded quite a bit of gold, nearly 4 pounds. Given the current gold price, selling it would yield over 800,000 yuan. After careful consideration, he resolved that the jewelry and gold would all be returned to their rightful places. None of these items would be spared for them. However, the time to take them had not yet arrived. It was not now. As he exited the old folks' room, he heard voices in the hallway. Confirming his suspicions, Shen Liang hurried to the door, donned his leather shoes and work suit, and pretended to remove his shoes while reaching for a pair of casual sneakers nearby. The door creaked open. This useless Shen Liang forgot to prepare the meal before heading to work. The eel rice from Old Lee's place doesn't he deliver, forcing us to walk all the way to buy food. He can't even manage such a simple task. What a waste of space. His father-in-law, Chun Laodang, grumbled, returning with his wife Lu Ifan and their grandson Chun Xiaolong, who was holding takeout box. Upon seeing Shen Liang, they appeared somewhat taken aback, but fortunately, Shen Liang had already made arrangements. Shen Liang, why aren't you at work? This was more of an inquiry tinged with accusation. Shen Liang understood that any additional words would likely result in a torrent of insults directed at him, and even the disdainful glances from his brother-in-law, Chan Haowen, conveyed nothing but contempt, with the only interest being Shen Liang's empty wallet. Brother-in-law, you took a day off. That's several hundred yuan wasted. You didn't waste that money just to take a day off, did you? The look on the face of that illegitimate child Chen Xiaolong was devoid of paternal affection, replaced with disdain and indifference. Shen Liang glanced at Chun Laoding and his wife, then turned to Chen Haowen, smiling faintly. Is it a problem to take a day off due to feeling unwell? At home, even the dog held a higher status than Shen Liang. As a brother-in-law, Chun Haowen felt free to boss Shen Liang around, but at that moment, feeling the oppressive force of Shen Liang's gaze, he instinctively weakened. No problem. Without further ado, Shen Liang finished dressing, showcasing the 200 yuan red envelope and the conversation with his wife on his phone. This was intentional, sparing him from excessive chatter. I have a gathering with friends this afternoon. I must take my leave. After ensuring they were aware of the situation, he casually tossed out a parting remark, closing the door behind him as he descended the stairs. Chun Laoding's eyelids twitched, and he cast an unfriendly glance at his wife and son. What has gotten into this good-for-nothing today, speaking so boldly? Lu Ifan was immediately incensed. How would I know? ISNT it, because you spoil him every day? He dares to take several hundred yuan off without consulting us. He has truly gotten too bold. Haowen, go call that good-for-nothing back. Let us see if I don't break his legs today. Chen Haowen's eyes were filled with frustration as he suppressed his anger. I'm going now. He dared to glare at me just now. I'll make sure to kick him a few times later. Chun Laoding hurriedly intervened. Never mind, since it's Xiao Shuang's wish. Let him go. I suspect Xiao Shuang has plans to bring friends home this afternoon. The family of three exchanged glances, immediately understanding the unspoken implication regarding the illegitimate child. Chun Xiaolong. Indeed, they were aware of Chun Shuang's clandestine meetings with Fang Peng, as he held a lucrative position in a certain organization, wielding power and connections. He forcefully arranged for Chun Shuang to work at the hospital, elevating her to the position of chief surgeon amidst fierce competition. A move that saved her at least a decade of struggle. With the right credentials, Fang Peng could even promote her to head of the department. Chen Laoding and his wife recognized Fang Peng's influence, and in comparison to their daughter's prospects of wealth and prosperity, selling her body seemed trivial. To them, marrying Shen Liang was already a bargain, and their daughter's infidelity within marriage was not a matter of concern. It was precisely due to Chun Shuang's unexpected pregnancy that they hastily married, leaving Shen Liang as the one who took the burden. As the saying goes, not a family cannot enter the same door. Even the illegitimate son, Chun Xiaolong, was spoiled by Chun Laoding and his wife, displaying unruly behavior at just 3 years old, scratching cars with stones, cursing children his age, and even scolding neighborhood dogs when urinating in front of others' homes. The Chen family, from the eldest to the youngest, was thoroughly rotten. No rush. Take it slow. Before the apocalypse, let's collect some interest. After the apocalypse, none of you shall survive. Shen Liang overheard the family's conversation clearly in the corridor. At that moment, he activated the pinhole camera. Not long after, around 2 in the afternoon, Chen Shuang returned home. Mom, Dad, that useless Shen Liang must be out playing, right? Yes, we saw the red envelope you sent him, and didn't he stop him? Great. Although this useless man is pathetic. His only virtue is that he obeys like a dog wagging its tail for its master. The family burst into laughter. The illegitimate son, Chen Xiaolong, joined in, shouting, Daddy is a dog. Daddy is a good, obedient dog. Chen Shuang shot him a glare, but did not stop him. When referring to Shen Liang, she labeled him with derogatory names. At a cafe across the street, Shen Liang coldly observed the surveillance footage. Curse away. I'll remember every word. The more you vent, the more I can torment you. Ensuring your demise is far from peaceful. Chen Shuang's younger brother, Chen Haowen, emerged from his room. You all should take Xiaolong out to play this afternoon. Chen Laoding and his wife understood the drill without needing further explanation. Chen Haowen complained, You want me to go out again? I wanted a video chat with Tian, his girlfriend, for some closeness. Chen Shuang handed him a few red bills, 500 yuan. Take this and get out. Seeing the money, Chen Haowen's eyes lit up, and soon the family departed. Chen Shuang began to groom herself, and then her eyes fell upon the lubricant and aphrodisiacs on the bedside table. Shen Liang, I'm truly sorry for putting a green hat on you, but I must thank you for preparing such fine items for me and Fang Peng. Since that is the case, I shall not hesitate to try them out. Chen Shuang chuckled, then murmured, As for you, after Fang Peng has been with me, you won't touch me for at least a week, fool. In the surveillance video, Shen Liang smirked upon witnessing this. A broken shoe, and you expect me to touch you? I apologize, but bouncing around in the car with my boss Yang Meiru is infinitely more pleasurable than dealing with you, you broken shoe. As the apocalypse approaches, I will create a safe haven where I can have as many women as I desire and indulge in whatever pleases me. And as for you, the wretched Chen Shuang, even if you knelt before me, licking the soles of my shoes, it would not alter the fate that awaits you and your thoroughly rotten family. When he saw Fang Peng enter, toying with the lubricant and aphrodisiacs, intrigue gleamed in Shen Liang's eyes. He understood that an amusing scene was about to unfold. Chapter 4. Mrs. Fang, you surely wouldn't want your husband's indiscretions to come alight. This was Shen Liang's first time engaging in such activities. He genuinely wished to avoid witnessing the intimate moments between Chen Shuang and Fang Peng, yet he was eager to observe how they would utilize the special lubricant. He even envisioned Fang Peng suffering from impotence for at least half a month after consuming the aphrodisiac, and while he didn't want to see the unpleasant side effects, the thought was undeniably satisfying. Throughout this process, Shen Liang feared the sight of Chen Shuang and Fang Peng as foreplay. Although he had subconsciously regarded Chen Shuang as an ex-wife, the reality of the situation still stung. However, he understood the importance of perspective. After all, Chen Shuang was initially Fang Peng's woman, and Shen Liang had been involved with her for many years. Wasn't that infuriating? Moreover, Chen Xiaolong was also Fang Peng's son, having called Shen Liang dad for years. While it held little significance, considering the situation from a different angle made it somewhat more bearable. To ease his heart, Shen Liang contemplated another way to deal with Fang Peng, targeting his wife, Lu Yuanyuan. Of course, he was aware that one must adhere to the law and maintain a positive outlook. He certainly wouldn't engage in unlawful activities. Shen Liang, why have you suddenly summoned me? You know my status is quite special. It would be best for you to clarify quickly, as I have matters to attend to. At this moment, Chen Shuang and Fang Peng were separately preparing for a shower, and soon they would utilize that special lubricant. Shen Liang didn't need to focus on that scene, as he was recording the entire video and could simply replay it later. In a cafe, he observed Lu Yuanyuan across from him. Her tone was haughty and indifferent, and her gaze toward Shen Liang was filled with disdain. In her eyes, she and her husband Fang Peng belonged to the social elite, while Shen Liang was merely an office worker, a lowly being unworthy of mingling with their upper-class society. Fang Peng's father was a leader in a government agency, and through connections, Fang Peng secured a high-ranking civil service position, becoming a small leader with real power by the age of 32. This status was why Chen Shuang fawned over him, and it allowed Fang Peng to manipulate Chen Shuang's professional standing at the hospital. In the community, Fang Peng was a well-known figure. Lu Yuanyuan, though not a civil servant, owned a yoga studio. At just 26, she possessed an enigmatic charm, enhanced by her yoga training, giving her an enviable physique. In his previous life, Shen Liang had deemed his wife, Chen Shuang, the most beautiful woman in the world, deserving a perfect score. However, after his rebirth and a new perspective, he now rated her a mere 75. Yang Meiru, with her impressive looks and figure, was only an 80. As for Fang Peng's wife, Lu Yuanyuan, Shen Liang assessed her even higher than Yang Meiru, at least an 85. Standing tall at 170 centimeters, with a flawlessly supple physique from yoga and a proud demeanor, she was undeniably striking. While Shen Liang felt some aversion toward her arrogance, he managed to suppress it, knowing he would need her assistance in taking revenge on Fang Peng. The thought of her stubborn, resentful gaze directed at him, wanting to leave but feeling trapped, was oddly satisfying. Don't glare at me so fiercely. After all, we are both residents of the same community, and everything you have, including your yoga studio, is thanks to Fang Peng's influence. As for why Fang Peng would prefer a 75 over an 85, one could only speculate that he had a penchant for wildflowers. Such a scoundrel, Fang Peng, deserved to face the consequences. What do you mean by that? Lu Yuanyuan's expression turned wary. Everything she had was, of course, a result of Fang Peng's power. She had long since acclimated to this environment, not only relishing the financial abundance, but also basking in the various accolades and flattery that accompanied her status as the leader's wife. Even if such praise were merely sycophantic, she derived immense pleasure from it. Imagine, on her birthday, receiving an array of luxury handbags and high-end gifts from bosses eager to curry favor with Fang Peng. Many of them would even encourage their wives and daughters to enroll at her yoga studio, committing to memberships for 10 or 20 years, all while spending willingly and flattering the wife of their superior. Who wouldn't be enamored with such a lifestyle? My intentions are inconsequential. What truly matters is that I possess information potent enough to bring Fang Peng to his knees, rendering everything the Fang family holds dear to mere dust. However, should Madame Fang cooperate, I might consider sparing Fang Peng from disgrace. This hinges entirely on your attitude, Madame Fang. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanyuan visibly panicked, trembling as her eyes darted around, her words caught in her throat. At Shen Liang's gesture, she took a complex seat opposite him, her countenance betraying her inner turmoil. Under Lu Yuanyuan's anxious gaze, Shen Liang extended his hand in a courteous greeting, a glint of amusement in his eyes as he spoke. After all, madam, you surely wouldn't want your husband's affairs to be exposed, would you? Lu Yuanyuan bit her lip, ultimately refraining from withdrawing her hand, instead lowering her voice deliberately. Are you trying to intimidate me? Do you wish to test the truth of your claims? Lu Yuanyuan was frightened. Very well. Regardless of what evidence you possess or what Fang Peng has done, I implore you, do not act recklessly. I am open to negotiations. If you desire money, I can offer you 1 million. How about 2 million or 5 million? Name your price. It was evident that Lu Yuanyuan deeply valued her current lifestyle. Even when Fang Peng narrowly escaped arrest for solicitation, it was Lu Yuanyuan who spent a fortune to secure his release. She cared little for Fang Peng's indiscretions, as long as his power remained intact. That was the essence of their mutual satisfaction. However, that incident had sparked a fierce argument between Lu Yuanyuan and Fang Peng, resulting in his remorseful apology. At this moment, Lu Yuanyuan pondered what misdeeds Fang Peng had committed. Had he engaged in solicitation again? Or had he sought the company of another woman? Lu Yuanyuan would never consider divorce. Her only thought was that, regardless of the cost, she must resolve this matter. The affluent lifestyle she currently enjoyed could not be jeopardized by Fang Peng's mistakes. Not even by Fang Peng himself, who held no right to take it all away from her. Shen Liang chuckled. If I sought your money, would that not constitute extortion, and of a substantial sum at that? I have no desire to place such leverage in your hands. Moreover, as a law-abiding citizen, I cannot engage in illicit activities. Lu Yuanyuan's expression was one of complexity. She had not anticipated Shen Liang's vigilance. Yet, he uttered a perplexing statement. However, you might want to prepare some funds in advance. One day, I may desire money and need you to purchase this information back. Of course, I will not engage in this endlessly. What do you mean? You summoned me here not for money, but for something else? Lu Yuanyuan felt her composure slipping. She was unaware of the leverage Shen Liang held and could not allow him to maintain the upper hand. However, his next words nearly left her in disbelief. I hear that Madame Fang wishes to visit the 80th floor suite at the Monta Hotel to enjoy the view, and that she desires to go right now. Lu Yuanyuan was taken aback. When did I express such a desire? Madame Fang, you may invite me. I believe discussing this matter there would be more pleasant, sparing me the need to hastily expose this information online. Shen Liang scrutinized her, his demeanor calm, yet imbued with a sense of control and mirth. You, how dare you? Lu Yuanyuan nearly shouted, but managed to suppress her voice, her face twisted in disgust. You are courting death, do you realize that? Shen Liang merely waved his hand dismissively. It is inconsequential. After all, I am merely engaging in a peaceful negotiation with Madame Fang. I would never coerce anyone. Gritting her teeth, Lu Yuanyuan refrained from outright refusal. Shen Liang recognized that he had struck a chord. Lu Yuanyuan extended her hand. A transaction requires sincerity. I need to see this evidence. Shen Liang's gaze sharpened, confirming his gamble had paid off. Lu Yuanyuan would indeed go to great lengths to shield Fang Peng from embarrassment. So, once we resolve Fang Peng's situation, we shall proceed to the suite to admire the view. Yes? Shen Liang could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. Naturally, the evidence is here. There are 2 pieces. The first is a series of surveillance screenshots depicting Fang Peng with Chen Shuang, who is dressed provocatively while Fang Peng is entirely unclothed. Lu Yuanyuan was shown only a fleeting glimpse before Shen Liang withdrew his phone. The video cannot be shown to you just yet. However, even with mere screenshots, I trust Madame Fang understands their significance. Lu Yuanyuan's complexion turned pale. It was evident that this was more than sufficient. Yet, Shen Liang produced a DNA test report. Of course, if Madame Fang feels this is insufficient, consider that Chen Xiaolong is not my son. Do you think he could possibly be Fang Peng's? In fact, I already possess Fang Peng's hair. Should I call a reporter to accompany me to the hospital for a DNA test? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanyuan panicked and grasped Shen Liang's hand. No, please. I will give you money. I will provide you with 10 million. I cannot go to the hotel. I cannot accompany you to the hotel. Lu Yuanyuan's pride diminished considerably, yet she still maintained an air of superiority, albeit one tinged with panic. Shen Liang, however, stood up, leaving her with a parting remark. In 1 hour, I hope to see the hotel room number sent to my phone by Madame Fang. Of course, Madame Fang may refuse, or even attempt to ambush me to seize the evidence, but I trust she can bear the consequences. After all, having embarked on this endeavor, I would not carelessly allow the evidence to remain with me. Shen Liang departed. What did that mean? Could there be another person aware of the evidence? Impossible. It must not be exposed. Shen Liang's words were likely a calculated fabrication, intended to sow doubt in Lu Yuanyuan's mind and prevent her from resorting to trickery. With only 1 hour to act, Lu Yuanyuan, her emotions in turmoil, dialed the Manta Hotel. Please reserve a luxurious viewing suite on the 80th floor for me. I shall check in within an hour. Oh, and add an extra 10,000 to ensure the erasure of the booking record. Chapter 5. The main event unfolds. Old man, let us not linger in the community with the child. It would not be wise to be seen. What do you think? Yes. Let us take the child to the mall to enjoy the play area. Such laborious tasks should fall to Shen Liang, that good-for-nothing, who instead has gone out to socialize. Let him enjoy himself. If he has a good time, he will remain oblivious to Qin Shuang. Hush, I heard that Fang Peng is set for a promotion. I wonder if he could assist Xiao Shuang in advancing her career, or perhaps relocating to a prestigious hospital. Let us go, Xiaolong, to the play area. Hooray! It's wonderful that the useless father is not coming. The Chen couple, accompanied by their grandson, remained blissfully unaware that not far away, Shen Liang had changed into a different set of clothes, his back turned to them, eavesdropping on their conversation. Watching them depart, Shen Liang's expression was cold. A prestigious hospital? They're dreaming. Whether Fang Peng gets promoted is contingent upon my whims. However, before that, they likely remain oblivious to the fact that their daughter has already engaged in a rather compromising encounter with Fang Peng, soon to experience the devilishly spicy massage with chili oil. Through mobile surveillance, Fang Peng, with eager anticipation, consumed a capsule that Shen Liang had prepared, meant to induce a rather intense reaction. Meanwhile, he curiously opened a bottle of lubricant. The scent of this lubricant is quite unique, somewhat overwhelming. As Fang Peng pondered this, Shen Liang felt a tightening in his chest. To mask the fiery taste of the devilishly spicy concoction and the pungency of mustard, he had added various neutralizing agents, making it difficult to discern the actual components. Fang Peng surely cannot have detected it, can he? Although it is indeed a bit pungent, it is certainly not excessive. Were it not for concerns about the adhesive's efficacy, Shen Liang would not have hesitated to add more masking agents. However, the current formula is perfectly balanced, preserving the intense spiciness of both chili and mustard while ensuring the adhesive's stickiness remains intact. After all, Shen Liang had specifically purchased high-strength glue. Despite slightly diminishing in potency after mixing, its adhesion remains formidable, capable of firmly bonding to a fingertip, making it nearly impossible to detach casually. Oh, never mind. Although Shen Liang is typically foolish and clumsy, he is quite cautious when it comes to purchases, rarely falling prey to counterfeit products. It is likely that it contains numerous traditional Chinese medicinal ingredients, which accounts for its peculiar aroma. Qin Shuang's involvement in this situation could be considered a form of assistance. Upon hearing this, Fang Peng nodded in agreement, and the two exchanged some playful banter. Fang Peng chuckled as he squeezed a generous dollop of the specially formulated lubricant into Qin Shuang's hand, and he also took a substantial amount for himself. My goodness, you have given me so much. Not at all. Shen Liang mentioned that it enhances sensations for women, so the more we use, the better. I have twice as much as you. Observing the considerable amount in Fang Peng's hand, Shen Liang marveled at the audacity of this fool. Yet, a wave of apprehension washed over him. He feared that Fang Peng might refuse to use it, or that they might not apply it simultaneously. If they were to use it separately, any issues would be discovered promptly, leaving one of them deprived of this unique lubricant, which would be a regrettable loss. However, no unexpected incidents occurred. When Shen Liang saw Fang Peng and Qin Shuang, like fools, each applying the vibrant lubricant, he could not help but smile. It is well known that the adhesive may not take effect immediately, but the chili water and mustard produce a swift reaction. Strange, why does this not resemble oil-based lubricant? It feels more like cooking oil, Fang Peng remarked. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. In almost an instant, his face shifted from pale to red, then white. and finally to a purplish-green hue. No, it hurts. It burns. There is something wrong. There is chili oil in this. Chili oil. Chen Shuang realized the truth a moment too late, and soon echoed Fang Peng's cries of anguish. Damn it. Moments later, as they writhed on the ground in agony, their faces turning crimson, they struggled to rise, only to scream again after rinsing off in the bathroom. There is glue. It stuck. Shen Liang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. But this was merely the beginning. The interest would be collected gradually. Even if Fang Peng and Chen Shuang were foolish, they soon understood that the lubricant had been tampered with. Amid their curses directed at Shen Liang, they attempted to wash it off with water. But the chilly and strong adhesive proved impossible to remove. Even considering soap was futile at this point. The searing heat of the chili had already penetrated their skin, and the adhesive's stickiness was nearly insurmountable. When they realized their only recourse was a trip to the hospital, embarrassment, pain, and desperation enveloped them. That damn Shen Liang. I swear if I see him again, I will. Fang Peng bent over, grasping his miniaturized member that had become rigid and unyielding due to the strong adhesive, while his other hand fumbled to grab clothing, attempting to dress for the hospital. Chen Shuang was in a similar predicament. Yet, both were racked with pain, trembling uncontrollably. Forget dressing. Merely standing was a Herculean task. At nearly the same moment, the door creaked open. They gazed in terror as Shen Liang entered, leisurely locking the door behind him before smiling at the two. What were you just saying about what you would do when you saw me? He locked eyes with Fang Peng, maintaining a calm facade while seething with anger inside. Although this was a trap of his own making, and they had not had a chance to act on anything, their previous actions had already sealed their fate. In fact, the child was Fang Peng's. Even imagining that Chen Shuang had been Shen Liang's plaything for years did little to quell the rage bubbling within him. Chen Shuang and Fang Peng's minds went blank, unable to comprehend why Shen Liang was here. Chen Shuang felt guilt, but also disbelief. Shen Liang, weren't you with friends? Friends? Nonsense. If I had gone to see them, I wouldn't have the pleasure of witnessing this ridiculous scene with you too. Shen Liang, you set me up. Chen Shuang fumed, reaching to slap Shen Liang across the face. She had done so numerous times before, and out of love for her family and son, Shen Liang had never retaliated. But at this moment, Shen Liang could not fathom why this wretched person dared to question him or even strike him. I set you up? You are ridiculous. Shen Liang scoffed, lifting his foot to deliver a kick. To hell with your schemes. Thud. With a kick infused with the strength of a retired soldier, Chen Shuang, devoid of any clothing, was sent flying several meters away, crashing into the table's edge, trembling in pain before finally halting. Fang Peng was horrified. This was the first time he had witnessed Shen Liang's assertiveness, realizing for the first time the extent of his strength. Shen Liang, let's talk this out. You know my family has connections. Connections? Shen Liang chuckled derisively. You think that matters? I will make sure you regret ever having connections. He did not aim for Fang Peng's abdomen this time, but instead delivered a devastating kick to his groin. The miniaturized member, still not extinguished, suffered the brunt of Shen Liang's blow, causing Fang Peng to collapse in agony, his face now resembling that of a liver, unable to scream or curse, as if holding back would alleviate his suffering. But mere seconds later, he let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, only for Shen Liang to swiftly cover his mouth. Moments later, both began to recover slightly. Fang Peng glared at Shen Liang with malice. Shen Liang, you are finished. I will use my connections to have you imprisoned. Still defiant? Shen Liang produced his phone and showed them the recorded surveillance footage, fast-forwarding through it from beginning to end. Then he retrieved the DNA test results for his son. Upon viewing the DNA results, Chen Shuang's face turned ghostly pale. How do you know the child was not yours? Fang Peng was similarly stunned into silence. These two pieces of evidence were enough to send him spiraling into chaos. Just like Lu Yuan, Fang Peng understood that either document could lead to his ruin, dragging his father, Fang Yuanshan, down with him, sending the Fang family from the pinnacle to the depths of despair. The thought that everything they had could vanish, that he might end up in prison, terrified Fang Peng completely. He dropped to his knees, pleading for mercy, clutching Shen Liang's leg and weeping. Shen Liang, you cannot act rashly. I beg you, brother. I was wrong. I will give you money, anything you want. In response, Shen Liang delivered a kick, sending Fang Peng sprawling on the ground. You owe me nothing, but you must understand that I possess this information, and I have numerous backups. Even if you attempt to eliminate me, this information will be exposed. Only if you obediently follow my orders like a dog might I consider keeping it quiet. Understand? Or perhaps you would like to try and have me eliminated? I haven't killed anyone in a long time since retiring. Shen Liang is killed. Fang Peng and Chen Shuang stared in disbelief. But it was true. During a mission abroad to eliminate criminals, he had indeed taken lives, albeit with a firearm rather than hand-to-hand combat. Understood. Understood. In the future, if you need anything, just let me know, Brother Shen. Fang Peng now attempted to appear as humble as possible, resembling a dog on the floor. Shen Liang disdainfully kicked him aside before seizing Chen Shuang by her ponytail, disregarding her cries of pain as he yanked her up, scanning her body with disgust. Does it hurt? It hurts, Shen Liang, I was wrong. Wrong? Raw my foot. Shen Liang unleashed a series of kicks. Hud. Ah, do not strike any longer. Chen Shuang weeps inconsolably. In this moment, she can no longer muster her former bravado. If it were not for the complications of a bruised visage hindering her divorce proceedings, Shen Liang would have relished the opportunity to mar Chen Shuang's already tarnished face. Moments later, Chen Shuang affixed her signature to the divorce agreement. Within the asset division, it was explicitly stated that a box of jewelry and the gold belonging to Chen Liang were to be considered Shen Liang's property. Upon hearing Shen Liang's declaration of foregoing the house, Chen Shuang unexpectedly exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as though she had gained an advantage. Little did she know, the house left to her was merely Shen Liang's method of reaping interest, with consequences that would manifest in due time. Remember, when you encounter me in the future, maintain your composure. Shen Liang cast a glare at Fang Peng, who still exhibited the demeanor of a sycophant. All right, understood, Brother Shen. The sight only fueled Shen Liang's ire further. Before departing, he administered another 5 minutes of punishment to Fang Peng, breaking several legs of the stool in the process, and only ceased once he was exhausted. He tossed Fang Peng's clothing and trousers onto the branches of a tree outside the window, thoughtfully stuffing the latter's undergarments and socks into his mouth, disregarding Fang Peng's anguished expression, and finally prodded him with chopsticks to ensure his work was thorough before he relented. After washing his hands with Shu Fu Jia 5 times, Shen Liang finally turned his attention to Chen Shuang. He collected the household registration book, identity card, and marriage certificate, and they proceeded to the Civil Affairs Bureau for their divorce. After their departure, Fang Peng, with a bruised visage, retreated to the restroom to retrieve his undergarments and socks. Retching for a considerable time, his expression a mask of malice. Shen Liang, I shall not let this matter rest. However, upon seeing his clothes hanging from the tree outside, Fang Peng nearly succumbed to tears. Shen Liang, you scoundrel, how do you expect me to retrieve my clothing? Meanwhile, just an hour passed swiftly. Fang Peng's wife, Lu Yuanyuan, had already arrived at the Mandu Grand Hotel. In the 80th floor luxurious suite, Lu Yuanyuan gazed into the mirror, admiring her exquisite features and graceful figure, soon to be subjected to Shen Liang's predations. Filled with wrath and defiance, she nonetheless gritted her teeth and sent Shen Liang a selfie along with a message. I'm at the hotel. Why are you not here yet? Chapter 6. Understanding Mrs. Fang. Divorce. On the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chen Shuang felt an intense burning sensation in her lower regions. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, fell incessantly, prompting her to send a message to Shen Liang requesting a delay in their visit to the Civil Affairs Bureau. She wished to attend to her health first. However, the response she received was, if you do not appear at the Civil Affairs Bureau within 10 minutes, the consequences are yours to bear. Chen Shuang nearly exploded with rage. Shen Liang, do you possess no conscience? I have been your wife for so many years. Although I was unfaithful, aside from that, do you bear no responsibility for our current predicament? Shen Liang merely replied with a question mark. Who could have anticipated that Chen Shuang's prowess in combat was quite formidable? It seemed she had spent considerable time watching short videos. Shen Liang, not one to linger, swiftly employed his ultimate move. Chen Xiaolong is the illegitimate child you share with Fang Peng, correct? Should I make this information public, your aspirations of becoming department head will be dashed, and Fang Peng's career will be rendered futile? In that moment, Chen Shuang was utterly bewildered. Wait, something was amiss. Shen Liang had merely caught wind of her infidelity. How could he possibly know that Chen Xiaolong was her and Fang Peng's child, even if he was aware? It was because he had tampered with the lubricant in adult products. Chen Shuang still believed it was merely a slip during one of their clandestine encounters. Now it seemed, had Shen Liang investigated her and Fang Peng's illegitimate child? No, I must secure the position of department head. If this information were to leak, I would be dismissed from the hospital due to my scandalous private life. Furthermore, Fang Peng, my ally, would also lose his lucrative position due to similar indiscretions. In that case, Fang Peng would become useless, unable to assist in my advancement, and would lose everything he currently possesses. Chen Shuang's thoughts mirrored those of Lu Yuanyuan, Fang Peng's wife. Within seconds, Chen Shuang weighed the pros and cons, gritted her teeth, and endured the searing pain to respond. Very well. Shen Liang, I will divorce you. Do not act rashly. You must not expose this matter. On the other hand, the two were not traveling in the same vehicle. Shen Liang arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau first. At that moment, he noticed the message from Fang Peng's wife, Lu Yuanyuan. I am at the hotel. Why are you not here yet? I can only wait for half an hour. If you do not arrive in that time, I shall leave. You know, I'm quite busy. Accompanying the message was a photo, an aerial view of the lavish suite on the 80th floor of the Mandu Grand Hotel. Though it was still daylight, preventing the view of the stunning cityscape at night, the sight from the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows was nonetheless breathtaking. Shen Liang merely scoffed. You wish to quell this situation, but continue to act aloof? You have been manipulated by those whom you disdain the most, yet you still feign superiority, do you? Originally, Shen Liang had intended to seek out Lu Yuan for a chat following their divorce, to empathize with Fang Peng's experiences over the years. But now, be busy. Or perhaps Mrs. Fang should just depart. I have matters to attend to. As for the video and DNA test results, I will simply send them out. And everyone will be satisfied. No need to reply. I have other engagements. How could she not respond? At that moment, Lu Yuan, dressed in slippers and with her flawless legs crossed regally while holding a goblet, thought to herself that while Shen Liang would soon arrive, he was merely a base and lewd man, a lowly creature beneath her. This was her self-comforting rationalization. However, upon seeing Shen Liang's reply, Lu Yuan nearly fainted from fright. Biting her lip, she finally realized that Shen Liang was not as easy to handle as she had imagined. Nevertheless, she hastily lowered her tone in response. Please, do not act impulsively. Shen Liang, I take back what I said earlier. If you are busy, I can wait a little longer. Oh, no longer haughty? No longer aloof? Just a moment ago, you would only wait for half an hour. Now you're willing to wait a little longer? It seems even the proud and noble can be humbled. Shen Liang smirked. Do you truly believe that I am so eager to comply with your wishes? If you desire my presence, what must you say? What do you mean? Lu Yuan thought he must truly wish to come. She did not believe him. Not even a little. What must I say? Lu Yuan was already asking questions she knew the answers to. Shen Liang did not mind offering a hint. Apologize. Use your voice. Let me hear Mrs. Fang's apology. Is it as proud as your text? Lu Yuan bit her lip, her beautiful eyes reflecting anger. Yet she still pressed the voice message button, deliberately making herself sound humble. I'm sorry. I cannot hear you. Speak louder. I'm sorry. I was a bit impulsive just now. Lu Yuan raised her voice, striving to sound more sincere. Unbeknownst to her, she was gradually being stripped of her pride by Shen Liang, while secretly planning to seek revenge against him at the opportune moment. I wish to confirm whether you are truly in the hotel. Find a full-length mirror. Take a photo of yourself alongside the hotel scenery. This was Shen Liang's second request. Lu Yuan found it hard to believe. What on earth do you want? I have already arrived at the hotel. Why must you torment me? Her tone grew somewhat anxious. In response, Shen Liang's reply was blunt and unyielding. Then Mrs. Fang should check out. I shall not be coming. No. I will change my clothes and take a photo right away. Lu Yuan desperately wished to maintain her usual pride, but moments later, she sent Shen Liang a picture. I am indeed here. Then it is settled. While I wish to go now, the time is not yet right. Excellent, Mrs. Fang, you are quite obedient. I will require some time before I arrive, but I do not wish for you to be bored in the interim. So do visit a nearby mall and purchase some attractive clothing. Do not tell me you do not understand this. I shall remind you one last time, Mrs. Fang. I do not wish to hear refusals. I can overlook the first two instances, but a third will be sufficient to seal your fate. The threat was unmistakable. Lu Yuan was infuriated by this unreasonable demand. Shen Liang, you scoundrel. You are truly disgusting. She wanted to confront Shen Liang face to face, to tell him that she had never even worn these clothes for Fang Peng. Yet the threat made Lu Yuan hesitate to refuse. Biting her lip, she could only rise, dress herself, and leave the hotel. Where to? Naturally, to the mall to buy clothes. Before long, Chen Shuang arrived. The two exchanged no words as they made their way to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The number of couples seeking divorce was not particularly high, and soon it was their turn. Following the procedure, they were asked if they wished to consider cooling off before proceeding with the divorce, to which both shook their heads. Then please draft a divorce agreement. Have you decided how to divide your assets? If not, you may need to go through court. Court? Chen Shuang instinctively shook her head, but glanced at Shen Liang, as if inquiring how he wished to divide the assets. Shen Liang, however, had already produced a pre-prepared division agreement. The staff member glanced at it and seemed to find it reasonable. Yet when Chen Shuang saw it, she was taken aback. Jewelry was acceptable, but this gold. She wanted to say the gold belonged to her parents. However, upon seeing Shen Liang's indifferent gaze, she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts and continued to read, noting that the house was designated for the woman. Chen Shuang was astonished. The money was gone. The jewelry was gone. The gold was gone. But at least the house remained. Shen Liang had not been ruthless, which relieved Chen Shuang. She inwardly scoffed, thinking that a worthless person really was worthless. Even after I humiliated you, you still care enough to leave you the house? Do you truly believe I, Chen Shuang, have any feelings for you? Chen Shuang would not outwardly express this. Still, she sought to contend for the gold, as it had been purchased with her parents' retirement funds and did not constitute joint marital property. Shen Liang, I can sign off on everything else. But isn't this gold a bit excessive? You know it belongs to my parents. The divorce staff was momentarily stunned. How could one dare to include assets belonging to the other party's parents? They did not interject, but their stern expressions seemed to convey, "Don't worry, sister. Just say the word, and I will support you." Shen Liang anticipated this. He merely stated, "I won't mention the money spent by Chen Liang and Chen Haowen over the years, but have you forgotten where the money for this house came from? The money for the house. It was the only inheritance left to Shen Liang by his parents. After the demolition, the compensation was used to purchase the house. This was beyond reproach. However, Chen Liang publicly proclaimed that the house was a wedding gift from him and his wife to the couple, while disparaging Shen Liang as a useless son-in-law with no assets. Chen Shuang's face turned ashen. She realized that no matter what, the house was worth more than the gold. Ultimately, she had no choice but to sign the divorce agreement. However, she insisted that Shen Liang add a clause. After the division of assets and divorce, neither party shall disclose any negative information or videos detrimental to the other. Upon seeing this, the divorce staff realized that the couple had unresolved issues. Did they truly think this clause would protect them? Sorry, there are countless ways to ruin you. Shen Liang generously added it. Before long, the marriage certificate was transformed into a divorce certificate. From this moment forth, the divorce was effective. Outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, before parting ways, Shen Liang left Chen Shuang with a warning. The gold and jewelry must be delivered to me by tomorrow night, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Now divorced, it was time to devise a plan for making money. Shen Liang slowly pulled out a property deed from his pocket, revealing the title for the current house. Though the house was indeed agreed to be given to Chen Shuang, the divorce was effective, yet transferring the property required a process that could not be resolved immediately. Shen Liang smirked. Did you really think I, Shen Liang, am an unparalleled philanthropist? You humiliated me, and I would leave the house to you? Silly fool. Prepare to receive the gift I have in store for your family. Chapter 7. Selecting a safe house. Planning. Making money. With the divorce agreement in place, Chen Shuang was not concerned about Shen Liang reneging on the deal. Thus, she did not rush him to transfer the property. Shen Liang seized this opportunity to make good use of the property deed to acquire some funds, which was entirely reasonable. The decision to leverage the property deed was not a hasty one. Rather, it was a detailed plan that had formed in his mind since the moment of his rebirth. Perhaps due to this rebirth, Shen Liang felt that his cognitive speed had significantly increased in this life. It could also be that having faced death, he no longer clung to anything, and a person devoid of attachments naturally becomes invincible. In the following 2 months, Shen Liang had many tasks to undertake. While stockpiling supplies was essential, establishing a formidable safe house for the apocalypse was equally crucial. This safe house required numerous attributes. First, it must withstand temperatures plummeting to -70 or 80 degrees, even freezing at over -100. Second, it should be spacious and sturdy enough to withstand a collision from a vehicle without damaging the structural integrity of the building. Third, it needed to be equipped with the finest power generation and air purification systems, among other necessities. Of course, there were additional factors to consider. As for the specifics of constructing the shelter, Shen Liang would incorporate some of his own ideas, but he intended to enlist professional apocalypse shelter construction firms for the main renovations. Shen Liang had done preliminary research and discovered that Linhai City had qualified institutions specializing in the construction of such shelters. However, the most pressing issue was that while the plan was formulated, the core structure for the shelter had yet to be determined. In terms of selection, ordinary residential buildings were immediately ruled out. Although high-rise apartments could be considered relatively safe, their limited space and high elevation made them inconvenient. The drawbacks were too numerous for Shen Liang to entertain. He already had a superior target in mind. The community where Shen Liang and Chen Shuang's house was located was not only decent, but could even be described as one of the better neighborhoods nearby. The residential complex boasted over 20 buildings with a high occupancy rate, making it a renowned large residential area. With a larger population, there would inevitably be various social strata among the residents, with wealth levels ranging from low to high, including high-rise zones, villa areas, and even luxury houses. There were many ordinary people, but also a significant number of affluent individuals. The developer of this large community was quite impressive. At the time of construction, it garnered considerable attention. Not only did they build what was touted as the future's most luxurious community, Longdu Huayuan, but they also deliberately set aside a large plot of land in the center of the community to erect an 8-story luxury villa for themselves. Each floor covered an area of 500 square meters. The total area of the 8 floors approached 4,000 square meters. This was a private residence crafted for their own family. On one hand, it served as their home, while on the other, it served as an appealing advertisement. The developer himself resides in this community, so how high can the quality and prestige be? You tell me. The community indeed sold remarkably well. However, the developer ultimately faced legal troubles and was imprisoned for various reasons. The primary issue was related to organized crime, which was widely known. At that time, this individual was infamous, regarded as a local tyrant whom no one dared to provoke. Before his imprisonment, The interior of the 8-story building was already fully decorated and ready for immediate occupancy. However, due to certain issues, the property was reclaimed by the court. During the auction process, this individual boldly proclaimed, "Whoever dares to buy this property will face my wrath upon my release." Such audacity, especially since he employed various tactics to find a scapegoat, resulting in a relatively short sentence. According to current estimates, he would be released in no more than a year. Originally worth over $100,000 per square meter, the property was now being sold at half price, yet no one dared to take it on. After all, a year later, this person might not personally come to enact revenge, but who could guarantee that he wouldn't pay someone handsomely to do so? While there were many wealthy individuals, no one wanted to wade through murky waters for a luxury mansion. This led to the 8-story mansion remaining vacant to this day. The area is suitable, the location is appropriate, and the price must be halved, in Shen Liang's opinion. This house is simply perfect. The most crucial factor is indeed its location. With predictions of a super blizzard in the future, one cannot rule out the possibility of floods when the snow melts. To mitigate potential risks, it is essential to choose a property situated on elevated ground, and this community is well known for being established in the highest area of Linhai City. If the entire city were to be submerged, the only safe haven would be near this community. Of course, the flood crisis is merely speculative. It is Shen Liang's precautionary measure. Currently, the most pressing crisis remains the blizzard and the extreme cold of -7 or 8 degrees. "Brother, I'm busy," he said, taking a moment to enjoy a cigarette. This luxury residence has always been maintained by property management. However, the management has long been confiscated and transferred to new ownership. There is no problem that cannot be solved with a cigarette. The security guard accepted the lit cigarette and, noticing the half-smoked pack of soft Zhonghua that Shen Liang had tucked away, couldn't help but smile. "Hey, are you inquiring about something? You wouldn't be interested in this house, would you? I appreciate someone who is straightforward." Shen Liang nodded, no longer concealing his intentions. "Is the house still in court for auction?" Upon hearing this, the security guard nodded, his expression tinged with melancholy. This house has quite the backstory. The previous owner, Zhou Sandao, was a local tyrant. Zhou Sandao is indeed the infamous figure who went to prison. He was the owner of this 8-story villa. As the security guard recounted the tale, Shen Liang listened attentively, subtly urging him to hasten the narrative. Finally, they arrived at the pricing details. He had heard that the property prices had recently plummeted. Once priced at over 100,000 per square meter, it has now dropped to over 40,000. And he even heard that the down payment ratio has been reduced to 10%. Moreover, those who purchase this property will be granted expedited processing. While others may take at least 1 or 2 months, buying this luxury home guarantees a swift transfer and loan approval within 48 hours. Shen Liang's eyes lit up. This was the information he sought. With the price reduced to over 40,000, he could secure this luxury residence for merely 30% of its value. Calculating further, 4,000 square meters would still require nearly 200 million. This is certainly a staggering figure. However, in order to sell this property, the down payment ratio has been lowered from 30 to 10%. This means Shen Liang would only need to gather 20 million to acquire the house. The 48-hour green channel significantly simplifies the transfer process, but Shen Liang understood that such a substantial loan would still require qualification verification. Aside from income, the key factor is savings. Shen Liang knew that his current income would not meet the requirements. Thus, he needed to quickly find a way to boost his savings to the necessary amount for loan qualification. "Brother, is the house currently available for purchase at the courthouse? Is there any real estate agency involved?" The security guard seemed puzzled, thinking to himself, "You really dare to buy? Not to mention if you can afford it. Zhou Sandao will be out of prison in just over a year. Are you really willing to provoke this notorious figure? Only one agency dares to sell it, Wampong Real Estate. Listen, brother, I see you're a straightforward person, so I must caution you. If you truly intend to purchase this luxury residence, you might find yourself in trouble when Zhou Sandao is released. You need to think this through." Shen Liang chuckled. "When he comes out, by then, the world will have descended into chaos. Even if the King of Heaven comes here, this will still be my territory. If he dares to come, let him try." Leaving Longdu Huayuan community, Shen Liang did not go to the hotel to find Lu Yuan. It was not that he was no longer interested in her. Rather, he simply wished to complete his current tasks before enjoying time with the lady. Playtime must continue, but with the apocalypse looming, he could not afford to make careless mistakes. He needed to secure his funds first. Acquiring the property was merely the initial step. The construction of an ideal stronghold fitting his expectations for the apocalypse would require substantial financial resources and an extensive timeline. Every day was of the essence. Congratulations! Papa Loan has determined that you qualify for an excellent loan. Your available loan amount, 290,000 yuan. Congratulations. Beiji Finance has assessed you as having excellent loan qualifications. Your available loan amount, 330,000 yuan. Congratulations. Jingdong Financial has rated you as having excellent loan qualifications. Your available loan amount, 450,000 yuan. Congratulations. Online loans are akin to poison. Those who engage with them perish, particularly during peaceful times. With the impending apocalypse, who cares? Shen Liang's first step to amassing wealth was to bind the property deed and seek loan assessment for various online lending companies. This house was fully paid for. And not only was there no mortgage on the property, but Shen Liang also had all his social insurance and housing fund contributions in order, ensuring his loan qualifications were indeed excellent. The property deed was also reliable. Shen Liang was diligent and, before long, had downloaded dozens of online loan applications. Big companies offer low interest rates, while smaller firms have higher rates. It matters little to him. Did they think he would repay them? He did not apply for loans immediately. Instead, he first had his qualifications assessed by each lending company. In this scenario, his qualifications would remain excellent across the board, unaffected by multiple loan applications, thus preventing any decrease in loan amounts. After conducting a thorough assessment, Shen Liang was astonished. Incredible. Just through online loans, he could secure over 9 million. He maintained his composure, showing no signs of panic. With the qualifications already assessed, it indicated that when he clicked the loan button later, they would not reevaluate his qualifications and would disburse the funds to his card within a minute. However, Shen Liang still did not intend to apply for a loan just yet. It was only 2:30 in the afternoon. There was still much to accomplish. Holding the property deed, Shen Liang did not go to the bank. Instead, he sought out several private lending institutions. The size of the institutions was not as important as their proximity. Ultimately, he selected 3, all located on the same street, less than 200 meters apart. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at WeChat, where Chen Shuang had inquired about the location of the property deed. He chose not to respond and instead scoffed to himself. Chen Shuang, you were right to ask for the house. As for the property deed, I know you are anxious, but hold on. I still need to use it for a while before returning it to you. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanyuan spent a considerable amount of time shopping at the mall. To avoid running into acquaintances, she deliberately wore a hat and sunglasses. After a successful yet uneventful trip, she returned to the hotel with a few sets of revealing attire. Gazing at the scantily clad garments, she thought about wearing them for Shen Liang, imagining him devouring her with his eyes or even forcefully pinning her down. The imagery was overwhelmingly enticing. Lu Yuanyuan bit her lip, her cheeks flushed with an unusual hue of embarrassment and excitement. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to message Shen Liang. I bought the clothes. When are you coming over? Chapter 8. Lu Yuanyuan's concealment. 30 million arrives. Are you in such a hurry to find me for a lesson? You, scoundrel. I was merely asking. Hee, no need to rush. You try on the clothes first. And don't forget to send me a photo of each outfit. You better come quickly. It's almost time for me to get off work. And I can't be too late getting home. Lu Yuanyuan truly wished to maintain her pride, but she ultimately adopted a more pleading tone. This was genuine. She worried that if she returned home too late, Fang Peng would become suspicious. Although Fang Peng was known for his infidelities, he was a staunch husband, having set up a yoga studio business for his wife. Yet, he disdained her late returns and required her to report her whereabouts. If he saw her conversing with male customers, he would become jealous. Moreover, if Fang Peng discovered that Lu Yuanyuan had been secretly meeting other men and would be subjected to a lesson from Shen Liang that day, one could only imagine the explosion of his rage. Shen Liang was well aware of Fang Peng's nature. Thus, he was determined to pursue Lu Yuanyuan, not only to teach her a lesson, but also to impart correct values and perspectives on life. Since Chen Shuang's infidelities had already become irreversible, there was no need to dwell on it further. If he sought revenge, he would approach it from a different angle. After the apocalypse, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. But what about before the end of the world? One step at a time, employing various methods, I shall thoroughly torment this pair of scoundrels. For instance, I will first engage in conversation with Mrs. Fang, Lu Yuanyuan, and then provide a thorough education to both parties. Shen Liang would not initially disclose this matter to Fang Peng. By the time that day arrives, when Fang Peng becomes aware of it, the cap would have long been affixed to his head. Shen Liang eagerly anticipates witnessing his expression of anger and helplessness. Within the hotel, Lu Yuanyuan has not received any further responses from Shen Liang and must obediently change her attire. She understands that if she does not cooperate with Shen Liang today, all she currently possesses could vanish into thin air. She will not allow such a thing to transpire, even if it is due to her husband Fang Peng's infidelity. However, considering that it was Fang Peng who strayed first, her visit to the hotel with Shen Liang seems less difficult to accept. While changing her clothes, Fang Peng calls. Darling, are you finishing work soon? Not yet, dear, I'm quite busy today. What's up? Lu Yuanyuan conceals her anxiety, relieved that Fang Peng appears to be more flustered than she is. Oh, I was just thinking of you, so I called to check in. Where are you? Your voice sounds chaotic. Ah, haha, I'm at the hospital, but it's nothing serious. I just had a little fall and came here to get it checked out. I'll be home soon, so don't worry and don't come to see me. At the hospital? Did you really fall? Thinking of Shen Liang, Yuan begins to comprehend. It seems Shen Liang has already dealt with Fang Peng and Chen Shuang. Yuan feels no sympathy for Fang Peng being harmed. As long as this matter remains buried forever, she is willing to play the fool. Dear, you must be more careful. Please take care of yourself. I have to get back to work now, but when you come home tonight, let me take a good look at your injuries. After hanging up, Yuan's expression is complex as she gazes at herself in the mirror, adorned in a perfect and alluring black lace ensemble, a guise irresistible to any man. Fang Peng, do not blame me. I am merely attempting to conceal your disgrace. Moreover, you are the one lacking in virtue first. Do not hold me accountable for being unfaithful. But rest assured, to spare you discomfort, I will keep everything that transpires between Shen Liang and me a secret. On the other side, Fang Peng feels utterly humiliated in the hospital. The recent phone call to his wife was purely a means of masking his embarrassment. However, after the call ends, he can still hear the unrestrained laughter and gossip surrounding him. I'm about to die of laughter. I'm not joking. That person is literally glued down there, and it's drenched in hot chili water. And from the tests, it's not just any chili, but the super devil hot kind. No way is it true. With devil hot stuff down there, does he want the chili to turn his little bean into a swollen big bean? Ha! I can't take it anymore. I need to go see this. Hearing this, Fang Peng is left in utter disbelief as the seventh nurse enters, inspecting his predicament under the guise of disinfection. The astonishment in her eyes is evident as the others struggle to contain their laughter before exiting. Unable to hold back any longer, she bursts into laughter and directly asks the flustered Fang Peng, "Brother, can this really be comfortable? Not that I mean anything else, but if it is, I might let my boyfriend try it too." Fang Peng is furious. "Comfortable my foot. Can someone please hurry up and help me? I want to go home. If you keep messing around, I swear I'll report you." "Oh, no. We will take care of it right away. But this glue is quite potent and will require several treatments to completely dissolve it. I understand your urgency, but please be patient as we need to monitor you closely to prevent any infections. You wouldn't want to risk an infection leading to amputation, would you?" "Amputation? ISNT, that called castration." Fang Peng gasps in shock, too frightened to speak further. Finally, after the 12th nurse assists him with the disinfection, the glue is completely dissolved. Although the swelling from the chili water has not fully subsided, it has reduced somewhat, coupled with oral medication, while the pain remains intense. He can at least refrain from vocalizing his discomfort. As he departs the hospital, Fang Peng walks with a slight hunch. Upon returning to his neighborhood, he unexpectedly encounters Chen Shuang. Wanting to say a few words, but fearing Shen Liang might see them, he hesitates. However, Chen Shuang speaks first. "No need to be so nervous. Shen Liang isn't home. Besides, we've already finalized our divorce. How can I not be nervous? You're divorced, but I'm not." Fang Peng's face darkens. After some contemplation, he adds, "We cannot take risks. We must continue to meet discreetly as before. Additionally, what are your thoughts on this matter? Shen Liang divorcing you is one thing, but him beating us both cannot go unpunished. We must find an opportunity to retaliate against Shen Liang. Thoughts?" Chen Shuang harbors no gratitude towards Shen Liang for providing her with a house. Like Fang Peng, she holds resentment in her heart. Nodding, she states, "This matter cannot be left unresolved. I've never been so humiliated in my life. That wretched Shen Liang must pay the price. However, I have yet to devise a plan, and for now, we should keep him calm to prevent any rash actions, such as exposing the video." He has a video. Fang Peng is taken aback. After Chen Shuang elaborates on Shen Liang installing cameras at home, Fang Peng becomes furious. "That scoundrel dares to scheme against me. Upon my return, I will find a way to ensure he pays dearly." After parting ways, Chen Shuang looks around, confirming that her parents have not yet returned with her son, Chen Xiaolong. She gathers her parents' gold and her own jewelry, loading them into her car. Once settled, she sends a message to Shen Liang. "I will deliver the jewelry and gold to you. As for the house you promised me, there is no need to cling to the property deed, right? I hope for an amicable divorce." After sending the message, Chen Shuang smirks. With a divorce agreement in place, she knows he will not dare to play tricks. "Shen Liang, you are too impulsive. Not only did you divorce me, but you also provoked Fang Peng. His influence is far greater than you realize. He will uncover your secrets. And when the time comes, you will pay dearly. How dare you strike me, Chen Shuang? I eagerly await the day you are reduced to a stray dog beneath Fang Peng's heel. At that moment, I will personally feed you dung." Meanwhile, upon receiving another message from Chen Shuang, Shen Liang replies with an address. "Come here to wait for me, and I will give you the property deed." After sending the message, Shen Liang looks at the loan officer before him. As a small loan company, it does not belong to any bank. And in the interest of profit, the loan officer strives to facilitate the transaction, especially upon noticing Shen Liang is a man with a property deed in hand. Casting flirtatious glances his way, though she does not state it outright, the implication is unmistakable. It is as if she is saying, "As long as you take out a loan, I will be here to keep you company." Today marks the first day of his rebirth. He has already enjoyed a delightful encounter with his beautiful superior, Yang Meiru, in the morning, and afterward he plans to spend quality time with Mrs. Fang. Although the loan officer is an alluring woman, Shen Liang has no intention of pursuing anything with her at the moment. However, he notices that his physique seems to be becoming increasingly robust. Especially since his rebirth, he feels not only sharper in thought, but also notices subtle changes in his body. In the past, walking this much would have left him utterly exhausted. Yet today, after dancing in the car with Yang Meiru in the morning and running around for hours in the afternoon, he does not feel the usual fatigue, but instead feels invigorated. He even thinks that come nightfall, he will be able to make Lu Yuan scream for mercy. This transformation, Shen Liang attributes to his rebirth. Could it be that his cells are gradually strengthening? He believes he should find an opportunity to test this theory. Mr. Shen, I have applied for you once again. Your 83 square meter property is currently valued at around 10 million. We can offer you a loan of up to 8 million, but the interest rate will need to be adjusted to 35. Additionally, you may need to pay some processing fees. Predictably, the small loan companies in question possess a certain dubious nature. To put it plainly, they engage in usury. The legal interest rate is capped at 36. Yet they typically charge around 35, which is quite lucrative, though still nowhere near the threshold of predatory lending. Thus, they resort to other means of profit, such as exorbitant fees. To be frank, I am quite anxious to know the exact amount of these fees. If they are reasonable, I will proceed with the loan. Shen Liang adopts the guise of a disheartened individual in the marketplace, making it easier to secure the loan. The loan manager, teasingly revealing her long legs beneath her stockings, brushes against Shen Liang under the table. Although he has no intention of engaging in any intimate escapades, it does not hinder him from taking advantage of the situation. He begins to caress her directly. He then boldly shifts to sit beside the loan manager, who feigns indignation while subtly flaunting her allure. As he brazenly explores her form, he leans close to her ear and whispers, I too wish to take this sum, and you desire your commission. I implore you, dear sister, rest assured regarding the 800,000 in fees. If you agree, I trust you will assist me in finalizing the remaining paperwork. A few minutes later, the contract is successfully signed. Reluctantly withdrawing his hand, he is left with lingering sensations, for her hands are indeed soft and ample. Shen Liang, yearning for more, understands there is no need for sentimentality. The 2 million will arrive within an hour at most, though typically it is credited within 3 minutes. Brother Shen, I will add you on WeChat. Let us connect. We can arrange a meal sometime as a token of my gratitude. It turns out that seducing a stranger is remarkably simple. Shen Liang increasingly realizes that this new life will be rather intriguing. He departs without any sense of longing. Seizing the opportunity before the loan documents are uploaded, he hastens to 2 other small loan companies, ultimately securing loans from all 3, totaling 21 million. At this point, hesitation is unwarranted. Shen Liang opens his smartphone and, with unparalleled swiftness, begins accessing various online lending applications, determined to secure all the loans while he remains undetected. Ultimately, he completes all online loan applications, and with the addition of the secured loan, he amasses a total of 30 million. Chapter 9. Treading upon your arrogance. Encountering the former campus belle in a jewelry pawn shop, Chen Shuang wears a consistently grim expression as she exchanges all her jewelry and her parents' gold bars for cash. Throughout the process, Shen Liang records everything, ensuring that the staff repeatedly verify her consent, while the gold bars and jewelry are accompanied by certificates and receipts attesting to their legitimacy. 2 of you, a total of 1.02 million. Whose account should I transfer it to? The gold has all been melted down, and the precious jewelry is offered at a significant discount. Yet there remains over 1 million to be liquidated. Even Chen Shuang, upon hearing this figure, cannot help but feel a pang of greed, though her sullen demeanor remains unbroken. Shen Liang promptly produces his bank card, directing the funds to be transferred to it. Ding. 1.02 million credited. At this point, Shen Liang has accumulated 30 million, rendering this additional amount less significant. Yet having something is better than having nothing. After all, he does not wish for Chen Shuang's family to have too many resources left over. Thinking that this is the end, after leaving the pawn shop, Chen Shuang adopts a pitiable facade as she turns to Shen Liang. Shen Liang, I agreed to the divorce when you proposed it. I gave you the jewelry, and I even took the gold from my parents. You must understand, I also sacrificed for you. Can you please refrain from demanding my 300,000 savings? Our family does not have much left, and we still need to live. Chen Shuang's acting leaves much to be desired. She does not cry, nor does she raise her voice. Shen Liang responds with a scornful smile. Very well. Chen Shuang nearly laughs out loud, about to express her gratitude, when Shen Liang interjects, as for the house, I shall not relinquish it. For now, it will remain in both our names. A few minutes later, from their joint savings account, Chen Shuang withdraws 300,000 and transfers it to Shen Liang. Uncertain of the total amount in Chen Shuang's savings, he does not wish to know. He is well aware that this 300,000 will not deplete her family's resources, but it will certainly deal a significant blow, especially since, combined with the jewelry and gold, it totals 132 million. As it turns out, after transferring 300,000 to Shen Liang, Shen Shuang is left with barely 200,000 in her savings. She departs with gritted teeth, refraining from uttering a single curse against Shen Liang, fearful that he might expose her indiscretions with Fang Peng. Fang Peng, I have incurred a loss of 1.3 million. All of this was to protect you, so you must find a way to compensate me. Shen Shuang messages Fang Peng, her frustration palpable. In the past, she would never have dared to speak to him in such a manner, as he was her golden goose and the one who could help her ascend the ranks within the hospital system. However, now, faced with such significant losses due to the sudden divorce, she feels increasingly agitated. Shen Shuang, we are in the same boat. Let us not pretend this is a noble affair. Don't forget, if Shen Liang makes a scene, it won't just jeopardize my career. You will also find yourself unable to pursue any position as a department head, and in an instant, you could become unemployed. Fang Peng's words snap Shen Shuang to attention. She quickly begins to placate him. After a moment, Fang Peng replies, rest assured, as long as you comply, money will not be an issue, especially since you have borne my child. But remember, we are on the same front. Shen Liang is our common adversary. Understood, Fang Peng. I acknowledge my mistakes. Shen Shuang exhales. Fortunately, she still has Fang Peng as her financial support. As long as he remains steadfast, she and her son, along with her family, will not starve. Shen Liang, you have done well. Since you were so heartless, do not blame me for joining forces with Fang Peng. Shen Liang, from this day forth, we shall transform from spouses into enemies. As time passes, it swiftly approaches 4:30 p.m. In just 3 hours, night will begin to fall. Lu Yuanyuan grows increasingly anxious, not due to fear of Shen Liang's bullying, but rather in haste to conclude her departure. Typically, when managing her yoga studio, she ensures to return home for dinner by 7 p.m. at the latest. Even though the studio operates until 10 p.m., she always returns home to eat first. Occasionally, when work prevents her from having dinner at home, she is bombarded with calls from Fang Peng. Lu Yuanyuan's beauty and figure attract the attention of men, even when she walks down the street with her husband, and Fang Peng is particularly concerned about her fidelity when she is alone. 3 hours, allowing for travel time, would amount to a maximum of 2.5 hours. Who knows if that will suffice for Shen Liang's whims? Shen Liang's demeanor suggests he is the type to act quickly. Half an hour might not satisfy him. Lu Yuanyuan regards him with disdain, her self-talk laced with sarcasm. Yet her anxiety remains palpable. After much contemplation, she decides to inquire once more. This time, Shen Liang does not express anger, but instead utters words that cause Lu Yuanyuan to stomp her foot in frustration. I have stated that today, I am in charge. Mrs. Fang, if you are anxious, you may leave. If not, follow my instructions. I will arrive shortly, but until then, please purchase 2 bottles of fine red wine and acquire the items listed in the following images to take to the hotel room. The items are not merely written. They are a series of images depicting various necessities for a business negotiation. Although Lu Yuanyuan has never used these items, she is not unfamiliar with them. Upon realizing their purpose, she nearly bursts into tears, grabbing a cushion from the sofa and hurling it for an extended period before calming down. You are truly ruthless. Understand. After cursing Shen Liang vehemently, she reluctantly descends the stairs. Observing Lu Yuanyuan's response, Shen Liang cannot help but smile. He is not inherently sadistic. His interest in these matters stems from a sudden inspiration. Since he desires Lu Yuanyuan to assist Fang Peng in atoning for his sins, he decides to take this more seriously. Of course, prolonging the process of wearing down her patience, repeatedly delaying and rescheduling, is not only due to Shen Liang's own busy schedule, but also a deliberate tactic to exhaust Lu Yuanyuan's resolve. You hold your pride so dearly? I shall take pleasure in stepping on it. Wishing to humbly plead with me not to expose your secrets while maintaining your arrogance. Such a scenario is simply too good to be true. 1. Peng Real Estate, a large national chain of second-hand housing companies, awaits. This establishment serves as the largest flagship store in Linhai City, boasting a sales team of over 100 real estate agents and an impressive inventory of more than 10,000 properties. Among these, numerous high-end real estate transactions are conducted, which smaller firms cannot manage. Yet Wampeng Real Estate successfully navigates. The Longdu Huayuan, an 8-story luxury residence synonymous with the infamous Zhou Sandao, has proven to be a formidable challenge, and Wampeng dares to undertake its sale. They have aptly named this opulent estate Longdu Yihao Bieshu. Despite being on the market for over a year, with Zhou Sandao nearing his release from prison, this property remains unsold, having undergone several price reductions. Should I secure this deal, the title of sales champion would undoubtedly be mine, along with a commission exceeding 500,000. However, such dreams are futile. Although many can afford this residence, It is evident that no one wishes to gamble with their lives, considering Zhou Sandao is not merely a leader, but a fugitive. Listening to the discussions among her colleagues, Zhao Yuman, a newcomer at Wanpeng Real Estate, felt a deep yearning. She refrained from interjecting, acutely aware that among them, her performance was the least impressive. Although clinching the Longdu Yihao Bieshu would elevate her to sales champion, such a notion was beyond her wildest dreams. Keep pushing, Xiaoman. Perhaps one day luck will be on your side, and you'll surpass us veterans. Zhao Dajia, ever kind-hearted, attempted to engage Zhao Yuman in conversation. Recognizing her hesitance to speak up, unexpectedly, genuine laughter erupted nearby. While Xiaoman was indeed attractive, selling such a property requires more than mere looks. Zhao Jia, you might jest, but Xiaoman, don't take it to heart. Your sales skills are still lacking. Though not stated outright, the implication was unmistakable. Taking things seriously would lead to disappointment. Did you genuinely believe a newcomer could make a sale? Zhao Yuman merely smiled and accepted the underlying truth. As she prepared tea for Zhao Jia, the clock neared closing time, and the shop was nearly devoid of clients when Shen Liang entered. According to the shift schedule, Zhao Yuman was supposed to greet him. Yet the cunning Zhao Fang feigned ignorance and promptly approached Shen Liang with a flirtatious smile. Good day, sir. Are you looking to purchase or rent a property? Have you done any research in advance? If not, please share your requirements, and I shall assist you in selecting the finest home to ensure your utmost satisfaction. As Shen Liang prepared to respond, he noticed the Longdu Huayuan prominently displayed at the top of the sales chart. Is it named specifically? He inquired, pointing towards it. I wish to buy this one, Longdu Yihao Bieshu. Stunned for a brief moment, Zhao Fang's expression shifted from surprise to incredulity. Yet she maintained her composure and asked again, I beg your pardon. Did you say Longdu Yihao Bieshu, the property associated with Zhou Sandao? Upon receiving Shen Liang's nod of confirmation, Zhao Fang chuckled. Upon seeing Zhao Yuman return with water, she beckoned her. Xiaoman, your client. I assisted him briefly. The rest is up to you. Zhao Yuman was momentarily taken aback, nearly doubting her ears. The cunning Zhao Fang had voluntarily returned a client she had captured. Nevertheless, Zhao Yuman hurried to welcome Shen Liang. Upon their approach, both were momentarily stunned. Shen Liang? Zhao Yuman? They were college classmates. At that time, Zhao Yuman was the belle of the campus, while Shen Liang, though somewhat handsome, felt unworthy of such a paragon and could only harbor a secret crush. After a brief exchange, learning of Shen Liang's intention to purchase Longdu Yihao Bieshu astonished Zhao Yuman. Shen Liang, have you struck it rich? That is not the crux of the matter. Are you not afraid? Afraid of Zhou Sandao as retribution? Shen Liang reassured her, rest assured. My decision to purchase signifies thorough research on my part. You need not concern yourself with Zhou Sandao. Simply assist me in finalizing this property. In addition to the store commission, I will express my gratitude with a generous bonus as an old friend. An hour later, the news that Shen Liang had indeed signed the purchase agreement for Longdu Yihao Bieshu and had even paid a 5 million deposit sent waves through Wanpeng Real Estate. Meanwhile, Zhao Fang lamented her lost opportunity for a commission exceeding 500,000. The regret was palpable. The general manager, upon hearing the news, personally approached Shen Liang, assuring him of expedited processing for the property transfer. While Shen Liang was already aware of these procedures, he had his own requirements. First, I have paid a 5 million deposit. The house is secured. However, the down payment will need to be processed in 2 days. And there's no rush on the loan arrangements. We can handle that in 2 days as well. The manager, though puzzled, readily agreed, reasoning that with the deposit secured and the property having lingered on the market for over a year, the 2-day wait was inconsequential. Secondly, I require immediate access to the keys, as I am eager to begin renovations without delay. This should not pose an issue, I presume. Understandable, Mr. Shen. The keys are in our possession. Xiaoman, please retrieve the keys from Mr. Shen. As Zhao Yuman handed over the keys, she cast a nervous glance at Shen Liang, struggling to comprehend how her once inconspicuous classmate had transformed into a wealthy magnate. She yearned to converse with him, and the manager encouraged her to foster a connection. However, Shen Liang merely added her on WeChat and left his phone number. Xiaoman, shall we dine together one evening? I have other commitments. Let us arrange for another time. With that, Shen Liang departed, leaving Zhao Yuman in a state of bewilderment. In just 1 hour, he had purchased a property valued at 1.7 billion, and he left without even sharing a meal. Zhao Yuman excused herself to the restroom to gaze into the mirror. She appeared unchanged, her figure intact, skin fair, and makeup flawless. So why did Shen Liang seem so indifferent towards her? It wasn't the indifference per se. Rather, the day was waning. At the Mandu Hotel, in a luxurious room high above, Lu Yuanyuan awaited Shen Liang. She sent another voice message, pleading for him to hurry, eager to return home. Shen Liang chuckled coldly. Mrs. Fang, when Fang Peng engaged in those despicable acts, did you exhibit such urgency? As evening fell, Chen Laoding and his wife returned home with their grandson, Chen Xiaolong. The house had been tidied by Chen Shuang, yet a strong odor of chili lingered, mingled with an unmistakable scent reminiscent of urine, as if someone had soiled themselves in the living room. What on earth is that foul smell? Lu Yifan frowned. Chen Liang searched for his daughter, Chen Shuang, but could not find her. The 3-year-old Chen Xiaolong pinched his nose and exclaimed, "Who wet the bed? There's a puppy that peed inside. Bad dog, stupid dog. Unlike daddy, who is a good dog." Lu Yifan paid no heed to her grandson's expletives, instead dotingly lifting him into her arms. "Good Xiaolong, you're right. The bad dog peed inside. How infuriating for my precious Xiaolong." Chen Liang had already called Chen Shuang, and upon connection, he unleashed a tirade. "What's going on? Chen Shuang, we can tolerate you and Fang Peng being at home, but the stench is unbearable. We can't even eat dinner. Understood, we will dine out tonight." "It's on me." Chen Shuang's response silenced Chen Liang. The elderly couple exchanged amused glances. Such was their family dynamic. Even their daughter could bring them joy if it meant they could benefit from her. It is often said that familial bonds can be as flimsy as plastic, and perhaps this was a more sophisticated version of plastic family ties. Naturally, the only plastic connection lay between the father and daughter. The Chen family favored their son, Chen Haowen, whom they spoiled excessively. "Stupid boy, why aren't you home for dinner? Stop playing games. Return quickly. Your sister is treating us to dinner tonight." "On my way." Upon hearing the prospect of dining out, Chen Haowen was invigorated. However, when the family arrived at the restaurant, upon observing Chen Shuang's despondent demeanor, her face slightly darkened. I was taken aback. Upon learning the cause, Chen Liang slapped the table in indignation. "What? That scoundrel Shen Liang has divorced you? Has that rascal discovered your involvement with Fang Peng?" Witnessing the surrounding onlookers, Chen Shuang felt her temper rising. She hastily gestured for Chen Liang to sit down, exclaiming, "What are you shouting for? Do you fear that others can't hear you? What epitomizes a pig teammate? This is exactly a pig teammate." Chen Shuang deeply regretted discussing this matter at the restaurant. After a brief moment, she recounted the situation. Chen Liang was both furious and enraged. "All right, this Shen Liang has truly overstepped. If my wife is involved with another man, it is his own failure. If he could assist my daughter in securing a position at the hospital, would she even need Fang Peng?" This was Chen Liang's stance, which even garnered nods of agreement from his wife and son, as though infidelity were entirely justifiable while divorce was absurd. "That wretched fellow, I shall confront him now. Just watch me break his legs." Chen Liang attempted to rise, but was directly restrained by his wife and Chen Shuang. "Father, please do not create a scene. I have already stated that this divorce is irreconcilable, and it is all to protect Fang Peng. If this situation escalates and Shen Liang exposes it, not only will Fang Peng be implicated, but my position at the hospital will also be jeopardized." The hospital job was something Chen Liang held in high regard, especially with the prospect of becoming a chief physician, replete with monetary gains and gifts. Even for surgical procedures, neighbors would deliver red envelopes to their doorstep. Chen Liang abruptly calmed down. He could not allow his daughter's career to be jeopardized, nor could he permit Fang Peng to be dragged down because of this. "That wretched Shen Liang, I always thought him a despicable character. Hesitating to spend a few thousand on a phone for my brother-in-law, he has finally revealed his true colors." Chen Haowen ceased addressing him as brother-in-law and began to deride him. "That wild spawn," Chen Xiaolong muttered. "Isn't that scoundrel's father coming back? Why hasn't he returned for dinner?" Lu Yifan consoled her grandson, but cast a sharp glance at her husband and children, revealing a shrewish demeanor. "This matter shall be addressed at home. We must first contain Shen Liang, but he must pay the price." The meal lost its appeal, and after a hasty bite, they returned home. Chen Shuang then revealed another shocking piece of news. "What? You sold the gold we invested our retirement savings in to give Shen Liang as a divorce settlement. Chen Shuang, you wasteful child." Subsequently, Chen Shuang found herself besieged by her parents, brother, and even her own son. On another front, as the clock neared 7, the sky dimmed, and typically, his wife would be nearing home, yet today she had not yet returned. Ordinarily, Fang Peng would be anxiously calling by now, but today he was engulfed in gloom. Initially, it was merely a nagging doubt, but he soon confirmed a dreadful reality. Fang Peng had become impotent. While en route to the hospital from Chen Shuang's home, he experienced excruciating pain and swelling. However, after being attended to by numerous female nurses, he felt no reaction, which struck him as peculiar. Upon returning home, he immediately sought out his favorite adult films, usually igniting his interest within moments. Yet today, he had been home for 2 hours, having watched several films, but his body remained unresponsive, and his mind showed no desire for intimacy. Panic consumed Fang Peng. Had he fallen ill? Or had the chili oil left him with a serious condition? He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with terror. At that moment, his wife Lu Yuanyuan messaged him. "Darling, I might be home late. My friend is moving tonight, and I forgot to tell you. I just remembered. Once I finish the housewarming dinner, I'll head back." Shortly thereafter, she sent a video from the hotel restaurant. Look, I've arrived at the hotel. Don't worry, I'll drink sparingly. And I'll get a designated driver to ensure I get home safely. Upon sending the video, Lu Yuanyuan felt anxious, fearing Fang Peng would inquire about her friend and insist on a video call. However, Fang Peng replied, "It's all right, dear. We must give face to such matters. There's no need to rush home. I also have some business to attend to, as long as you're back before midnight." "Oh, okay, darling, please drink less as well," she replied, ending the conversation in a daze. How had he suddenly developed business to attend to? Little did she know, Fang Peng was anxious about her discovering his sudden impotence and the swelling issue, which only heightened his fear and led him to seek treatment at the hospital that very night. He specifically contacted a familiar doctor who was off duty, compelling him to return to work. Upon arriving at the hospital and seeing the doctor, Fang Peng was nearly in tears. "Dr. Lu, you must save me." The thought of never being able to be with a woman again drove him to the brink of despair. Moreover, while he could feign disinterest for the time being, over time, would Lu Yuanyuan not become frustrated with unfulfilled desires, ultimately insisting on intimacy? What would he do then? He was utterly incapable. Would she suffer because of him? Contemplating this, Fang Peng's internal lament deepened. At the hotel, Lu Yuanyuan appeared resplendent, while Shen Liang lounged arrogantly on the hotel sofa, facing a spacious floor-to-ceiling window that provided a stunning view of Linhai City at night. "Beautiful, truly beautiful," Shen Liang marveled. "Are you praising my beauty or the night?" Lu Yuanyuan playfully bit her lip, gracefully pouring red wine into the goblet extended by Shen Liang, who, however, did not drink, but instead gestured for her to do so first. As she slightly leaned to accept the glass, Shen Liang firmly grasped her hand, inflicting a painful grip that stirred an inexplicable thrill within her, causing her to tremble. "I cannot fathom why such a stunning misses. Fang is not cherished by Fang Peng, and instead seeks out that wretched Chen Shuang. Frankly, you are far more beautiful and possess a superior figure," Shen Liang remarked. Lu Yuanyuan nodded, feeling a twinge of pride, yet immediately chastised herself. "You're currently enduring humiliation. Lu Yuanyuan, maintain your composure. The loathsome man before you is vile and beneath contempt. Do not entertain any other thoughts." Just as Lu Yuanyuan brought the wine to her lips, Shen Liang fixed his domineering gaze upon her, savoring the wine's flavor with delight. "Sweet and rich, this is indeed an exquisite wine." It was a fine wine, not inexpensive, and Lu Yuanyuan had spared no expense to pacify the wretched Fang Peng. "Next, Mrs. Fang, you should be willing to discuss how your husband's despicable actions can alleviate my rage and resentment," Shen Liang suggested. Lu Yuanyuan felt a mixture of anxiety and fear. Yet Shen Liang guided her to the floor-to-ceiling window, where the precious night view shimmered outside. Shen Liang was captivated by the scenery, but the woman before him was the true focus of the evening. "What do you propose we discuss?" "I'm certainly willing to cooperate," Lu Yuanyuan offered. Shen Liang smiled knowingly. Her willingness to cooperate was perhaps the best response he could hope for. The graceful physique and the practice of yoga are indeed commendable, as they not only bestow upon individuals a perfect form, but also render their bodies more supple. Such individuals, in addition to being healthy, possess a certain beauty. After witnessing this firsthand, Shen Liang has confirmed this notion. He acknowledges that Lu Yuanyuan exhibits a remarkable talent in yoga. He surmises that he may need to reassess his understanding of the world. Previously, he had confined his perception of beauty solely to the ex-wife of a scoundrel, Chen Shuang, which now seems a rather narrow view. At this moment, Shen Liang is resolute in his belief that there are countless beautiful souls in this world, rendering Chen Shuang insignificant. There are an abundance of unexpected wonders, as evidenced by the scene before him. Shen Liang gently closes his eyes, exhales a deep breath, lights a cigarette, and gazes out the window. Seated on the sofa, he admires the view, while Lu Yuanyuan's expression reveals her melancholy. Who dares to claim that this world is devoid of beauty, or that life is not filled with happiness? Shen Liang observes Lu Yuanyuan, appreciating the nightscape outside as it merges seamlessly with her presence. He feels that the night still holds much potential. Regarding Fang Peng's matter, Lu Yuanyuan appears to harbor numerous uncertainties. Shen Liang is determined to resolve this issue thoroughly, aiming to clarify their mutual doubts and bring closure to the situation. "May I leave now? You have expressed all you wish to say, and I have promised to provide you with an explanation," Shen Liang states. Lu Yuanyuan's expression darkens, revealing her distress regarding Fang Peng's situation, which has evidently begun to wear her down. As she rises to approach the sofa, she stumbles and nearly falls, fortunately colliding with Shen Liang. As she lowers her gaze to depart, she notices the silent threat in Shen Liang's expression, which frightens her. "I truly wish to resolve this matter sincerely. Please grant me a chance, and I assure you I will address it earnestly. I implore you. I do not wish for this to escalate." Shen Liang smiles, moving closer and raising an eyebrow. "Upon returning home, I fear Mrs. Fang may leave me in the lurch." After all, your family is notoriously unreasonable in the neighborhood. Surely, Mrs. Fang wouldn't wish to deceive me? Lu Yuanyuan grits her teeth, muttering a curse under her breath. Shen Liang, however, remains indifferent and gestures toward direction. Discussing this matter has left me in a cold sweat. Your arrogance is somewhat futile. I have prepared some fine tea over there. Let us sit down and converse leisurely, provided that Mrs. Fang is sufficiently earnest in resolving this issue. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to pursue legal avenues. A courtroom confrontation could yield a satisfactory outcome for me, at least. Lu Yuanyuan finds this hard to believe. Shen Liang's domineering demeanor darkens her expression. If it truly comes to a courtroom clash, then it would spell disaster. She exclaims, biting her lip in desperation. Shen Liang, you cannot do this. We can still negotiate. There is no need for legal action. Just let me return home first. If Fang Peng discovers this, we will have ample time to discuss it later. Oh, next time? Shen Liang chuckles, observing that Fang Peng appears to be quite inept. I don't have any ulterior motives. I'm merely concerned. No need to worry. I overheard your conversation with Fang Peng. I can have you home before midnight. It's only 8 o'clock. We have plenty of time for a detailed discussion. Lu Yuanyuan's complexion darkens as she struggles to suppress her anger. Shen Liang, you could provide me with a figure. I believe that there is no issue that cannot be resolved with sufficient funds. If there is a problem, it is merely a lack of numerical value, correct? I am willing to entertain your lofty demands. Shen Liang rises, placing his hands behind his back as he stands by the window. This matter must be resolved properly. Otherwise, what is the purpose of a second chance at life? To be honest, what I desire most at this moment is not money. I believe Mrs. Fang has many solutions hidden away. Let's not squander them, shall we? He gazes at Lu Yuanyuan, his eyes reflecting a cold and commanding presence. Shen Liang opens his phone, revealing a video that lasts at least an hour, which serves as compelling evidence. Of course, this evidence is advantageous for Shen Liang. I have meticulously documented every piece of evidence. There will be ample opportunities to utilize it. Rest assured, nothing will go to waste. Fang Peng, you have an affinity for that wretched Qin Shuang. You are divorced now. Take her, for ultimately, this pair of scoundrels will meet their demise. Live well until the end of days, until I am satisfied with my returns, and then I shall personally conclude your tale. And now, as for your wife, Lu Yuanyuan, given that you have faltered, there is no need for you to dwell on her. The video has been preserved. I shall send it to you at the appropriate time. A smirk graces Shen Liang's lips. With this thought, he cannot help but find himself smiling enigmatically. Time stretches endlessly, and the night is splendid. This new life after rebirth is indeed promising. He opens a search engine and types in a name, Nanhu KG Company. Immediately, a plethora of recent news emerges. Nanhu KG Company listed today. The initial share price was 28 yuan per share. By the close of trading today, the stock price has plummeted to 19 yuan, a staggering decline of 32. On its first day of listing, Nanhu KG's market value has decreased by 32, closing at 19.7 billion. Investors in Nanhu KG are collectively selling their stocks, as many are not optimistic about the upcoming new game. Experts analyze that the sharp decline in Nanhu KG's stock price on its opening day is attributed to the lackluster performance of its card strategy game, Li Wang, which has resulted in a wave of player withdrawals. Veteran game planner Zhao Yu states that the failure of Nanhu KG's Li Wang portends a high probability of its upcoming game, Fang Shun, also floundering. These numerous reports render Nanhu KG Company utterly disparaged, simultaneously conveying a message to shareholders. Nanhu KG's stock is worthless. Today it has suffered a catastrophic drop of 32. Tomorrow it is highly likely to plummet once more. Upon reading this, Shen Liang feels a surge of excitement. Indeed, regardless of the transformation surrounding him, the trajectory of Nanhu KG's stock remains unchanged. In his previous life, Shen Liang dabbled in stocks, but due to Qin Shuang's control over the majority of his income, his investment capital was typically limited to a few thousand yuan, and any windfall he managed to accumulate was invariably siphoned off by her. Despite the meager capital, Shen Liang conducted extensive research on the stock market. In his previous life, when faced with Nanhu KG's stock, he, like many other investors, succumbed to the media and experts' opinions, believing that the peak had already been reached and that the company would soon face forced delisting, potentially setting a record for the fastest bankruptcy. However, the reality was quite the opposite. As Shen Liang hesitated time and again, he witnessed Nanhu KG ascend to prominence, leaving him filled with regret. Thus, the trajectory of the stock is etched in his memory. If memory serves, upon the opening of trading tomorrow, Nanhu KG is likely to continue its decline of around 10, presenting the ideal moment to invest. Shen Liang is filled with anticipation. There is no room for hesitation. He possesses 30 million yuan. At that moment, he will invest it all into Nanhu KG. The reason he arranged to postpone the down payment for the Longdu No. 1 villa from Wampeng Real Estate by 2 days is precisely to await the opportunity presented by Nanhu KG. In 2 days, Shen Liang will leverage this 30 million to earn the first substantial profit needed to prepare for the impending apocalypse. This sum is indeed quite extraordinary. Time passes swiftly and almost indignantly. Shen Liang has lost count of how many cigarettes he has smoked this evening when faced with pressing matters. Smoking more than usual is unavoidable. Lu Yuanyuan suddenly expresses disbelief. Shen Liang, you? Shen Liang responds by gesturing toward a box of pills on the table, followed by a cold, emotionless command. Take them. I hope Mrs. Fang can further expand the solutions. You are adept in business and possess a sharp mind. Do not tell me that you are unable to comprehend this. Next, let us take a stroll by the pool and enjoy the night while swimming. Lu Yuanyuan grits her teeth in frustration. Are you here to discuss matters? It seems you are intent on finding fault, aren't you? The entire situation involves numerous interests. Shen Liang is unwilling to concede, and Lu Yuanyuan is equally reluctant to relent. It resembles an international debate, lasting until 11 o'clock. Lu Yuanyuan grew increasingly anxious, acutely aware of the passage of time, the sense of urgency causing her heart to race. I must leave now, Shen Liang. You have already crossed the line today, and I expect you to honor our agreement. That document must never see the light of day. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Lu Yuanyuan stood up, her words laced with threats. However, to Shen Liang, this was nothing more than the bleating of a little lamb. Instead of feeling fear, he was tempted to strip away her defenses and feast upon her. Whether I honor the agreement depends on whether Mrs. Fang chooses to cooperate with me moving forward. What do you mean? Lu Yuanyuan gasped in shock. That wretched creature. She could hardly believe it. Was Shen Liang truly a devil? Upon hearing Shen Liang demand she pay the rent, Lu Yuanyuan exhaled sharply. 2 months' rent, even with a discount, amounted to 600,000. Indeed, Mrs. Fang was extravagant. Lu Yuanyuan departed, threatening Shen Liang not to contact her again. Yet, how could that be possible? For the next 2 months, whenever Shen Liang wished to find Lu Yuanyuan, she would have no choice but to appear. The following morning, Shen Liang experienced the breakfast at the Mandu Hotel for the first time. Lavish yet delightful. Seated in the opulent hotel dining room, he awaited the stock market's opening, directly searching for the stock code of Nanhu Technology. The opening price was 19, and he watched as the stock began to plummet. 186, 183, 179. In just 20 minutes, the decline reached 10%. Shen Liang, filled with tension, displayed signs of excitement. 171. Now is the moment. 30 million. Purchase all of Nanhu Technology. Chapter 12. Flirting. The construction of the Doomsday Fortress begins. As the market neared closure, the over 31 million in Shen Liang's possession dwindled to a mere few thousand for pocket money, with the remainder invested in Nanhu Technology stocks. Before the market closed, the stock price of Nanhu Technology began to stabilize, hinting at a potential upward trend. A glance at the news section revealed experts and social media influencers still proclaiming the impending delisting of Nanhu Technology, asserting that the decline would not truly cease. While the company remained silent. During lunch, Shen Liang opted to dine again at the Mandu Hotel. He overheard discussions about Nanhu Technology. A quick check on his phone revealed the official launch of the new game by Nanhu Technology, retaining its original name, as recalled by Shen Liang. Fang Shen, an adventure game. With the game's release, Nanhu Technology had arranged for popular gamers to download it and commence live, streaming promotional gameplay within seconds. This brought a smile to Shen Liang's face. The game's emergence signified the rise of Nanhu Technology. The lunch consisted of Western cuisine, included in the room fee. Thus, Shen Liang had no need to spend. The rent paid by Lu Yuanyuan was equivalent to the funds provided by Fang Peng, the green-haired turtle. This feeling was rather unique. Shen Liang felt he was not of a perverse character, yet at that moment, he experienced a sense of satisfaction. Damn it, that scoundrel Fang Peng. This matter cannot be resolved so simply. Time is on our side. We will address it gradually. In the time to come, aside from Lu Yuanyuan, who could be summoned to discuss solutions, he could occasionally call Yang Meru to chat at the hotel, for Shen Liang certainly had earned that right. Although lacking substantial evidence, would it matter? Yang Meru had already grown fearful, and the mere ability to indulge in the joys of a chairman was sufficient for Shen Liang. With the impending apocalypse, preparing for the end of the world was mentally exhausting. One must occasionally balance work and leisure. After the ice-cold apocalypse, there would be an extended period of confinement at home. Thus, Shen Liang planned to prepare for the end, while simultaneously charting a new course for his life. Excuse me. Ma disitere? Shen Liang slightly raised his head. Initially intending to refuse, he was instead captivated. A beauty, approximately 175 centimeters tall, weighing around 55 kilograms. With modest, yet appealing curves, her long legs rivaling those of international supermodels. Overall, she earned a score of 88, surpassing Lu Yuanyuan. This tall beauty possessed a delicately perfect, innocent visage. Please take a seat. Thank you. My name is Lin Qingya, an architectural designer with a passion for gaming. I just heard you mention the game, Fang Shen. Many people are skeptical about it, but I am quite optimistic and eager about it. Are you as well? May I ask your name? Shen Liang. Not too bad, not overly excited, but I do have some optimism. The beauty was cheerful. Initially, Shen Liang thought her to be a flirtatious girl, but as they conversed, he discovered her bright and sunny disposition, unlike those who frequent nightclubs for one-night stands. They exchanged contact details as fellow gaming enthusiasts. Upon seeing Lin Qingya's contact note, Shen Liang's eyes lit up. Miss Lin, you are a designer at the Universe Doomsday Fortress Design and Renovation Company? Lin Qingya beamed, her smile captivating. Indeed, I have been with Universe Company for 5 years, working on Doomsday Fortress designs. To boast a little, I am now among the top 3 designers in the company. As she spoke, Lin Qingya playfully leaned closer, whispering mysteriously. Just between us, the ranking is not in order. Up close, her features appeared even more exquisite. She was undeniably a beauty, with light makeup enhancing her natural charm. The youthful fragrance she exuded was delightful, evoking an irresistible urge to embrace her. What a coincidence! I am in need of renovating a Doomsday safe house and was planning to visit your Universe Company this afternoon. So now, Shen Liang stated. Lin Qingya was taken aback, unable to believe it. She then produced her business card, seemingly to affirm her identity. First and foremost, my credentials are entirely genuine. If you, Brother Shen, are serious and responsible, I am Lin Qingya, a senior designer at Universe Company, delighted to assist you. I can oversee everything, from quoting to design to construction. Lin Qingya smiled, resembling a spirited character from an anime. Shen Liang nodded, formally shaking her hand. Her palm was warm and smooth. Lin Qingya inquired, now? The question arises, is your residence a high-rise apartment, a standalone villa, or perhaps a self-built house in the countryside? Please don't misunderstand. This is not discrimination. But many wealthy individuals choose to construct their doomsday fortresses in remote suburban areas or even in the countryside. After lunch, at Longdu Jiyuan Community, within the premises of Longdu No. 1 Villa, gazing at the imposing 8-story villa, Lin Qingya was filled with disbelief. My goodness, Mr. Shen, you actually acquired this house. Then, Lin Qingya asked the question everyone would inevitably pose. Are you not afraid of the Wednesday knife? After Shen Liang expressed his lack of fear, he successfully earned Lin Qingya's admiration and respect. The way she looked at Shen Liang transformed, now imbued with admiration and curiosity. Although Shen Liang presented a clean-cut and somewhat handsome appearance, he was not the extraordinary handsome man that readers might envision. Nevertheless, he possessed his own charm. At this moment, the inexplicable charisma he exuded caused his image in Lin Qingya's eyes to soar. If he had previously rated 80, he now easily surpassed 90. To be honest, this is my first time visiting this house. The agent provided Shen Liang with more than one key. To be precise, it was an entire keyring, containing at least 20 keys. Fortunately, each key was labeled, making identification easy. Before entering the house, Shen Liang took Lin Qingya for a stroll around the garden, which was spacious, adorned with numerous plants, and featured a large swimming pool, a small garden, and a picturesque landscape with flowing water and bridges. Next, it was Lin Qingya's moment to showcase her expertise. She swiftly constructed the entire layout of the courtyard on a touchscreen laptop. While operating, she remarked, let us eliminate all the viewing areas. I recommend utilizing reinforced steel and concrete combined with insulation materials for the entire courtyard area. The roof should feature thickened double-layer tempered glass, while the surrounding walls should be reinforced to about 100 centimeters. We should also pour cement and install rebar in the middle to ensure sturdiness for habitation, vehicle storage, and material storage. Shen Liang nodded in agreement, promptly adding modifications. The roof should have a slope of no less than 45 degrees, with double-layer bulletproof glass. The heating grid must be at maximum power, and we should install retractable steel plate protective shading devices at the top of the sloped roof, which should possess certain thermal insulation capabilities and the ability to clear snow automatically. The walls must be reinforced to 2 meters, with a minimum of 3 layers of steel-reinforced concrete, each no less than 30 centimeters thick. The insulation materials should be of the highest quality, designed to withstand temperatures below minus 100 degrees. Additionally, please design some concealed mechanisms for the walls facing outward. With admiration for Shen Liang, Lin Qingya reminded, implementing these changes will at least triple the cost, won't it? No worries, just record as I instruct. As for the budget, I have no intention of cutting corners. We need to ensure absolute safety, even if it means being somewhat extravagant. Shen Liang replied. The next phase involved interior design, and Shen Liang's requirements were quite straightforward yet audacious. The villa's internal and external walls should be newly constructed with concrete. Each wall not less than 60 centimeters thick and featuring multiple layers of rebar, with the insulation layer still designed to withstand a minimum of 100 degrees. Once completed, the wall thickness will be approximately 8 meters, right? All windows should be replaced with bulletproof glass and frames, and we should install retractable bulletproof armor with insulation capabilities. All external doors, including those to the underground garage and even hallway doors on each floor, should be replaced with the highest security level blast doors. Currently, there are 2 elevators. We need to add a secret elevator at the edge. All electrical wiring should be upgraded to industrial grade, increasing the overall power capacity. And a smart control system should be implemented throughout the villa. Additionally, we should set up freeze monitoring outside the villa, including the basement. Currently, the water storage tank is only located on the top floor. It should be retained and reinforced with insulation to guarantee protection against freezing. Furthermore, each floor should have at least 2 water storage tanks, each no less than 300 cubic meters. We need to install 2 sets of air purification systems throughout the villa, one of which will serve as a backup. Similarly, we should have 2 water purification systems, with one also as a backup. A backup power generation system must be prepared, utilizing diesel, gasoline, and solar panels, ensuring sufficient fuel reserves for normal power supply during outages. The heating system should comprise at least 2 sets, one electric and one utilizing coal or wood for warmth. I'll stop here. Please supplement any deficiencies, as you are the professionals. Initially, Lin Qingya was brimming with confidence. However, as Shen Liang took control of the discussion, her confidence began to wane. Listening to Shen Liang's elaborate plans, she gazed at her extensive notes. Feeling a wave of anxiety wash over her, she turned to Shen Liang, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Excuse me for asking, but you aren't suffering from a severe case of apocalyptic delusions, are you? Indeed, that was rather presumptuous, but it's a fair interpretation, Shen Liang replied nonchalantly. Lin Qingya, with her professional insight, understood the gravity of the situation. Nonetheless, the level of this doomsday fortress exceeded her expectations, seeming at least 1 or 2 tiers above what she had envisioned for Shen Liang. Naturally, the price was equally staggering. Lin Qingya made some necessary additions and observed the densely packed renovation list. Shingu, you should brace yourself. I have a feeling that following your specifications, the final cost might be quite extravagant. Chapter 13. The aloof school bell can also be a sycophant. Fang Peng sets a trap. Shen Liang had some psychological preparation, yet he was still taken aback by the quoted price. Indeed, the renovation cost amounted to 60 million. In truth, I have already adjusted the price to a friendly rate. If I took this to the company for a quote, it would be impossible to get it done for less than 80 million. However, I must clarify that my quoted price of 60 million is merely an estimate. If the company increases the price based on this assessment, I will do my utmost to negotiate on your behalf, but the ceiling will certainly not exceed 70 million, Lin Qingya stated earnestly. Shen Liang was not naive. He understood the salesperson's tactics. Even though Lin Qingya appeared innocent and amiable, he remained cautious, not allowing himself to feel overly indebted to her words. How long will the construction take? Shen Liang inquired. Lin Qingya pondered for a moment, but before she could respond, Shen Liang declared a figure. Regardless of how many additional personnel or machinery you employ, or if multiple construction teams work around the clock, it must be completed within 2 months. He stated with utmost seriousness. Lin Qingya was taken aback. 2 months? How is that even possible? Perhaps it is achievable, but it will require meticulous scheduling and a significant increase in manpower, which may lead to additional costs, she conceded. Shen Liang understood this perfectly. The two proceeded directly to the Yuzhou company. Lin Qingya, armed with detailed renovation specifics, approached the professional budgeting department. After 3 rounds of calculations, coupled with Lin Qingya's sincere negotiations, the final renovation cost for the entire villa was settled at 85 million. I apologize, but due to the tight schedule, despite my efforts to negotiate, it still exceeded my initial estimate by 25 million. Lin Qingya sighed, raising her hands in resignation. Shen Liang instinctively ruffled Lin Qingya's hair. No problem. I appreciate your efforts. I can accept this price, provided you can complete it within 2 months. When it's done, I'll send you a substantial red envelope. Of course, if Miss Lin is interested in experiencing life in the Doomsday Fortress, I will be delighted to invite you as one of the first beautiful tenants. Ruffling her hair felt somewhat indulgent. Lin Qingya pouted but did not protest, especially as she noticed the envious gazes of her colleagues. They must have misunderstood, thinking she had a remarkably wealthy friend of the opposite sex. Her cheeks flushed slightly. How embarrassing. Such public displays of affection could lead to misunderstandings. And who would want to be your beautiful tenant? Not really? Lin Qingya's cheeks flushed even deeper, her gaze evasive. She hastily changed the subject. I need to hurry and finalize the blueprints for you. I won't have much time to rest, but once it's completed, we can chat more. Oh, by the way, the materials I've budgeted are nearly all zero formaldehyde, ensuring you can move in immediately after completion. In summary, leave the renovation details to me, Lin Qingya. I guarantee it will be splendid. Just wait to thank me. What a spirited young woman she was. Even her retreating figure radiated charm. Such a delightful and bashful girl was certainly worth a conversation. As for the payment, Shen Liang agreed to make a down payment of 30 million by the day after tomorrow at the latest. The house, keys, and even the purchase contract were all secured. A 2-day extension on the down payment was acceptable. After the apocalypse, Living in such a grand refuge would undoubtedly be dull. Finding beautiful tenants to occupy the space was not an unreasonable idea, though Shen Liang had yet to decide whom to invite. Alternatively, should he consider renting out rooms online? Zhao Yuman's WeChat voice message. Shen Liang, are you busy? If you have time tonight, I'd love to treat you to dinner as a token of my gratitude. Oh, if you're unavailable, that's fine too. We can reschedule for another day. I'm flexible. In her voice message, the school belle Zhao Yuman was visibly nervous. Although it was just a voice message, Shen Liang could vividly picture her anxious little face. Her cheeks flushed and eyes sparkling with apprehension, her delicate hands gripping her phone so tightly they turned pale. In the past, Shen Liang wouldn't have dared to engage in private conversations with Zhao Yuman. She was the epitome of beauty, an aloof school belle. The very essence of her aloofness had kept him at bay. If she were truly nervous, the individual in question is indeed Shen Liang. I suspect that Zhao Yuman is the aloof and proud person who speaks little. Currently, Shen Liang is exceedingly busy, yet he possesses a certain wicked sense of humor, even neglecting to respond to voice messages, offering only a few terse words. Oh, let's talk later. Upon reading these few words, Zhao Yuman, had it been anyone else, or even the old Shen Liang, would have felt angered, and her close friends would have surely berated him for his pretentiousness. Yet now, Zhao Yuman feels no anger. Instead, it seems entirely reasonable. Shen Liang is truly occupied, likely preoccupied with renovations and other matters. His succinct replies surely carry their own rationale. Zhao Yuman is adept at convincing herself. I'll ask you again tonight. I won't disturb you further, brother Shen Liang. You may continue your work. Accompanying this message is a cute selfie of Zhao Yuman taken in her boudoir. This set of images has never been shared with any male, only with her closest girlfriends, and she has insisted on confidentiality. The photo showcases Zhao Yuman in light summer sleepwear, adorned with delicate lace edges, radiating charm and beauty, her skin luminous like the moonlight, perfectly encapsulating the essence of a lovely maiden. Shen Liang could not help but smile at the sight. After all, it is Zhao Yuman, the former campus belle, who has taken the initiative to reach out to him. Brothers, what should I do? Speaking of which, after my rebirth and divorce, my romantic prospects seem to be overflowing. However, to be frank, Shen Liang's thoughts are eternally focused on preparing for the impending apocalypse, stockpiling supplies. Women are but a source of trouble, and he must not allow anything to hinder his readiness for the second apocalypse in this new life. On the other hand, Lu Yuanyuan returned home last night only to find Fang Peng absent. She felt a sense of relief and decided to take a shower and retire for the night. However, upon waking in the morning, she discovered Fang Peng sleeping in the guest room. Choosing to avoid complications, Lu Yuanyuan refrained from waking him and simply left for the yoga studio, where business awaited her. Her primary concern was inadvertently exposing the fact that she had spent the night with Shen Liang. Yet, Fang Peng was hardly asleep. In fact, he suffered a sleepless night. Once Lu Yuanyuan departed, he rose in frustration, taking medication and waiting an hour before indulging in his favorite educational videos, only to find no reaction after an hour. After lunch, he repeated this ritual, yet to no avail. Damn it, Shen Liang, what on earth did you give me? Fang Peng was nearing his breaking point. He refrained from sharing a bed with Lu Yuanyuan, fearing that she might want to engage in intimacy, and the thought of being discovered in such a state was unbearable. He resolved that he would only share a bed again once he was cured. If not, he would never again sleep in the same bed as Lu Yuanyuan. Even if she were to fall ill, this situation could not continue. He needed to confront Shen Liang for answers. However, calling Shen Liang resulted in being blocked, and sending him a message received no reply. He sought to meet Chen Shuang, and as they faced each other in the community park, both were left bewildered, each wishing to cry in mutual sympathy. Calling Shen Liang yielded the same result. Both were blocked and ignored. Infuriated, Fang Peng began to punch a nearby tree, regretting the pain in his wrist. Why are there so many construction teams at Villa Number 1? What are they building? Their curiosity led them to discover that someone had indeed purchased the property, leaving them to wonder about the audacity of such an individual. Soon, the entire villa was cordoned off, denying any visitors, with advertisements draped over the roof, concealing whatever was taking place inside. This was of little concern to Fang Peng, who remained preoccupied with his own predicament. Shen Liang, I implore you, what medication did you give me? Please spare me. I am willing to pay for an antidote. Name your price. Ultimately, Shen Liang responded. 5 million. What? Shen Liang, have you lost your mind? 5 million is enough for me to purchase 2 top-tier kidneys. Well then, go ahead and do so. Leave me be. I have no interest in dealing with fools. Fang Peng was infuriated. Who behaves like this? Yet, Shen Liang had effectively ensnared him. Fang Peng could indeed muster 5 million or even 10 million, as he had unexpectedly profited from selling various artworks and antiques gifted to him due to his position. Most importantly, his father had amassed considerable wealth. Trading 2 kidneys was unrealistic, yet the hospital still offered no solutions. Did he truly have to spend 5 million on an antidote? In reality, within a month, the effects would wear off. Shen Liang would not divulge this information to Fang Peng, nor did he possess the antidote derived from a mysterious seller believed to originate from an ancient jungle tribe. This was inconsequential. The key was to exploit Fang Peng. Shen Liang still had a few pills for erectile dysfunction set aside for him. I can provide you with 5 million, but do you truly dare to accept it? This is not a threat. It's fraud. Do you understand? In response, Fang Peng chuckled at Shen Liang's message. Who said I wanted to transfer the funds to my account? What do you mean? If you wish to buy, simply transfer the money directly to the buyer's account, which is an overseas account with no connection to me. Thus, I candidly inform you that I shall not receive a single cent. Fang Peng was bewildered. Was this for real? He was certain that Shen Liang did not possess an overseas account, a fact that Chen Shuang could corroborate. And even if he wished to establish one, the process was intricate and could not be accomplished swiftly. He was utterly perplexed. What was Shen Liang's intention? Did he genuinely intend to offer assistance without profit? Chapter 14. A reunion in the office. Lu Yuanyuan's new skin. Fang Peng possessed some prowess. The yoga studio he established for his wife, Lu Yuanyuan, was quite upscale, costing over $1 million annually in rent, with renovations exceeding $3 million, spanning 3 floors, each measuring 500 square meters. The clientele primarily consisted of affluent, leisure-loving socialites. Welcome, Boss Lu. Sister Yuanyuan, please help me with my back. This pose is quite challenging. Thank you. Every day, numerous beautiful patrons visited to practice yoga alongside various aerobic sessions. In response to the demands of high-end clients, Lu Yuanyuan recently invested heavily in a selection of gym equipment, exclusively for her wealthy female clientele, ensuring they need not venture elsewhere for their fitness needs. The number of female fitness instructors and yoga teachers exceeded several dozen. Given that 99% of the clientele were women, men were generally not permitted entry. Even Fang Peng would be dismissed by Lu Yuanyuan, who claimed it was to avoid disturbing the clients, while secretly fearing that he might engage with one of the women. Previously, there had been some emotional ties, but today, that perspective had shifted significantly. Fang Peng had been unfaithful and had a love child, while Lu Yuanyuan had spent hours conversing with Shen Liang in a hotel. This had gradually altered her mindset. Initially, she felt guilt over perceived betrayal, but upon reflection, she questioned where the betrayal lay. Was it not Fang Peng who had strayed first? Yet, she also pondered that regardless of the circumstances, she, Lu Yuanyuan, would never entertain any further entanglements with that despicable Shen Liang. He was merely a lowly cog in society, unworthy of her esteemed status as Mrs. Fang. Honey, I've identified a promising stock. I'm a bit short on cash. Could you transfer $1 million to me? $1 million? Is that reliable? But you have over 10 million in your account. How much do you intend to invest? Oh, that 10 million includes several hundred thousand tied up in investments. Rest assured, I won't squander it all. Cautiously skeptical, she contemplated. Lu Yuanyuan transferred 1 million to Fang Peng. The couple still possessed some assets. For Lu Yuanyuan, this sum was not particularly significant. It merely made her suspect that Fang Peng was being deceitful. Was it possible that he was sending money to Chen Shuang? That wretched woman? Lu Yuanyuan squinted her eyes, just as she was about to call Chen Shuang. A beautiful yoga instructor clad in tight leggings peeked in, casting dreamy glances at Lu Yuanyuan while pretending to knock on the open office door. Upon seeing Shen Liang, Lu Yuanyuan's heart tightened. How did he find her here? The beautiful instructor smiled and said, Sister Yuanyuan, this handsome guy claims to be your cousin. He said you called him over to discuss something. She was quite familiar with Lu Yuanyuan and leaned closer, whispering with a flirtatious smile, Your cousin is so handsome. If he is single, do remember to introduce him to me. Go, go, go. Close the door on your way out. Lu Yuanyuan exclaimed, blushing. I'll be on my way, Sister Yuanyuan. Handsome. I'll be in yoga room number 3. Feel free to come play with me. With a wink, she left. Shen Liang smiled back. The figure of a girl practicing yoga was indeed captivating. Her laughter was endearing, especially with the appealing silhouette of those olive green leggings. After closing the door, the beautiful instructor suddenly paused, murmuring to herself, When did I ever call him over to discuss anything? With a click, she saw Shen Liang locking the office door. And Lu Yuanyuan began to feel a sense of panic. What are you doing here all of a sudden? I paid a lot for that hotel room. Shen Liang slowly approached Lu Yuanyuan, cornering her against the desk. At that moment, she was so tense that she could hardly speak, the panic in her eyes betraying her. What am I here for? Naturally, I have matters to discuss with Mrs. Fang. Shen Liang grinned impudently, surveying the luxurious office environment. Today, Lu Yuanyuan was beautifully dressed, her yoga pants accentuating her figure. One must admit, no other attire seems to showcase Mrs. Fang's allure quite like classic yoga pants. You scoundrel. This is an office. Please mind your language. What is wrong with the office? I'm not here to do anything inappropriate. Mrs. Fang, you might be misunderstanding me. Do you think I'm a villain? Complimenting someone's beauty, even on television for a global audience, is not illegal. This is certainly broadcast-worthy content. Where's my lack of decorum? You. Is there even a need to misunderstand? Are you not a rogue? Lu Yuanyuan dared not speak further. However, Shen Liang's words and actions were not in sync. You scoundrel. This is my office. Shen Liang, don't go too far. It had been quite some time since Shen Liang had emerged. The beautiful yoga instructor was growing increasingly frustrated. Little did she know, Shen Liang was engrossed in a conversation with Lu Yuanyuan about many matters, and it would take a while before he emerged. Shen Liang, you're a scoundrel. You are the most despicable villain in the world. I will certainly find a chance to kill you. Shen Liang was unfazed by Lu Yuanyuan's foul language. In fact, her resentful glances only served to heighten his sense of achievement. He was here for vengeance. Why should he care if she wanted to kill him? Feel free to curse, but I advise you not to glare at me with that haughty expression. It could easily provoke my anger. I am not above resorting to violence. This statement caused Lu Yuanyuan to turn her head away in fear. However, Shen Liang's next words left her in disbelief. Right now, you may not wish for it, but in the future, you will thank me. After all, Fang Peng's affliction may not be easily cured. Affliction? Fang Peng. Lu Yuanyuan was aware that Fang Peng had some issues. She suspected he was seeking medication from Qin Shuang. But what was the cause of his impotence? Shen Liang showed Lu Yuanyuan the chat history with Fang Peng, where Fang Peng mentioned preparing 5 million to buy an antidote, while simultaneously requesting Shen Liang's account details. Pleading with him not to disclose this to anyone, especially not to his wife, Lu Yuanyuan. Shen Liang, being kind-hearted, naturally informed Lu Yuanyuan immediately. Upon learning that it was Shen Liang's medication that had caused the issue, Lu Yuanyuan furiously rebuked him. I'm a scoundrel? Did you not see the surveillance video? At that time, I hadn't divorced Qin Shuang yet. Fang Peng went to my house and ingested the medication I left on the table. Did I actively harm him? Or did he bring this upon himself? Speak. Tell me. As Shen Liang suddenly grasped Lu Yuanyuan's neck, nearly choking her, she saw the slightly menacing expression on his face, and for the first time, she felt genuine fear. Did he truly dare to kill her? After a long moment, Shen Liang released her and before leaving, told Lu Yuanyuan, rest assured, I came simply to chat and take a stroll around Mrs. Fang's yoga studio. I've been feeling increasingly robust lately. A day without exercise feels suffocating. As for our previous agreement, as long as Fang Peng doesn't seek his own demise, I want to expose any damaging information. Don't worry, Mrs. Fang. With that, Shen Liang closed the door behind him. Lu Yuanyuan felt some of her fear dissipate. A demon. He's a demon. After leaving Lu Yuanyuan, Shen Liang headed straight to the airport. While waiting for his flight, he received a message from Fang Peng. Shen Liang, as per your request, I have transferred the money into that overseas account, 5 million in total. I wonder when I can receive the medication? Shen Liang smiled faintly and replied, I advise you to choose your words carefully. What do you mean by as per my request? I stated that I won't earn a single cent from you, nor has the money been transferred to my account. When you receive the medication, you will know. Just wait quietly for it to be delivered. Don't contact me further to avoid misunderstandings. He refused to respond to any further messages. He genuinely wished to share the events of the past few days with Fang Peng, but after some contemplation, he decided against it. Perhaps the time was not yet ripe. The apocalypse was still far off. For now, he would slowly toy with Fang Peng, tormenting him step by step, until the grand reveal at the end seemed all the more satisfying. Before boarding, Shen Liang used a newly purchased unregistered phone card to dial an overseas number. Mr. Shen? Lao Ma, the 5 million advance payment has been received, right? Ah, yes, it has arrived. Mr. Shen, you truly deliver on your promises. Rest assured, I will prepare that 100 million worth of goods for you immediately. I'll come to retrieve them at nightfall. We are all compatriots from Longhua. Do not attempt any tricks or provide me with opportunities to harm my brothers. What sort of talk is that? I've been in the arms business for over a decade. I have the backing of a prominent arms manufacturer from the beautiful country. I guarantee with my life that your goods, Mr. Shen, will be of the highest quality, no deceit involved. You can inspect them on the spot. After hanging up, Shen Liang walked through the first-class cabin and boarded the plane, destination, the border of Myanmar. Chapter 15, The Arms Dealer, Lock Group, charging through northern Myanmar. The plane flew directly to the northern Myanmar border, which was Shen Liang's predetermined route. As for the entry visa, such small places as northern Myanmar were easy to handle. Shen Liang spent a bit more money to procure a fake certificate. Awkwardly, he had invested all his money in stocks and nearly found himself short of funds for the fake certificate. Fortunately, he managed to extract some from his Huabei account. What was the purpose of going to northern Myanmar? Naturally, to purchase arms. Shen Liang had experienced the brutality of the apocalypse, although he did not endure its later stages. The days leading up to his death had deeply ingrained in him the ugliness and cruelty of human nature. When people realized that no one was coming to their rescue, when they understood that food and water sources had been cut off, when they recognized that the apocalypse had truly arrived, there were no laws, no police, no order. In that moment, all primal desires and ugliness in humanity were laid bare, erupting within a short time. People killed for a pack of instant noodles. They wielded knives for a piece of bread. They even broke down doors, committing murder and theft, cooking flesh in their pots. Shen Liang was reborn. Yet, the apocalypse would inevitably replay itself. Although the apocalyptic safe house that is being prepared can provide Shen Liang with a comfortable and secure environment amidst the frozen wasteland, it cannot be relied upon as a means of self-defense. A knife may serve as a basic weapon for protection, yet it remains rather rudimentary. When confronted by those intent on taking one's life, one may not even have the time to draw the blade before being eliminated. In instances of overwhelming numbers, even the longest of knives appears pitiful and powerless. In a world where order has collapsed, the most formidable killing instruments are undoubtedly firearms, handguns, submachine guns, Gatling guns. Although the sanctuary currently has no plans to allow such weapons inside, Shen Liang firmly believes that firearms are never excessive. The more, the better. Who knows when the need to assemble a post-apocalyptic army might arise. Even as a lone wolf, firearms can eventually malfunction. Ultimately, the greater the arsenal, the better. On the other end of the line, the individual conversing with Shen Liang in the language of Longhua is a second-hand arms dealer operating within the northern borders of Myanmar. As he claims, the weapons he sells originate from the beautiful nation, but he also manages merchandise from the country of the White Bear. Shen Liang invested considerable effort to find this channel, ultimately learning of it through an acquaintance. He harbors no concerns about being swindled. After all, the advance payment is covered by Fang Peng, meaning the most he would lose is Fang Peng's 5 million. For Shen Liang, his 5 million serves merely as a token of intent, a non-refundable deposit that solidifies his status as a genuine client. Merely placing an order without such a commitment would render him a nuisance, potentially jeopardizing even his chance to be received. After all, he is proposing a colossal arms order worth 100 million, encompassing a vast array of light and heavy weaponry. The majority consists of handguns and submachine guns, but there will also be sniper rifles such as the Barrett, heavy machine guns, Gatling guns, rocket launchers, bayonets, military knives, various models of grenades, and even explosives. The assortment of ammunition is notably abundant, with the most commonly used bullets totaling over 10 million rounds. Were it not for the concern of attracting trouble that could ensnare him, Shen Liang might even consider acquiring tanks and armored vehicles. Now, after Fang Peng has transferred the 5 million deposit, Shen Liang has no intention of settling the remaining 95 million balance. Yet he has yet to devise a detailed plan for how to acquire 100 million worth of equipment and ammunition without payment. After all, as the apocalypse looms, who would be willing to provide anything for free? In northern Myanmar, a man named Ma Yongquan, his face marred with scars and an imposing demeanor, is currently engaging in a conversation with a foreigner, utilizing broken English. The 5 million has arrived. Mr. Eric, shall we prepare the order for our client, Mr. Shun from Longhua? Indeed, 5 million deposit. Cash on delivery? The foreigner, Mr. Eric, clad in a designer suit, exhibits the demeanor of a cunning businessman, despite his polished appearance. He is a genuine arms dealer. A significant portion of the arms in northern Myanmar and even across Southeast Asia passes through his hands. Although many arms dealers exist, he stands out as one of the most successful. Shen Liang's choice of this dealer is due to his ample inventory. That's right, Mr. Eric, 100 million Longhua coins, equivalent to a whopping 17 million US dollars. This will be a lucrative deal for you. Ma Yongquan is aware that he too will earn a substantial commission from this order. However, in the arms trade, akin to dealing in illicit substances, morality is often disregarded, and the pursuit of profit knows no bounds. To maximize their earnings, they may engage in dubious practices. Mr. Eric nodded with a sinister smile. Old Ma, you have been with me for several years and have facilitated numerous large orders, but this 100 million deal is the largest in quite some time. We have plenty of stock to fulfill it. However, have you inquired into this person's identity? The purpose behind the arms purchase is crucial. If his background is solid, we will tread lightly. If it is ordinary, 100 million worth of arms will not be easily handed over to the buyer. Ma Yongquan is well aware of these nuances and is not surprised. I had someone inquire domestically. This man named Shen Liang is relatively unknown, lacking significant connections. However, Mr. Eric, as you understand, some individuals fabricate false identities. This fellow is most likely a mercenary from small organization. The internationally renowned mercenary groups have deep ties with our company, and it's unlikely they would send a novice to purchase arms. I suspect he may hail from a smaller mercenary band. However, considering the volume of arms he seeks, it is questionable whether a minor group could handle such a load. Do you think it is possible that this individual is a second-hand dealer profiting from conflict in a small, war-torn nation? Such individuals do exist. Much of the war profit is indeed generated by the beautiful nation, yet some factions resist it and procure arms through alternative channels. Nevertheless, it is inconsequential. Whether from a small mercenary group or a war profiteer, they are insignificant to our enterprise. The larger mercenary factions would never dare to cross the lock group, let alone trifling individuals such as these. Thus, Ma Yongquan chuckled, aligning himself with Eric in a conspiratorial manner. Let us follow the usual protocol. Prepare the arms worth 100 million for him, but to take them away, he must incur additional costs. Otherwise, I'm afraid not only will he lose his 5 million, but he may also have to stay as a guest. Eric and Ma Yongquan exchanged glances, both wearing sinister smiles. Meanwhile, Shen Liang has just disembarked from the plane, but refrained from contacting Ma Yongquan immediately. Instead, he meandered to the talent market. While referred to as a talent market, those in the know understand that such places are filled with individuals willing to work for low pay. Skilled laborers are hard to find, while those willing to perform miscellaneous tasks are abundant, negotiating daily wages. Boss, what work is available? Boss, I'm strong. How many do you need? We're cheap. This area lies on the border between Longwa and northern Myanmar, with many workers being locals from Myanmar. They are diligent and inexpensive, which makes them appealing to many employers. Shen Liang did not hastily recruit workers. Instead, he observed carefully. Ultimately, he selected 10 local individuals familiar with the jungle terrain, offering them an astonishingly low wage of 100 Longwa coins each for a day's work. Finding locals would have been significantly more expensive. Boss, what tasks will we be doing? Shoo, don't be so naive. Just do what the boss says. No questions asked. Yes, I was wrong, Long Shu. The 10 individuals were acquainted, and one elder among them took the lead in managing the group. Shen Liang, appreciating the elder's efforts, generously rewarded him with an extra bill, eliciting a broad grin from Long Shu. Before long, each member was outfitted with a set of camouflage clothing, military green hats, and black face coverings. Wow, we get new clothes? After distribution, Shen Liang rented a van under Long Shu's name, with the rental fee also covered by the elder. You all can return the vehicle once you're done. Aren't you coming back, boss? No need to worry about me. The vehicle bore the plates of both nations. Once they were on the road, the group headed directly toward the northern Myanmar border. Following Shen Liang's planned route, combined with Long Shu's familiarity with the nearby forests, they quickly pinpointed the target area. The vehicle remained hidden in a secluded spot at the foot of the mountain. Shen Liang issued a few instructions to the group, which were straightforward. They merely needed to follow his gestures. Concealed within the thicket, a reaction is all that is required. Boss, is our task truly this simple? Long Shu expressed his surprise. Shen Liang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is that straightforward. However, I must caution you all, once the action is completed, depart at the utmost speed without lingering. Once the 10 of you are gathered, there is no need to wait for me. Simply drive away, and we shall part ways. Your task will then be considered complete. Be vigilant, for there exists a rather fierce group in the vicinity. Upon hearing this, Long Shu's nephew chuckled. Rest assured, boss. We are well acquainted with these woods. No one will be able to pursue us here. Shen Liang felt satisfied. If that is the case, then it is settled. With everything in place, let us commence. After parting ways with the 10 migrant workers, Shen Liang chose not to enter the woods, but instead retraced his steps to the road at the foot of the mountain and dialed Ma Yongchuan's number. Thank you for bringing me here, master. Please take care. Shen Liang feigned gratitude. He then proceeded to vent his frustration over the phone. Hey, it's me. Shen, I must say, Lao Ma, your location is incredibly desolate. I ventured into the depths of North Africa, and it is not as barren as this. Are you up in the mountains or down below? Hurry up and come get me. I'm practically roasting out here. After hanging up, Shen Liang revealed a hint of amusement in his smile. With an intention of 5 million as a down payment, I'm ordering goods worth 1 billion. Is it unreasonable for me to collect tens of billions worth of merchandise shortly? Chapter 16. The display of wealth and intimidation. Where did the arms go in the pursuit of science? I apologize, Mr. Shen, for the delay. You should have called me earlier. I would have waited for you at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, Ma Yongquan had arrived to collect Shen Liang. He scrutinized Shen Liang, noticing no visible scars nor overly dark skin, evidently differing vastly from the mercenaries and assassins he had envisioned. What are you staring at, Lao Ma? Envious of my fair skin? Or are you pondering my identity, mistaking me for a refined individual due to my pale appearance? Shen Liang instantly discerned Ma Yongquan's sitofts, causing a flicker of surprise within him. This ability to read minds instilled in Ma Yongquan a newfound respect for Shen Liang, who quickly donned a smile. Nodding, yet shaking his head. It is mere curiosity, I assure you, with no ulterior motives. On behalf of the Lock Group, I wholeheartedly welcome you, Mr. Shen. As for the specifics of your work, that is a private matter. What truly matters is the successful completion of our business transaction. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Shen? Shen Liang laughed awkwardly, feeling inwardly resentful. This Ma Yongquan is certainly not a good egg. Shen Liang pretended to casually open a stock trading application, simultaneously lamenting the slow internet speed while browsing through various pages. As he opened a particular page, Ma Yongquan's gaze inadvertently drifted over, catching sight of a series of numbers that nearly dropped his jaw. Mr. Shen is into stock trading as well. Stocks valued at 300 million, Mr. Shen truly possesses remarkable audacity. Shen Liang chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing much, just dabbling a bit. Unfortunately, I have quite a few brothers to support, and without making proper profits, I cannot sustain this bunch of rascals. This statement subtly hinted at his wealth and numerous associates. Ma Yongquan picked up on this signal, confirming that Shen Liang was indeed a significant client. A person dabbling in 300 million worth of stocks must possess at least several billion in their accounts. As for the multitude of brothers, Ma Yongquan found himself puzzled. Why, with the larger arms clients that their company already had connections with, was Shen Liang still relatively unknown? He couldn't help but suspect Shen Liang was lying. Yet here he was, casually discussing 1 billion worth of arms while engaging in 300 million worth of stocks. Ma Yongquan concluded that he needed to have another conversation with his boss, Eric. Of course, those 300 million in stocks belonged to Nanhu Technology. On its inaugural day on the stock market, Nanhu Technology plummeted by 32%. Even on the second day, which was today, it suffered a further 10% decline. While the majority were selling off in despair, Shen Liang directly invested 30 million into Nanhu Technology, coinciding with the launch of their new online game, Fang Peng. While the public remained skeptical, gamers were enthralled, with the gaming experience being unexpectedly delightful, resulting in a retention rate exceeding 85%, a remarkably high figure in the industry. From that moment on, Nanhu Technology began to rise against the tide, surging upward. Throughout the afternoon, the stock price multiplied tenfold. Shen Liang's 30 million investment soared to a value of 300 million. As the stock market closed, trading was no longer an option. And Shen Liang had no intention of selling, as it was not yet the optimal time. The reason he opened the application in front of Ma Yongquan was purely to flaunt his wealth. To put it bluntly, it was to intimidate this young man. Shen Liang's subtext was clear. If you lot group comply and serve me well, I shall indeed return as a patron, for I possess ample funds. Indeed, there was no shortage of funds. As for whether to share them, that was a matter for another time. After a considerable ride, though not particularly far, the path was simply not well maintained. Eventually, they arrived at a large compound resembling a military base, complete with a 6-story office building and numerous vast warehouses, which were presumably the arms depots. After the tiring journey, Mr. Shen, let us first have a meal. Our boss, Mr. Eric, has prepared a sumptuous dinner for you, along with several exotic beauties to ensure you have a delightful evening. Shen Liang chuckled lightly, shaking his head in refusal. There's no need for a meal. My brothers happen to be on mission nearby. After signing the contract and inspecting the goods, I shall borrow a rugged vehicle from your company and head over to join them. His words were convincing, and Ma Yongquan readily accepted them, though internally he harbored doubts about the nature of the task at hand. Before long, Eric, the boss, appeared, greeting Shen Liang politely before intending to accompany him to the arms depot for inspection, accompanied by a dozen armed bodyguards. As the armed personnel suddenly appeared on either side, Shen Liang's tone turned slightly frosty. Lao Ma, I am completely unarmed and have brought no weapons. There is no need for this ostentatious display of firearms directed at me. Are you afraid I might single-handedly annihilate your group? Or do you fear I am concealing an atomic bomb? Ma Yongquan was taken aback. Before he could explain, Shen Liang stood his ground, gazing toward the lofty mountain forest in the distance. Raising his hand slightly, he remarked, I must remind you that such discourteous behavior towards me will displease my brothers. An unnecessary conflict may arise, which will be quite unfortunate. Before his words faded, from within the forest, the 10 members of the Myanmar group, previously dispersed, received the signal from Long Shu via intercom. Move. The forest extended for over 10 kilometers. Almost simultaneously, flocks of birds took flight, startling the armed personnel beside Eric into a state of alert. Everyone present, including Ma Yongquan, understood the implication. It indicated that at least 10 locations harbored soldiers armed to the teeth, likely with hidden snipers at each point. Ma Yongquan and Eric exchanged glances, both internally shaken. This Shen fellow truly arrived with armed associates. Given the scale, their numbers were likely considerable, with the enemy concealed and himself exposed. Should a conflict arise, even with locked groups, numerous armed security personnel, bloodshed would be inevitable. Wealthy individuals universally fear for their lives. Soldiers may fall without consequence. But Eric was anxious about being caught in the crossfire. He hastily signaled for the armed bodyguards to lower their weapons, hurriedly offering explanations. A misunderstanding. My men are simply inexperienced. Mr. Shen, you are an important client. How could the locked group harbor any hostility towards you? Within the gates of the locked group stood numerous armed soldiers. While they had merely hired a few inexpensive actors, they could not afford to let matters escalate. Seeing the situation improve, Shen Liang also donned a smile. Ah, it seems this was merely a misunderstanding. That is good. Take me to see the goods. On the way to the armory, Shen Liang continually sought to calm himself. Damn it, to say he was not nervous would be a lie. Fortunately, Eric was sufficiently cowardly, and his intimidation was not excessive. It served as a subtle display of strength. Should a confrontation arise, it would not matter if it was staged or real. No one could expect to gain the upper hand at the lock group, which was guarded by hundreds of armed soldiers. Earning respect was Shen Liang's ultimate goal. Upon entering the ammunition depot, a buzzing alarm sounded. Eric quickly gestured to his subordinates. How rude. The esteemed Mr. Shen has arrived. And you did not think to turn off the detectors in advance. Yes, my apologies. I will take care of it right away. His subordinate hurried to comply. Eric smiled and nodded at Shen Liang. As Shen Liang surveyed the armory, filled with boxes of weaponry sealed with discount tags, he felt a mixture of awe and envy, and casually inquired, with such a formidable security team, does the armory still require detectors? Surely no one would dare to rob the lock group's armory. That would be tantamount to seeking death. This flattery delighted Eric immensely, who thought, at least you recognize quality. The lock group is indeed this powerful. Eric replied, it is simply a precaution. In truth, our security team has a fearsome reputation. No one would dare to attempt a heist here. Mr. Shen, feel free to look around the several armories we have. I've instructed them to temporarily disable the detection devices to ensure you are not inconvenienced. Enough. You need not follow me in such numbers. Old Ma can accompany me alone. Too many people are bothersome. Old Ma, make sure to give a proper introduction. Mr. Shen, what vehicle do you desire? I will have someone prepare it with a full tank. There is no rush to return it. You can give it back when the delivery is made. A bulletproof military Hummer would suffice. Mr. Shen has discerning taste, understood. Eric then led his men away. Old Ma began to guide Shen Liang through the armory. After all, Shen Liang was alone and unarmed, and with so many soldiers outside. No one worried that he posed any threat to the armory. Mr. Shen, please take your time. I will arrange for a few unmarked firearms, fully loaded for you to test the feel. The quality of our lock company's goods is absolutely exceptional. As Old Ma went to fetch the guns, Shen Liang could hardly contain his excitement, contemplating how to transport these weapons. He indeed possessed a storage space and had been practicing its use over the past few days. If possible, he could even store the entire ammunition boxes, complete with shelves, but that would be too ostentatious. Should he proceed with such an act, it would likely result in dire consequences. Could he possibly only store the internal firearms and leave the empty boxes behind? Shen Liang tentatively gazed at a large box containing 10 AK-47s. Focusing his mind, he was astonished to find that he could indeed lock onto the weapons inside. The next moment, he attempted to retrieve them. Whoosh! The box was empty in an instant. Looking into his storage space, he saw 10 brand-new AK-47 automatic rifles neatly stacked within. He had bypassed the box, only taking the contents. Damn it, it actually worked. At that moment, Shen Liang's eyes sparkled with delight. 2 hours later, after testing various firearms, Ma Yongquan led Shen Liang through at least 10 different armories. Shen Liang appeared to be casually observing, yet he remained vigilant. Finally, having played his part well enough, Shen Liang accepted the car keys and cheerfully entered the vehicle. Old Ma, Mr. Eric, tomorrow morning, I will bring the convoy and the money to collect the goods. By tonight, everything should be ready, correct? Upon hearing this, Eric beamed with satisfaction. Mr. Shen, you require a substantial amount of goods, but there is no need for advanced preparation. After all, our lock group's Northern Myanmar branch routinely stocks at least several billion worth of goods. When your convoy arrives tomorrow, our hundreds of personnel will assist in loading, ensuring you leave fully loaded. That is good. Then we shall meet at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Mr. Shen, have a safe journey. See you tomorrow. Shen Liang drove away. After departing the lock group's compound, just a short 2 kilometers distance, his heart raced with anxiety. It wasn't until he was a full kilometer away, confirming that no one was pursuing him, that he finally relaxed. There was no need for further delay. He pressed the accelerator to the floor and made a swift escape. As for the 9 o'clock appointment tomorrow, they could wait. There was no rush. Safely navigating to the border under the cover of darkness, Shen Liang swiftly stored the formidable military Hummer into his storage space. Just before the curfew at the national border, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief upon crossing into the territory of Longhua, looking at the mountain of various firearms in his storage space. With bullets piled as high as sand dunes and an assortment of grenades casually stacked, Shen Liang's face broke into a radiant smile. This trip to northern Myanmar was undoubtedly a success. Meanwhile, back at the lock company, after bidding farewell to Shen Liang, Ma Yongquan continued to discuss with Eric whether they should extract more money from Shen Liang. After all, having revealed his wealth, it would be a disservice not to capitalize on Shen Liang's bank balance. However, 3 hours after Shen Liang's departure, a panicked individual rushed in to report, "Boss, many firearms and ammunition have inexplicably vanished from the storage boxes." Eric thought he misheard and immediately leaped to his feet. Vanished? Are you joking with me? Half an hour later, Eric and Ma Yongquan were nearly limp with disbelief as they gazed upon the armory, filled with empty boxes strewn across the floor. The seals remained intact, yet the boxes were empty. Ma Yongquan was nearly pulling his hair out, exclaiming Damn it, is this haunted? Where have all the arms gone? Chapter 17, A Mountain of Arms. The beautiful instructor Zhang Manru. At 11 o'clock at night, the lock group was unable to cross the border during the curfew. However, leveraging their considerable influence, they hired many individuals within the Longwa border to search every hotel and inn throughout the night, targeting a man named Shen. Yet, they were destined to search in vain. At that moment, Shen Liang had already arrived at Linhai City on a late-night flight. In a luxurious suite on the 80th floor of the Mandu Hotel, Shen Liang lay nearly sprawled on the bed, gasping heavily. Even after several hours had passed, he still found it difficult to calm himself. It was not merely anxiety. Excitement mingled with trepidation. Reflecting on the entire process, he recognized how perilous it had been. From hiring 10 laborers to arranging for them to don camouflage uniforms and pose as mercenaries, infiltrating the mountainous jungles near the lock company's base, and coordinating with Shen Liang. Every step was fraught with potential pitfalls. If those 10 laborers had turned against him or betrayed him to the lock group, any one of those possibilities could have placed Shen Liang in grave danger. Even if everything had proceeded flawlessly, had Eric not been such a cowardly figure, Shen Liang might have found himself in peril. After all, they were arms dealers, wielding the largest stockpile of weapons globally. They may not be as ruthlessly cruel as those in the drug trade, but when it came to military prowess, arms dealers were not to be underestimated. If Eric had taken offense at Shen Liang's actions, perceiving them as a provocation, he might not have killed a major client on the spot, but tensions could have escalated. Shen Liang would never again have the opportunity to wander the armory alone, nor would he expect the cessation of all monitoring devices. Moreover, had his storage space been unable to directly retrieve the contents of the boxes, he would have had to risk taking the entire boxes along with him. In such a scenario, the danger would multiply tenfold. All one could say was that it was a thrilling and perilous escapade. Everything is just perfectly in place. This entire plan seems rather hasty, yet the outcome is flawless. Good day, sir. May I offer you our services? A woman's voice echoed through the phone. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Liang hung up. What kind of trivial services could one possibly need? At this moment, Shen Liang desired nothing more than to quietly remain in his room for a while, gazing out at the nightscape. His erratic heartbeat gradually began to stabilize. This experience prompted some introspection for Shen Liang, yet he held no regrets. Rather, he considered it a valuable lesson. Before the apocalypse, these arms dealers appeared intimidating. But after the world fell into chaos, everyone transformed into a fearsome devil. Of course, Shen Liang now possessed a substantial arsenal, and with the return of the end times, he felt no anxiety. Anyone daring to provoke him could certainly test their luck. The Dragon Kingdom prohibits firearms. So even amidst the collapse of order and the prevalence of violence, few could acquire weapons. In such circumstances, Shen Liang needed not sophisticated arms. A simple handgun would suffice to eliminate any challenger. With such an abundance of firearms, it felt as though the quantity exceeded 1 billion. When he seized the arms from the lock group, Shen Liang was exceedingly nervous, paying little attention to the count. His only thought was to gather as much as possible, relentlessly and without pause. The more, the better. Now, however, as he examined his storage space, he was astounded. Goodness, there must be thousands of handguns, submachine guns, and automatic rifles numbered in the tens of thousands. Bulletproof vests, submachine guns, Gatling guns, grenades, rocket launchers, bullets, countless beyond measure. The ammunition had piled into a small mountain, far surpassing the capacity of an entire bedroom. Shen Liang estimated there were at least tens of millions of rounds. If he were to utilize this quantity of ammunition himself, he could never hope to exhaust it in this lifetime. It would be impossible. Regrettably, the armored vehicles from Lock Company were formidable, and he wished he had procured a few military vehicles as well. Shen Liang lamented, but it was merely idle talk. Acquiring vehicles could easily attract attention. After all, surveillance was everywhere. If he failed to secure the vehicles, he would risk losing not only the arms, but also his life, thus incurring a greater loss for no reason. Nevertheless, Shen Liang's storage space contained a military-grade bulletproof Hummer, sufficient for his daily travels in the apocalypse. Yet, relying on a single vehicle felt precarious. A flat tire would be manageable, but what if it broke down? In a world like this, who will be left to repair vehicles? Hence, Shen Liang intended to acquire a few more robust vehicles. It was no surprise that Nanhu Technology's new game broke 10 million downloads on its release day. Although Shen Liang was not particularly interested in games, high download numbers indicated positive user feedback, suggesting that Nanhu Technology was solidifying its foothold and on the verge of soaring. This fascinated Shen Liang. For the more successful Nanhu Technology became, the higher its stock prices would rise. Ultimately, how many times could his 30 million investment multiply? This would depend on the state of the stock market before it closed tomorrow evening. Tomorrow evening would mark the moment Shen Liang would sell his shares in Nanhu Technology. Following the sale, there were two expenditures he needed to address. The first was the down payment for the Longdu No. 1 villa. Due to sluggish sales, the down payment had been reduced to 10%, meaning Shen Liang would need to pay less than 20 million, a proposition he found quite satisfactory. Especially with the impending apocalypse looming in just over 2 months. The lower the down payment, the better. As for the remaining mortgage payments, please, in the apocalypse, who would still be paying their home loan? The second expenditure pertained to the renovation costs for the Doomsday Fortress. The total renovation budget amounted to 85 million. Although interior design was necessary, the primary structure required reinforcement and thickening alongside the outer walls, which needed to be fortified without excessive complexity. Just a few hours ago, the beautiful designer Lin Qingyao had sent Shen Liang an initial progress report. Scaffolding, steel pipes, construction vehicles, and templates had all been steadily delivered, and the concealed outer wall had been completely finished. Tomorrow, the construction team would commence the main structure's pouring work, with cement trucks expected to arrive in succession to initiate the pouring process. Shen Liang had mandated that the main structure be thickened both inside and out, which constituted a massive pouring project requiring an astonishing volume of cement. Moreover, the increased thickness would extend the curing time for the cement. Fortunately, Lin Qingyao employed quick-drying high-grade cement, which raised costs but significantly accelerated the construction speed. It was unlikely that Shen Liang could benefit from the 85 million otherwise. If the construction faltered midway, it would be a costly loss. Of course, upon completion, there would inevitably be a retention fee to be withheld. Typically, this final payment would not be settled for at least 3 months, serving as a quality verification period. This retention fee was the only amount Shen Liang could potentially claim. At most 10%, roughly around 8,500,000. In light of Shen Liang's looming financial gap, this sum was hardly substantial. Ding dong. As Shen Liang prepared for bed, Lin Qingyao sent him some design modifications. Glancing at the time, it was 1 a.m. Shen Liang felt a bit exasperated. It was best to get some sleep. While working late could hasten progress, if this designer became fatigued, it might ultimately hinder the timeline. Brother Shen, you're still awake? The playful tone of Lin Qingyao's message caught him off guard. It was the first time he had received such a concerned inquiry, and he chose to interpret it as genuine care rather than mere concern for the timeline. All right, I'll be busy for another hour, finishing this blueprint before I sleep. Don't worry, it's indeed a bit taxing for me to handle this project alone, so I called a colleague, a good friend, to help divide the work. Good night. Make sure to rest early. After their conversation concluded, Lin Qingyao sent a selfie. In the photo, she wore pajamas and made an adorable pouty face. Even without makeup, Lin Qingyao's beauty remained striking, with exceptionally smooth and delicate skin, a testament to her natural allure. The following morning, during breakfast, Shen Liang did not encounter Lin Qingyao again. Their previous encounter had been due to her visiting the hotel to accompany her friend. It stood to reason that she would likely be residing in her own home. After all, who would choose to stay in a 5-star hotel without reason? Shen Liang took a brief trip to the community to observe the construction progress. Though he had not paid the advance, the work was still underway. It appeared that the Universal Company had considerable trust in Shen Liang's financial capacity. This was likely indicative of the boldness characteristic of large corporations. Returning to the hotel, Shen Liang contemplated lounging in his room, only to realize that with the impending apocalypse, he ought to engage in some physical training. Thus, he headed straight for the upscale gym within the building. The gym was owned by the hotel and also open to the public. Hotel guests could enjoy free access simply by swiping their room cards. Given that the building housed numerous offices and allegedly some private residential owners who frequented the gym, it was spacious, luxurious, and well-frequented. Handsome. Do you need fitness guidance? A stunning woman clad in yoga pants appeared before Shen Liang. As he performed sit-ups, his position allowed him to catch a glimpse of her shapely legs, quite alluring. Slowly rising, Shen Liang regarded the curvaceous beauty, exploring her with keen interest. Is there a fee? Huh. How could such a handsome young man expect to receive free services? She chuckled. But since I happen to be free today, I'll let you have an hour on the house. If you find me impressive, remember to get a membership card. With a beautiful coach, the efficiency of his workout would undoubtedly double. Especially during exercises, physical contact was unavoidable. Shen Liang experienced the softness of the coach, while she, in turn, felt his firm muscles and seemingly boundless energy and stamina, ultimately leaving her quite astonished. Oh my, you are one of the few who can endure under my hour-long devilish training. What do you do for a living? Are you perhaps a member of the armed police or a special forces soldier? Your physique doesn't resemble that of a peer. Certainly not. I am a fitness coach. Shen Liang's physique is characterized by a body that appears lean when clothed yet reveals a certain muscularity when undraped, albeit not to the exaggerated extent of a fitness instructor. This is indeed a result of his training during military service. In truth, after enduring the rigors of office work in his previous life, Shen Liang's physical stamina had significantly diminished. However, following his rebirth, he increasingly felt an oddity. His mind had sharpened, and it seemed his body was gradually growing stronger. The hour-long regimen he undertook could easily be deemed as devilish training. Even during his military service, completing it in its entirety would have left Shen Liang breathless. Yet, at this moment, his breathing remained relatively even, and he felt capable of performing 200 one-handed push-ups on the spot. Something was amiss, undeniably so. Had his rebirth somehow endowed his body with mysterious enhancements? If someone were to claim that Shen Liang was a cultivator of immortality, he would not be surprised. Of course, it did not seem that outrageous at present, yet he could distinctly feel an increase in his strength. Typically, after a workout, one requires a considerable amount of time to reap the benefits of exercise, but Shen Liang sensed that each push-up, each dumbbell lift, resulted in palpable improvements to his muscles. This was splendid. If this continued, by the time the apocalypse descended in over 2 months, his physical capabilities would surely reach a terrifying threshold. At that point, he might transform into a monster capable of obliterating a person with a single punch. Goodbye, handsome. Don't forget to find your sister for a membership. Remember her name, Zhang Manru. That is quite a lovely name. Given such a warm invitation, perhaps it would be delightful to arrange a meeting next time. As evening fell, only half an hour remained until the stock market closed. Shen Liang decisively sold all his shares in Nanhuk Fuji. Moments later, a notification arrived in his account. Your industrial and commercial bank account, ending in 9999, has received 53.9 billion. Gazing at the string of numbers in his account, Shen Liang could hardly contain his excitement. Yet he understood that to amass sufficient supplies for survival during the impending apocalypse, this sum was far from adequate, still woefully insufficient. At this moment, a call came from an unfamiliar number. A languid, intoxicated woman's voice emerged from the phone. Darling, which room are you in? Chapter 18. Did the drunken beauty go to the wrong room? What a mix-up. As night enveloped Linhai City, the skyline remained illuminated by urban lights. Yet how long could this vibrant nightlife endure? World news. The discharge of nuclear wastewater from Inghua Island has continued for over 2 months. Currently, nuclear experts from Inghua and the Prime Minister have confirmed through a live broadcast while consuming sashimi that the marine water pollution is nearly non-existent, with ocean fish still retaining their delicious quality. Astronomy. Astronomers from around the globe have gathered for months to analyze the gamma ray incident that caused minor panic, conducting thousands of simulations. The outcome remains promising. Solar storms will not occur, and Blue Star will not be affected. Humanity is urged to enjoy an endlessly beautiful life without concern. Climate change. The temperatures in the Arctic and Antarctic have risen unexpectedly by 10 degrees today, resulting in melting ice. Meteorological experts from various countries regard this as normal and advise against overinterpretation, predicting a sharp drop in temperatures across much of the globe in the coming days. Curiosities of the world. The business of global apocalypse bunkers has surged, with many wealthy individuals beginning to purchase existing bunkers. Simultaneously, bunker construction companies have seen business increase exponentially, urging rational buying and construction. As the apocalyptic theory is merely a conspiracy theory and should not be taken seriously, every piece of news served to soothe public sentiment. Beneath each article, comments advocating for scientific belief and a peaceful life were pinned at the top. Many people anticipated a swift drop in temperatures as the city was experiencing peak heat. For instance, Linhai City's temperature had at times reached an outrageous 40 degrees. Shen Liang was uncertain whether these positive comments and news reports were intentional fabrications. If there was indeed an attempt to obscure something, it at least suggested that governments worldwide were aware of some insider information, or perhaps that they foreknew the impending apocalypse. However, Shen Liang did not share this belief. At least, according to the trajectory of the apocalypse in his previous life, the outbreak would lead to a global freeze. Within days, a significant portion of the global population would perish from the cold, facing severe shortages of water and food, and even instances of cannibalism would arise, all while no official rescue efforts would materialize. Even when individuals ventured into nearby military districts or police stations, they found nothing but desolation, with officers caught unprepared, frozen in place, and others tragically perishing in the toxic snow. When those seeking refuge in police and military facilities discovered firearms and ammunition, it became abundantly clear that societal order had irreparably collapsed, leaving no trace of official presence or assistance. Everything returned to its primal state: murder, plunder, and the exploitation of one's own kind. If the authorities had been aware of the impending apocalypse, how could they allow such a catastrophe to unfold? Or perhaps they truly knew of the impending doom, a thought that Shen Liang dared not pursue further, nor did he wish to dwell on the matter excessively. For now, his focus must remain on executing his post-rebirth plan, to construct a refuge, stockpile substantial resources, and meticulously prepare for the global freeze of the apocalypse. Regardless of future dangers or crises, as long as he prepared sufficiently, he would be free from the threat of death. At this moment, Shen Liang gazed down at the beauty nestled in his embrace, murmuring in her sleep with drowsy eyes. Darling, You left too early today. Our girlfriends agreed that we wouldn't return until we were intoxicated. You're being unreasonable. Indeed, just as Shen Liang was about to turn off the lights and sleep, a call came in from this very girl. He, almost by instinct, provided her with his room number, never anticipating that she would actually show up. However, due to her inebriation, she was brought by the staff, and upon entering, the waitress cast a look of admiration towards Shen Liang. Hey, wake up. Don't touch me. Damn. Shen Liang found himself at a loss for words. Although human nature is often unrefined, as a spirited young man, he had little resistance against beauty. Yet, he could not simply engage with a stranger without at least exchanging names or having a brief conversation. Even a price could have sufficed. However, the woman continued to babble nonsensically, her words drifting aimlessly, and at first, Shen Liang thought she was seeking her husband, only to realize she seemed to be looking for her girlfriend. Had she lost her way after a gathering? Then why was she calling him? Hey, where are you drinking with your girlfriend? Tell me, and I'll take you there. To his surprise, the woman merely giggled, failing to provide a straightforward answer. Her delicate hands wandering. Water, any kind of water or fruit will do. I'm thirsty. Stay still, I'll get you some water. Wait, don't go rummaging around. This isn't your room. In an instant, Shen Liang felt completely bewildered. What on earth was happening? Yet, on another note, this girl was rather charming and beautiful. With a commendable figure and skin as fair as snow, her light makeup accentuated her exquisite features. However, it was perplexing that they were strangers, yet she had suddenly appeared at his door, entering to seek water and rummaging through his belongings. Shen Liang contemplated fetching her a glass of water, but found himself ensnared by the drunken girl, unable to extricate himself. This was quite the predicament. The inevitable contact was unavoidable, and given Shen Liang's robust constitution and youthful vigor, he could hardly withstand such relentless provocation. Damn it, you're pushing me. Clinging to the last vestiges of his rationality, Shen Liang retrieved the HIV testing kit he had purchased beforehand. Such a device would be invaluable in the apocalypse. If the result turned out positive, he could still intervene within the hour. The outcome was remarkably favorable. Upon seeing that the test kit displayed a green negative result, Shen Liang took a deep breath. Little girl, you're done for. Before long, he stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the tranquil nightscape that was beginning to transform into a tapestry of colors. To reiterate, the foremost priority before the apocalypse was to stockpile supplies. Lin Xuxue felt as though she had just awakened from a dream. In this dream, she had been enjoying a lively dinner with several close friends, indulging in drinks until they were all intoxicated and collapsed onto the floor. Among them, her dearest friend, Su Lina, felt unwell and decided to retreat to her room for some rest. Lin Xuxue, concerned for her friend, followed her. Upon arriving at Su Lina's room, the two embraced warmly. As Lin Xuxue searched for water, she seemed to find herself by a well, her thirst overwhelming her thoughts. Yet Su Lina stopped her from drinking. To her astonishment, Su Lina transformed into a man. Although Lin Xuxue possessed extraordinary beauty, she had never been in a romantic relationship. Thus, she resolved to engage in a romantic affair with her dear friend, now a man, within the confines of her dream. After all, it was merely a dream, and Lin Xuxue felt liberated. The details of their romance were so vivid that Lin Xuxue momentarily believed it to be real. As she drifted into a deep slumber, she heard someone persistently calling her name. Wake up quickly. What's your name? Me? I am Lin Xuxue. Oh, be quiet, Lina. I just dreamt that you had turned into a man, and we shared a rather intimate romance. I even gave myself to you. You little rascal. Can't you let me sleep for a bit? Lin Xuxue murmured. Shen Liang, who was reciting Lin Xuxue's name, appeared perplexed by her words. I am not your friend, Lina. Would you like to open your eyes and take a look? It was his first encounter with a girl so thoroughly intoxicated. Lin Xuxue, still dazed, awakened to find Shen Liang before her, momentarily stunned, before exclaiming, Ah? Shen Liang quickly covered her mouth, and they locked eyes. After a lengthy explanation, Shen Liang anticipated being embroiled in trouble, yet Lin Xuxue gazed at him with a melancholic expression. So, I drunkenly entered the wrong room, and instead of being with my girlfriend, I ended up with you, a stranger? Oh yes, but I was just drunk and knew nothing. You are rather handsome, so I think we should have another sweet romance. An hour later, several tall, stunning women, each exceeding a score of 80, anxiously inquired about Lin Xuxue's whereabouts in the lobby of the Manta Hotel, including Su Lina, who had originally intended to sleep. Finally, the attendant who had escorted Lin Xuxue to Shen Liang's room emerged, prepared to lead them upstairs when they spotted the elevator doors opening. Shen Liang was assisting Lin Xuxue as they descended. I apologize. She mistakenly entered the wrong room. She's your friend, right? I gave her some hangover soup, and she has now regained consciousness. She's in your care. The group of beautiful women stood in stunned silence. After Shen Liang departed, Su Lina, at the forefront, turned to the blushing Lin Xuxue. You little rascal, we were frantic looking for you, and you went off to meet a handsome guy? Who went off to meet anyone? I truly entered the wrong room. But the handsome guy was quite nice. He not only helped me sober up, but also provided me with a hangover remedy. A stranger helped you sober up? How'd he do that? The girls inquired. Curiosity piqued. When pressed further, Lin Shushue resolutely refused to divulge any details, insisting that nothing had occurred. I won't say. This is my secret with Shenge. She huffed. They say that frequent hotel stays increase the likelihood of an unexpected encounter. Little did Shen Liang anticipate that he would experience such a perfectly delightful encounter. As he awoke the following morning, he reflected on the previous night with a smile. Since his rebirth, matters had become increasingly complex. However, he remained resolute not to allow anything to disrupt his preparations for the impending apocalypse, such as stockpiling supplies, enhancing the shelter, and fortifying his physique into a robust fortress. In the early morning, he engaged in weightlifting at the gym. Yesterday, he had enjoyed a complimentary hour with a beautiful fitness trainer, Zhang Manru, who appeared once more. Who would refuse the service of a gorgeous coach? Shen Liang promptly acquired a membership, seamlessly blending his workouts with some flirtation as the trainer guided him. He reveled in the surge of physical strength and muscle growth. Shen Liang felt increasingly convinced that his physique had indeed been transformed by his rebirth. He longed for a sparring partner, but not at that moment. Goodbye, Shenge. Are you free for dinner tonight? Let's discuss it later. As he bid farewell, the beautiful trainer, hands on her hips, gazed into the mirror, feeling slightly miffed. I, Zhang Manru, rarely take the initiative to pursue a man. And yet you choose to play hard to get? Well played, you succeeded. Once I managed to secure a date, prepare to be captivated by my enchanting figure. Approaching noon, Shen Liang arrived at an automobile modification factory. More precisely, it was a workshop catering specifically to affluent clients, where the modification fees could easily reach millions, with some services costing tens of millions. Shen Liang intended to order 2 vehicles from this establishment. Upon reviewing the design specifications, the seasoned designer found himself momentarily bewildered. Is this still considered a vehicle? Are you certain it isn't a monster? Chapter 19. The Apocalypse Land Tank. Parisian Luxury Automobile Dream Factory. This is a workshop dedicated to serving the wealthy. After all, who among ordinary people would dare to spend hundreds of thousands or even millions on a vehicle modification? Shen Liang was not an ordinary person. He requested a total of 4 vehicles, with 2 design directions, each yielding 2 identical models. The general conceptual framework was already laid out. If there were any difficulties, they could be addressed directly. Designer Zhao Liang appeared bewildered. Typically, such statements were made by the clients, yet today, it was the customers speaking to them. Zhao Liang scratched his head and shook it. Though your designs are quite extravagant. Upon reflection, I believe they're all feasible at present, albeit at a higher cost. What is your choice for the base model? Dongfeng Mengshi, military version. Can you procure it? Hiss. Zhao Liang inhaled sharply, gazing at Shen Liang in astonishment. He had never encountered such ambition. The civilian version of Dongfeng Mengshi already outperformed so-called luxury vehicles like the Mercedes G-Class and the Jeep Wrangler, making it a high-end civilian armored vehicle. Yet Shen Liang aimed for an even loftier standard, the military version. Zhao Liang appeared conflicted, but nonetheless nodded seriously. It presents certain challenges, but it can be arranged. However, the price may be somewhat steep. After a brief phone inquiry, Zhao Liang quoted a price. The military version has a base price of 4 to 5 million. This is the lowest price we can obtain. Naturally, we will make a profit, but we will not overcharge you too much. The advantage of the military version is that its armored plates can withstand large caliber bullets, eliminating the need to install additional bulletproof panels. 5 million. The price was certainly not low, but Shen Liang understood the implications of the term military. Moreover, the Mengshi he desired was anything but ordinary. 2 modification plans, with 2 seemingly identical modified Mengshi vehicles in each plan, would utilize different vehicles. One would be a standard 5-seat military off-road model, while the other would be a more advanced troop transport model capable of seating over 10 individuals. By removing the seats, it could even accommodate an oversized double bed, providing both sturdiness and ample space. This vehicle would undoubtedly be a land tank. It would be highly effective in the apocalypse, including modification costs. Each vehicle would run close to 10 million. We can also add some additional features for you. The total modification price for the 4 vehicles would be 45 million. Mr. Shen, would you find this price acceptable? Shen Liang pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. He added, on the military version, are there any provisions for mounting machine guns or similar equipment? Hypothetically, if the apocalypse were to occur and I stumbled upon several machine guns, rocket launchers, or missile systems, could they be installed on the vehicle? This matter, are you implying that they can simply be found? Are you joking with me? Zhao Liang took a moment to compose himself before providing a definitive answer. He explained that the military version included everything except for weapon installations. He even clarified that the military version could not be registered for road use, making it illegal to drive on public roads. It could only be transported to the wilderness via towing for use. Shen Liang was unconcerned by this stipulation. After all, the vehicle would only be utilized post-apocalypse. At that time, who would care about registration? A deposit of 20 million was promptly transferred. The modification fee must be settled in full upon vehicle collection. Remember, it should be completed within a month and a half. Otherwise, I shall deduct from your payment. Zhao Liang nodded, acknowledging the pressure but assuring that he would work overtime to avoid any delays. After sending off Shen Liang, a significant client, two colleagues approached Zhao Liang. Wow, old Zhao, a 45 million deal signed in just over an hour? One exclaimed. Not just signed. A 20 million prepayment has already been transferred. The other added teasingly. You've really landed a wealthy client. Haven to you? You must treat us tonight. Both were envious. However, upon seeing several pages of A4 paper filled with design details drafted by Zhao Liang based on Shen Liang's preferences, their expressions turned to astonishment. What in the world is this monstrous modification? They gasped. It was two military-grade, 5-seater off-road vehicles and two 10-seater variants. Zhao Liang did not hold back. He seemed delighted by their shock. First, he presented the initial proposal: widened, thickened, and elevated vacuum snow and water amphibious tires, designed to withstand extreme corrosion and temperatures ranging from -100 to high heat. The entire vehicle would be insulated, equipped with dual 20-ton winches, high-intensity long-range lights, rooftop solar panels, and two auxiliary fuel tanks, enhancing the total range to an astonishing 2,000 kilometers. Good heavens, is he planning to drive to Antarctica or the Arctic? Is this vehicle intended for a research team in Antarctica? They wondered. Next was the second proposal, which elicited similar reactions of disbelief. This design featured reinforced off-road, bulletproof, and anti-slip tires, equipped with corrosion and temperature resistance, a front-mounted retractable shovel, insulation throughout, winches, long-range lights, solar panels, auxiliary fuel tanks, and an autonomous driving module, all complemented by a comprehensive camera system. In their astonishment, they turned to Zhao Liang, exclaiming, both designs appear quite similar. Yet they embody an apocalyptic aesthetic, don't they? If an apocalypse were to occur, possessing such vehicles would render one invincible. Zhao Liang nodded, recalling Shen Liang's self-proclaimed status as a heavy-duty apocalypse enthusiast, which made everything seem reasonable. No need to worry. Just focus on making money. With a timeline of a month and a half, it was time to get to work. After leaving the modification factory, Shen Liang visited Wampang Real Estate. Ever since class beauty Zhao Yuman added Shen Liang on WeChat, she had been stringing him along for days. Zhao Yuman sent messages to Shen Liang, and the response times never fell below an hour, with the longest taking several hours. Each time, her messages were numerous, asking if he was free that evening, if she was bothering him, suggesting a barbecue restaurant she had found, and offering to treat him. Are you still busy? If today doesn't work, we can arrange another time. She even mentioned she was inquiring about a loan for him, assuring him it should be resolved soon. However, Shen Liang's replies were consistently delayed and rather succinct. Oh, maybe next time. Oh, it's not urgent. Oh, we can discuss it later. In the past, such responses would have infuriated Zhao Yuman if they came from any other male. But now, she found herself not only unperturbed, but also imagining Shen Liang was merely occupied with pressing business matters, perhaps dealing with billions. Finally, Shen Liang arrived. Shen Liang, Xi Oman. Have you been waiting long? Not at all. I just got here. Shall we head to the bank? Yes, could you drive? I took a taxi here. It's no trouble. My little car is honored to carry our affluent Shunda. Zhao Yuman smiled sweetly, presenting her most charming demeanor in front of Shen Liang. She had never been so flamboyant before, yet she inexplicably felt a strong attraction towards him, especially after hearing he was divorced. On the way, they chatted amiably. Zhao Yuman felt immense joy, realizing Shen Liang was not indifferent, but genuinely busy, and he didn't seem aloof at all. Shen Liang, why did you get divorced? Zhao Yuman regretted the question as soon as it left her lips. Shen Liang's response was unexpectedly cold. Does it matter? Not important. I apologize for prying. Shen Liang nodded, observing Zhao Yuman's nervousness but refraining from further discussion. He unabashedly began to admire the campus beauty. Today, Zhao Yuman wore elegant black stockings and a figure-hugging skirt that showcased her physique exquisitely. Previously, Shen Liang would never have dared to gaze so intently, but now, upon close examination, he realized Zhao Yuman's figure surpassed his previous perceptions. He pondered how, over the past few days, Zhao Yuman had been persistently initiating conversation with him on WeChat, her enthusiasm unaffected by his coldness. She had even suggested dining together multiple times, including late-night snacks, making her intentions quite apparent. Shen Liang felt the need to test the waters. He couldn't let the beauty of the campus go to waste. Oh no, I spilled some water. It's all right. Let me help you clean it up. No. Although it was a rather crude, yet effective tactic, Shen Liang took out a tissue and, without waiting for Zhao Yuman to decline, reached over to wipe the spill from her leg. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Zhao Yuman's body tensed, causing the car's speed to slow. It's really fine, Shen Liang. How could it be fine? It needed to be cleaned up, otherwise, how could she face others later? Shen Liang was unabashed. While wiping with the tissue, Zhao Yuman neither rejected nor resisted, her expression adorably charming, rendering Shen Liang utterly defenseless. With a slight raise of his eyebrow, Zhao Yuman hastily stammered, "Let us focus on our main business first, the banking matters." Even with a green channel, the bank's processes extended until nearly 4 in the afternoon, just before closing time. Upon exiting the bank, Zhao Yuman was still lost in the moment when the bank employee announced Shen Liang's account balance. Over 500 million. To her, that was an astronomical figure. In this context, securing a real estate loan posed no issues whatsoever. As for why Shen Liang had 500 million yet still needed a loan, no one would dare ask such a foolish question. After all, wealthy individuals do not waste their money in such ways. While ordinary people might believe paying in full for a property is most prudent, those with substantial earning potential understand that leveraging the remaining 70 of the property price allows their money to generate more than the interest paid. This reflects a disparity in understanding. "Shinda, may I treat you to dinner tonight?" Zhao Yuman asked with anticipation and a hint of pride, given the late hour and the opportune moment. Shen Liang pondered for a moment, and this time did not refuse. Since Zhao Yuman was so eager to invite him, what reason could he have to turn her away? With a free evening, he could take the campus beauty to a hotel to gaze at the stars and the moon, while she leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window admiring the night view, and he could admire her beautiful back. The Miu barbecue restaurant was an upscale establishment. Although most patrons dined in the main hall, securing a table remained a challenge, with an average spend of 500 per person, attracting clientele far from ordinary. To treat Shen Liang, Zhao Yuman was undoubtedly splurging. "Please order first. I'll step into the restroom," she said, needing to retouch her makeup. Their dining experience would last at least an hour, and Zhao Yuman aimed to present her best self across from Shen Liang. While Shen Liang ordered, he overheard Fang Peng's voice nearby. "Shen Liang? Just a fool. I heard he recently got divorced. He was always a lowly son-in-law, and now he has been kicked out by his wife. What a disgrace to manhood. If I see him, I'll teach him a lesson about what it means to be a man." Hearing this, Shen Liang smiled, noticing Fang Peng's wife, Lu Yuanyuan, was also present. Chapter 20, a dramatic dog-eat-dog scene. "Madam Fang, please refrain from moving about. Is Shen Liang truly such a worthless individual? I have long heard that he is a son-in-law by marriage, and his father-in-law and mother-in-law frequently criticize him for being incapable of earning a living, spending extravagantly, yet still residing in their home. I never expected him to be cast out like this." Fang Peng and Lu Yuanyuan were seated across from another couple. When Fang Peng brought up Shen Liang, Lu Yuanyuan instinctively wanted to intervene, but could not find a reason to do so. Perhaps it was due to the frequent lessons Shen Liang had imparted to her in recent days that had diminished her previous arrogance and replaced it with a touch of trepidation. For reasons unknown, Lu Yuanyuan felt that Shen Liang was not to be trifled with. "Indeed, that is precisely how it is, damn it." Fang Peng smirked mischievously, his gaze subtly sweeping over the voluptuous wife of his good friend. Hidden within his eyes was a glimmer of greed. He continued speaking to his friend Zhou Dali, asserting that Shen Liang was truly a pathetic figure. "I am not intentionally defaming him. It is one thing to be looked down upon by his father-in-law's family, but to be thrown out by his wife. I can't help but wonder if she is cheating on him." Zhou Dali shared Fang Peng's sentiments, both of them holding positions that led them to feel superior. They looked down upon someone like Shen Liang. To them, he was undeniably a loser, someone they could barely stomach. Reflecting on Shen Liang's wife, Chen Shuang, Zhou Dali chuckled. "She has some charm, but that's about it. I still believe that someone like Shen Liang brings shame upon all men. The last time he encountered my wife, he even dared to flirt with her." Upon hearing this, Zhou Dali's wife, Dong Shui, was displeased and pinched his thigh, glaring at him with her captivating eyes. "Huh, what flirting? We were merely greeting each other as neighbors. You men have such filthy minds." Zhou Dali waved her off, ignoring her, and continued speaking to Fang Peng. "The more I think about it, the angrier I become. I must humiliate him publicly, perhaps even beat him up to rid the world of such a nuisance. Individuals like him are a blight on our city." At that moment, no one noticed Lu Yuanyuan glancing nervously into the distance, her expression revealing a hint of panic. As Fang Peng continued to disparage Shen Liang, she tugged at his sleeve, believing her husband was being too harsh. Fang Peng, however, shot her a disdainful look and retorted, "Why are you pulling at me? I can say whatever I want. Even if Shen Liang were here, I would not hesitate to speak my mind. He is indeed a worthless individual." Seated in the same row as Fang Peng and Lu Yuanyuan, a mere glance upward revealed Shen Liang standing before their table. The typically reserved Dong Shui suddenly appeared anxious. While Lu Yuanyuan's complexion soured, Zhou Dali, having consumed some alcohol, mustered the courage to meet Shen Liang's gaze, but Shen Liang smiled first at Fang Peng. "Are we having barbecue?" "Oh, yes, ha, care to join?" Fang Peng chuckled nervously. It would be a lie to say he was unperturbed. He thought he could act tough, but only in Shen Liang's absence. After all, he had borne the brunt of Shen Liang's wrath in recent days. He felt it was acceptable to speak ill of Shen Liang behind his back, but now that he had appeared, he felt cornered. What did you just say? I couldn't hear you from so far away. What were you calling me? Shen Liang asked as he pretended to clean out his ears. Zhou Dali shot him a fierce glare. What the hell are you pretending for? Fang Peng called you a loser, a pathetic wretch. What? Are you still going to hit me? Although Zhou Dali appeared formidable, he was still reliant on Fang Peng. It was not that Fang Peng held an esteemed position, but rather, his father was influential. Thus, while they appeared equal, Zhou Dali was merely a sycophant. Seeing Shen Liang seemingly about to confront Fang Peng, Zhou Dali seized the moment, feeling it was a prime opportunity to showcase his loyalty. If he performed well, it could lead to a brighter future alongside Fang Peng. Shen Liang cast a glance at Zhou Dali, who was ready to face Shen Liang's fury, thinking they might as well have a public brawl. After all, he had connections that would protect him from repercussions, while Shen Liang would likely face consequences. However, Shen Liang did not follow the expected script. Instead, he smiled at Fang Peng. Did you truly say that about me? Fang Peng was instantly terrified. He quickly waved his hands. No, absolutely not. Shen Liang, we're neighbors after all. How could I speak ill of you? You must have misunderstood. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanyuan's face twisted in disgust. For the first time, she perceived Fang Peng as utterly pathetic. He criticized Shen Liang for being weak and spineless. Yet he himself was 100 times more pathetic than Shen Liang. Nonetheless, both Lu Yuanyuan and Fang Peng understood that Shen Liang held the upper hand, making them hesitant to offend him openly. Zhou Dali, however, was left bewildered. Brother, I'm trying to stand up for you, and you're acting like this? Fang Peng, however, was too preoccupied with his own predicament to consider Zhou Dali's concerns. He realized that offending Shen Liang would not only ruin him, but also drag his entire family into the mess. The thought of his family facing dire consequences terrified him. In light of this, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. What does this brat's comment mean? Fang Peng, please help me analyze this. Is he insulting me? Shen Liang pointed at Zhou Dali. Zhou Dali, still confused, instinctively categorized Shen Liang as an inferior being. The moment Shen Liang pointed at him, he grew furious. Before he could respond, Shen Liang addressed the now sweating Fang Peng. I detest being insulted to my face, yet I prefer not to resort to violence. It would sully my hands before a meal. I wonder if anyone would be so kind as to assist me in dealing with this dog? Zhou Dali could no longer contain himself. He glared fiercely at Shen Liang. You dare point at me again? Analyzing? Analyze your mother. I am indeed insulting you. And you want someone else to beat me up? You must be out of your mind. Before he finished speaking, Fang Peng abruptly stood up. Across the table, he delivered a resounding slap to Zhou Dali. Slap. Zhou Dali was stunned. His wife, Dong Shui, was equally shocked. Bystanders began to take notice of the commotion. Before Zhou Dali could utter a word, Fang Peng struck him again. Slap. How dare you insult my brother, Shen Liang again? Shen Liang looked utterly disgusted. Get lost. Who the hell is your brother? Take your fight outside. Don't disturb others while they dine. Fang Peng, wearing a forced smile, nodded vigorously as he grabbed Zhou Dali by the ear and dragged him outside, kicking him as he went. Damn it. I will make sure you pay for this. Dong Shui attempted to follow, but was restrained by Shen Liang beside her. Inhaling the faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from her, he appraised her figure and beauty, finding her quite comparable to Lu Yuanyuan. Despite her reserved nature, she possessed captivating fox-like eyes that drew one's attention. In his previous life, Shen Liang had retained many memories of Dong Shui and Zhou Dali. If memories serve him right, Zhou Dali had been among the throng of people enjoying hot pot at his home just before his demise. Since this lifetime had marked him as an enemy, revenge was inevitable. However, Shen Liang refrained from confronting Dong Shui at this moment, as he currently lacked leverage, but would not be long before he would. Mrs. Zhou, do not worry. After all, Fang Peng and Zhou Dali are good friends. They will not truly harm one another. At most, it will be a lesson, nothing severe. However, if I were to step outside, Zhou Dali might find himself in dire straits. Thus, you should be grateful to me. Dong Shui was intimidated by Shen Liang and found it difficult to meet his gaze, inching closer to the partition wall, unable to escape. Shen Liang, however, maintained his composure, refraining from any public displays of impropriety, knowing full well that such actions could lead to dire consequences. Yet this did not hinder his ability to engage in conversation with Lu Yuanyuan. Shen Liang rose from his seat and moved to sit beside Lu Yuanyuan. It has been a while, Mrs. Fang. How has business been lately? Quite well, Lu Yuanyuan replied with an awkward smile. As Dong Shui turned her gaze towards the window, she shot a glare at Shen Liang, yet her attempt proved futile, only prompting Shen Liang to become even more audacious. Before long, Zhao Yuman returned from the restroom, followed by Fang Peng and Zhou Dali. It was evident that Zhou Dali, after receiving a stern talking to from Fang Peng, dared not cast another glance at Shen Liang. his clothes now dusted with soil, having endured a figurative beating even without being physically harmed. As Shen Liang reluctantly withdrew his hand, Lu Yuanyuan felt a pang of loss. Yet internally she sighed with relief. Fang Peng, with a wary expression, observed Shen Liang, contemplating why he was seated beside his wife. However, he lacked the courage to confront him and could only watch as Shen Liang returned to the table opposite Zhao Yuman. Yet, as Shen Liang passed by Fang Peng, he whispered something perplexing into his ear. Thanks to your cooperation, I'm quite pleased today. Fang Peng, bewildered, wondered what he had cooperated in. Was it beating Zhou Dali? That should make me happy? It seemed reasonable. Indeed, he should feel elated, having become Shen Liang's underling. But once seated, Lu Yuanyuan subtly nibbled at her food, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Anxiously, she felt the tension. After the altercation between Fang Peng and Zhou Dali, she was hesitant to leave, fearing what Shen Liang might say. She seized an opportunity to apologize to the group. Excuse me, I need to visit the restroom. Fang Peng, not thinking much of it, glanced at his wife's departing figure and noticed something amiss with the sofa, murmuring to himself in exasperation. Why is Yuanyuan so careless? She dirted the stool, honestly. Dong Shui, however, was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Zhao Yuman was genuinely enjoying this dinner with Shen Liang. Yet, she could not fathom why Shen Liang was so enamored with apocalyptic discussions. Although Zhao Yuman had previously shunned such topics, she found herself drawn to them due to Shen Liang's influence, contributing many of her own thoughts on the end times. After the apocalypse, I only wish to be well-fed and warmly clothed. As long as I have something to eat, I would be content. For it is said that in the event of an apocalypse, scarce food and water will become the ultimate weapons against humanity. Zhao Yuman squinted her eyes and smiled, albeit with a hint of fear. Suddenly, Shen Liang inquired, post-apocalypse, do you think women would offer their bodies for a morsel of food? Huh? Or rather, if it were you, Shen Liang, would you? Zhao Yuman had not anticipated such a direct question from him. Yet blushing, she pondered deeply before responding softly. I probably wouldn't but if that person were you, Shen Liang, I might. She hesitated, unable to continue as her face flushed crimson. Shen Liang, sensing the moment was ripe, enjoyed teasing her further. As he gently cupped her chin and leaned closer, Zhao Yuman, filled with panic and nervousness, shut her eyes. Her heart racing. Is he going to kiss me? In front of so many people. How embarrassing, yet thrilling. But Shen Liang's lips did not reach hers. Instead, she felt his breath brush against her ear. I'll be back shortly. Wait for me. After he left, Zhao Yuman sank into the sofa, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanyuan stood in front of the mirror in the restroom, which was a unisex facility featuring lockable stalls, thus ensuring privacy. There weren't many patrons at the moment, and as she gazed at her flushed face, anxiety washed over her. That Shen Liang is far too bold. He nearly exposed me. She needed to tidy herself up. As she opened one of the stall doors, she barely had time to lock it before she was suddenly restrained. The sound of the lock clicking echoed. Shen Liang leaned close to the tense Lu Yuanyuan, whispering softly, Madame Fang, don't move. At this moment, Fang Peng and his companions, who had intended to leave early, found themselves waiting due to Lu Yuanyuan's absence. Seeing that Shen Liang was seated several tables away, Fang Peng let out a sigh of relief, feeling the pressure ease somewhat. However, Zhou Dali, who had just been beaten by Fang Peng, remained in a foul mood. Even outside, Fang Peng had briefly mentioned the leverage Shen Liang held over him, leaving Zhou Dali still feeling disgruntled. Peng, what kind of leverage does he have over you that makes you so anxious? I could gather a few rough fellows to corner Shen Liang in an alley and teach him a lesson, forcing him to hand over whatever he has. At this, Fang Peng squinted, realizing Zhou Dali was probing into his vulnerabilities. Some things are best left unasked. I know you've had a rough day. We shall plan a gathering soon, and I'll treat you properly. Zhou Dali, though feigning indifference, was seething internally. He yearned for revenge against Shen Liang. Yet Fang Peng was holding him back. Questions swirled in his mind. What evidence could Shen Liang possibly possess? It appeared to be quite serious, as even the usually arrogant Fang Peng showed signs of trepidation, refraining from offending Shen Liang in public. If he were to acquire such evidence, could he not then manipulate the Fang family to soar to new heights? After Dong Shui settled the bill and returned to the table, she quietly informed Fang Peng and Zhou Dali, I know that girl. I've seen her at Wampeng Real Estate Sales Department. She must be one of their property agents. Fang Peng's interest piqued, yet he worried about Shen Liang's potential return. Glancing at the clock, he noted that Shen Liang had been gone for nearly 10 minutes. He must be in there for a longer session, he mused. Surely he isn't in there playing with women. Zhou Dali scoffed dismissively. Him? Don't make me laugh. Even if there were women, he'd be out in 3 minutes. The two chuckled, trying to alleviate the frustration they had endured from Shen Liang earlier. I'll go investigate. You two wait here. Fang Peng rose, casually strolling to Zhao Yuman's table, feigning surprise as he asked, Hey, you look familiar. Are you a sales agent at Wanpeng Real Estate? Zhao Yuman, lost in thought, was taken aback by Fang Peng's approach. Remembering that Shen Liang had just been at their table, she smiled and replied, yes. Are you a friend of Shen Liang? If you need any property for rent or sale, feel free to reach out to me at Wanpeng Real Estate. Oh, how fortunate. Are you Shen Liang's girlfriend? Oh, not exactly. Shen Liang happened to buy a house from us, and I was the one who assisted him. We were actually college classmates. So it just happened that way. By the way, I heard Shen Liang is divorced. Yes, he is divorced. Wait, Shen Liang bought a house. Initially, Fang Peng had merely intended to gather information, but he was astonished to discover something of value. Could it be that Shen Liang sold the gold and jewelry he obtained from Chan Shuang to use as a down payment for the house? What house? Oh, you didn't know? Shen Liang purchased the finest property in Longdu, Guyuan, and it's currently under renovation. The finest property? Is it the 500 square meter flat or the 800 square meter villa? How could he afford that? Stop joking, girl. I'm not joking. I'm chatting with the bank loan officer right now, who said he is going to thank me for bringing in a deal worth over $1 billion. Each time Zhao Yuman spoke of this property, her face beamed with pride. Especially in recent days, she had become the star salesperson among her colleagues. When she shared this news on her social media, it garnered 99 likes and admiration. This feeling greatly satisfied Zhao Yuman's vanity. She displayed her ongoing WeChat conversation to Fang Peng, who was left utterly astonished. Over $1 billion? Zhao Yuman paused, sensing a misunderstanding brewing. After all, the ground price of the 8-story villa is merely over $100 million. I hurriedly offered an apologetic explanation. Oh, my apologies. Shen Liang did not purchase a large flat or a villa. I forgot to mention that he acquired the Longdu Yihua Villa, the 8-story mansion that has been sealed off, owned by the local developer Wu Sandao, with a total value of $1.7 billion. This property was originally worth $400 to $500 million, but, as you can imagine, no one dared to buy it, prompting the court to intervene and reduce the price to merely 30%. You must be shocked that Shen Liang could buy it. I certainly did not expect it either. Returning to the table, I noticed the bewildered expressions on Zhou Dali and Dong Shui's faces. Fang Peng remained in a daze, struggling to regain his composure. He informed Zhou Dali of this shocking news, who transformed from perplexity to utter confusion. What did this kid Shen Liang acquire so much money? After some idle chatter, Fang Peng felt compelled to relay this information to Qin Shuang. As he was about to leave, he glanced at the empty space beside him with a frown of concern. It has been half an hour. Why hasn't Yuan returned yet? Zhou Dali muttered. Shen Liang hasn't returned either. Fang Peng responded with a puzzled look. In the private restroom, Lu Yuan was indignant, yet hesitant to voice her anger. At that moment, she genuinely wished to confront Shen Liang, yet she lacked the courage and capability to do so. Biting her lip, she suppressed any sounds, fearing that the person next door might notice something amiss. Her mind was blank, fully aware that she should not proceed in this manner, but unable to utter a refusal. Especially when she could clearly hear someone opening the door in the adjacent room, or even knocking on this very door. Each time such occurrences happened, Lu Yuan could only grit her teeth to stifle any sound. However, these moments were often accompanied by malicious pranks. Shen Liang, you scoundrel, please stop toying with me. If you're discovered, you will regret it. Huh, do you think I'm afraid? Indeed, was Shen Liang truly fearful? Even if discovered, it would merely mean he had made the same mistake as Fang Peng. Unlike Shen Liang, who bore no pressure from public opinion, Fang Peng could not afford such scrutiny and might even face imprisonment. Realizing this, Lu Yuan felt a surge of terror as she recognized how well Shen Liang had grasped a powerful leverage against her. This leverage emboldened Shen Liang even further. Lu Yuan seethed, wishing to slap Shen Liang. If you want me to let you off, you must obey me. Can you do that? Next time I seek you out, do you know what to do? I will try to find you. Try? Well then, do your best. Lu Yuan sighed in relief internally. Every action was firmly under Shen Liang's domineering control, leaving her to be led by the nose. Before long, Shen Liang listened for signs of absence outside and prepared to open the door. Just before leaving, he glanced at Lu Yuan and said, do not harbor hatred towards me. I will not go too far. I will know my limits and will not make things too difficult for you. Watching him depart, Lu Yuan's teeth ground in frustration. You said the same thing last time. This was, after all, a restroom stall in a barbecue restaurant, and his audacity was simply outrageous. How could he claim he would not go too far? In a flurry, she quickly tidied her appearance, and once everything was in order, she spotted Fang Peng's figure approaching, causing her to feel a wave of panic. If she had delayed even a minute longer, she might have been discovered. What took so long? Fang Peng frowned. Lu Yuan pressed her hand to her abdomen, feigning discomfort. Perhaps the meat wasn't very fresh. I have a bit of stomachache. I tried to go out several times, but ended up returning. This excuse was somewhat flimsy, but appeared plausible enough. After all, those with stomach issues often find it hard to leave the toilet. Let's hurry home. I do not wish to see that scoundrel Shen Liang. Unbeknownst to Fang Peng, his wife was already aware of everything, Yet he continued to feign indignation towards Shen Liang in her presence, appearing rather foolish in Lu Yuan's eyes. After dinner, at 9 in the evening, once in the car, Shen Liang sensed Zhao Yuman subtly flirting with him. This was merely a natural progression of intimacy between men and women, quite reasonable. The sound of ripping stockings pierced the air, startling Zhao Yuman. She was perplexed, having just relaxed at Fang Peng's wife's place. Yet Shen Liang's enthusiasm remained undiminished. Previously, he had not exhibited such vigor, or perhaps he simply lacked the stamina to support it. However, after his rebirth, his mental acuity and physical abilities had evidently improved through exercise, and he felt that even his physique had undergone a remarkable transformation since his reincarnation. He sensed that it was not merely his combat prowess. His entire body seemed to be undergoing subtle secondary development, perhaps in height or bone structure or other aspects. On the way to the hotel, a phone call interrupted their atmosphere. What? Mom has suddenly been hospitalized? All right, I will head over immediately. Shen Liang. My mother was suddenly hospitalized due to a heart condition. Let's reschedule. Even Shen Liang, despite his cold demeanor, could not refuse. With Zhao Yuman's departure, he felt a surge of pent-up frustration with nowhere to release it, ultimately resorting to a hasty sleep at the hotel. The next day, Shen Liang prepared to visit the construction site of Longdu Yihua. Meanwhile, Chen Shuang's family sat together, their expressions filled with shock. What? Shen Liang actually spent over 100 million to buy that 8-story mansion in the community. Is it even possible? Chapter 22. A disturbance at the door? Kicking the illegitimate child. Cutting off the source of power. Fang Peng conveyed the news to Chen Shuang, who then shared it with her family. Now, as they sat together, they were collectively bewildered. Chen Haowen, who was lazy and unmotivated, suddenly perked up upon hearing this news and contemplated a unique angle, just a few days post-divorce. And he purchases a property worth over 100 million. By this calculation, that means Shen Liang must have several hundred million at least, right? Does that not imply that we could potentially share in a substantial fortune with this kid Shen Liang? Chen Haowen's words sparked a glimmer of realization in the eyes of Chen Liang and his wife. It seemed they too had grasped something significant. Chen Haowen continued, My goodness, I no longer care where his money comes from. It must be marital property, meaning you, sister, can claim half of it. Then I could buy a sports car and have no worries about the bride price for my girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Chen Liang and his wife awakened to a sense of understanding. Chen Liang turned to Chen Shuang and stated, Indeed, if it's marital property, our family can claim a share. The property is worth 1.7 billion. You must have at least 300 to 500 million, right? Such a large sum must imply the concealment of marital assets. Chen Shuang, hurry and find a lawyer to file a lawsuit. Although the marriage law appears just on the surface, it favors women in every aspect. Even if Shen Liang exposes your infidelity, what of it? Just concoct a little narrative and lament on Weibo, and the judge and society will undoubtedly side with you. Lu Yifan even dug up news cases that were strikingly similar to their situation, becoming somewhat agitated as she exclaimed, Precisely. Nowadays, it's normal for girls to sleep with their boyfriends during a relationship. If they feel displeased, they could even accuse the other of rape. We can certainly accuse Shen Liang of concealing marital assets, right? Let's penalize him. He should be compelled to hand over the concealed assets to Xiao Shuang because we are the victims. Society now naturally favors women. If we file a lawsuit, we will win for sure, bringing Shen Liang to financial ruin. The entire family became increasingly agitated, only to realize that Chen Shuang was not sharing in their excitement. Her complexion appeared somewhat grim. Stop dreaming. We will not receive a single cent of Shen Liang's money. The family was bewildered. Why not? Chen Shuang, with a darkened expression, explained Fang Peng utilized his connections to investigate the origins of Shen Liang's wealth. After the divorce, Shen Liang accumulated a massive amount of online loans, and it seems he has been trading stocks with these loans. Although Fang Peng could not ascertain the specifics of the stocks he traded, he did find that over 500 million was deposited into Shen Liang's account 2 days later. What? He leveraged online loans to generate over 500 million in just 2 days. They were all stunned. Their residence was valued at just over $1 million. However, this does not imply that they possess great wealth. After all, who would sell their house for pocket money? Merely discussing savings and salaries. They're just slightly better off than an average family. Yet after Shen Liang took away more than $1 million, the family's total savings now barely amount to 200,000 or 300,000. They have never encountered such staggering sums as billions, especially not in the hands of Shen Liang. Both Fang Peng and I are curious as to why this is the case. Could it be that Shen Liang, after our divorce, experienced a sudden awakening? In the past, Shen Liang dabbled in stock trading, but Chen Shuang kept a tight grip on him, refusing to allow him any funds to squander. If he made a profit, she would eagerly seize it, and if he suffered losses, she would berate and hit him, leaving Shen Liang with no opportunity for substantial investment. In hindsight, Chen Shuang must be filled with regret. If only she had been willing to allow Shen Liang to invest in stocks back then. Wouldn't the entire family be living in a grand villa now? No, this money cannot be allowed to fall into Shen Liang's hands. Lu Yifen's face twisted with malice. Chen Shuang was rendered speechless by her words. Mother, I wish it were so, but legally we have already lost. Am I to beg Shen Liang for charity? Chen Haowen slapped his thigh and looked at Chen Shuang. Have Shen Liang pay you alimony. Have you forgotten whose child it is? Beside them, Chen Xiaolong, like a fool, held an Ultraman transformation device, shouting, "Good doggy daddy." The elderly couple, Chen Liang and his wife, were witnessing their beloved grandson act so awkwardly that they felt a sense of disgust. Why is Chen Xiaolong the child of Fang Peng and not Shen Liang? Otherwise, they could leverage their grandson, Chen Xiaolong, to extort some alimony from Shen Liang. The two old folks were unwilling to accept this and took their grandson to Longdu Yihao Bieshu, intending to assess the situation. They found many neighbors gathered to watch, some of whom already knew that the property belonged to Shen Liang. The way the neighbors looked at Chen Liang and his wife had changed, as if they were viewing fools. Aunt Lu Fangju approached the couple with a strange expression, sizing them up before speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Oh, coming to see your former son-in-law's mansion? Some people once disparaged him as a worthless son-in-law, lazy and incompetent, and even spread rumors that their daughter divorced him because he was such a failure." Each word pierced their hearts. TSK. Who would have thought that the worthless son-in-law would earn billions and buy a mansion after the divorce? Truly a failure. Chen Liang could not contain his anger and glared at Aunt Lu. "What do you mean by that, Lu Dajia? Do you think that just because he bought this house, he is no longer a failure? How dare he provoke Zhou Sandao, that notorious villain? Shen Liang is courting death." Aunt Lu was taken aback, as others began to defend Chen Liang and his wife. A few elderly folks chastised Aunt Lu for meddling. "Lu Dajia, what business is it of yours? You don't want to acknowledge Shen Liang as your godson, do you? What a clever scheme. Lu Dajia, you are mistaken. Shen Liang does have a son, but he refuses to spend his money on the Chun family or the child. I must say, Shen Liang is indeed, as the Chun couple claimed, a failure. Not only that, but he is also heartless." Lu Yifen's face was lined with wrinkles as she viciously added to Chen Liang's words. "Moreover, this scoundrel was lazy during their marriage, yet after the divorce, he goes on to make a fortune, deliberately hiding his success from our dear Chen Shuang. We will certainly sue him." Realizing the surrounding crowd had fallen silent, Aunt Lu also turned to the old couple. "How dare you speak ill of me in front of my own door?" Upon turning around, they saw Shen Liang's face. The two old folks froze. Chen Xiaolong, in their arms, swung his transformation device while cursing, "Daddy dog is here. Kneel down and lick my shoes." It was evident he had just learned this. Chen Xiaolong struggled to get down, running to Shen Liang, kicking and hitting him. Seeing that Chen Liang and his wife did not intervene, but instead wore lewd smiles, it was apparent that they had reached the limit. Everyone saw that this failure was indeed such a scoundrel, disrespectful to the elderly and unloving to the young. It was no wonder the couple verbally reprimanded him. Even his son called him a scoundrel. Chen Liang was still gloating. In the next moment, Shen Liang raised his foot. Chen Xiaolong was sent flying several meters, and after a couple of seconds, he burst into tears. Lu Yifen was so frightened that she hurriedly picked him up. The neighbors were left dumbfounded. Even Aunt Lu, who had just defended Shen Liang, was bewildered. How could Shen Liang be so ruthless as to hit his own child? Had he truly forsaken the child after the divorce? Shen Liang pointed at Shen Liang, trembling with rage. You, how dare you hit child? Shen Liang, however, wore a sarcastic expression as he gazed at the illegitimate child, Chen Xiaolong. "What if I hit a child? He is not mine. He is the offspring of your daughter and some other man. Don't tell me you were unaware of that." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Aunt Lu suddenly understood. Good heavens, so the child is the product of Chen Shuang's affair? This revelation led the neighbors to rally even more in Shen Liang's favor, directing their ire at Chen Liang and his wife for raising such a daughter and accusing Chen Shuang of betraying a good man like Shen Liang. The faces of the elderly couple turned a shade of green and red. Shen Liang coldly declared, "If you dare to make another ruckus, I will deal with you all. This is my villa area, and all of you are trespassing. I can hit anyone without breaking the law." Shen Liang stepped forward, causing Chen Liang and his wife to turn pale with fear. Regaining his composure, Chen Liang thought, "How could this little brat frighten me?" Just as he was about to explode with anger, Lu Yifen intervened. She feigned a sense of grievance, apologizing to the neighbors while lamenting their daughter's upbringing, and simultaneously apologized to Shen Liang, saying it was their failure to raise their daughter properly. Chen Liang was left in a daze, but Lu Yifen squeezed him, urging him to apologize as well, even if it was insincere. Yet Shen Liang, even if the child is not biologically yours, has lived with you for so long. Doesn't that create some bond? We know you've recently made money in stock trading, and we are too ashamed to ask you for money. We know you wouldn't give it to us anyway, but for the sake of the child, could you perhaps tell us about a stock? Shen Liang quickly understood, praising his wife Lu Yifan for her cleverness. He also began to play the victim, telling Shen Liang that their household had suffered since he left. Their ability to earn had diminished, and they could barely afford the child as formula. Shen Liang, please have mercy. We won't blame you for not making money. Just tell us one stock, please. Such a lack of wit, and you dare to flaunt it before me? Shen Liang initially contemplated giving the two old folks a good beating. However, he reconsidered, realizing that the potential legal disputes would not be worth the trouble. He sighed dramatically. If you had been this way from the start, I would not have had to speak so harshly. There's indeed a stock I am optimistic about, but I will only tell you under the condition that you do not disclose it to others. Then, Shen Liang, lower your voice. We will remember it. Let be clear that while I believe in its potential, whether it makes money is not my concern. If you choose to trust me, then buy. If not, that is your choice. I won't take a dime if you profit, and if you lose, do not come to me for recompense. Understood? We understand, Shen Liang. You can rest assured. Before long, Chen Liang and his wife left with the child. The elderly folks who had just supported Chen Liang hurriedly followed, inquiring about the stock name, hoping to have the child invest as well. Chen Liang chuckled and glanced at Shen Liang, smirking. Did you think I wouldn't speak if you forbade me? However, the old couple was prudent, aware that sharing with too many people would not be wise. So they only confided in a select few, deliberately avoiding Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, not being a stock trader, merely felt indignant. Shen Liang, you need not act this way. Look at them. They will not appreciate your kindness. They will turn their backs on you. Shen Liang nodded. He had just witnessed Aunt Lu coming to his defense. Thus, he quietly remarked, what does it matter if they know about the stock? Whether it brings profit or loss, I shall not bear the responsibility. In my previous life, the family feasted on my resources, and now they dare to come to my doorstep with their illegitimate child, hoping to profit from my stocks? It's laughable. If they do not believe me, that is one thing. But if they dare to trust me, once they lose everything, they have no one to blame but themselves. Shen Liang entered the construction site of the villa. Aunt Lu stood there, utterly bewildered. Shen Liang, that troublesome lad, has truly excelled. Aunt Lu also plans to act with cunning. We eagerly await the outcome. Upon returning home, without any surprises, Chen Liang and his wife immediately produced all their bank cards and savings books. Chen Shuang went to work, leaving their son Chen Haowen to create a stock trading app account. Mom and Dad, this is all the money we have. Surely, it won't all be lost, right? Fear not. Shen Liang wouldn't dare to deceive us, they assured. He had just shown a sincere and remorseful demeanor, as pitiful as ever. A coward cannot change his stripes, and he wouldn't dare to lie. With a total savings of 260,000, they retained 10,000 for living expenses, investing the remainder entirely in stocks. Chen Haowen rubbed his hands in anticipation. I wonder how much we can earn. I'll need 500 million. If I make 50 million, I'll be content. The beautiful designer Lin Qingya was absent. Fortunately, the foreman led the way, and after a brief inspection, Shen Liang was quite pleased. The construction progressed remarkably quickly, with noticeable changes nearly every day. The cement dried at an impressive pace, and with the current high temperatures, even thick walls did not hinder the project's speed. Brothers, let us buy a large freezer with this 10,000. The remaining funds will go towards ice pops and bottled water, chilled treats to boost everyone's morale. Additionally, he informed the workers that if the project was completed on time, or even ahead of schedule, he would personally give each of them a bonus of 10,000. The timeline was tight, with at least 300 workers involved. 3 million set aside for bonuses seemed worthwhile to Shen Liang, especially considering that if the project were delayed and global freezing arrived early, they would lose everything. Shen Liang understood the stakes. It was better to finish ahead of schedule than to fall behind. Meanwhile, he had not been idle these past 2 days. Fully aware that 500 million would not suffice to face the apocalypse, Shen Liang relied on his memories from a previous life, continuing his search in the stock market for stocks capable of generating wealth in a short time. However, such stocks are rare and elusive. Despite his efforts, he found no leads over the past 2 days. Shen Liang remained patient, vaguely recalling a recent lucrative opportunity that he had missed in his previous life. Though the details were somewhat muddled, he began scouring the internet for posts about stockpiling for the apocalypse. There were numerous posts, and he diligently noted all the essential items to stockpile. After work, Chen Shuang and her husband chuckled, envisioning their daughter living in luxury and driving fancy cars. But when pressed for details, they remained secretive, leaving Chen Shuang exasperated and unwilling to inquire further. Over the next few days, Chen Haowen checked stock prices dozens of times daily. To his astonishment, they were indeed rising, increasing by 10 over 2 days. What a delightful surprise. They had made over 20,000. Shen Liang is truly remarkable. However, when would they sell? Chen Liang pondered. He mentioned that the stock would reach its peak in about a week. A week flew by. Chen Liang's stocks had appreciated by 27. Excited yet unsatisfied, they began to speculate whether Shen Liang had been holding back. He made dozens of times more than we did, and we only earned 27. While indeed modest, hadn't Shen Liang said they should sell in a week? As Chen Haowen felt his anxiety mounting, he clung to his remaining rationality. Chen Liang and his wife exchanged glances filled with greed. Why sell? He surely doesn't want us to profit more, so he told us to sell in a week. If it continues to rise afterward, we will be furious. He just wants to frustrate us. Yet, the market is climbing daily. We cannot sell, absolutely not. Indeed, fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. This stock can still rise. It certainly will. Chen Haowen could only agree, feeling that their current profits were insufficient for wealth. Thus, they unanimously decided to hold onto their stocks. The following morning, after the market opened, Chen Haowen screamed, "Dad, Mom, we're doomed." Chapter 23. Chen Liang stocks are stuck, preparing for 20 billion. A shocking odds emerges. The Chen family gathered around Chen Haowen's computer. Though they were unfamiliar with stocks, they could see the stock price and the erratic trends that resembled a roller coaster. Just days prior, the prices had been climbing steadily, but today they plummeted. A 20 drop. This meant they had lost all their investments overnight. A staggering 20. Damn it, how could it drop so much? Chen Liang exclaimed, perspiration beading on his forehead. Anxiety etched deeply into his wrinkled face. Chen Haowen appeared as though he had lost his parents. We only made 4,000. Just 4,000? Weren't we supposed to earn 70,000? Why is it only 4,000? We had made 60 or 70,000 just last night. In an instant, they had lost more than 10 times their earnings. Chen Liang's heart raced with anger. Mom, Dad, stocks aren't calculated like this. Quick, tell me what we should do. Should we sell while we haven lost everything? As Chen Haowen spoke, there was a knock at the door. A group of 5 or 6 elderly neighbors burst in, their expressions frantic and furious. They were the same neighbors who had confronted Aunt Lu alongside the Chen family. Chen Liang had taken care of these neighbors, as they had all invested together in the stock. Now, witnessing the decline, they were as restless as ants on a hot pan. What's going on, old Chen? You promised we would make a fortune, and now look at this. I said we should sell yesterday, but you wouldn't listen. What should we do now? Should we sell or not? Give us an answer. Initially indecisive. Upon seeing the group, Chen Liang's expression turned serious. We cannot sell. Absolutely not. I've been gathering information these past 2 days, and everyone says you shouldn't panic sell. You will never make big money that way. Only the bold can earn. His words sounded convincing. But Chen Liang was unwilling to settle for a mere few $1,000s. After all, he had boasted to neighbors about their potential profits. To avoid becoming a laughingstock, he was determined to fulfill his family's dreams of sudden wealth. In a bid to prove his resolve, Chen Liang addressed the neighbors. We're all good friends. If you trust me, we will continue to invest. This declaration left everyone stunned. Continue to invest? Are you serious, old Chen? Chen Liang sneered and gestured for silence. He then called his daughter, Chen Shuang. Shuang, don't you have over 100,000 left on your card? Leave some for yourself and transfer the rest to Dad. Chen Shuang was busy at work. The recent heat wave had brought many patients in need of care, and as a surgeon, she had even stepped in to assist. Is something wrong, Dad? Don't you have over 20,000 saved? Oh dear, Shuang, don't ask too many questions. That money is crucial. You don't need to give me much, just 10,000 will suffice. Keep the rest for yourself. I promise to return it within a week. Plus an extra 5,000 as interest. Dad, you haven't been swindled, have you? No, your brother is here with me. Chen Shuang was puzzled and could not break away. Yet, as the conversation progressed, Chen Liang insisted, are you still my daughter? If you don't trust your own father. Seeing his urgency, Chen Shuang reluctantly agreed. Looking at her remaining balance of only 12,000, she gritted her teeth and transferred 10,000. Little did she know that 10,000 would soon be lost. Meanwhile, upon receiving the 10,000, Chen Liang, in front of his neighbors, instructed Chen Haowen to invest it in stocks. See, I am setting an example. I guarantee this stock will yield profits. Think about it. Shen Liang surely wants to prevent us from making money, but he cannot possibly know when this stock will rise or fall, right? So, even if we don't trust that coward Shen Liang, we can decide for ourselves to continue buying. This stock will surely profit. Shen Liang just wants to see us fail. When we succeed, he will know who the real authority is. Ultimately, under Chen Liang's insistence, the group of neighbors did not sell off their stocks to minimize losses. Instead, they continued to pour in additional funds of 10 or 8,000. The family of Chen Liang had nearly exhausted their retirement savings and had even borrowed a substantial amount from their children. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had gone by. The Chen family had not stepped outside their home. Their security door was on the verge of being battered down. They feigned ignorance. While Chen Haowen had not seen his girlfriend for 2 days and had refrained from going online, the family stared at the computer screen, watching their investment of 350,000 yuan in stocks dwindle down to 180,000 yuan after 3 consecutive days of a 20 drop. Just yesterday, they had stubbornly insisted on holding onto their shares, hoping for a rebound. At this moment, Shen Liang could no longer maintain his bravado. They realized that the stock price had plummeted to a critical point, leading the company to declare bankruptcy and their stocks to be forcibly delisted. This meant that their investment of 350,000 yuan had ultimately shrunk to 180,000 yuan. With no hope of retrieving a single cent, they were completely trapped. What should they do? How could they explain this to their neighbors or to my sister? Chun Haowen's face was etched with despair, and his parents appeared pale as ghosts. Suddenly, a thought struck the family. Shen Liang. He must have deliberately deceived us. Damn it. I will settle the score with him. As for Shen Liang, he was blissfully unaware of their predicament. He had spent the day lounging in a hotel, engrossed in watching football matches on a large-screen television. He was not merely indulging in entertainment. He sought to awaken memories of a particular match from his past life. Shen Liang possessed only a rudimentary understanding of football, which explained why he struggled to make sense of the games he had watched over the past few days. He had contemplated various match outcomes, but found the odds unappealing and the process of betting cumbersome, ultimately yielding little profit for the effort expended. He vaguely recalled a match that no one had anticipated, which resulted in a remarkable turnaround and set a record for World Cup odds. If only he had paid more attention to the World Cup. It was a shame he had forgotten such critical information. Refusing to give up, Shen Liang did not waste his time entirely. Over the past few days, he had contacted a supplier for a supermarket, not limited to a single category, but a comprehensive food supplier. This was a formidable wholesale food magnate, perfectly suited for rapidly accumulating a substantial stockpile. Joe Boss, how is the preparation of my order coming along? Shen Liang inquired. Mr. Shen, it's almost ready. I've hired several large trucks over the past few days to prepare the goods for you. However, as you know, the volume is enormous. I prepared 100 containers of instant noodles alone, 15,000 boxes. This order has completely depleted the inventories of local instant noodle manufacturers, but fortunately, production is incredibly swift. Let me update you. 100 containers of instant noodles, 200 containers of various types of ham sausages, 100,000 bags of flour and rice each, 100,000 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 100,000 barrels of bottled water, 100,000 pigs, sheep, and cows each, 200,000 chickens, ducks, and geese each, and a variety of biscuits, cakes, tiramisu, and fries. As Joe Boss relayed this information, he himself found it astounding. However, being a person of substantial business acumen, he had witnessed similar orders from major retailers like Walmart and Carrefour, especially given the current trend of food giants engaging in online sales, handling tens of thousands of orders daily. In short, Joe Boss did not question further. He understood that this order would equate to his annual sales volume, with the total amount reaching 20 billion yuan. In fact, it was more than he could manage alone, prompting him to enlist several industry peers to assist in fulfilling the order. Initially, there were concerns that it might be a prank, considering it was from an unknown individual who would place such a large order. However, once Shen Liang transferred a deposit of 50 million yuan, everything became reasonable. If Shen Liang were to default, the deposit would be forfeited, and he would be required to make further payments upon delivery. Ensuring Joe Boss had no worries about Shen Liang reneging on the deal. Mr. Shen, we are about 30 ready with the goods. Could you possibly transfer a bit more payment? Joe Boss suggested. Upon hearing this, Shen Liang's mouth twitched. Damn it, I need to reserve my funds to make more money. Where'd I get extra to transfer to you? Over the past 10 days, the remaining 400 million yuan Shen Liang had invested in the stock market had not been idle. After a day of not checking, he saw that it had grown to over 3 billion yuan, which brought him great satisfaction. After some contemplation, he decided to transfer 1 billion yuan. I will transfer 1 billion yuan first. With a week until delivery, I will continue to send payments afterward. Of course, I will inspect the goods daily. If you try any tricks, trust me, with my connections, I could track you down even if you fled to the Arctic. Threats were unavoidable, and Joe Boss did not dare to take them lightly. Upon receiving 500 million yuan, Joe Boss was overjoyed. Rest assured, Mr. Shen, with such a major client like you, I would never dream of playing tricks. After the call ended, Shen Liang also decided to request 10 million yuan, specifically for betting on football. There was no particular reason for not asking for more, other than the fact that the lottery station had limited capacity to process tickets. Even so, Shen Liang needed to visit several lottery stations daily to ensure everything was secure and discreet. He had meticulously calculated everything. All was in readiness. Only a favorable turn of events was needed. With less than 2 months remaining until a global frozen apocalypse, Shen Liang had to seize opportunities to amass wealth. With the supernatural ability to store items, he no longer had to worry about insufficient space for his supplies. He could purchase in bulk, accommodating not just hundreds or thousands of containers, but potentially hundreds of thousands. At 10 o'clock in the evening, feeling somewhat hungry, Shen Liang ordered takeout. Just as he was about to eat, A news report on the television caught his attention. My goodness, the odds are outrageous. This was undoubtedly the highest odds in World Cup history. Watching the television, he saw the odds marked at 15,000. Shen Liang felt a surge of excitement. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Chapter 24. Unforeseen odds? I'm going all in. The prize is 48 billion. The Dongxi Road lottery station had been managed by Wang Defa for 4 years. Previously, business had been lukewarm, but he had been eagerly anticipating this year, this very moment. During the World Cup, lottery ticket sales surged to unprecedented levels. While daily sales might only reach a few tens of thousands in a non-World Cup month during the tournament, daily sales could soar to over 100,000, rivaling previous months combined. However, it was rare to see such high sales. Most days, achieving sales of several tens of thousands was already significant. Thus, during the World Cup, Wang Defa temporarily added 2 ticket printing computers and enlisted 2 assistants to ensure that even large orders could be processed efficiently. Awesome. Incredible goal. The lottery station was bustling at 10:30 in the evening, with a dozen people engrossed in the match. The room was small, yet filled with excitement. Some celebrated, while others lamented, yet everyone engaged in discussions about the astonishing odds. In a home match against Leicester City, the odds of 15,000 are simply absurd. Yet, even with a stake of 50,000, what difference does it make? Although Nan'an is not particularly renowned, they hold the advantage of playing at home. They nearly triumphed over the team from the Romantic Nation, indicating that their lineup this year possesses some strength. Leicester, on the other hand, has been performing dreadfully in recent matches. I once watched a game featuring Leicester out of boredom, and it left me utterly disgusted. Their defensive lapses were so egregious. They made the national team of Guizhou look competent. That match made me realize that perhaps Guizhou still harbors some hope. Regardless, the official odds set by the World Cup are meticulously calculated. One should never gamble recklessly in hopes of overnight wealth. However, betting on Nan'an seems unnecessary. As there is no profit to be had, this match might be the least ordered by the lottery. Before I could finish my thought, a strikingly handsome man, clad in flip-flops and shorts, swaggered into the lottery station. Even though he had crossed the street from a grand hotel, the oppressive heat remained unbearable for Shen Liang. Upon entering the lottery station, the cool air conditioning provided him with considerable relief. He pondered the drastic temperature drop expected in 2 months, which would be so severe that it would freeze the unprepared into ice sculptures. This intensified Shen Liang's sense of urgency. Handsome, are you here to place a bet? Yes. How should I proceed? I can introduce today's 3 matches to you. Wang Defa's service was exemplary, aimed at preventing novices from misunderstanding the betting process. He recognized that seasoned gamblers, like Shen Liang, require no introduction, as they know exactly how to place their bets. I am well acquainted with the process. Just tell me how many tickets your 3 machines can generate by 2 a.m., he stated. This remark captured the attention of everyone present. Wang Defa was taken aback. A big client has arrived? Let me think. If our 3 machines operate continuously for an hour, we should be able to generate approximately 50,000 yuan worth of tickets. By 2 a.m., that's 3.5 hours. All right, that would yield around 180,000 yuan in tickets. If we push ourselves, we could manage 200,000. At this moment, a bystander exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't that the match between Nan'an and Leicester? What? The odds are 5,000 for that one. You're not seriously considering betting on Leicester in hopes of an overnight fortune, are you? Many others perked up, either to witness the unfolding drama or to share in the amusement. They instinctively regarded Shen Liang as a novice. Wang Defa, eager to profit, still offered a friendly warning. My friend, I can make money off you, but you should know that Leicester's chances of winning are exceedingly low, which is why the odds are set so high. With such odds, their probability of victory is virtually 0. Aren't you afraid of losing your wager? In response, Shen Liang only had one thing to say. Whether to bet or not is up to you. If you do, I will transfer the funds on site. If not, I will seek another option. Why let a good opportunity slip away? Wang Defa quickly backtracked. No, mispuka. I apologize. Sir, why not transfer 100,000 to me first? Once I finish placing all the bets, you can settle the total. Shen Liang responded generously. I will transfer you 200,000. Adjust accordingly. Ding. The 200,000 was received. Wang Defa's face quivered with excitement. His wife and brother-in-law were eager to join in. Onlookers were amazed at the sheer audacity of the young man. If he wins at 5,000 times the stake, how much would that be? Goodness, 1 billion? If he truly succeeded, it would send shockwaves across the globe. However, it seemed likely that the young man would face disappointment. Never mind, you can't dissuade the determined. Perhaps his family is quite affluent, given his casual attire. How enviable to spend 200,000 so freely. Shen Liang merely smiled in silence, feeling no need to explain or defend himself, as he had no time to waste. Boss, do you have a group of fellow operators nearby? Yes, indeed. Our group comprises 33 operators, and the farthest is only about 10 kilometers away. What do you need? Please send a red envelope in the group, informing all members to add me on WeChat. I will transfer a deposit to bet on Lester to win. Until 2 a.m. Buy as much as possible. Once this was accomplished, I will separately transfer you a 20,000 red envelope as gratitude. Additionally, let other operators know that for every 100,000 in orders, I will reward 10,000. Understood. You are truly generous. I will share your WeChat with the group right away. Soon after, the boss shared Shen Liang's red envelope in the group multiple times. This method effectively energized the entire group. They quickly began inquiring about the reason. Wang Defa decisively explained. Without a doubt, the group erupted with excitement. What? A major client? Lester to win? Betting 100,000 earns a bonus of 10,000. 200,000 rewards 20,000. I'm in. My 3 machines will serve this gentleman all the way. My 4 machines will work tirelessly for him. With the deposit confirmed, they eagerly began placing bets. The temptation of 10,000 bonus for every 100,000 wagered was substantial. Although ticket sales were high, the commissions remained relatively meager, typically yielding only 2,000 to 3,000 in profit for a 200,000 bet. It was evident how alluring the prospect was. This so-called tip was designed to ensure that each lottery station would abandon all other trivial business and devote their full attention to fulfilling Shen Liang's betting needs, maximizing his ticket orders. The scene left everyone in awe. Some, inspired by Shen Liang's determination, considered placing a few bets themselves, but all 33 nearby operators were already fully committed to him. Wang Defa assumed Shen Liang would wait around, but he did not. Shen Liang, acting as if he were leaving, stated, I will return around 2 a.m. to collect the tickets. Please ensure everything is ready by then, and I will settle the remaining balance. Rest assured, handsome, we will guarantee the task is completed. Wang Defa dared not waste a moment, even concerned that incoming customers might disrupt their business. After persuading all patrons to leave, he promptly locked the doors. Meanwhile, Shen Liang was not idle. Driving a borrowed Mercedes-Benz G-Class from a car modification shop, he steered clear of the 33 lottery stations and headed towards slightly more distant ones. The World Cup was a festive occasion for lottery stations, with nearly all operating around the clock. He toiled until around 1:30 a.m. with approximately 500,000 worth of tickets before making his way back. Although there was still half an hour until the cutoff, he decided against further purchases, as collecting tickets one by one would take time. He needed to retrieve his tickets before the match commenced to avoid any complications. After all, if he were to be discovered with winning tickets, he would have no recourse if they refused to honor the bets. At approximately 2:30 a.m., with only 10 minutes remaining before the match, he arrived at Wang Defa's station. Brother, I'm back. The tickets are ready. I managed to secure an additional 20,000, totaling 220,000 tickets. I will load them into your car. Each ticket is at 100 times, so 220,000 means 100 tickets. It might not seem like much, but it filled an entire small box. As Wang Defa loaded the tickets into the car, he was astonished to see the G-Class's trunk filled with numerous boxes, all containing the pre-printed tickets. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Wang Defa was still taken aback. The 200,000 transfer has gone through. Additionally, I have sent a separate 22,000 reward to you as well. Thank you, handsome. Wang Defa wished to say more, but Shen Liang had already entered the vehicle, leaving him to watch in awe as he said goodbye. Without any unexpected turns, Shen Liang would never meet him again. After leaving the lottery shop, he did not head to the Mandu Grand Hotel for rest. Instead, he made his way to a hotel situated over 20 kilometers away, purely for the convenience of claiming his winnings. This particular establishment was aptly named Tikai de Jiodian, parking his Mercedes-Benz G-Class in front of the local police station. He felt no trepidation about anyone coveting his lottery ticket. Who would dare to steal it? Upon entering his hotel room and turning on the television, he discovered that the match had already been underway for over 20 minutes. At that moment, the home team, Nanan, had scored a goal. Shen Liang remained unfazed. In truth, he was not well acquainted with the match's progression, yet the outcome was all too familiar, as in his previous life, even without betting on the game. He had an indelible impression of it. When Leicester triumphed over Nanan, the world was abuzz, for a football match with odds of 5,000 to 1 had materialized. The name Leicester echoed through every street and alley. At the company Shen Liang worked for, people of all ages expressed their regrets, with even the janitor lamenting, "If only I had placed a bet of 200, I could have made $1 million." Despite knowing the result, Shen Liang felt a twinge of anxiety, particularly as he watched the first half unfold, with Nanan's momentum surging after their goal. However, Leicester continued to perform poorly until halftime, when they substituted 3 players. At that moment, Leicester embarked on an astonishing comeback. Soon, the match concluded, leaving the world in disbelief at Leicester's victory. In the lottery shop S group chat, Wang Defa promptly tagged everyone, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, brothers! That lad really hit the jackpot, placing a whopping 220,000 in bets. 1 billion in hand. What the hell? He placed 300,000 at my place. 15 billion in hand. Damn, I just heard from the official lottery group that a staggering 68 million bets were placed on Leicester winning. Could it be that 6 million of those were from that guy? 6 million. The prize amount is 48 billion. The following day, news of Leicester's resounding victory over Nannan reverberated globally. It was not due to the fame of either team nor the presence of any star players. Rather, the remarkable odds of 5,000 had become a reality. To the astonishment of all, only slightly over 12 million tickets for Leicester's win had been sold worldwide, yet Longwo alone accounted for 68 million of them. While the world was still reeling from the shock, Shen Liang had already driven his Mercedes-Benz G-Class to the lottery center. After inquiring about a private room for claiming his grand prize, he began transporting boxes of lottery tickets inside, leaving the staff at the center bewildered. Upon seeing the tickets, the entire center erupted in excitement. Goodness, the major patron who had bet on Leicester's victory had arrived. It took a full 6 hours to complete the redemption process. After taxes, he received 38 billion. Shen Liang generously donated 2 billion and presented each staff member with a red envelope of 10,000, then departed with a check close to 400 billion. With 400 billion in hand, his next step was to stock up. In this impending apocalypse, he felt secure. Chapter 25, Banking Clerk Selection, Major Medical Orders. Bye. The news of a young, handsome fellow hitting a 5,000 to 1 odds during the World Cup and winning 48 billion spread like wildfire overnight. The next day, numerous media outlets arrived early at the lottery center, eager to interview the winner. However, when the staff informed them that the winner had come to claim his prize the instant the center opened and even requested a set of staff uniforms upon leaving, all the reporters were left dumbfounded. Could it be that the winner was a spy, claiming a prize while pulling such a stunt? Meanwhile, in the bank, Shen Liang was personally welcomed by the vice president. As he held the check, he was ushered into the VIP room. The moment the funds were transferred to his account, he noticed the vice president's face twitching with excitement, and Shen Liang felt that the old fellow was nearly beside himself with joy. He wanted to tell him not to get too carried away, for all this money would likely be spent within 2 months. "Mr. Shen, feel free to call me if you need anything. We have many service personnel with exceptional attitudes. If you require assistance, I can arrange for a few to visit you personally." The vice president, Jia Gui, grinned widely, gesturing towards several bank tellers attending to customers. Shen Liang merely cast a casual glance and was taken aback by their beauty. There were married women in their 30s, university graduates in their 20s, and even freshly arrived interns. Jia Gui's demeanor seemed less about promoting services and more about suggesting that Shen Liang could choose any of these lovely tellers for personal service, whenever and for however long he desired. "Is this appropriate, Director Jia?" "Absolutely. There is no misunderstanding here. Our tellers are all exceptionally skilled, far surpassing those from second or third-rate establishments, and their service is outstanding. However, I haven't personally experienced it. You'll have to see that for yourself, Mr. Shen. Just please, don't deposit your money in another bank. Everything else is negotiable." "Haha, would it be all right if I had 5 tellers come serve me? Would it be acceptable for 5 tellers to attend to me all night?" With a smile, Shen Liang departed. As he reversed his Mercedes G-Class to leave, Jia Gui knocked on the window, saying, "Mr. Shen, 5 tellers, all night. You just need to make a call, and I'll arrange it. I promise they will be the most competent, with the best service attitude and the finest appearances, none older than 35. This must be the kind of treatment reserved for the wealthiest of individuals," he mused. Once a critic of the affluent, he now found himself becoming the very person he once despised. Yet, he couldn't deny that being pampered and catered to felt utterly delightful. 35 years old, perfectly at the prime age for a married woman. A little older wouldn't be objectionable either, though that would lean more towards a mature charm. To Shen Liang, every age group possessed its own advantages. As a qualified reborn individual, he had but one requirement for women: beauty and a good figure. Everything else could be relaxed. In his previous life, Shen Liang could only lament with a few close friends about the allure of different types of women after a few drinks. However, in this reborn life, especially with the impending global apocalypse looming, he felt that women of any kind were merely options for his selection. Before the apocalypse, stockpiling supplies and establishing safe havens were paramount. With the apocalypse at hand, accumulating various types of beautiful women would provide more enjoyment and diversions to alleviate the loneliness and chill of the impending dark nights. Thus, it was only prudent to research various types of beauties in advance. "Director Jia, you are indeed a commendable leader. I will call you should I require assistance." At present, Shen Liang had even more pressing matters to attend to. Hingyang Pharmaceutical Chain, a colossal enterprise with thousands of branches nationwide, offered an extensive range of medicines, medical supplies, medical equipment, disinfectants, sterilizers, and epidemic prevention products. Initially, Hingyang had a near monopoly, but with new competitors emerging in the market, the pharmaceutical industry became highly competitive, leading to a situation where 10 different branded pharmacies could be found on a single street, causing Hingyang's performance to plummet. The newly appointed pharmaceutical purchaser and CEO were currently engaged in a rather awkward meeting. If the performance does not improve, I, as the president, will have to step down, and you, as a lucrative medical procurement officer, will inevitably follow suit. President Liu Xinghe wore a look of helplessness. Procurement officer Jiang Yuanfei understood the weight of these words. It was not a threat, but rather a simple truth. When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Jiang Yuanfei's interests were entwined with Liu Xinghe's. Over the years, he had benefited immensely from procurement, not to mention his salary. The profits had filled his coffers. However, should he face dismissal, the flow of benefits would cease, a prospect he could not endure. Yet the pharmaceutical industry was indeed cutthroat. Sales were plummeting across various pharmaceutical companies, and even other distributors were squeezing out their share of goods. How could they possibly boost sales? They certainly could not resort to illegal means. Upon uttering this thought, both their expressions shifted. Liu Xinghe hastily shook his head. We cannot engage in illegal activities. At that moment, Liu Xinghe received a phone call. President Liu, I wish to procure a batch of medical supplies, including disinfectants and protective clothing. Liu Xinghe's spirits lifted. A large order had come knocking at their door. Just as he began to ponder, the voice on the other end continued. Boss Zhou, Lianxing mentioned that you could assist me. Money is not an issue. What I require is a supplier with sufficient capacity, as the total order amounts to tens of billions, and I intend to pay in cash. Is Boss Zhou, Lianxing, the one who referred you? Could you be the esteemed Boss Shen, who secured a 200 billion deal with him? Zhou Lianxing had a good rapport with Liu Xinghe. Learning that Zhou Lianxing had secured a 200 billion order filled Liu Xinghe with envy and astonishment. And now, a major order was being delivered right to their doorstep. No further inquiries are necessary. You simply need to confirm if you can handle this order. We can handle it. Mr. Shen, shall we discuss this in person? Half an hour later, Shen Liang sat across from Liu Xinghe and Jiang Yuanfei, as Shen Liang presented a densely packed list of medications and various medical supplies. It was revealed that the order included 100,000 sets of protective clothing designed to block viruses, as well as similarly large quantities of high-end gear for extreme temperatures and viral protection. Other items included disinfectants, alcohol, sanitizers, masks, and oxygen tanks, creating a comprehensive list that encompassed nearly all categories of the pharmaceutical industry. A rough estimate placed the total near 100 billion. Liu Xinghe and Jiang Yuanfei were both alarmed. Mr. Shen, although this is our first business transaction, your choice of Hingyang indicates your trust in us. However, our inventory is insufficient to meet such a large order, and we will need to source supplies from various places. We can gather everything within a month. While I trust you, I require a deposit. I can pay you 20, but I have one condition. All supplies must be gathered within 20 days, as I am pressed for time and do not wish to delay. A month is acceptable, but Shen Liang was anxious about the timeline. Even if the deadline remained unchanged, it was always prudent to prepare the required goods in advance. Agreed. A 20 deposit. Shen Liang transferred 20 billion. The specific amount would be finalized later. Bear in mind, I will hire professionals to conduct random quality checks. While the volume of goods is substantial, if you attempt to deceive me with subpar products, do not blame me for ensuring Hingyang's disappearance from the Longwu market. Shen Liang merely needed to showcase his wealth, and, given that the other party had no means of verifying his background, they would undoubtedly perceive him as formidable. Even if Shen Liang was merely posturing, it would be effective. Rest assured, Mr. Shen, you may conduct inspections at your leisure. You can bring as many people as you wish for checks lasting 7 days and nights. We will cover the costs. Should there be even a minor issue with quality, the entire Hingyang team will kneel before you in apology. Can your kneeling compensate for my potential losses of 100 billion? Enough with the chatter. The transfer will be completed within 10 minutes. Immediately begin preparing the goods. The vast array of food supplies and current medical products would be delivered to a discreet, secluded location, devoid of surveillance and populated areas. Shen Liang would receive them directly into his storage space. As long as no abnormalities were discovered in the short term, it would be fine. Perhaps over time, someone might notice something amiss, but by then, the apocalypse would have arrived. Shen Liang clearly possessed a storage space. Who would dare to pry? They could test the waters. But the hail of bullets within his storage space would teach them a lesson. As time passed, a week swiftly elapsed. During this week, the mysterious young man winning 48 billion from the World Cup continued to garner attention, with the initial buzz escalating into widespread knowledge. From octogenarians to toddlers, everyone knew of a person who had suddenly become wealthy. The Chun family, having suffered significant losses in the stock market, along with several other elderly investors, attempted to confront Shen Liang, but could not locate him. It was unsurprising. After all, Shen Liang had been busy traveling across the country, in addition to purchasing a massive stockpile of supplies for the impending apocalypse. He had specifically visited several cities, essentially towns and mountainous villages, where a surplus of fruits and vegetables was accumulating. Indeed, he was hoarding produce. It wasn't that cities could not afford these goods. The prices in rural areas were far more favorable. These locations were either difficult to access or lacked communication networks. However, many were experiencing overproduction. In numerous regions, vegetables were extraordinarily fresh, yet sold for a mere fraction of the city prices. For instance, cabbage sold for 2 or 3 yuan per jean in cities, while the same amount in the original production area could be as low as 1 mao. Fruits like mangoes, apples, and peaches, which were in season, were similarly priced. In city supermarkets, they could cost 5 to 6 yuan or even more per jean, while the wholesale price at the source was only 1 yuan for apples and 1 yuan 50 for peaches, making them significantly cheaper. In total, during this week, Shen Liang spent billions purchasing tens of thousands of tons of vegetables and fruits. At this point, he had to return, as the 200 billion worth of food supplies from Basho were due for delivery. Simultaneously, unusual weather patterns re-emerged at the North and South poles, with persistent high temperatures accelerating the melting of ice. This was nearly catastrophic for the polar regions. Observing the ice thinning, scientific researchers found themselves in an unprecedented state of despair. Chapter 26. The Violent Debt Collection from the Chen Family. Progress. The countdown to the apocalypse was 10 days. The temperature is becoming increasingly outrageous. The maximum temperature has nearly exceeded 42 degrees, with surface temperatures reportedly soaring to 70 degrees, hot enough to fry an egg. In such weather, is it aiming to roast people alive? On the streets, many people walked slowly, seeking refuge in the shade of trees. Shen Liang was among them. His car was parked roadside, allowing him to feel the recent changes in weather, which were reminiscent of his past life. Approximately a month and a half remained before the global ice age apocalypse. The overall temperature worldwide was high. Rumors suggested that both poles were experiencing unprecedented heat waves. If this high temperature persisted for too long, the accelerated melting of polar ice could lead to rising sea levels, submerging coastal nations and islands. The residents of Yinghua Nation felt the greatest fear, as news spread that they might be the first to be submerged, causing nationwide panic. Yet few expressed sympathy. In public discourse, Yinghua Nation was perpetually blamed. Damn Yinghua Nation, may they be submerged already. These people are truly despicable. If it weren't for their nuclear wastewater discharge, I wouldn't be afraid to eat seafood lately. Many felt that the global heat wave was somehow related to their actions. Shen Liang listened for a while before departing. He understood the public's sentiments, yet he was well aware. The rising global temperatures can be attributed to the gamma rays emanating from the depths of the cosmos. Shen Liang is not an astronomer and lacks understanding of such rays. He simply knows that this phenomenon is not as straightforward as the experts claim. He does not believe that the specialists are concealing the truth. Perhaps they themselves are unaware. In a month and a half, these seemingly innocuous gamma rays will plunge humanity into a terrifying frozen apocalypse. The current heat is merely temporary. When that day arrives, global temperatures will plummet overnight. Can you imagine going to bed feeling the need for air conditioning, only to awaken the next morning frozen? Even those who slept with their windows open? Those who had the best sleep might be discovered dead in their homes, victims of the sudden blizzard that blankets the ground. The temperature will drop from 30 or 40 degrees above zero to 30 or 40 degrees below zero. Within 3 days, it will plummet to minus 70 or 80 degrees. Shen Liang wishes to convey, relish the current warmth, for the frozen apocalypse is horrifying beyond comprehension. In recent days, the Chen family has faced considerable distress. Chen Shuang has even taken a few days off work, upon learning that her parents had invested their 100,000 yuan in the stock market only to be trapped. She felt on the verge of collapse. She could hardly fathom the foolishness of those who would believe Shen Liang could provide them with a profitable stock tip. Moreover, Chen Shuang could not hold Shen Liang accountable, as the stock market is notoriously unpredictable. What grounds would she have to blame him? What is even more absurd is that by the time Chen Shuang discovered her parents were trading stocks and had become ensnared, the amount involved was far beyond 3,500,000 yuan. After losing everything, Chen Liaoding dared not inform Chen Shuang, while secretly dreaming of sudden wealth. Consequently, unbeknownst to Chen Shuang, Chen Haowen, Chen Liaoding, and Liu Eifan downloaded numerous online loan applications, securing a total of 500,000 yuan and investing it all into the stock market. The absurdity lies in their choice of stocks, which was not based on any advice, but merely on Chen Liaoding's whims regarding which stocks seemed appealing. When Chen Shuang eventually learned of this, the 500,000 yuan, though not trapped, had dwindled to merely a few hundred thousand. Indeed, it was all lost, as the family faced impending delisting and entrapment. Chen Shuang nearly fought with her parents. Ultimately, she was forced to sell off the remaining funds to extricate herself from the situation. Today, witnessing the company's delisting. The Chen family is filled with dread. What should they do? How can they possibly give up after such losses? Thankfully, Xiao Shuang had urged them to sell earlier. Otherwise, they would have lost even those few $100,000. Xiao Shuang, which stock do you suggest we buy? We will heed your advice, they implored. Chen Shuang was infuriated, slamming her palms on the table. Are you all out of your minds? Why must you invest in stocks? Just because Shen Liang made money. You think you can too? Wake up. Do you want our family to be destitute, losing everything and ending up homeless on the streets? Chen Shuang initially intended to scold her family, but instead, she inadvertently sparked an idea in Chen Liang. Suddenly, he exclaimed, of course, the house. Xiao Shuang, let us use the house as collateral. Our home is worth millions. Surely we can secure a substantial loan, perhaps several million. They promised Chen Shuang that they would cease once they earned enough. Could Chen Shuang agree to such a plan? Then, in a shocking turn, Chen Liang and his son Chen Haowen forcibly bound Chen Shuang, seizing the property deed to seek high-interest loans, knowing that as non-owners, only predatory lenders would lend them money. But that was of little consequence to Chen Liang. He believed that with sufficient funds, he would be able to purchase profitable stocks to recover their losses. Chen Haowen began scouring the internet for illegal lending options, which were essentially predatory loans masquerading as small loans. As the family prepared to leave, Chen Shuang, bound and gagged, felt as if she were being kidnapped, her cries falling on deaf ears. However, as the door opened, instead of escaping, they were suddenly confronted by several strong men who pushed their way inside. As the family watched in bewilderment, the intruders locked the door and, smoking cigars, glared at them, leading them to believe they were victims of a robbery. When the men revealed their purpose, to collect debts, the family was utterly confused. Debts? What debts? Yet, upon seeing the signed documents bearing Chen Liang's name and photocopies of the property deed, they were left speechless. Chen Shuang rushed forward, tearing into Chen Liang in anger. How could you do this to me? You borrowed money without my knowledge. I cannot endure this any longer. Half an hour later, the family had been thoroughly beaten and some valuables taken. The three predatory lenders glared at them, declaring, "You have 3 days to repay your debts. If you do not, we will break each of your legs. Fail to repay, and we will break your arms and legs and leave you on the streets to beg." This ultimatum filled the family with terror. They could not fathom who had taken out the loans. Wait, Shen Liang? Damn it, that scoundrel Shen Liang. Is he trying to ruin us? Meanwhile, Fang Peng faced his own predicament. He had transferred $5 million to an overseas account, hoping to purchase a remedy for erectile dysfunction. In the midst of this, a package arrived containing 2 pills. Eager for a quick solution, he swallowed them whole, only to find no improvement. In fact, his condition seemed to worsen. To make matters worse, he began receiving harassing calls from overseas, accusing him of stealing military arms worth billions. They threatened that if he did not send money, they would dismember him in Linhai City. Fang Peng, furious and without an outlet for his anger, reported the calls and recordings to the Major Crimes Unit. Even more perplexing was the fact that, despite not having been intimate with his wife Lu Yuanyuan for quite some time, she seemed to be thriving, appearing more radiant each day. When pressed, Lu Yuanyuan would dismissively claim, "I've just been taking good care of myself. Such expensive cosmetics are not a waste." Fang Peng accepted this explanation, but sensed something was amiss. Yet, the issue of his impotence remained unresolved. In his attempts to contact Shen Liang, he found himself unable to reach him. At times, in his rage, he contemplated a drastic confrontation, but a single threatening message from Shen Liang would render him compliant. With the countdown to the apocalypse ticking down to 1 month, the talented designer Lin Qingya sent Shen Liang the progress report on the construction. Though the details were somewhat unclear, it was evident that the external structure of the entire villa shelter was nearing completion, with even the frost-resistant paint applied. Simultaneously, the expansive courtyard had been fitted with double-layered bulletproof glass and thick steel retractable protection devices, all installed as per Shen Liang's specifications. Heating equipment had also been added. While there was a risk of complete coverage following the blizzard, with these configurations, even if buried, there would be no concern regarding habitation. It would be absolutely secure and warm. The bulletproof glass was undeniably robust and paired with the ultra-thick square steel and support columns. Even a tank driving over the glass roof would not compromise its integrity. Brother Shen, internal construction is progressing smoothly, with 8 floors being built simultaneously to alleviate concerns about the timeline. Furthermore, as per your request, each floor has been fitted with 4 large water tanks, totaling 32 for the 8 floors. In the courtyard, we have placed 10 such tanks, and the top floor has been raised to 3 meters high, filling 500 square meters with supersized water tanks. Overall, I calculated the total capacity. It can hold approximately 14,000 cubic meters of water. A family of 5 typically consumes around 80 cubic meters of water in a year. Assuming 40 residents in the 8-story building, the annual consumption would be 3,200 cubic meters, meaning these tanks, when full, can sustain 40 individuals for about 4 years. Of course, If only 5 people reside there, they could last 30 years. Each tank is equipped with 2 water outlets, one for use and one as a backup, ensuring that the refilling speed is not too slow. When all tanks are filled simultaneously, they can be completely replenished in roughly half a day. Listening to Lin Qingya's detailed account, Shen Liang felt immense satisfaction with the arrangements. However, he soon realized a problem had arisen. The capacity of the water tanks is still rather limited. After all, it remains uncertain how long the apocalypse will last, and whether the tap water will one day become contaminated. He must ensure an adequate water supply. Drinking water is relatively easy to procure. Large quantities of bottled water can resolve that issue. However, water for daily use cannot be neglected. With the 2 golden fingers of the rebirth storage space at his disposal, even in the apocalypse, he intends to maintain a refined lifestyle. Thus, Shen Liang plans to order a substantial number of water tanks, filling them with water and storing them in his space. Once the water tanks and shelter run dry, he can simply retrieve the storage tanks and use a water pump to fill them, allowing the water to flow into the entire villa. Additionally, there is the matter of electrical equipment and heating apparatus. Electricity will be generated through oil, and along with fuel for vehicles, Shen Liang must collect some fuel. Solar panels have also been prepared, but their use is contingent upon the cessation of the relentless blizzards. Everything is proceeding in a methodical manner, accelerating towards fruition. Time passes swiftly, and only 10 days remain until the apocalypse. Recently, the temperature has slightly dropped to 30 degrees, making life a bit more bearable. As for Shen Liang, he has finally negotiated the acquisition of a gas station. Purchasing fuel in bulk proves to be a challenge, so he resorts to this method. After acquiring the gas station, he will have access to fuel. All employees are granted a 10-day paid leave. Upon the announcement, everyone readily agrees. As for who will return to work and who will receive their salary after 10 days, that will depend on their capabilities. And Shen Liang, he heads straight for the underground fuel depot, a large gas station, 5 diesel tanks, and 10 gasoline tanks. However, this is not the ultimate goal. Under the guise of the gas station, Shen Liang can rightfully order a significant amount of fuel, initially placing orders for several dozen tanks. Do not ask why. Simply expand the scale. Fuel is secured. Chapter 27, Delicacies. Moving into the super apocalypse shelter. The global icebound apocalypse countdown stands at 9 days. With his meager savings, Shen Liang rushes to various nearby hotels. The size of the hotels is not the criterion. What matters is the number of skilled chefs and the quality of the dishes. Whether it be Xiang, Yu, Chuan, or Northern cuisine, he seeks the appropriate options. Upon entering, Shen Liang poses a simple question. Can you prepare a banquet? What is the maximum number of tables you can accommodate? With 5 days for preparation and half of the deposit paid, once this is stated, there should be no unexpected issues. In 5 days, with full efficiency, even the smallest restaurant can manage 2,000 or 3,000 tables if everyone, from the cleaning staff to the servers, pitches in to chop, wash, and prepare the ingredients. Larger hotels could even promise to prepare 10,000 tables within 5 days, provided Shen Liang assures them of his requirements. However, he need not make such assurances. He immediately transfers half of the deposit on the spot. Half the deposit is more than enough to cover your costs, is it not? Do not claim otherwise. I am well aware of the profit margins in the restaurant industry. At least this half ensures you need not worry about me absconding after incurring losses. The remaining half will be paid upon completion, with the dishes prepared in takeout boxes and delivered promptly to the designated location in a cargo van, along with a POS machine for cash on delivery. No restaurant would dare refuse such an arrangement. Even the grandest hotels would be convinced. After all, genuine currency has indeed been transferred. May I inquire, what is the purpose of the 10,000 tables? To organize a large event, specifically an outdoor camping picnic organized by 5 middle schools, which will not only include students, but also all teachers and their parents, totaling around 10,000 tables. Is that not reasonable? To reassure them about the quality of the food, Shen Liang had already prepared a response. Although somewhat far-fetched, when calculating the numbers, it does not seem too unreasonable. I see. I apologize for my earlier intrusion. Rest assured, when it comes to children, we will maintain stringent quality control over our dishes. Even with a large number of tables, we will rigorously oversee the raw materials and hygiene, ensuring that no issues arise. The person in charge of the restaurant took this matter very seriously. Shen Liang, of course, was quite satisfied. Had he known to exert more pressure on the previous few establishments, he might have done so. After contemplating, Shen Liang decided to follow this approach and called the previously arranged restaurants. Applying a bit of pressure would do no harm, especially considering the impending apocalypse. Who wants to risk food poisoning and then search for medication? Remember, regarding hygiene and raw materials, if any anomalies arise, you will bear legal responsibility. And I will not pay the remaining balance. After all, this event is organized by the city, and there will be 10 ambulances on standby, with hundreds of police officers ensuring safety. This should serve as sufficient deterrence. Even restaurants that initially contemplated mischief would think twice. They promptly prepared their stock and dedicated themselves to cooking. As for the banquet standards, even the cheapest tables reached 800 yuan, which is considered lavish by ordinary standards. Although lacking in exotic seafood and premium ingredients, they still offered a variety of meats and vegetables. The most expensive tables soared to 8,000 yuan, featuring delicacies like foie gras, wagyu beef, abalone, king crab, and lobster. The quantity is less significant than Shen Liang's demand for numerous tables. With the city's endorsement, even if the usual portion is half a jin, they would prefer to provide an extra 2 liang rather than risk shortchanging him. Shen Liang estimated that with several tens of thousands of tables worth of ingredients, he could eat for a lifetime. Even if he shared with groups of 3 to 5 people, it would be inconsequential. Shen Liang had previously tested that regardless of whether the food is hot or cold, it remains unchanged when stored in the storage space. It can be said to be in a state of suspended time, remaining unspoiled for a century. Hot dishes remain warm even after being stored. Of course, he would not consume these daily. He has also stockpiled a considerable amount of various vegetables and meats, including both expensive and inexpensive seafood, accumulating a substantial quantity. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, should he desire a little indulgence, it would not hinder his ability to prepare a meal. The shelter is remarkably well constructed, not only in terms of safety. In terms of energy, natural gas will undoubtedly become unusable, yet Shen Liang has stockpiled numerous gas canisters, which, when stored in his space, do not pose a risk of freezing or explosion. Additionally, he has amassed a considerable supply of firewood and timber. The shelter is equipped with several stoves of varying sizes. Larger stoves can accommodate cooking for many, while smaller ones are suitable for fewer people. Each floor is equipped with a firewood storage area, and various heating methods, including fireplaces, have been constructed. Once the firewood is ignited, warmth will permeate throughout the house, making it feel like spring even in the frozen apocalypse. This time, no detail has been overlooked in preparation for the impending apocalypse. Since his rebirth, Shen Liang's first task each day has been to thoughtfully reflect on what else needs to be prepared in advance. Whether it be stockpiling supplies or small items such as nail clippers and toilet paper, there is virtually nothing he cannot procure. When he found the process cumbersome, he visited large supermarkets like Walmart and Tom's, recording videos of the shelves to compare later, making it clear what he desired and what he did not. Sigh. It seems his funds are nearly depleted. At this moment, Shen Liang is not at the Mando Grand Hotel, but rather in the already renovated super shelter, reclining in a courtyard. This space has been transformed into a stronghold, with double-layered bulletproof barriers upheld by robust steel beams above. Below, sturdy concrete and steel columns support the heavy double-layered bulletproof glass. Fearing the weight might collapse the underground barrage, the builders have also reinforced it with substantial concrete and steel support columns to ensure it does not cave in due to Shen Liang's additional construction above. Buzz, buzz, as the button is pressed. Above the slanted roof of the bulletproof glass, a heavy layer of bulletproof thermal insulation steel armor either gradually retracts or descends slowly, revealing that each independent piece of armor boasts a design reminiscent of a bulldozer's front end. The rationale behind such a design is quite straightforward. The world is engulfed in an icy grip, with heavy snow blanketing the skies. When the blizzard reaches a certain thickness, it undoubtedly exerts immense pressure on the glass roof, posing a significant risk of collapse. This layer of steel armor serves a dual purpose, providing safety and thermal insulation while also functioning as a snow removal device powered by a robust motor. When retracted, the snow shovel of the device automatically flattens to prevent the awkward situation of snow being pulled upwards. Conversely, when pushed down, the shovel stands upright, efficiently clearing snow as long as it does not exceed 1 meter in thickness. What if it exceeds 1 meter? Then it simply requires multiple passes. The initial snowfall was so heavy that it submerged half a floor, making it nearly impossible to open the unit door, with some areas accumulating snow depth surpassing a full story, even reaching 10 meters. Shen Liang felt the sunlight filtering from above. The current temperature was quite high, making the sunroom feel like a steamer. However, once the blizzard settled, the conditions would be starkly different. Would there still be sunlight then? The answer is affirmative. Yet, to truly bask in the sunlight, one must endure until the snowfall ceases. Historically, the blizzard persisted for nearly half a month, rarely relenting, with intermittent breaks that hardly cleared the skies, plunging temperatures to a frigid -70 or 80 degrees. Everything was frozen, perfectly prepared for the impending apocalypse. Shen Liang was unperturbed by the cold. His concern lay with the corrosive toxins within the blizzard. Whether ordinary protective gear, reinforced suits, or even space suits could withstand the onslaught of this toxic snowfall would soon be revealed. The sunroom, transformed from the courtyard, was remarkably spacious, nearly comparable to a shopping mall. Shen Liang contemplated whether to toss an oil tank into the yard. "Shen, are you home?" The beautiful designer Lin Qingyao arrived. She was a significant contributor to this super shelter for the apocalypse, possessing both beauty and a commendable figure. Although her design services were paid for, Lin Qingya had indeed saved Shen Liang a considerable sum and expedited the construction timeline. During the recent house handover, she accompanied Shen Liang for nearly 3 days and nights, checking for equipment malfunctions with minimal sleep. Such a kind-hearted and lovely designer was endearing to Shen Liang. Wow, the furniture has been moved in. It no longer feels so empty, resembling a luxurious and cozy villa, Lin Qingya remarked, noticing the numerous plants that added a touch of elegance. Shen Liang followed closely, explaining, "The apocalypse is upon us, and we cannot be certain of the air quality outside, so I thought to bring in some greenery to freshen the air. I've even placed ornamental fish in the artificial stream over there. Just a little touch of charm for me." To those aware, this was preparation for the end times. To the unknowing, it might seem like Shen Liang was merely decorating a lavish home. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, should anyone venture here and experience the biting cold outside, they would surely find the warmth and vitality within Shen Liang's refuge akin to paradise. For Shen Liang, however, paradise was lacking something: vibrancy. Living alone in an 8-story luxury shelter, each floor spanning 500 square meters, with an expansive sunroom, felt somewhat solitary. Thus, he considered inviting some beautiful residents to share the space. In return for warmth, these residents would not have to pay rent, but could provide Shen Liang with companionship. How about considering a short stay? As a designer, I can offer you a few days on a house, but afterward there would be a rental fee, Shen Liang suggested. Inching closer to Lin Qingya, their relationship had become notably more intimate over recent interactions. With his hand resting on her shoulder, Lin Qingya blushed, yet did not shy away, even wrapping her arms around his waist. With a teasing gaze, she looked up at him. "But I don't have money. Can I stay rent-free?" "Why not? A beautiful designer can enjoy my space, and in return, I could perhaps benefit as well." Shen Liang leaned closer, their lips nearly brushing. Lin Qingya's eyes held a hint of longing, yet at the last moment, she skillfully evaded his advances. "Oh, you cheeky brother. If you're that eager, just say it. Isn't that direct enough? How about we explore a more intimate connection right now?" Shen Liang flirted, but Lin Qingya, flustered, replied, "That's too fast. Our relationship hasn't reached that stage yet. Can you give me some time for mental preparation? I've never been in a relationship before." As she fled, Shen Liang stroked his chin, realizing that the more elusive she became, the more he yearned for her. Lin Qingya had already been marked as his target. He could not let her slip away. Even in the face of the impending apocalypse, he pondered the consequences of letting her encounter danger before he could fulfill his desires. Thus, he messaged Lin Qingya on WeChat, subtly hinting at a coming cold snap. "I've heard it will drop to sub-zero temperatures next week. You can come to my place to warm up, but if you choose not to, at least stock up on warm clothing and instant noodles." Shen Liang's words were veiled, resembling rumors or weather forecasts. After all, revealing too much would expose his secret of rebirth. "Oh, you really believe the apocalypse is coming? Well, I trust you, dear brother. However, I might join my best friend for a team-building event in the next few days. I'll send you my schedule." Team-building event? I hope it doesn't turn into a collective farewell, Shen Liang thought to himself. With the countdown to the apocalypse at 4 days, deliveries for the banquet he had ordered began to arrive. Meanwhile, the recent demeanor of Fang Peng and Shan Shuang's families appeared unusually subdued, concealing their schemes to confront Shen Liang. Chapter 28. The Gambler Turned Tycoon. Is Shen Liang the intruder? Release the dogs. Where did this scoundrel acquire such wealth? Purchasing this house cost 1.7 billion, and the renovation nearly consumed another billion, despite the property being already exquisitely furnished. This is sheer extravagance. It infuriates me. If Xiao Shuang hadn't divorced Shen Liang, wouldn't we have already moved in? In Shen Liang's home, Fang Peng was present as well. Even he felt envious of Shen Liang's residence. Upon hearing this, Chen Shuang's face darkened. "Father, is this really the time for such comments? How could I have known that Shen Liang would earn so much money? If I had known, I wouldn't have divorced him. I want to live in a grand villa too and have a fortune at my disposal." Upon hearing this, Fang Peng was displeased. "What do you mean by this? I came to discuss how to deal with Shen Liang, and yet your comments seem to target me. You divorced Shen Liang, and now you blame me?" Chen Shuang retorted angrily. Observing Shen Liang moving into a mansion worth over $1 billion, which was actually valued at several billion, and seeing him drive luxury cars in and out, she was filled with regret. Initially, her secret meetings with Fang Peng were to ascend the social ladder. But witnessing Shen Liang's wealth surpassing Fang Peng's, she realized she had made a gravely foolish decision, akin to discarding a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed, an irony she never anticipated for herself. If only she hadn't taken that misstep. If Shen Liang had made 5 billion in stocks during their marriage, she would have become a wealthy lady. Each day, one imagines possessing an extravagant sum of 100 million for discretionary spending. The allure of purchasing a sports car at whim, acquiring luxurious estates, or even boldly entering an Hermes boutique to procure 10 handbags without hesitation is a tantalizing vision. Oh, how delightful such a life would be. Contemplating this, Chen Shuang harbored profound resentment and animosity towards Fang Peng. Was it not his fault? If only he had acted differently that day. Had he shown a bit more resolve and dealt with Shen Liang decisively, we would not find ourselves in such a vulnerable position. Even if we had merely waited a couple more days before confronting Shen Liang, I could have secured over 200 million in a settlement. Yet now, our family is nearly destitute, our home mortgaged to loan sharks, and we have endured countless harassments and assault from creditors. Can you not see that you bear some blame? As Chen Shuang's frustration escalated, Fang Peng, equally enraged, retorted, "What are you saying? Have you forgotten how I assisted you?" Just as it seemed the situation would devolve into violence, Chen Liang and his wife exchanged glances with Chun Haowen and swiftly intervened. "Stop arguing. Shuang, refrain from speaking too harshly. Fang, you two understand that Shuang has been harboring a lot of emotions lately. She doesn't genuinely wish to insult you. Is that her justification for berating me?" Fang Peng thought, realizing her words were ultimately aimed at plotting against Shen Liang. He bit back his anger, suggesting they shift focus to Shen Liang instead. Although the renovations of Shen Liang's residence had been shrouded in secrecy, he had managed to glean some details about its fortifications. Rumor had it that the interior was akin to a fortress. What could he possibly be up to? He proposed, when Shen Liang departs, "Let us enlist a locksmith to gain entry and see for ourselves. If all goes well, we could ambush him upon his return and demand our due." Fang Peng, consumed with frustration, was desperate to vent. Chen Liang hesitated, sensing trepidation. After all, was this not a breach of private property? The act of picking a lock was fraught with danger. Should they be discovered, the consequences could escalate to charges of robbery. Moreover, with such impressive security, would they even be able to breach the door? Fang Peng had already contemplated these matters. "I have a master locksmith, one of the best among professionals. Even the most complex locks are no match for him. He is a friend, and I've promised him 20,000 for this task. As for the risk of arrest, leave that to me. I have connections that can manage this without issue." At this juncture, even Chen Shuang felt a surge of excitement. If we can indeed get in, we could force Shen Liang to relinquish his hold over us and transfer 1 billion to us. The family nearly erupted with glee at the prospect, with Chen Liang exclaiming, "If we had such wealth, we could upgrade to a grander home and buy a motorhome for our travels." Chen Haowen laughed heartily. 1 billion. Even a mere 10 million could fund a world tour with my girlfriend. She'd surely agree to marry me. Chen Shuang too dreamt of a fortune, envisioning a collection of designer handbags to flaunt before her friends. However, these aspirations were merely the fantasies of the powerless. Yet, Fang Peng did not mock their daydreams. Rather, he scoffed at their limited vision. 1 billion? Is that truly sufficient? How much do you envision? The family stared at Fang Peng in disbelief. He then revealed a shocking revelation. Do you recall the mysterious individual who won 48 billion for betting on football? They have become an overnight billionaire. Yet the winner remains unknown. Chen Liang felt his heart skip a beat, as if he had stumbled upon a hidden truth, but struggled to accept it. That person is Shen Liang, Fang Peng declared, slamming the table in disbelief. Is it truly Shen Liang? This revelation was corroborated through my meticulous investigation. I had gained access to the surveillance footage from the lottery station, confirming Shen Liang's identity. My curiosity led me to uncover this monumental news, which was astonishing. How audacious of him to wager 1 million. However, given his winnings exceeding 5 billion, it was not entirely implausible. Initially, many speculated that the match was rigged to benefit Shen Liang. Yet this was a mere jest. He had never even set foot in those countries, nor had he made a single phone call. The allegations of the lottery being fraudulent were equally absurd. If there were any manipulation, it would be standard practice. However, football is a global sport governed by FIFA. How could the lottery in Longwood possess the authority to commit fraud? As it dawned on people that this monumental windfall of 48 billion was genuine and untainted, excitement and curiosity surged, yet the identity of the winner remained elusive. Fang Peng, having invested 10,000 in acquiring the surveillance footage, ultimately unveiled the truth. Thus, 1 billion is indeed a meager request. We should aim for 100 billion, or even 200 billion. Chen Shuang rejoiced, as did everyone else. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Liang was completely unaware of their scheming. He had been restless throughout the day, choosing varied, remote dining establishments for his meetings to avoid any mishaps. After making his payments and dismissing the staff, he collected the warm meals into his storage space and proceeded to the next location, repeating this process until evening. Exhausted yet satisfied, he had amassed nearly 100,000 banquets, securing a lifetime of provisions. On his way home, an alarm rang from his phone. Upon reviewing the surveillance, he noted a suspicious family approaching. Are they seeking their demise? Shen Liang instinctively reached for the alarm, but reconsidered, realizing there were alternative measures. He accessed another camera feed revealing the interior of his villa, where a large dog crate contained 10 pairs of glowing eyes. 10 Doberman puppies he had purchased months ago, not kept at his side, but nurtured in a kennel. These dogs, raised by him, had formed a close bond, and he envisioned their companionship in the aftermath of the world's chaos. As Shen Liang's family, accompanied by Fang Peng, attempted to unlock his door, Shen Liang smirked, deciding to delay his revenge. Patience, I shall toy with you all in due time. For now, let me offer you a little surprise. With a mischievous click, he activated the lock to the dog crate. As the 10 Doberman puppies emerged, a thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. Choosing to act at this very moment is not a hasty decision, but rather a result of prudent contemplation. Yesterday, the temperature soared above 30 degrees. Yet today, it plummeted by half to a mere 16 degrees. Many find themselves unprepared for this sudden drop in temperature, rendering them reluctant to venture outdoors, whether for leisurely strolls or casual outings. Instead, they prefer to remain cocooned within their homes. Coupled with the gloomy skies and the fierce winds casting a dim light, visibility has become quite obscure. The day has indeed been selected perfectly. A small group of individuals loiter near the opulent residence of Shen Liang, feigning casual conversation while their roles are distinctly defined. Each person is vigilant, scanning different directions. On one hand, they seek to identify any passersby, and, on the other, they remain watchful for any lurking security personnel or the potential return of Shen Liang himself. Their spirits are lifted by the circumstances. The overcast weather and unexpected cold have left many unable to tolerate the chill, leading them to treat the temperature drop as a trivial occurrence unworthy of retrieving their seasonal clothing from the depths of their wardrobes. Consequently, the populace has largely opted to stay indoors, abandoning all outdoor activities. Even more surprising to Shen Liang and his companions is the fact that not just the ordinary residents are reluctant to step outside. Even those who typically must walk their dogs are conspicuously absent. Neither humans nor dogs can be seen. As dusk approaches, the darkness intensifies, rendering it nearly impossible to discern facial features from a mere 20 meters away. For them, today represents an unparalleled opportunity. Of course, I have consulted the weather forecast. Do you truly believe I speak without basis? Fang Peng appears quite pleased with himself. Shen Liang chuckles softly, while Chen Shuang seems to regard Fang Peng with newfound admiration. During discussions about this matter, tensions nearly escalated, primarily due to Shen Liang's considerable wealth. Chen Shuang remains clear-headed. She understands that her near falling out with Fang Peng stemmed from Shen Liang's affluence. Initially, she leaned more towards Fang Peng. Not because of his capabilities, 10 of him would not match one Shen Liang, but due to his extensive connections. Now, if a way could be found to secure Shen Liang's leverage over Fang Peng would be rendered powerless. At that point, he could assist Chen Shuang in managing Shen Liang. Even if she were to receive only half of his fortune, it would still amount to an astounding 20 billion. The thought of such wealth overwhelms Chen Shuang, who has begun to fret over how to spend this sum. With money in hand, she could continue to bind Fang Peng to her for the sake of power, money, and influence. Chen Shuang feels that the day of her ascendance to a position of prominence is drawing near. With this thought, she quickly adopts a cheerful demeanor and gently addresses Fang Peng. Penggu, you are truly remarkable. You have consistently been regarded as the most intelligent and powerful man in the entire Longdu Jiyuan community. Fang Peng feigns disdain, waving his hand dismissively. Enough with the flattery. Let's get to work. Though he says this, Chen Shuang has already discerned Fang Peng's temperament. Seeing the undeniable satisfaction on his face, she realizes that she has deftly maneuvered him. Lao Zheng, you are an expert when it comes to locks. You have been observing for a while. Do you think this lock can be handled? Lao Zheng, known as Zheng Yang, has long had a penchant for tinkering with mechanical devices. In his youth, he would unlock others' car doors, pilfer batteries from electric bikes, and pry open his parents' drawers. As he matured, Zheng Yang aspired to become a mechanic and subsequently gain a reputation as a locksmith, albeit a legitimate one. Yet, it seems he now intends to delve into less lawful endeavors, primarily due to the considerable sum Fang Peng has offered him. 500,000, you can't be serious. Fang Peng rolls his eyes, about to retort when Chen Shuang intervenes with a commanding gesture. Zhenggu, proceed as you see fit. As long as you fulfill your obligations, I will ensure you receive an additional 500,000, totaling 1 million. You are aware that Shen Liang is my ex-husband, although you may not have heard. He is the wealthy individual who won hundreds of billions in football lottery prizes. I can afford to give you this much, understand? Those aware of Chen Shuang's divorce from Shen Liang grasp the situation, while others might mistakenly believe they are still married, perhaps even thinking of Shen Liang as a malleable figure. However, as long as the locksmith Zheng Yang believes it, that suffices. 1 million, though insufficient for a house, it remains a substantial amount. How long would it take to earn 1 million through locksmithing? Zheng Yang contemplates, arriving at a disheartening yet undeniable conclusion. 10 years. 10 years to earn that sum. By simply collaborating with him to unlock a few doors, he could secure a decade's worth of income. There is no way to refuse such an offer. I trust you, Chen Jia. I will do this work. Fang Peng is incensed. I'm the one in charge. You should be thanking Chen Shuang for this lucrative opportunity. As he considers the prospect of Chen Shuang potentially becoming a billionaire, a wealthier individual than himself, he suppresses his irritation for the moment. Regarding the locks, I briefly examine them through my phone as camera. Although these two grand doors appear excessively heavy, the locks seem to be standard fingerprint and password mechanisms. Enough of this trivial talk. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Fang Peng interrupts impatiently. Zheng Yang remains unfazed, promptly retrieving a small device from his backpack. While electronic locks may seem intricate, they are often simpler to handle than mechanical ones in the hands of a professional. This little gem cost me a fortune, 10,000 yuan, and it makes dealing with this password lock a breeze. Give me 10 minutes, and I will have you enter without a hitch. 10 minutes is not too long, but it is certainly a positive prospect. Let us hurry. If we delay, it will be dark soon. Chen Lao Dang exclaims eagerly. He knows little about the situation, but the prospect of becoming a billionaire is too exhilarating to contain. Ideally, Shen Liang will vacate, and we the Chen family will take residence. Chen Haowen, who has been silent for a while, perks up at this remark. Yes, we should move in. I want to live on the same floor as my girlfriend. Then I'll have my sister buy me a sports car. Chen Shuang chuckles. Let us buy two. One for you and one for your girlfriend. Don't think we are stingy. Then let us make it 3. I'll have 2 to alternate. Fang Peng interjects, clearly annoyed. Can we discuss the division of spoils later? Right now, we have pressing matters to address. The Chen family is well aware that Fang Peng's intellect is crucial to their success, prompting them to quickly fall silent. Fang Peng retrieves 2 packs of cigarettes from the vehicle, each costing 23 yuan, a premium brand compared to the 10 yuan cigarettes typically favored by security guards. Watch how I use these to win them over. While residents may be reluctant to venture outside, the security team is bound to patrol as long as they are not frozen, particularly in a vast community like Longdu, Jiayuan, which consists of numerous high-rise apartments and villas housing thousands. 10 security personnel are required to remain vigilant. Inside the security room, the guards rub their hands together. This weather is unbearable. Thank you, De Penggu, for personally delivering the cigarettes. But are we allowed to accept them? Of course. You must accept them. Don't worry about any repercussions. One call from me, and no one will dare blame you. This is my way of showing appreciation to my brothers. As the cold intensifies, the guards share the cigarettes. Additionally, I've prepared a small red envelope for you all. Not much, but enough to buy some vegetables, meat, and drinks for a hot pot tonight. Don't just stand there, Xiao Lu. It's almost dark. Take this money and buy the ingredients. 10 people means at least 5 kilograms of lamb slices, and grab whatever vegetables you want. Don't skimp on the alcohol. Buy 10 bottles of the premium by Gio. Thank you, Penggu. Xiao Lu, hurry up and get the liquor. Brother Da Peng, shall we have a drink tonight? Perhaps next time, as I have matters to attend to this evening. Do not let Xiao Lu go alone. It would be better if more people joined, as there is an abundance of items. The rest of you should not dawdle. Arrange the pots. For 10 people, 1 pot is insufficient. We need at least 2. Boil some water and get started promptly. I shall take my leave and not disturb you. Fang Peng departed, contemplating the mere presence of a group of inept security guards. 2 packs of cigarettes and a meal amount to no more than 1,000 yuan. Do they really think they can intimidate us? As we enjoy hot pot, drink, and smoke, while the outside air is frigid, who would want to leave the warmth of this room to patrol? It should not take long. I estimate we can finish within an hour. However, after Fang Peng left, the security team leader, Yang Xiaoyong, looked at the 2 packs of cigarettes with disdain. He then opened a drawer, revealing 10 neatly arranged packs of soft Huazi cigarettes. Although there were no red envelopes, he discovered 10 supermarket gift cards, each worth 5,000 yuan. These items were given by Shen Liang, who wanted to ease the many troubles during renovations by spending money for convenience. This expenditure proved wise, as the renovations proceeded smoothly, with the security guards cooperating and occasionally assisting. At this moment, they still recalled Shen Liang's words, "Report anything to me," especially concerning the Chen family and Fang Peng. Yang Xiaoyong picked up his phone and called Shen Liang. When the call did not connect, he sent a voice message. "Brother Shen, that rascal Fang Peng gifted us 2 packs of cheap cigarettes and a few hundred yuan in red envelopes, hoping we would indulge in hot pot and drinks tonight. I sensed something amiss and wanted to inform you. Rest assured, we will keep a close watch on him and ensure he does not engage in any actions detrimental to you." Fang Peng had already departed. Otherwise, he might have been infuriated. After a brief wait, he saw the team returning with groceries and meats. Fang Peng excitedly made a call while rushing towards Shen Liang's direction, exclaiming, "It's all set. Let's unlock the door now. Hurry, speed up." Yet, the pace was evidently slow. Fang Peng ran from the vicinity of the security room to Shen Liang's villa, taking 7 to 8 minutes. Upon arrival, he noticed Zheng Yang sweating profusely, indicating things were not going smoothly. He refrained from urging him, as they had not yet surpassed the 10-minute mark. When the 15th minute approached, Fang Peng grew anxious. Damn it, are you capable, old Zheng? If you can't unlock it soon, we will be discovered and have no explanation. The three members of the Qin family were equally anxious. Zheng Yang was confident in his lock-picking skills, yet Shen Liang's locks were no ordinary locks. Due to the influence of the beautiful designer Lin Qingya, the Doomsday Fortress utilized exceptionally advanced locks. Lin Qingya had commissioned the world's most complex and secure locks from a top-tier locksmith studio abroad, handcrafted to surpass even bank vaults in security. Zheng Yang's pride would not allow him to admit defeat, but he was on the verge of giving in. Just as he was about to concede, the door clicked open. Everyone stood in astonishment. It opened. Incredible, old Zheng. Zheng Yang was taken aback, yet the door truly stood ajar. Was it really my doing? Regardless, a fortune of 100,000 yuan was nearly within reach. Zheng Yang felt exhilarated and proud, wishing to show off, but the others had no time to spare. Chen Liang, Chen Haowen, and Chen Shuang were eager to enter, as the door slowly opened on its own. The heavy mechanical sound astonished everyone. Heavens, an automatic door. This door is astonishingly thick. Look at that thickness. It must be at least 30 centimeters. Is it solid? 2 layers of doors? Is there another one inside? Chen Haowen marveled. Chen Liang rolled his eyes and urged, how could it possibly be solid? That would be ridiculous. Even a bank door isn't that absurd. Quickly, let us get inside. With excitement, they entered, first witnessing the transformed interior of the villa's courtyard. It was not opulent, but undeniably clean, bright, and warm. With complete furnishings and a cozy high-end wooden floor. Most importantly, it was exceedingly spacious. This house is fantastic. Absolutely marvelous. Fang Peng could not help but praise, even feeling a tinge of jealousy. However, they understood that their mission was not to admire a mansion, but to seek leverage against Shen Liang. Ideally, they would find evidence and depart swiftly. If not, they even planned to lay an ambush within Shen Liang's home, ready to take him hostage upon his return. Hurry, let us find the evidence. They failed to notice that behind the grand mansion, a massive iron cage slowly opened, revealing 10 robust, muscular Doberman dogs stepping forth. With imposing stature and erect ears, Dobermans are renowned as one of the world's most handsome and capable guard dogs. While not the strongest in combat, they ranked among the best, particularly due to their acute sense of smell. In an instant, the 10 dogs detected the scent of intruders and instinctively moved in unison toward a single direction. Meanwhile, Shen Liang sent a message back to the security room, which included a red envelope transfer of 20,000 yuan. Team Leader Yang, I suspect my house has been invaded. Take your brothers and armed weapons to investigate. If you find anything, feel free to give them a good thrashing. The money is for your brother's service fees, a payment for this separate task, and my private residence. If you perform well, I will arrange additional bonuses. With the monetary justification prepared, Team Leader Yang Xiaoyong felt invigorated. After replying to Shen Liang, he turned to the 10 security guards. Stop eating. Mr. Shen's house has been robbed. A 2,000 yuan red envelope for each of you. Grab your weapons and come with me to catch the thief. Mr. Shen mentioned that if you are rough enough, there will be bonuses. Chapter 30. The Tragic Daughter-in-Law. Zhang Yaji. The misfortunes of Fang Peng's group. After a long day of toil, Shen Liang did not rush home, especially upon noticing that Shen Liang's family had taken Fang Peng to stir up trouble. He believed it prudent to allow them some time to dig their own graves. While he would not eliminate them just yet, he certainly would not let them proceed unchallenged. During this period, Shen Liang refrained from making his appearance and instead sought out a nearby Sichuan restaurant, recently opened with favorable online reviews, though he had never visited. He adored Sichuan cuisine, not necessarily this establishment, and wished to sample the fare while observing the antics through surveillance. Boss, I'm here for the first time. I'm a devoted fan of Sichuan cuisine, so don't deceive me. Is your Sichuan food truly authentic? Such a remark carried a hint of challenge. The owner, with a carefree demeanor, thumped his chest confidently. Brother, are you joking? How can a Sichuan restaurant serve anything but authentic food? Rest assured, my brother will personally prepare it for you, guaranteeing it will be truly authentic. If it's not, I'll step outside and let my head get bashed in. After ordering several dishes, Shen Liang decided to take a taste. He glanced at the surveillance video and saw Chen Liang's family entering the first floor of the mansion, specifically the expansive sunroom area of the transformed courtyard. However, without Shen Liang's control, they would never enter the villa itself. The sunroom contained little of interest, and Shen Liang was unconcerned about their rummaging, observing Chen Liang and his companions, who had donned black stockings to obscure their identities, presented an image that was not just comical but utterly foolish. It must be noted that this sunroom was indeed vast, large enough for several people to drift around in cars. It would take a while for the 10 dogs to traverse it. Watching them rummage through empty cabinets and around the furniture, Shen Liang felt exasperated. What a bunch of fools. He had no worries that the dogs would mistakenly harm the security team. Firstly, each of these dogs wore a high-tech earpiece capable of transmitting Shen Liang's voice to their ears, allowing for remote command. To put it plainly, it was akin to facilitating seamless communication between man and dog. Although they would not understand every word, simple commands were easily conveyed. Shen Liang had tested this numerous times, and direct commands were unnecessary, as he had raised these dogs since they were pups, ensuring their basic loyalty was intact. However, the remote testing had yielded remarkably perfect results. It is truly as simple and straightforward as it appears. Who could this be? It is none other than Shen Dafu, a wealthy figure from Longdu, Jiyuan. Not only has he abandoned his wife and children, but he also disregards them after amassing his fortune, showing no sentiment for the past, and nearly causing harm to his family as a result of his actions. A discordant voice emerged, belonging to an elder woman named Gao Guolian, in her 50s, who had always been closely associated with the Chun family. Her animosity toward Shen Liang stemmed from the financial losses incurred when Chun Louding stock investments went awry. Losses that also affected Gao Guolian and her husband, albeit to an even greater extent as they lost over $1 million. The trust they once placed in Chun Louding was now a source of immense pain. Gao Guolian had confronted the Chun family multiple times, and her long-standing friendship with her neighbors had soured. Seeing Shen Liang only ignited her bitterness, especially since the ill-fated stock that led to their losses had been recommended by him. Beside Gao Guolian stood a beautiful, petite woman named Zhang Yaji. Although she was under 5 feet 6 inches, she possessed an enviable figure, with a slender waist that was incredibly appealing. Shen Liang's compliments about her physique were not unfounded. Zhang Yaji, hailing from a humble background, appeared gentle but was quite cunning. She typically dressed conservatively, concealing her figure, and aside from her husband, perhaps only the reborn Shen Liang understood the true excellence of her appearance beneath her modest attire. In the previous life, when the world faced an ice age, the initial situation was manageable. However, as time progressed, food became scarce, and hunger emerged as the most formidable adversary to survival. To secure food for their family, Zhang Yaji's husband resorted to sharing her provocative photos in their community group, initially to trade for sustenance. As food supplies dwindled, he even brazenly put her up for bid in exchange for 2 boxes of instant noodles. As a man, Shen Liang could empathize with the desperation of the situation. Had he been single and possessed those 2 boxes of noodles, he might have considered bargaining for at least one, as survival took precedence. Yet, the reality was that Shen Liang was married, lacked the audacity to act upon his desires, and had no instant noodles to offer. He never witnessed whether Zhang Yaji was sold, as he soon met his untimely fate in the Northwest. However, he did catch a glimpse of the provocative photos her husband had forced her to take for the community, leaving a lasting impression on him. Who could have imagined that the typically reserved and modest village woman, Zhang Yaji, concealed such an astonishing figure beneath her conservative attire? Coupled with her well-maintained complexion and her endearing personality, Shen Liang found himself contemplating her virtues. Returning to the present, Gao Guolian harbored resentment over her financial losses, unable to let go of her grievances. Whenever she saw Shen Liang, her anger flared. Zhang Yaji, on the other hand, felt compelled to intervene, but was hesitant to confront her mother-in-law directly. Instead, she gently tried to restrain Gao Guolian, though it proved ineffective. Gao Guolian shrugged off Zhang Yaji's hand and, with hands on her hips, pointed defiantly at Shen Liang, escalating her tirade. What do you want? Since fate has brought us together, I must speak my mind. There are patrons in this restaurant, and I intend to expose Shen Liang for the ungrateful. Cowardly wretch he is. As tensions rose, many patrons began to take note, especially as Gao Guolian's demeanor suggested a fierce confrontation was imminent. Observing Shen Liang, who was not particularly young or charming, it was evident that he could not hope to match Gao Guolian's ferocity without resorting to violence. In a harmonious society, he dared not act out openly. However, Shen Liang boldly approached Gao Guolian, leaving her and Zhang Yaji bewildered. With the eyes of the crowd upon him, he provocatively remarked, "Is that all you can do, Bark? If you're not afraid, why not hit me? Go ahead, give it a try if you're so bold." Gao Guolian, incensed, reached for his cup of water. "I'll strike your water cup." But before she could finish her sentence, Shen Liang exaggeratedly placed the cup atop his head. Although he maintained control over the situation, only a few drops splashed onto him, while most of the water fell to the ground behind him. This unexpected act left Gao Guolian dumbfounded. How could this happen? I didn't apply that much force. Shen Liang, however, feigned a dramatic scream. You've scalded me. This is boiling water. Are you trying to kill me? Help. She wants to murder me. I must defend myself." Whether he truly needed to defend himself was debatable, but he needed to vocalize his plight for all to hear, ensuring the surveillance footage captured the scene. This way, he could act without hesitation. Thus, Shen Liang subdued Gao Guolian for 5 minutes without anyone daring to intervene. Initially, Gao Guolian attempted to echo his cries for help, but as Shen Liang's voice drowned hers out, the tables turned, and his self-defense became the focus. Zhang Yaji repeatedly tried to intervene, but her efforts were in vain. Yet, during the struggle, Shen Liang inadvertently grasped something soft, further confirming his suspicions about the hidden allure of Zhang Yaji's figure beneath her loose clothing. You, what are you doing? I am defending myself, as everyone can see. You scalded me with boiling water, and I have every right to retaliate. If you wish to report this, go ahead. Gao Guoyan was eventually assisted away by Zhang Yaji, allowing Shen Liang to finally enjoy his meal. My apologies, everyone, for the disturbance. Boss, I'll cover the bill for these tables. Please add a couple of hearty dishes for my friends. Upon hearing this, the patrons expressed their gratitude. Although Shen Liang had nearly exhausted his funds, he still had enough for this small gesture, primarily to win the goodwill of those around him. Meanwhile, in the villa, Chen Laoding and his companions were utterly exhausted, having found nothing of value. Where on earth has Shen Liang hidden his belongings? Zheng Yang, the locksmith, lamented. Is the lock on the first floor still not opened? Fang Peng, frustrated, pressed him further. It's impossible to open. I simply cannot get it to budge. It became evident that the main door's lock had not been opened by him. Wait a moment. If I didn't unlock it, could it have opened on its own? That seemed impossible unless the owner had used a remote control. Just then, Zheng Yang noticed several dogs standing before him, baring their teeth and growling menacingly. He froze in fear, realizing that these dogs could easily tear him apart. What do you want? Did you manage to unlock the door or not? Fang Peng, terrified of dogs, recalled his childhood trauma and dreaded the sight of the aggressive guard dogs. Chen Laoding's family surveyed their surroundings, only to find themselves surrounded by 10 dogs. Prompting a collective scream. Run. They attempted to flee, but were met with the abrupt darkness as the lights flickered off. In that moment, humans stood no chance against the ferocity of dogs. After several minutes, the lights came back on, revealing that the dogs had vanished, having been called away by Shen Liang. The group was left disheveled, their clothing torn and spirits shattered. Let's escape while the dogs are distracted. Move quickly. Just as they reached the villa's entrance, the security team arrived. Help us, Fang Peng cried, having forgotten that he was still wearing his mask. For the security team, they were not residents, but rather thieves who could exchange rewards with Shen Liang. Upon contemplating Shen Liang's lavish generosity, the guards' eyes gleamed with excitement as they brandished their batons and baseball bats, advancing towards a few individuals. To be frank, Fang Peng harbored an innate fear of dogs. Yet, at this moment, he perceived in the eyes of the 10 guard a gaze far more terrifying than that of any dog, as if they were not looking at humans, but rather at prey. Brothers, these are thieves who broke into Mr. Shen's home. Strike them hard. Shen Liang glanced at the scene of violence for a moment before shutting it off, finding it rather mundane. As for the extent of the beating, it was certain that they must not be killed. While these individuals could perish, it was imperative that Shen Liang be the one to handle it. Meanwhile, another matter cast a shadow over Shen Liang's expression. A startling news report on television. Abnormal weather has struck the northeast region, with temperatures plummeting from a balmy 15 degrees Celsius to a chilling minus 15 degrees within a single day, accompanied by a snowfall lasting 5 hours, accumulating to a thickness of 30 centimeters. Today marked the 4th day of the global countdown to the frozen apocalypse, specifically the evening of the 4th day. Shen Liang could not quite recall when this news had first emerged in his previous life, but seeing it again left a lasting impression, given that such erratic weather defied all reasonable expectations. Within a single day, several cities at the northernmost point of the northeast experienced a 30-degree temperature decline, along with a snowstorm typically reserved for the depths of winter, resulting in an absurd accumulation of 30 centimeters of snow in just a few hours. Yet, the current date was midsummer, June 26th. Even if the northernmost regions of the Long Kingdom did not experience a typical summer, other provinces enjoyed a prolonged warm period during this season, where donning short sleeves would not be overly cold. However, this news emanated from official sources, leaving no room for fabrication. Shen Liang opened a short video application where videos of the blizzard in the northeast flooded the feed. Brothers, don't be surprised. This is our northeast summer, a 30-degree drop in a day, just a few dozen centimeters of snow. By nightfall, the snow reaches my waist, and I'll share a video with everyone. Good heavens, it's only my 3rd day in Harbin. I stepped off the plane wearing short sleeves and spring-like warmth. And now you're telling me I could freeze to death without a down jacket? Is this a prank on us Southerners? I can attest. This is not a joke for Southerners. I'm a true Harbin local, and I'm baffled. I can't comprehend it, but this feeling is exhilarating. Brothers, I just received a message from a friend studying abroad in the blizzard. The situation there is even more outrageous, with temperatures plummeting from the teens to below minus 20, soon to breach minus 30. I'm exhausted. Let it all end. In all seriousness, if the apocalypse truly arrives, do I still need to repay my Huabei? The atmosphere online remained relatively lighthearted. Even though some expressed urgency, several news reports from experts and scholars dispelled the panic. Weather experts, While summer snowstorms in the Northeast are uncommon, they fall within the realm of normal weather anomalies. We advise the public to maintain composure and prepare warm clothing. Despite the declining credibility of experts following repeated blunders, many found solace in their reassurances. Shen Liang observed it all in silence. He understood that although he was a reborn individual, he lacked both the qualification and capacity to alter this reality. Should he reveal his identity as a reborn person and warn everyone of the impending apocalypse? The likely outcome would be his immediate detainment, either to be subjected to research or confined to a mental institution, or perhaps imprisoned under charges of inciting panic. Who would believe him? From another perspective, if someone had approached Shen Liang before his rebirth, claiming to be a reborn individual and warning him of an impending apocalypse, Shen Liang would have surely regarded them with skepticism, not out of doubt, but simply disbelief. Who would trust something that defied the world's understanding? Perhaps only the ultra-wealthy, terrified of death, would invest their pocket change in constructing a doomsday bunker. Shen Liang realized that before the rebirth of the apocalypse, he should focus on preparing and stockpiling supplies. The fates of others were of no concern to him, save for a few enticing beauties he had yet to savor. Brother, you truly displayed courage. This shrew has been coming to my place for meals, always trying to shortchange me, yet I couldn't afford to provoke her. This time, you've helped me vent my frustration, so I'll treat you to an extra dish. How about tasting this Northeast cuisine, or perhaps some Sichuan dishes? The owner nearly let slip a word, but Shen Liang savored the coarse meal, nodding in approval. The owner, seated and smoking, lamented over the news. These experts are all talk. What's normal about this? I've lived for over 50 years and have never witnessed summer snowfall. Is this not a travesty? Just days ago, it was scorching at 40 degrees, and now, even though we are still in summer, the temperature has dropped 20 degrees in 2 days, leaving us in the low teens. It's cold even in a sweatshirt. Indeed, upon reflection, it was evident that the irregularity was not confined to the Northeast. The sudden temperature drop in Linhai City served as a precursor. Perhaps due to the naturally cooler climate of the Northeast, it was the first to be affected, with the anomaly soon spreading nationwide. The good news was that the snowfall in the Northeast was entirely normal, devoid of toxins or corrosive properties. However, a truly toxic and corrosive blizzard, if the predictions held true, would engulf 90% of the nation by June 30th, and within 3 days. Nearly every corner of the globe would be ensnared in this terrifying and potentially humanity-extinguishing frozen apocalypse. Owner, the food is quite delightful. Given the recent weather, it would be wise to stock up on ingredients. I have a gathering planned and need to prepare some dishes. How about taking a break for a couple of days and helping me with this order? The flavor was indeed commendable. Shen Liang, in this modest Sichuan restaurant, temporarily placed an order for 50 tables, at 500 yuan per table. The owner likely could not manage more than this. Accomplishing 50 tables would be impressive under the circumstances. Time was of the essence. Goodbye, owner. Please call me once you complete 10 tables, and have them delivered to my villa. I'll take care, owner. As Shen Liang departed, the owner sighed, reflecting on the kindness and righteousness of this young man, who was also quite affluent. A banquet costing 25,000 yuan represented at least half a month's worth of sales for him. He needed to fulfill it within 3 days. Meanwhile, after a pack of 10 dogs had savaged Chen Liang and his companions, Shen Liang used advanced technology to call them back to their enclosure, primarily concerned about the dogs accidentally biting a member of the security team. At this moment, following the brutal assault by the fierce dogs, Chen Liang and his companions found themselves on the receiving end of another beating from a security team. After enduring several minutes of this, Fang Peng finally seized an opportunity and shouted, "Stop! Stop! I am Fang Peng. I'm Fang Peng, for heaven's sake, stop!" Fang Peng. To be honest, the security team leader, Yang Xiaoyong, initially did not recognize anyone among them, let alone realize that Fang Peng was present. After all, Fang Peng had just given them cigarettes and red envelopes. They were inclined to show some respect. However, as Yang Xiaoyong halted, he noticed Fang Peng was wearing a pantyhose as a mask, which immediately reminded him of Shen Liang's directive to deliver a thorough beating. The more severe the punishment, the greater the rewards. If he ceases his actions now, he shall never have another chance. It is trivial to miss out on Shen Liang's red envelope, but should he offend Shen Liang, the consequences would be dire. After all, Shen Liang is undeniably the wealthiest individual in the entire community. Fang Peng? If you are Fang Peng, then I'm still entangled in my own dilemmas. Enough with the nonsense, let us fight. After the scuffle, we shall call the authorities. No one is leaving here today. The team members recognized the voice belonged to Fang Peng. However, once Captain Yang Xiaoyong spoke, their thoughts shifted towards Shen Liang's red envelope. With their captain leading, they followed suit without hesitation, and thus, Fang Peng's wretched cries echoed for several more minutes until Shen Liang arrived. "Mr. Shen, you have arrived. These ruffians dared to enter your home to steal. Please check if anything is missing. I shall call the police immediately." Upon the second mention of contacting the authorities, the group truly felt fear, especially Fang Peng. He had come to resolve his leverage over Shen Liang, aiming to avoid public disgrace due to blackmail. If the police were involved now, the charge of burglary would suffice to ruin his reputation. Thus, he endured the pain, hastily removing the black stockings that clung to his injured face, and looked towards Captain Yang and Shen Liang. No, please do not call the police. Captain Yang, Shen Liang. I am indeed Fang Peng. Mr. Fang, what do you mean? He stammered. Oh, it is all a misunderstanding. While strolling with Uncle Chen, we intended to warm up with some exercise nearby, and the door to Shen Liang's residence opened on its own. We thought we were invited in. Fang Peng began to babble nonsensically. Yet, Shen Liang chose not to expose him, merely observing in silence. The others also removed their masks. Chen Shuang regarded Shen Liang with a complex expression, while Chen Liang and Chen Haowen glared at him in defiance. Captain Yang was nearly amused to the point of laughter by Fang Peng's absurd claims. Mr. Fang, I can understand strolling and exercising, but what about the black stockings? Fang Peng was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of internal struggle, he blurted out, it is performance art. Yes, performance art. In truth, they felt the weight of their predicament. A visit to the police station felt inevitable. However, at that moment, Shen Liang chuckled. Ah, so is performance art. I recall that I indeed opened the door earlier. I have 10 dogs, and it is time for their walk. However, today I was not home, so I remotely opened the door, not realizing the dog stayed inside, but you all came in. Upon hearing this, Chen Liang grew frantic. Shen Liang, are you speaking rationally? What do you mean the dog stayed inside, but you let us in? Who are you insulting? Fang Peng quickly restrained Chen Liang. What are you doing provoking him now? Are you seeking your demise? Shen Liang, please do not be angry. Uncle Chen is not a bad person. He did not mean it that way. Since you know, it is a misunderstanding, may we take our leave? Oh, do the dogs bite you? Would you like me to take you for rabies shots? No. No need, we can go ourselves. They hastily took their leave, even though they limped away, Chen Liang struggling to walk, yet they departed swiftly. Mr. Shen, why'd you let them go? I believe we should have called the police and apprehended them. Not one should escape. Captain Yang was diligent in his responsibilities. Shen Liang nonchalantly transferred another 2,000 as red envelopes. They are merely neighbors and old acquaintances. It is better to let it go. Would it truly be so simple? Once the security team departed, Shen Liang approached the dog cages, calling out his 10 Doberman dogs, showering them with affection. The Dobermans, fierce yet affectionate towards their owner, looked up at him, and he noticed a piece of meat nearby. I apologize for your ordeal, enduring such foul meat. Wait, could be that you enjoy this. This meat is inedible, but if you like to play, I shall invite these individuals again for you to play with. You can bite them as much as you wish, ensuring you enjoy yourselves. The dogs wagged their tails, expressing their delight. Reclining on the sofa, he reveled in the comforting warmth of the sunroom. Allowing Chen Liang and his family to depart was certainly not out of kindness. It was to facilitate future encounters. After all, if they were truly apprehended, how would Shen Liang seek his revenge? On their way to receive rabies vaccinations, Chen Liang suddenly exclaimed, damn it. So the door was opened by Shen Liang, and the dogs were released by him. From the start, he knew we were here and intended for the dogs to attack us. Curse it. How could we not have seen the cameras? Could there be hidden cameras? The locksmith, Zheng Yang, spoke up, and Chen Liang became furious again. Shen Liang, you better wait for me. I, Chen Liang, will find the opportunity to eliminate you. That evening, the temperature dropped slightly again, though not as drastically as before, providing a sigh of relief to the residents of Linhai City. The beautiful designer Lin Xingya sent a message lamenting the cancellation of her outing with friends due to the bitter cold, forcing them to huddle in her friend's villa to play cards. Though she did not share detailed photos, she sent one of her friends seated on the floor, their beautiful legs crossed, for pairs of legs, each wider than the last. This was indeed the essence of youth. Shen Liang felt a wave of serenity wash over him. Little did he know that a past encounter had opened a new realm for him, as the charming young woman Lin Chuxue, who had transformed into a true woman, had not forgotten him. Not only did she send a message, but her tone suggested she had been holding back her feelings for some time. Xian Yi, it has been so many days. Why have you not contacted me? You cannot imagine how much I have missed you. Can you come see me? Tonight. My friends are not home, and I wish for your company. Shen Liang raised an eyebrow, realizing the truth. Once a girl transforms into a woman, she experiences a beauty that makes it unbearable to endure a prolonged absence from a romantic partner. Send me your address. The following morning, with 3 days remaining until the impending apocalypse, the blizzard news escalated, gaining significant attention. Yet, no doomsday theories appeared online. Shen Liang awoke from Lin Chuxue's bed, sunlight illuminating her graceful form, a sight beyond description. He was compelled by an urgent need to relieve himself, pushing open the bathroom door, only to be met by the dazzling sight of a beautiful stranger bathing. The two unfamiliar individuals were caught in a moment of surprise, staring at one another. Shen Liang appeared bewildered, while the woman's eyes widened in terror. She screamed twice, "Who are you?" Chapter 32. Insights and Physical Changes. The apocalypse has arrived. Selina finally recalled the man's face. It was familiar. He was the handsome stranger who had cared for her friend Lin Chuxue when she was intoxicated. At that time, Selina had speculated whether they were acquainted or if something had transpired, but Lin Chuxue had denied everything. Do not ask. If you do, there is nothing to say. We merely ate some fruit and food and played games before I was brought home. Now, this man stood before her in her home. You cannot tell me there was nothing between you two, Lin Chuxue. You are deceiving me. Selina wrapped her arms around herself, unable to conceal her alluring figure. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She focused her gaze on the toilet, which was unoccupied since Shen Liang had already left. Earlier, Shen Liang had been indifferent, apologizing for not intending to intrude, while explaining his urgent need to relieve himself. He nonchalantly resolved his need in front of Selina and then boldly exited. Selina remained baffled, pondering why Shen Liang had acted so audaciously. Goodness, how utterly impolite. Goodness. That mischievous girl Lin Chuxue. No wonder she has been so distracted lately. It appears that man taught her a lesson that night. Selina understood. Although men are often robust, the presence of someone like Shen Liang is a different matter entirely. Endowed with extraordinary talent, his muscular physique exhibits a harmonious balance of strength and definition, accentuated by well-defined abdominal muscles. He does not require the exaggerated physique of a bodybuilding coach. Yet his astonishing explosive power exudes a violent beauty that can easily captivate women within just an hour. Selina has been single for a considerable time, her last romantic involvement dating back to a previous life. Though her youthful heart is vibrant, she has watched countless films. Growing up, she has never encountered such an absurdly attractive man in reality. While bathing, she found herself lost in thought. Before long, she emerged from the bathroom, expecting Shen Liang to feel embarrassed and hastily dress himself to flee. However, as she passed Lin Chuxue's room, she heard Shen Liang's voice, accompanied by Lin Chuxue's familiar tone, sending a shiver down Selina's spine. The towel nearly slipped from her grasp as she covered her mouth in shock. Goodness, how audacious they are. Not merely bold, but had it not been for the fear of Selina reporting them, Shen Liang was on the brink of losing control. Selina's figure is indeed remarkable. Although her beauty does not match Lin Chuxue's pure, schoolgirl charm, she possesses a unique aura that appeals to Shen Liang's aesthetic standards. Her appearance is not outstanding, but certainly alluring, and her physique resonates deeply with his preferences. Yet, Shen Liang managed to retain his composure, struggling to relieve himself before departing. Upon returning to his room, the delightful Lin Chuxue still appeared drowsy, likely needing to assist Shen Liang. As morning approached, Lin Chuxue, feeling exhausted, pondered why Shen Liang had been so absurdly close to her the previous night but remained so vigorous this morning. When Shen Liang mentioned seeing an unfamiliar woman in the bathroom and described her physique, Lin Chuxue seemed to grasp the situation instantly, sitting up in disbelief and covering her mouth. My goodness, Selina has returned. You should have told me sooner, you rascal. Shen Liang reassured her with a smile. It's nothing serious. Are you worried she might envy you? Stop it. Lin Chuxue teased, though her heart raced. I must go find Lina and talk to her. Please, don't tell the other girls. She whimpered. I'm not rejecting you, Shangu. I just want to keep this a secret. If they tell my parents, they'll order me back home, and I won't be able to see you anymore. Shen Liang was indifferent to such matters. He had already indulged himself. It was Lin Chuxue's decision to make. The two quickly tidied themselves. Upon exiting, they heard the hurried sound of a door locking. Selina had left. They exchanged glances at the puddle of water at the door, their expressions filled with suspicion. After leaving home, Selina hurried to the park, making her way to the women's restroom. Once inside, she squatted down, feigning calmness, but soon felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Oh my, Selina. What are you doing? That is your best friend's boyfriend. This is absolutely unacceptable. As the apocalypse approached, Shen Liang would not venture far from home. Though he possessed ample supplies and had no need to worry about the end of days, the comfort of home was unparalleled, especially when others faced dire circumstances. Perhaps having experienced death once made Shen Liang's mindset somewhat morbid. Nonetheless, witnessing the suffering of others intensified his sense of satisfaction. Shen Liang was not heartless. Before departing, he discreetly left several boxes of instant noodles, ham, and bottled water in Lin Chuxue's wardrobe, planning to inform her when she discovered them, while also hinting that she could call him if she faced any difficulties. She was welcome to bring her friends to his spacious abode, even if Lin Chuxue rolled her eyes, suspecting he intended to take advantage of them all. Yet she agreed. As for the men, they would not be allowed into Shen Liang's sanctuary. Women, however, would be considered carefully. He would never let them compromise his preparations for the apocalypse. If a woman jeopardized his plans, regardless of her beauty, Shen Liang would show no mercy. Shingu, my mother has recovered. She is being discharged today, and I'll take care of her at home for a bit before stepping out. Shall we meet then? The school beauty Zhao Yuman still held onto her feelings for Shen Liang. Their last encounter had ignited something in her, but she had to leave due to her mother's illness. After a moment's thought, Shen Liang replied, sure. The weather is getting colder. Make sure to keep warm and stock up on food at home to avoid going out for groceries while caring for your mother. Don't worry, Shingo. Thank you for your concern. Concern was only a formality, stemming from unfinished business. However, Shen Liang suddenly realized that some girls had families. While he would allow girls into his sanctuary, their families were strictly off-limits unless they were suitable women of appropriate age, physique, and beauty. Men were entirely unwelcome. Shen Liang could be perceived as cold-blooded or heartless, but such was the nature of the apocalypse, as he defined it. Perhaps future events would alter his perspective. Yet even if his thoughts changed, he would never permit other men to enter his private domain. In his mind, once the apocalypse reached a certain stage, he would likely form his own army or security team. Until he could ensure their loyalty, Shen Liang trusted no one but himself. Mr. Shen, I have arranged 20 tables of dishes to be delivered to your villa. Should we send them now or in the evening? Let us do it in the evening. Prepare 10 tables for that time. Shen Liang intended to visit the gym. Having grown accustomed to the fitness center at the Mando Hotel, he saw no reason to seek out another. It was certainly not because of the beautiful trainer Zhang Manru. Slow down. Be careful not to injure your muscles. Ugh. Be more careful. I'm sorry. I accidentally bumped into you. You almost hurt me, yet you're lying. Shen Liang found it difficult to resist the sound of Zhang Manru's voice. However, she currently did not meet his criteria for inclusion in his sanctuary. It was not due to a lack of beauty or physique. Rather, he was concerned about her character and private life. Though he could indulge in some flirtation, Shen Liang was wary of crossing boundaries. Zhang Manru had not seen Shen Liang for several days, and upon his arrival today, she quickly dismissed her female student to attend to him. She seemed to sense his thoughts and quietly inquired during their workout, "Do you think I'm promiscuous? Or that I treat every male student the same, allowing them to flirt and get close? Isn't that the case?" Zhang Manru continued, "I hardly train male students. You saw I was just with 2 female students, while several male students were eager to sign up with me, but they all failed. If I were lying, the records on our front desk computer are detailed and cannot be falsified. Moreover, I haven't been in a relationship for a long time. When I saw you last time, I felt inexplicably drawn to you." In response to her situation, Shen Liang understood immediately. He had indeed seen the computer records, which he trusted would not be falsified due to tax regulations and real-time cloud uploads. As evening fell, Shen Liang left the hotel room feeling satisfied. He felt increasingly robust. Having discussed significant life matters and directions with Lin Chuxue the previous night, followed by engaging conversations with the beautiful trainer Zhang Manru in the afternoon, the discussions had ignited a hunger within him. When he departed the hotel, he felt not the slightest bit fatigued. Instead, he was invigorated, ready to face any challenges ahead. He even felt as if he could single-handedly take on 10 strong men and emerge victorious in a swift and decisive manner. This profound sensation bestowed upon Shen Liang an immense sense of security. The apocalypse. One must possess formidable strength. Yet, prior to his departure, observing Zhang Manru's countenance seemed rather unseemly. Shen Liang also confirmed that Zhang Manru had indeed been devoid of romance for an extensive period, a sentiment that was unmistakable. Upon learning that Zhang Manru had long-term rented that spacious room, he left her some instant noodles, ham, bottled water, and conveyed a similar message, should she encounter any troubles. She could seek him out at Longdu, Jiyuan, or directly request assistance. Understanding this brought comfort to Shen Liang. He was unperturbed by these matters. In such a vast refuge, living alone would surely breed tedium, emptiness, and solitude. Having more cohabitants would render this apocalypse more bearable. On June 29th, the countdown to the end of the world neared its final day. The northeast region was besieged by heavy snowfall, leading to accumulations exceeding 1 meter in certain areas. Initially, only a few northern cities experienced snowfall, but now nearly 80% of the northeast was blanketed in snow. At this moment, the snow remained harmless and benign. Experts continued to soothe the public's anxieties. Concurrently, a civilian astronomy enthusiast published a post online presenting a theory of the apocalypse, which could also be construed as a soul-searching inquiry directed at the experts. Based on my observations and calculations over the past month, gamma rays originating from 100,000 light-years away are drawing alarmingly close. Will they indeed bypass the solar system and the blue planet? If not, the consequences are unfathomable. Unsurprisingly, this post vanished into obscurity, and those few who glimpsed it brushed it aside. The majority remained cocooned at home, engrossed in television or scrolling through short videos, savoring the rare tranquility of a cloudy day. On June 29th, in the early hours, the countdown to the apocalypse commenced. The temperatures began to plummet abnormally. Shen Liang activated the electric heating system, setting the temperature to 50 degrees. The water within the underfloor heating pipes gradually warmed, the circulation process gradually enveloping the entire residence in warmth. Reclining on the sofa, sleep eluded Shen Liang. On his phone, an application displayed the result from the ultra-low temperature detector installed outside. Within an hour, The temperature had dropped by 10 degrees, officially plunging below 10. Snowflakes commenced their descent outside. The apocalypse had finally arrived. Chapter 33. A romantic heavy snow? A red snow, a cry of despair. In the early hours, many were roused from their slumber by the cold. As they closed their windows, they beheld the ground adorned in a blanket of pristine white. Southerners, who had seldom witnessed snowfall, instinctively exclaimed in astonishment. Their initial thoughts filled not with fear, but with surprise and delight. Goodness, it's snowing in Linhai City. Oh dear, it's so cold. Wife, put on some clothes and hurry to see. It's snowing outside. Wrapped in a quilt and shivering, the wife, initially inclined to continue slumbering, instinctively muttered in annoyance, "Stop making a fuss in the middle of the night. Close the window and go back to sleep." However, her husband did not respond, for from upstairs, downstairs, and even across the way, various exclamations and shrieks echoed. "Oh my, what is going on? It's snowing in Linhai City. It's really snow, ha ha. Oh, friesen. What kind of weather is this? Can someone explain what is happening? The thermometer says it's 15 degrees outside." The woman in bed, wrapped in an air-conditioned quilt, approached the window, standing beside her husband to gaze outside. The sight of the ground blanketed in white snow, combined with the astonishment and delight of her husband and neighbors, left the woman from the north momentarily bewildered. Is this a joke? It's snowing so heavily in the south? Wait, this is not minus 15 degrees. Our thermometer reads minus 18 degrees. Her voice nearly erupted in disbelief. The woman who had just mentioned the temperature of 15 degrees suddenly looked down, and upon realizing the temperature, shouted, "Goodness! In just a few minutes, it dropped by 3 degrees. What kind of weather is this? Intending to freeze someone to death." At this moment, Shen Liang similarly found himself unable to sleep. During his 2 days in this 8-story mansion, he encountered a perplexing dilemma. The house was simply too spacious, leaving him uncertain of the most comfortable place to rest. Particularly when alone, the vastness felt overwhelmingly solitary, as each floor spanned 500 square meters, yet echoed with desolation and silence. To alleviate the stillness, Shen Liang had to let out 10 Doberman dogs. Leaving 8 to patrol the expansive sunroom he had transformed on the first floor for security, taking 2 along for companionship. Wherever he intended to sleep, he would bring those 2 dogs with him. Fortunately, each floor housed numerous rooms. The 2 Doberman dogs, having undergone specialized training, were remarkably intelligent, requiring no special confinement. As long as Shen Liang designated an area for them to remain and sleep, they would comply. Moreover, he had thoughtfully converted a room on each floor exclusively for the dogs, creating an environment akin to the outdoors, complete with trees, flower beds, and grass. The primary purpose was to eliminate the need to walk the dogs outside, as they would willingly relieve themselves in this designated space. Of course, as their caretaker, Shen Liang would have to deal with the aftermath, but he was indifferent. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, such simple pleasures were scarce, and Shen Liang had begun to embrace the process of dog ownership and waste management as a source of enjoyment. At this moment, Shen Liang had not closed the protective window shields. Each window in the 8-story building was fitted with bulletproof glass, and all were double-layered. Even if a large-caliber Barrett rifle were to fire upon them, it would have little effect. The double-layered bulletproof glass not only ensured safety, but also boasted impressive insulation properties, rivaling that of walls. Most importantly, Shen Liang could sit peacefully by the window, admiring the snowy landscape without fear of some envious miscreant hurling stones at the glass. Xiao Xiao, what is the current temperature? Xiao Xiao was the name of the artificial intelligence installed on every floor. As long as Shen Liang remained within the house, he could summon the AI at any time to inquire about various matters with simple verbal commands. He could even input commands to activate or deactivate any controllable items within a house, such as doors, window shields, iron gates, or even the heating temperature. Report, Master. The current outdoor temperature is 16 degrees. The floor you are on has activated underfloor heating, with an indoor temperature of 25 degrees, while the other floors without heating maintain a temperature of 16 degrees. The indoor environment is quite comfortable. You'll need to wear a thick down jacket for warmth if you go outside, Master. The outdoor temperature stood at minus 16 degrees, while the indoor temperature soared to 25 degrees, and even the unheated floors registered above 16 degrees. This demonstrated the remarkable insulation quality of the residence, which had undergone a secondary renovation. Not only had the wall thickness been reinforced, but multiple layers of insulation had also been added, ensuring the thermal efficiency was several times superior to that of ordinary homes. One could only speculate how cold it must be in other households, with even a temperature around 0 degrees being considered quite favorable. Xiao Xiao, is everything within the house operating normally? Report, Master, the surveillance system is functioning correctly. The temperature measurement system is operational, and the theft alarm system is functioning properly. The capabilities of the AI, Xiao Xiao, were impressive. When the designer Lin Qingya proposed the installation, Shen Liang had initially deemed it superfluous. However, he soon discovered its considerable utility. Moreover, there was no concern about someone maliciously entering and seizing control from Xiao Xiao. This AI was exceptionally secure, having registered Shen Liang's voice, iris, fingerprints, and even his physique and facial features. For anyone else to awaken it, they would either need to be granted access by Shen Liang himself or be rendered ineffective. Particularly regarding operations that pertain to security, such as deactivating surveillance or opening doors, any such actions required a password, even for Shen Liang himself, which was randomly generated each time he issued a command. The coded messages would be sent to Shen Liang's mobile phone. Of course, the device itself is fortified with layers of encryption, far surpassing ordinary standards. In fact, even the average person would be baffled by the cryptic language, as it contains superfluous elements that render mispronunciations invalid after 3 attempts. Only Shen Liang possesses the knowledge to eliminate the meaningless segments and articulate the valid codes. In essence, this villa is not only secure in its hardware, but also fortified in its software. Shingu, are you sleeping? Wake up quickly. Linhai City is experiencing a heavy snowfall. My goodness, I've never witnessed temperatures plummeting to below -10 degrees here. The outside world is frigid, but thankfully, my best friend's villa, under my suggestion, has been equipped with enhanced insulation and multi-layered glass. Moreover, my friend, being from the north, installed underfloor heating during the renovations, making it extraordinarily warm once the heating is turned on. Lin Xingya sent a message, and Shen Liang engaged in casual conversation, still withholding many details. As far as he knows, the current snow is still safe, devoid of any toxic or corrosive properties. However, this does not guarantee its continued safety. After some contemplation, Shen Liang cautioned, Xingya, stay indoors and refrain from playing in the snow. Do you understand? You know, I have various detection devices installed in my villa. I have detected impurities in the snow. It seems to be toxic. Shen Liang had not conducted any tests, but as long as Lin Xingya believed him, that was sufficient. Toxic? You scared me. We almost went out to play in the snow. We won't go now. Shingu, you must also take care of yourself and avoid wandering outside. This bizarre weather appears quite unnatural. It seems your extensive insulation measures were indeed wise. Haha. How could they not be? After all, I am a traveler from another realm. Subsequently, Lin Chushua, a close companion from a fleeting encounter, also sent a message, reminiscing about the snowfall. This included messages from Zhao Yuman, the campus beauty who was nearly swept away by Shen Liang's charms, expressing her gratitude for his reminder about stocking up on groceries before the heavy snowfall. You should thank yourself for taking my words seriously. Had you doubted Shen Liang or been a tad negligent, how could Zhao Yuman have truly prepared? After exchanging pleasantries and indulging in a few short videos, Shen Liang observed numerous residents venturing outside to enjoy the snow. Videos were even circulating in the community group, inviting everyone to partake in the winter wonderland. The community comprised a substantial number of members, split into various groups, including a regular and a wealthy group, both of which Shen Liang belonged to, although each household was allowed only one member in the group. The large community meant that the two groups collectively boasted over 2,000 individuals who were evidently enamored with the snowfall. Shen Liang sighed, aware of the recklessness of these individuals. He understood that while the snow was currently white, any shift in its hue to an eerie red, mingled with strange particles, would denote the emergence of toxic and corrosive snow. At that moment, anyone caught beneath would learn a harsh lesson. In Chen Liang's home, the cacophony from outside, coupled with the plummeting temperatures, rendered the family restless. They approached the window, donning thick garments, gazing at the heavy snow, witnessing some eager individuals rushing outside to play. Chen Liang, having lived for over 50 years, was astonished. Snow? Is this real? This is absurd. We're in Linhai City, in the south. -18 degrees. Heavy snowfall. Lu Yifeng glanced at her children, both of whom transitioned from drowsiness to bewilderment. Yet, without exception, they began rummaging through their belongings, seeking attire to combat the bitter cold. Linhai City does experience winter, but the temperatures typically hover around 0 degrees. Even winter jackets are merely thin variants, unlike the thick versions found in the northeastern regions. Nevertheless, given the current chill, even the thin jackets provided some warmth. Once donned, everyone felt a surge of heat. Hurry! Close the window, Dad. It's freezing. This ghastly weather is truly uncanny. Just days ago, the northeastern regions began to snow, and now it has reached Linhai City. The blankets! Mom, quickly find the winter blankets. Chen Haowen exclaimed, shivering. Little Chen Xiaolong, brimming with curiosity, echoed, Snow. Snow! I've seen snow. I want to play in the snow. Though young, Chen Xiaolong had already mastered the art of scrolling through short videos. Chen Liang instinctively wished to refuse. Yet Chen Shuang considered taking the child outside to witness the snow. Reluctantly, the family descended the stairs. Upon reaching the entrance, the gusts of wind intensified the cold, the chills slicing against their skin like knives. It was frigid, yet undeniably poetic. Gazing outside, the snow had already accumulated above their ankles. with many engaged in snowball fights and crafting snowmen. Chen Shuang could not help but exclaim. Suddenly, amidst the revelers, a shout pierced the air. Everyone look, it has changed. The snow has changed. What was once pristine white snow had transformed into a mixture streaked with red, reminiscent of rouge being sprinkled into the snow. How romantic! How special! I love this. Darling, confess your love to me now. It's supremely romantic. I must record this for the internet. It will surely go viral. The romantic young lady, who had been eagerly anticipating a declaration, felt the delicate pink snowflakes land upon her face, only to be met with an overwhelming heat. The next moment, screams echoed throughout the community. It burns. My face. Run. Flee from here. Everyone, do not come outside. Do not touch the snow. The chaos erupted as cries of agony reverberated. The once picturesque snowfall now revealing its sinister nature. Chapter 34. The Inferno of Humanity has begun. The snow is corrosive. My face. Run. As the first scream rang out, the entire community was engulfed in terror. The Chen family stood frozen at the entrance, having never witnessed such a horrifying spectacle. What was once a normal snowfall had suddenly transformed, with red specks emerging. Initially, onlookers believed the snow to be beautiful and romantic, with Chen Shuang even swept up in the whimsical atmosphere, preparing to shout a proposal. Now, they beheld a girl embracing the sky, welcoming the flurries, only to be met with a gruesome sight as blood cascaded from her arms, neck, and face. Observing others frolicking outside, panic ensued as everyone began to flee. Some, during their escape, could visibly see their clothing being corroded. The screams and frenzy persisted for several minutes before subsiding. Many sought refuge in hallways, still shaken, while others felt their bodies heating up, leading one man to strip off his outerwear and toss it aside, not caring for the cold. The female resident, mistaking his actions for indecency, shouted, "What are you doing? My clothes are being corroded." The man cried out. This snow not only corroded skin, but also rendered clothing ineffective against its malignant nature. He implored the others, "I advise you all to quickly discard your clothing. Otherwise, once the snow permeates your garments and touches your skin, it will still inflict harm. My hands. This accursed snow is highly corrosive. My palms are exposed to the bone. This is abnormal. This is utterly unnatural. What kind of snow is this? Is it possible that toxic substances from a chemical plant explosion have mingled with the snow?" The hallway remained a refuge as everyone huddled together, observing the chaos outside. Some, despite suffering from skin corrosion, had escaped quickly enough that the damage was minimal, with the cold dulling their pain, leading them to prioritize understanding the situation over treating their wounds. Once again, both myself and my family find ourselves suffering from this calamity, which seems destined to yield no resolution. Almost immediately thereafter, a new tragedy unfolds. In a dimly lit corridor, a mother clutches her bloodied child, crying out in despair, "What has happened to you, my child? Did you eat that snow on the ground?" In the northern regions, consuming snow is not an uncommon occurrence. Not out of a penchant for it, but simply as a fleeting experience for some. However, the snow at this moment is imbued with corrosive properties. Fortunately, a nurse happens to be present, yet the prognosis remains grim. As the mother watches helplessly, her child struggles for breath, blood spilling profusely. Following the nurse's counsel, she dials for an ambulance, only to be met with the disheartening sound of a busy signal. Even calls to the police line yield the same result. Overwhelmed by despair, the mother witnesses her vehicle emerge from the garage mere minutes later. The snow has accumulated to a depth exceeding 30 centimeters, and all onlookers hold their breath. When they see that the tires have not succumbed to corrosion, a collective sigh of relief escapes them. The mother drives an off-road vehicle, which is better equipped to resist such corrosive elements. As she navigates the treacherous roads, she is engulfed in a hellish scene. Cries of agony fill the air, and several vehicles lie incapacitated along the route. The sight of burst tires emitting corrosive smoke is all too clear, and some vehicles have collided, including ambulances and police cars responding to the crisis. Upon her arduous arrival at the hospital, she is met with a scene of chaos. The waiting area is filled with individuals bearing horrific, corrosive wounds. Panic sets in as she exclaims, "What on earth is happening? Doctor, please help. My child has ingested the red snow and is vomiting blood." In the operating room, the doctors are confronted with the sight of the child's ravaged stomach, corroded beyond recognition. A chilling realization envelopes everyone present. In a villa, Shen Liang holds a cup of hot tea, clad in thin pajamas. Despite the light attire, he feels a wave of heat and is compelled to instruct the artificial intelligence, Xiao Xiao, to lower the underfloor heating by 5 degrees. Xiao Xiao reports, "The current outdoor temperature is 29 degrees. Your floor has activated underfloor heating, maintaining a temperature of 27 degrees, while other unheated floors remain at 13 degrees. Indoor conditions are excessively warm, and the heating temperature has been adjusted to 45 degrees. A heating temperature of 45 degrees does not equate to the actual room temperature. In the northern regions, when heaters are set to 45 degrees under good insulation, the indoor temperature typically reaches around 15 to 20 degrees, assuming an outdoor temperature of approximately minus 10 degrees. Yet now, the outside temperature has plummeted to minus 29 degrees. The recently activated 50-degree underfloor heating has completed its cycle. And rather than a drop in indoor temperature due to the sudden cold, the internal warmth continues to rise, even with the outdoor temperature falling. The other unheated floors have only decreased by 2 or 3 degrees, showcasing the villa's exceptional insulation. Turning on the television, he anticipates the appearance of experts. As expected, the official news broadcast begins without the need for channel surfing, delivering a message intended to soothe emotions in light of the heavy snowfall. However, amidst the reassurances, a warning is issued. Testing has revealed that the red snow contains highly corrosive and toxic components, and the cause of the chemical leak has been temporarily ruled out. We advise against touching, consuming, or coming into contact with this red snow and urge everyone to stay indoors to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Please remain patient as rescue efforts are underway. The authorities are collaborating with military forces to assist those in need. Outdoor individuals are advised to remain in their vehicles, as cars appear to withstand the corrosive properties of the red snow. Emergency lines are overwhelmed, and the public is encouraged to leave messages for assistance. The weather station warns that temperatures continue to drop at an alarming rate of 10 degrees per hour. Finally, everyone is urged to remain calm and collected, sealing windows and doors, and to gather all available warm clothing and bedding. As long as we unite in solidarity, no challenge is insurmountable, and no danger is unconquerable. Yet, if overcoming such adversity were so effortless, how could an apocalyptic scenario ever arise? The apocalypse has commenced, yet Shen Liang's chance for vengeance has yet to materialize. For now, vehicles can still navigate the treacherous terrain, and the corrosive threat has not fully compromised their tires. However, the challenges of rescue operations are becoming increasingly apparent, with many police and ambulance vehicles stranded on the roads. As the red snow accumulates, it grows thicker and more abundant, threatening to crush or bury vehicles beneath its weight. If one can endure the pain and find shelter, they may fare better. However, those who heed the news and remain in their cars may find themselves trapped by morning. Shen Liang opens the property owner group chat to assess the situation. In the general chat, owners share their narrow escapes, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Some even express relief at having stocked up on instant noodles, believing that rescue will arrive soon. How unfortunate for those trapped outside. I hope they remain safe. I'm worried about my daughter who went camping with her classmates. Will they be all right? We should call the police. There might still be hope. It appears that the corrosive properties could dissolve tents, but they should be able to escape to their vehicles. Don't worry, family members, if anyone is short on food. I have 3 bags of 50 pounds of rice from my hometown that I can sell at a low price. In tough times, we should help each other through this crisis. Is this really the time for mutual assistance? Shen Liang shakes his head in resignation and sends a message. This heavy snowfall will not pass easily, yet you seek to profit from it. The old adage rings true. Good deeds often go unrewarded, for when disaster strikes, the virtuous are no longer hailed as such but instead labeled as naive. He exits the general property owner group and glances at the affluent group. They seem somewhat more composed than the general group, though a few wealthy owners fret about their businesses, concerned about whether they can continue working and lamenting the financial losses incurred from wasted rent. It appears the situation is dire. Finally, Shen Liang can find rest. Perhaps this day has finally arrived, a familiarity that is almost overwhelming. Yet, his slumber is fraught with turmoil, plagued by nightmares of the moments leading up to his demise in a previous life. Chun Shuang attempts to inject adrenaline into him, while neighbors, wielding chopsticks, savor the meat, revealing their devilish grins as they proclaim it delectable. Chun Xiaolong, the illegitimate son, devours greedily, while Fang Peng stands beside Chun Shuang, leering and eating meat. Familiar yet strange faces haunt his dreams, a blend of acquaintances and strangers. Their identities become irrelevant. What matters is that all those who once invaded his home and feasted upon that vast pot of meat are indelibly etched in Shen Liang's memory. From this day forth, the anger and thirst for vengeance that Shen Liang has suppressed for far too long will gradually be set into motion. Chapter 35. Breakfast that leaves Chun Laoting's family in tears. The masked figure in the garage. As dawn breaks, Shen Liang rises and retrieves breakfast from the storage space. It is at this moment that he realizes he has overlooked traditional breakfast items like youtiao and doujiang. Regrettably, it is too late for such considerations, and he must settle for a hasty meal of abalone and lobster. Opening the general property owner group, he finds that his previous admonishment of certain owner as naive has predictably drawn ire, with many responding with scornful remarks about ignorance and the privilege of the well-fed to critique the hungry. Some even resort to vulgarities. Shen Liang remains unfazed, though he takes note of every name and floor number. In the future, when someone kneels before me, begging for a morsel of food, it will be convenient to present them with evidence of my previous generosity. Unsurprisingly, Chen Shuang has emerged. In the owner group, it was Chen Shuang and Shen Liang who had been added. Although only one person per household was requested, there was no strict prohibition against this, allowing both to remain in the group to avoid missing important updates. After being bitten by a dog, Chen Shuang had not yet fully recovered. Seeing Shen Liang's messages only aggravated her discomfort, leading her to seize the opportunity to join others in disparaging him. Shen Liang, are you even human? Are you aware that we are in a time of disaster? The nation is in peril, yet you still think about helping others. Yet you have the audacity to insult kind-hearted individuals as Mother Mary. Are you out of your mind, Shen Liang? Don't think your wealth makes you superior. So what if you have money? Everyone knows your house is newly renovated. I refuse to believe that you moved in just a couple of days ago with an abundance of food. I hope when you seek help from everyone for food, you will still be as stubborn as you are now. This message was sent only half an hour ago. Shen Liang was enjoying a bowl of gourmet longan and lotus seed 8 treasure porridge, accompanied by braised beef and pan-seared foie gras, and sea cucumbers worth 888 each. He decisively opened his camera and snapped a picture. Chen Shuang, would you like some? Call me ancestor and let me hear it. After sending the message, he promptly locked his screen, not out of fear, but because he prioritized his meal. He turned on the television, where live news was being broadcasted, switching between various scenes and reporting flight cancellations, train delays, and more. This was not the worst of it. Across the nation, hospitals were overwhelmed, with patients exhibiting symptoms of toxic corrosion from the red snow. Those with mild symptoms had only a few blood pits on their faces and hands, while severe cases presented horrifyingly disfigured appearances. Such imagery would have previously been censored or heavily edited, but now it was laid bare for all to see, serving as a grim reminder that this red snow was no ordinary snowfall and that people must keep their distance. The snow had accumulated to over a meter thick overnight. At this moment, vehicles struggled to navigate the roads. Even a formidable Mercedes-Benz G-Class found itself helpless against this onslaught. Engaging its so-called 3-lock system was futile. No matter how powerful a vehicle, accidents were rampant, and cries of despair filled the air. Cars were immobilized, helicopters were grounded, and official rescue operations were on the brink of collapse. However, some robust military vehicles and tanks managed to inch forward through the heavy snow, but the cost was exorbitant. As the snow continued to fall and accumulate, by today, all rescue efforts would cease entirely. Dear citizens, currently, nearly 99 of regions nationwide are still experiencing heavy snow, and the toxic red snow persists globally. After a night of snowfall, temperatures have plummeted, with the warmest areas reaching only 49 degrees, and the frigid northeast dropping to a terrifying 88 degrees. In the economic hub of Linhai City, the temperature stands at 63 degrees. We have just received a notification that the Dragon Kingdom has declared the disaster to be beyond control, placing the nation under the highest level of natural disaster crisis. Although most rescue efforts are struggling to continue, the Dragon Kingdom assures the populace that they will not abandon them. They urge everyone to hold on, stock up on food and water, and manage their resources wisely. Humanity will prevail over this calamity. However, sometimes motivational words are effective, yet at times they fall flat, especially in the face of harsh reality. As people witnessed a plane oddly plummet outside their windows, the explosion reached the television studio, and the news could not cut away in time, nor could they shield viewers from the distressing scene unfolding before them. Additionally, many online shared their first-hand experiences of witnessing the plane's descent, and some even posted videos of train collisions. In his previous life, Shen Liang was among the viewers of such footage, yet in this life, he found little interest in it. After a brief glance, he turned off the television, contemplating how long it would be until the power went out. He vaguely remembered that in his past life, power was lost after 3 to 5 days, while electricity remained. Most Southerners lacked heating systems, but could rely on air conditioning for warmth. Once power was lost, and the sole heating method was extinguished, temperatures would drop below 70 degrees, plunging them into a true hell on earth. As expected, several women Shen Liang was in contact with reached out again, expressing gratitude or admiration. Notably, Lin Xingya even jested whether Shen Liang had anticipated the extreme cold and hurried to build such a super shelter. Shen Liang merely smiled in response and informed Lin Xingya that if she and her friends wished to stay, they were welcome. Shen Liang's apocalyptic vehicle was exceptionally robust, specifically modified for this moment. Even with over a meter of snow, it could easily navigate through 3 meters without issue. As for snow-corroding clothing, he simply donned anti-corrosion protective gear. At Shen Liang's home, the family typically did not stockpile food. Although some provisions were available, they were meager. Breakfast, which usually consisted of fried dough sticks purchased from a nearby shop, had now been reduced to plain rice porridge. Hang in there. The government has promised assistance, Chen Liang reassured. Lu Yifan sighed in response, while Chun Haowen muttered, will there really be assistance? Just now, during the live broadcast, a plane fell, and they claimed it was special effects? Can special effects shatter windows and shake the entire house? If this continues, we will run out of food, and going out to buy anything is impossible. After all, no one wants to be corroded by that toxic snow, let alone risk even the slightest contact. Furthermore, if we were to go out to buy something, who would even open their shop? My goodness, that Shen Liang, that scoundrel. He had breakfast, and even made me call him ancestor. I better not see him. Otherwise, I will tear his mouth apart. Chen Shuang exclaimed, her face darkened with shock. Chen Haowen snatched the phone, and both of Chen Laoding's parents curiously gathered around. Upon seeing the luxurious breakfast in the photo, they nearly wept with envy. And soon the family erupted in anger, cursing Shen Liang before glancing at their bowl of plain rice porridge, which suddenly lost all appeal. That damn Shen Liang. He is clearly taunting us. What a despicable person. Chen Laoding scolded angrily. Chen Haowen, feeling particularly spiteful, devised a plan. Sister, why not share the news about how Shen Liang made hundreds of billions from football investments in the group? If that doesn't work, we can post it elsewhere online, short videos, social media, whatever. This must be broadcasted to the world. He should not be allowed to live so comfortably. I hope his wealth makes him the target of envy, and that someone breaks into his villa at night to take him out. That would be entertaining. This plan received unanimous approval from the Chen family. Chen Shuang, harboring deep resentment towards Shen Liang, promptly shared the news in the group, which instantly ignited a frenzy. What? Wasn't it said that Shen Liang made over 5 billion from stocks? Now it's become over 400 billion? My heavens! Whether it's 5 billion or 400 billion, it's all Shen Liang's? Is he really that incredible? No wonder he speaks so sarcastically. Turns out he's a tycoon. So what if he's wealthy? Wall it down on us. I say, since the end of the world is upon us, we should just go rob him instead. Flaunting wealth is despicable. In a world as vast as this, all kinds of birds exist. The news emerged without surprise, inciting envy among numerous wealth-hating individuals. However, it appeared to have little impact on Shen Liang, as, at least for now, no one dared to openly confront him or commit robbery. This, however, did not imply a perpetual state of safety. On the second day of the apocalypse, many did not yet feel the weight of impending doom, clinging to the hope that rescue would arrive. Even if not rescue, airdrops of food would suffice. Yet, the second day passed without any sign of assistance, causing anxiety to rise among families facing food shortages. By the third day, television signals had begun to falter, and even internet connectivity was deteriorating. The heavy snowfall had persisted for 3 days, accumulating to a depth exceeding 2 meters, nearly obscuring the entrances of buildings. Those residing on the ground floor found their windows completely blocked. At last, many began to realize that this disaster would not conclude swiftly. Restlessness grew among the populace, and tension escalated. Shen Liang remained in the warmth of his home, relishing diverse meals, sharing each one in the group chat, specifically tagging Chen Shuang, not for any other reason than to flaunt his fortune and provoke envy. If inadvertently displaying wealth was an issue, so be it. Few in the neighborhood could garner Shen Liang's favor, and it was likely that many would eventually turn against him. Thus, it seemed prudent to test the waters early. On the third day of the apocalypse, at least half the households had run out of food. Whether human or beast, their true natures were beginning to emerge. Shen Liang contemplated whether to confront the Chen family first, inflicting some torment upon them. Despite the treacherous conditions outside, accessing the underground parking lot remained an option. Just then, the artificial intelligence, Xiao Xiao, alerted him. Report, Master, several masked individuals have been detected near the security door of the underground parking lot, encroaching upon the warning perimeter. Should a warning be issued? The footage was displayed on the television before Shen Liang. Raising an eyebrow, he noted the rapid emergence of those unable to restrain themselves. After 3 days of turmoil, official order had essentially collapsed. Reports circulated in community groups of many solitary individuals succumbing to the cold while remaining indoors, and numerous others perished outside in their quest for sustenance. Some even reported the complete demise of 4 police officers in a patrol car, while emergency hotlines remained unresponsive. Human order teetered on the brink of collapse. A global freeze had warped humanity into a wretched state, heralding the onset of the apocalypse. Very well. Since the unwelcome guests had presented themselves, it was time to commence the game. In Chapter 36, the insidious plot of Chen Shuang unfolded. Within the Chen family's abode, they reveled in Shen Liang's growing notoriety among the homeowner group. Ha 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 ha! That scoundrel Shen Liang deserves to be reviled and stabbed by 1,000 blades. The sight of so many denouncing Shen Liang brought them relief, yet it felt insufficient. They recalled how Shen Liang's stock tip had ensnared not only Chen Laoding in a financial trap, but had also embroiled many of their former neighbors, leading to a bitter rift and prolonged disputes that required intervention from the neighborhood committee. The second grievance stemmed from Shen Liang's loan. When he leveraged their house for high-interest loans, the family discovered the mortgage only when the lenders came demanding payment. They soon realized their home had been mortgaged multiple times. The relentless calls for repayment culminated in confrontations, where intimidation and violence were not uncommon. It was during one such incident that they attempted to infiltrate Shen Liang's mansion seeking leverage against Fang Peng, only to be thwarted by dog bite and security personnel. With Shen Liang holding the upper hand over Fang Peng, the Chen family found themselves without a protector. Despite enduring such trials, they dared not retaliate. Today, on the third day of the toxic snow, the outside world lay nearly buried beneath it. Venturing out required digging through the poisonous snow, but who would dare? Contact with the toxic snow corroded clothing instantaneously, leaving bare skin vulnerable to a gruesome fate akin to sulfuric acid burns. Shen Liang recognized that official rescue efforts would not come. Societal order was in disarray. Whispers of impending doom circulated throughout the community, exacerbated by the near collapse of television broadcasts. The absence of news led many to despair. The Chen family felt similarly. If the end of the world had truly arrived, who would concern themselves with past grievances? Consumed by thoughts of vengeance for the indignities suffered at Shen Liang's hands, Chen Liang's mind was only focused on retaliation. Does anyone have a new plan? Think quickly. I want Shen Liang dead. His children and wife recoiled in shock. Chen Haowen's expression faltered. Dad, do you want to kill Shen Liang? Isn't murder too severe? Perhaps we should merely find a way to torment him instead? At this, Chen Liang struck him. Lu Yifan glared fiercely at her son. Your father is right. After Shen Liang divorced her sister, he leveraged our house for loans, disrupting our lives, and swindled our family into ruin with his stocks. We treated him as a person, but how did he regard us? If he is no longer human, but a dog, then let us slay this dog. Chen Shuang appeared conflicted, not over the desire to kill Shen Liang. Her hatred for him ran deep, but rather over the legality of murder. After a brief contemplation, a cold glint appeared in her eyes. Haowen, as long as we aren't too direct, we can still find a way to indirectly end his life. Shen Liang is cunning. He nearly destroyed our entire family. It's permissible to eliminate him now, especially with the police preoccupied with their own survival. Who would dare apprehend us? Upon hearing this, Chen Haowen seemed to grasp the situation. He recalled how close he had been to amassing wealth, only to have Shen Liang thwart him, nearly costing him his girlfriend. With the roads impassable due to heavy snow, he lamented the loss of his long-desired relationship, blaming Shen Liang for it all. Damn, Shen Liang, return my girlfriend. After a lengthy discussion, the family devised a plan conceived by Chen Shuang. Chen Shuang then opened the homeowner group chat, where chaos reigned. My family has run out of food. Is there anyone who can spare some? Please, I have a 3-year-old child who cannot go hungry. My family is out of provisions too. I can't even bear to throw away the last bit of flour, even if it's infested with bugs. I can only last until tomorrow morning. Is the aunt who is selling rice still around? I pay double. Double? I'll pay triple. 5 times. To sell me a bag of rice. No rice for sale. That day, Shen Liang insulted me thoroughly. I was foolish to sell him so much rice. Now I only have 1 bag left, and it won't last long. Isn't a bag of rice substantial? Selling me half would suffice. We're all neighbors. Can't we show some compassion? Didn't the government urge everyone to support one another in tough times? Indeed, désastre arrêté permanent. Once this bitter cold passes, and the sun shines again, we'll still be neighbors. Can't we avoid making things so dire? Are those of you with food truly so heartless? Observing the discussions in the group chat did not surprise Chen Shuang. Her thoughts were clearly aimed at Shen Liang. It is precisely based on the current fervor and insatiable hunger among the homeowners that Chen Shuang began to send messages in the group. If everyone wishes to avoid freezing and starving, heed my words. I have a solution. I hope the neighborhood committee will take the lead, or each building will appoint a representative to form a disaster response team. Each household should contribute at least 1 member to join this team. And together we will tally all the resources available within our community. We will not resort to forceful seizures. Instead, we can provide double compensation afterwards based on the value of the resources. However, in this moment of crisis, we must unite as one. Those with ample supplies should share with those who have less. As long as everyone can eat, we shall not face starvation. Upon hearing this, some individuals were already prepared to voice their dissent. Naturally, these dissenters were likely those who possessed sufficient supplies, even plentiful ones, while the majority remained hesitant to speak up. After all, the astute among them understood that those who dared to speak out would be perceived as having more resources at home. Open confrontation would not only fail to garner support, but could also attract the ire of the newly formed group. Yet, there were still some less astute individuals who, fearing their belongings might be seized, directly expressed their opposition in the group, uttering words like unfair and I do not support this. Unsurprisingly, Chen Shuang's proposal garnered overwhelming support from the majority, with even the group leader publicly endorsing Chen Shuang to continue. Chen Shuang did not disappoint. The disaster response team was granted coercive authority. If anyone refused to join, mandatory measures would be enacted. In this time of national crisis and human peril, even the police were overwhelmed and the disaster response team must shoulder the burden of upholding justice. Anyone who withholds food will be apprehended. Anyone who opposes joining will be detained. Anyone who openly defies will be arrested. After delivering this ultimatum, Chen Shuang glanced at her family, anticipating the formation of the disaster response team. It was certain that Shen Liang would refuse to join and would likely reject all coercive demands. With the numbers on their side, they would storm Shen Liang's home. What would he possibly do? Did he dare to face 100 against 1? Upon hearing this, Chen Liang and a few others smirked. It must be said, the daughter was indeed clever. Shen Liang, you are doomed. With Chen Shuang's suggestion and the neighborhood committee's approval, the disaster response team was swiftly established. However, even faster was another small gang within the community. At that moment, 4 individuals had arrived at the underground garage. In their line of sight, the other areas of the garage were filled with open parking spaces, but 20 meters away, a thick wall of reinforced concrete stood, creating a massive, independent structure. In the center of this structure were 2 large doors, which could allow vehicles to enter and exit when opened, but became impenetrable when closed. Especially after Shen Liang replaced them with heavy security doors, coupled with over a meter-thick concrete walls. Even a tank would find itself thwarted if it attempted to ram the doors. That damn Shen Liang is truly wealthy. I recall the main entrance here was not always like this. It was merely an ordinary electric roller shutter door, but he replaced it with something resembling a bank security door. How on earth do we open this door? If we cannot get through the door, how can we retrieve items from Shen Liang's home? Do not fret, everyone. We brought tools. Let us think of a way to break through. The 4 individuals, 2 elders and 2 youths, were neighbors, all related as fathers and sons. The 2 families shared a camaraderie due to their mutual disdain for others in the community. Yet they maintained a close bond, with the exception of a previous amicable relationship with Chen Liang's family. The reasons for their visit were now clear. They were driven by the dual motives of food and water scarcity and their shared status as victims of stock market losses. Thus, they sought to exploit this opportunity to confront Shen Liang. Acquiring a bit of food was their minimal expectation, as they were still in the early days of the apocalypse. Little did they know that this poisonous snow would not cease, nor were they aware of the myriad dangers ahead. They were oblivious to the collapse of the societal order and believed that obtaining some food would suffice to endure until the disaster concluded. However, their primary goal was to pressure Shen Liang to compensate them. They had lost too much. Shen Liang possessed hundreds of billions. Surely, asking for 100 million each was not unreasonable. The cold in the underground garage was unbearable. Despite the thick snow above, the chill below felt like 50 degrees. Let us brave the cold. Once inside, we can make that dog Shen Liang transfer 100 million to us. He has hundreds of billions. To him, 100 million is merely a trivial amount. The group's eyes sparkled with greed. Initially, they contemplated forcefully breaking into Shen Liang's lavish residence, but upon seeing the imposing door, they abandoned that notion. Suddenly, someone suggested, why not simply knock? Let us pretend we are here to ask for food. If we appear pitiful enough, that rascal Shen Liang would surely not refuse us entry. If he dares to open the door, we shall seize the moment. That is indeed a sound plan. Let us drop our disguises and reveal our true selves. It would be best if we all appeared to be in dire straits. In the surveillance footage, Shen Liang initially could not identify these individuals, as they were masked like robbers. However, to his surprise, they inexplicably removed their coverings. Shen Liang's brow arched as he recognized 2 familiar faces among the 4. The elder was Zhou Gosheng, and his son was Zhou Jiandong. Zhou Gosheng's wife was none other than the shrew who had been struck by Shen Liang at the Sichuan restaurant, Gao Guolian. The modestly dressed woman, who previously faced the prospect of being sold for food, was none other than Zhang Yaji, Zhou Jiandong's wife. Shen Liang stroked his chin, contemplating Zhou Jiandong's arrival, which provided an opportunity to discuss Zhang Yaji working as a housekeeper. Shen Liang mused that, even in the apocalypse, he wished to help others find employment. Zhang Yaji, I hope you can work swiftly. My villa has far too many cleaning tasks to tackle. Want to survive? Let them come to the villa. Old Zhou, little Zhou, shall we go upstairs and weep together? Wouldn't tea that seem overly contrived? Zhou Gosheng and his son were the masterminds plotting against Shen Liang. The other pair of father and son were named Sun Fengyin and Sun Daming, with Sun Daming having a younger brother, Sun Erming. However, although they lived in the same community, they did not reside in the same building, and thus were not called together. Sun Fengyin and Sun Daming had not suffered exorbitant losses from stock trading, at least not to the extent of Chen Liang and Zhou Gosheng, who were nearly destitute. The Sun family primarily envied Shen Liang's wealth, and thought it would be splendid to obtain some funds under the pretext of being victims of stock market manipulation. However, they did not wish to take the lead in this endeavor, leaving the spotlight to the Zhou family. Such sentiments were manageable once or twice, but after repeated instances, the Zhou family recognized that they were all part of the same group, yet were engaging in backstabbing. They understood that now was not the time for discord. After exchanging glances, Zhou Gosheng and his son Zhou Jiandong spoke in unison. Let us go. I will accompany Jiandong. At least as a family, we won't draw too much suspicion. Old son, you and Daming should wait until the door opens and rush in. If he dares to open the door, Jiandong and I will block it, and we will all charge inside together. The plan was temporarily set, and the Sun family nodded in agreement. In their view, as long as the Zhou family took the lead, they could bear the blame if anything went awry, while sharing the spoils if all went well. Such was their sinister scheme. Shen Liang, is Shen Liang at home? Shen Liang's nephew. It's your Uncle Zhou. Please open the door for me. I beg you. Let Uncle Zhou in. Our family hasn't had anything to eat since last night. We are nearly starving. Uncle Zhou doesn't ask for much. Just a few packets of instant noodles or some steam buns will suffice. Zhou Gosheng, in an effort to appear more pitiful, deliberately smeared some dirt on his face, attempting to project an image of destitution. If the surveillance camera were of low quality and blurry, it might not matter, but under this high-definition surveillance, even the stubble on Zhou Gosheng's face was clearly visible, and Shen Liang saw through this pretentious act without a doubt. He chuckled coldly as he gazed at the large door leading to the basement. At this moment, aside from the 2 dogs by his side, the 8 dogs on the first floor were anxiously waiting at the entrance, baring their teeth in restraint, seemingly aware of what was to come. Xiao Xiao, unlock the first security door to the basement and let the dogs down. Understood, master. Opening the first security door to the basement now. As the door opened, Shen Liang could clearly see from the basement's perspective that 8 robust Doberman dogs were now striding confidently, scanning their surroundings with fierce intent. The basement's lights were still on. Dogs, wait here for a moment. Await my command before you attack. The commands to wait and attack are fundamental in dog training, especially for Dobermans, known for their high obedience. Once Shen Liang's voice echoed through the basement speaker, the dogs obediently sat down, even though their instincts urged them to pounce on their prey. Shen Liang, are you at home? Uncle Zhou is starving. I beg you to help us. We can pay for food. Just please open the door. It's so cold. Uncle Zhou is freezing. Shen Liang couldn't help but smirk as he thought about the basement's frigid temperature, plummeting below zero. Sensing that Zhou's family was becoming impatient, he instructed Xiao Xiao to open the basement door. Just as they were about to give up, the grand door began to creak open. Zhou's family was immediately filled with excitement, recognizing it as an electronic door. As they feigned gratitude, they gestured to the Sun family behind them, who were also preparing to charge forward. Once the door opened wide enough for 2 or 3 people to enter, the Sun family dashed toward it. Hurry, get in, quickly. Zhou Jiandong exclaimed with glee. The charade had been exhausting, and now they could finally drop the act. In his mind, as soon as they entered Shen Liang's luxurious basement, the doors leading upstairs would be easy to open, likely just wooden ones. After all, normal people install wooden doors inside, and Shen Liang must have been waiting in the basement. Otherwise, why would it take so long to open the door? Zhou Jiandong had everything figured out, except for the fact that Shen Liang was not there. What the hell? Why is this basement so warm? It felt as though there was no heating. It was at least 30 degrees warmer than outside. Even if it was just 0 degrees inside, it was still 50 degrees warmer than the basement's temperature. Zhou Jiandong suddenly felt as if he had entered paradise. The Sun family began to survey their surroundings. Shen Liang, come out. You scoundrel. How dare you let us suffer such losses? If this matter isn't resolved today, I will demolish your house. It seemed that upon entering, they felt emboldened. The Zhou family was equally incredulous and began to shout in defiance. After their tirade concluded, they realized that Shen Liang had yet to appear. When they heard noises and turned back, they found the door had closed. A sense of foreboding washed over them. Zhou Jiandong attempted to pull the door open, but found it utterly immovable, as if it were a fortress. Realizing something was amiss, he was about to warn everyone when the unexpected happened. With a resounding click, the bright, spacious basement was plunged into darkness. Damn! How did this brat turn off the lights? Shen Liang, come out. Stop this nonsense, and show yourself. Don't force us to take drastic measures. As Sun Daming shouted, both families grew increasingly anxious. The darkness was so profound that it was no exaggeration to compare it to a pitch-black coffin, albeit a slightly larger one. If shouting were effective, why bother with the dogs? Just as the 4 men were frantically searching for Shen Liang and each other, Shen Liang's voice echoed through the speakers. Good dogs, heed my command, charge. Treat our guests well. Good dogs? Sir, the guests? Who are the dogs here? Is Shen Liang insulting us? They were filled with fury, but there was no time for reaction. In the darkness, a few pairs of glowing green eyes emerged. Dogs have excellent night vision, and even if they couldn't see clearly, it didn't matter. Their sense of smell was unparalleled, easily pinpointing their enemies' positions. There's really a pack of dogs. Stay back. Don't come any closer. Dad, help me. Save me. As Sun Daming's terrified screams echoed, each individual began to cry out in horror. 8 dogs against 4 people was an easily winnable fight. They had no chance to resist and could only lie on the ground, wailing in despair. Eventually, one of them could no longer endure and began to plead for mercy. Shen Liang, don't do this. It hurts. Get these dogs off me. We were wrong. I admit it. We'll leave right now. I beg you. Please open the door. Shen Liang felt that they had not yet reached the point of deserving death. In his eyes, these individuals still held some value. Thus, his voice commanded the dogs to cease their assault. Once the 8 dogs retreated, Sun Daming, who had been heavily bitten, continued to moan in pain. Seeing this, Sun Fengyan shouted in distress, Shen Liang, turn on the lights. My son is injured. Please open the door. We'll leave, just let us go. My son is hurt. He could die. Are you trying to kill us? With a click, the lights flickered back on. The spacious basement was instantly illuminated, so bright that the 4 men who had just been in darkness squinted painfully, taking a moment to adjust before glancing around and spotting the 8 dogs watching them warily from several meters away. Sun Fengyan dared not shout anymore, but he couldn't help but notice that a chunk of flesh had been bitten from his son Daming's thigh, causing him great distress. What does it matter if I kill? You think I don't know what you came here for? You wanted to scheme against me, and you should be prepared for the consequences. Let me tell you, the world outside is in chaos. No one will come to save you, and calling the police will be futile. If you've come seeking death, prepare to meet your end. So tell me, are you ready? Unsurprisingly, Shen Liang's words sent shivers down their spines. Zhou Jiandong, a coward at heart, immediately fell to his knees in supplication. Please don't kill me. You can't kill me. It's illegal. Although no one knows now, once the disaster passes, you will still be held accountable. I beg you, spare my life. I don't want to die. Dad, don't let him kill me. Even calling out for their grandfather was of no use. Zhou Goxing was trembling in fear, not kneeling only because his legs were too sore. The Sun family wasn't faring any better. The 2 pairs of fathers and sons cast aside their arrogance, their bravado diminished. As they gazed at the 8 dogs a mere dozen meters away, under the command of Shen Liang, the dogs advanced, halting at intervals, drawing closer. They began to plead for mercy. Even Sun Daming, who had been grievously bitten, disregarded his pain. After all, death is far more terrifying than mere suffering. If pleading could be of any use, what need would there be for the police? Of course, with no police to rescue them, I, Shen Liang, would assume the role of the enforcer, ready to deliver your punishment and grant you the gift of death. Have you seen my 8 dogs? Observe their sinewy muscles and powerful physiques, their salivating fangs. At the sound of my command, you would be torn apart within 5 minutes. If I did not open the door, no one will know of your demise here. In just 3 days, my 8 dogs would devour you completely, leaving not a single bone behind. This was, of course, a threat, though Shen Liang had no intention of carrying it out. He would not allow his dogs to consume human flesh. A small bite might be tolerable, but to kill and devour a person entirely would disgust him. Evidently, the intimidation was remarkably effective. Through the surveillance, Shen Liang observed the 4 men, all exhibiting varying degrees of pallor. The most cowardly among them, Zhou Jiandong, had yellow filth trickling down his pant leg, while the 2 elderly men clutched their chests, resembling individuals on the brink of a heart attack. Without exception, they all began to plead fervently for their lives, implying that they would do anything to be spared. Do they truly wish to live? It was not an impossible negotiation. It all depended on their willingness to comply. Shen Liang's voice dripped with amusement. Zhou Jiandong was the first to speak up. He declared his fervent desire to live, affirming that they would agree to anything he asked. Shingu, tell us what you desire, whether it be money or gold. I will fetch it for you. We are willing. Our families are willing to heed your wishes. I implore you, spare our lives. Their fear was palpable. The thought of being consumed, leaving no trace behind, gnawed at them. Even if someone were to investigate, there would be no evidence left to uncover, as the dogs would have digested everything. As they contemplated this, their anxiety mounted. Shen Liang playfully remarked, I find myself rather bored here. I hear that Zhou Jiandong, your wife Zhang Yaji, is quite idle at home, and Sun Daming, your wife Dong's AI, also seems rather unoccupied. I wonder if I could persuade both sisters-in-law to come and play some mahjong with me. At this statement, Zhou Jiandong and Sun Daming's faces paled. Play mahjong? Was he serious? Meanwhile, the disaster response team proposed by Chen Shuang was quickly established, with plans underway to convene. Chen Shuang seemed to have spotted an opportunity to undermine Shen Liang. Chapter 38, A Plot Within a Plot. The disaster response team is formed. The target, Shen Liang. Remember, I grant you just 24 hours. Bring them to me, and if you do, each of you may leave with a box of instant noodles. Afterward, I will instruct you when to come to retrieve them. If the time passes and I do not see you, rest assured, you will find yourselves in my grasp once more, and the punishment will be doubled. I hope you contemplate the consequences before deciding whether to disregard my request. Now, be gone. As the door swung open, the 4 men scrambled to flee, nearly crawling away. Despite their internal turmoil, they agreed to Shen Liang's demands for the sake of survival. Once outside, they exchanged glances filled with a complex mix of emotions. Sun Daming was about to speak when Zhou Jiandong scowled. Shut up, we'll talk when we get back. However, there was no wait to return. They understood that Zhou Jiandong was wary that Shen Liang might overhear their conversation. This guess was indeed correct. Shen Liang had installed hidden surveillance with no visible indicators, rendering it nearly undetectable to the average person. Once they distanced themselves from the basement and boarded the elevator, they could finally exhale. The timid Zhou Jiandong slumped to the floor, gasping for breath, while Sun Daming, still nursing his wounds, was hardly in better shape. Yet, compared to his own predicament, he now worried for his wife. Brother Jiandong, are we truly going to deliver our wives to Shen Liang for a box of instant noodles? How can we do such a thing? I will never allow my wife's AI to go to him. Can't you see? Shen Liang is lusting after my wife. He surely intends for her to engage in other activities. Do you really think he just wants to play mahjong? Zhou Jiandong thought this was mere rambling, but as he considered his own wife, he hesitated. Few knew how beautiful his wife truly was. Originally a rural university student, she maintained a conservative mindset even in college. But Zhou Jiandong managed to win her over. It was only after their first intimate encounter that he realized he had struck gold. Zhang Yaji was extraordinarily beautiful, her reserved demeanor and modest attire concealing a stunning figure. Though he felt somewhat inadequate, he would not tolerate Shen Liang's bullying of his wife. Yet the fear of death loomed large. Their pantry was nearly empty. A box of instant noodles was hardly a fair trade, and they could not barter human lives for food. It was inhumane. But would Shen Liang truly kill them? At that moment, the two older men seemed to regain their composure. Zhou Jiandong and Sun Fengnian exchanged glances, addressing the younger men. What are we afraid of? We've left Shen Liang's place. Once we return home, we need only avoid provoking that brat. Does he truly dare to come after our families? If he does, we'll confront him with knives. Their reasoning solidified, and they prepared to proceed without informing their wives. As for their injuries, they planned to attribute them to a run-in with wild dogs. However, upon returning home, they learned that the community was forming a disaster response team. Particularly alarming was that Chen Shuang had proposed this initiative. Remembering how Chen Shuang had previously exposed Shen Liang as a billionaire, the Zhou and Sun families reconvened, seemingly devising a new strategy. Since Shen Liang dares to threaten us, we shall join the disaster response team. Chen Shuang is undoubtedly orchestrating this against Shen Liang. They exchanged determined glances and unanimously approved the plan. In the homeowners group, a QR code for the disaster response team was shared, with each household required to appoint a representative. Zhou Jiandong would represent the Zhou family, while Sun Fengnian would stand for the Sun family. Their participation deemed sufficient. Soon after, the group sent out its first notification. In 20 minutes, we will convene at Chen Liang's home in Building 3. Everyone who can attend is encouraged to come. We shall not fear the crowd, and we will squeeze into the hallway. This first meeting is crucial for formulating our response to the impending disaster and addressing food concerns. We hope everyone will actively participate. Those unable to attend must provide a valid reason, or they will not receive any food from the disaster response team. I must also warn you, not joining the team does not exempt you from future resource requisitions. Prepare yourselves accordingly. The consequences will be yours to bear. What was ostensibly a disaster response team began to resemble an underground syndicate, instilling fear among the residents. Fortunately, most were willing to comply, and it seemed the inaugural meeting would be quite successful. Shen Liang was not oblivious to the intentions of these old dogs. Even before releasing them, he understood they would not easily capitulate. The reason for their release was certainly deliberate. Shen Liang communicated all his demands to them, promising leniency for compliance. However, should they refuse or even betray him, he would undoubtedly escalate their punishment. Leniency was contingent upon adherence to his requirements, as he prepared to take instant action. In the event of heightened punishment, perhaps a different strategy could be employed, such as isolating the couple in separate rooms, which would undoubtedly cause discomfort for Zhou Jiandong and Sun Daming. The more they suffered, the more gratification Shen Liang would derive. Those who courted death must bear the consequences. And this was the essence of increased punishment. Shen Liang first noticed Chen Shuang stirring trouble in the group. Upon learning of her intent to form a disaster response team, he realized that this cunning woman was unable to manage her household and resorted to underhanded tactics, seeking to manipulate everyone in the community against him. Such transparent schemes were easily discernible to Shen Liang. He foresaw that the Zhou and Sun families would join forces with Chen Shuang to avoid confrontation with him, naively believing that joining her organization would shield them from his retribution. Shen Liang was certain that if he allowed them to escape, he would soon have them at his mercy once again. It would not take long. Within a couple of days, he would ensnare them anew, subjecting them to even harsher penalties. If his memory served correctly, the neighbors gathered around the Chen household, enjoying meat and drink, included members of the Zhou and Sun families. Shen Liang smiled, his expression calm, yet filled with the names of adversaries and a plan for vengeance. Killing was far too simplistic and lacked excitement. Before any fatal actions, he intended to thoroughly toy with his prey. Let them join this so-called disaster response team. They would surely be courting their own demise. Shen Liang anticipated a rather dull period ahead, but he found the prospect of engaging with these adversaries and the disaster team intriguing. Of course, those who dare to play would need to be prepared for his retribution. Having resided in the community for several years, Shen Liang was well aware of its vastness. The ordinary and affluent sections, though seemingly distinct, were interconnected. If memory served him right, the community housed over 10,000 residents, with plenty of interesting individuals, enough to fill his residence without issue. The thought of upcoming amusement excited him. "Good Shun, I miss you," Lin Chuxue messaged him. "Do you miss me or something else?" Shen Liang observed how Lin Chuxue had become increasingly reliant on him after he had introduced her to a new world. Despite their brief acquaintance, having met only twice, he had opened her eyes to new experiences, and she had become utterly captivated. "Be good, the heavy snow hasn't stopped. I can't go out for now. Once it ceases, I'll come to bring you to my home, where I will cherish you." Upon sending this message, Lin Chuxue swiftly responded with a voice message, a series of sweet, playful coos intertwined with peculiar sounds that could not be played in public transport. Just as Shen Liang was about to request a video call or a selfie, she sent the latter without delay. Gazing at her photograph, showcasing her enchanting figure, Shen Liang could not help but gasp in awe. "Damn, it's only been a few days, and I already miss her this much." He too had gone several days without indulging his desires and found himself longing for her. However, with Zhou Jiandong and Sun Daming poised to return soon, he felt it wise to bide his time. After all, good things come to those who wait. Zhang Yaji and Dong Zuai were present as Shen Liang savored his afternoon dessert. In the video, Lin Chuxue was dancing. Although he could not touch her, he found pleasure in the process. Yet in the next moment, the door burst open. "Xiao Xue, can you check if there's a bump on my back? I was just about to shower." Su Lina appeared in the video. Lin Chuxue, still unaware, continued her movements before Shen Liang was struck by surprise once more. How did she suddenly come into view? On the other side, the disaster response team had gathered a substantial number of people, over 2,000 in total across two groups, representing approximately 500 families, which translated to around 2,000 individuals. Many were unable to attend due to various reasons, and the Chun household was overflowing, with the corridors packed. Thus, they decided to disseminate the meeting content through the group chat. The plan was straightforward. Identify families with food reserves and request their contributions to the disaster response team. They would send a message allowing 2 hours for voluntary submissions. Those who failed to comply would face direct collection. The meeting's leadership comprised 2 men and 2 women. Community Director Ma Jinsua, Women S Federation Director Zhou Qianwen, Community Accountant Lin Jinshuan, and Fang Peng's father, Fang Shuang, who was quite influential. With these 4 at the helm, the task would be easily accomplished. They selected several group leaders, including Chen Shuang, Fang Peng, Zhou Jiandong, and Sun Daming, who were akin to partners in this endeavor and seamlessly assumed their roles without further explanation. After exchanging knowing glances, they swiftly confirmed their target. "Ladies and gentlemen," Chen Shuang addressed the group. "Shen Liang has not joined the disaster response team and has blacklisted everyone who privately messaged him. This is clearly a provocation. The 4 of us believe we must mobilize our forces and be the first to confront Shen Liang for resources." Chapter 39. Mastering the Art of Combat. The family fed leftovers to the dogs. They came knocking. The meeting of the disaster response team concluded, and its contents were promptly shared in the group chat. However, this group was not the owner-s group. Only representatives from each household were allowed entry. To prevent anyone from leaking information about their plans against Shen Liang, they refrained from discussing the matter in the group, adhering to Chen Shuang's request, which received unanimous consent. As the majority departed, only 50 to 60 individuals remained for a separate meeting explicitly targeting Shen Liang. "Director Ma, Uncle Fang, my intentions are not rooted in distrust," Chen Shuang asserted. "As the team is newly formed, we must discern who is trustworthy and who serves only their own interests." Her words resonated with the gathering, especially among the junior leaders, who all agreed with her sentiments. With Fang Peng's endorsement, Chen Shuang assumed the role of strategist, compelling many to attentively listen to her discourse. "I believe everyone present is here for the organization and the community. Therefore, the individuals we send to Shen Liang should ideally be men to avoid any potential uproar." Immediately, a few hot-headed men reacted explosively, proclaiming, "As long as we're here, that little brat Shen Liang dares to act out? Let him try. I can lift 200 pounds of cement on the construction site with one hand. I could toss him out with ease. I'm a fitness coach. Defeating Shen Liang with one hand is hardly an exaggeration, and I'm a physical education teacher, while fighting ISNT civilized. Shen Liang's initial resistance to our disaster response team is tantamount to defiance against the state. We must subdue him and let him understand the gravity of this matter." Observing these brash individuals, Shen Liang couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Chen Shuang was indescribably elated. The more people, the better. The more reckless, the more effective. Ideally, at that moment, when the situation could be negotiated, a few brash individuals would charge in and give Shen Liang a sound thrashing. Only under such circumstances would Chen Shuang truly feel exhilarated. Of course, given her current sensitive position, she would not act too overtly and needed to remain adaptable. Thus, this matter was settled. However, the four group leaders could not all approach Shen Liang. This issue could escalate or diminish. But it was urgent to collect supplies from other resourceful households, so some individuals must be designated for that task. Let us do this. Two of you will take a few people to Shen Liang, while the other two will join the other group leaders to gather resources. Aunt Ma Jinshua, the community director, spoke up, and the others nodded in agreement. Observing this, Chen Shuang and Fang Peng initially intended to go, but were preempted by Zhou Jiandong and Sun Daming. Chen Shuang, Fang Peng, allow us this opportunity. We have some matters to settle with Shen Liang. Let us take our brothers with us. Zhou Jiandong urged. Brother Peng, we are aware that Shen Liang is at odds with you, but what we're dealing with is far more significant. We'll keep you updated with live videos. What do you think? Their intention was clear, albeit subtly expressed. When they confronted Shen Liang, they could send video feeds to Chen Shuang and Fang Peng. Chen Shuang and Fang Peng exchanged glances, taken aback. They were unaware of the recent altercations that had transpired between Zhou Jiandong and Shen Liang. Wait, the injuries on their faces seemed somewhat fresh. Had they sought out Shen Liang privately and returned with bruises? What do you think, Fang Peng? Chen Shuang inquired. Fang Peng appeared hesitant, wary of Shen Liang's leverage over them. After some contemplation, he realized that letting others take the lead could be a viable option. This way, they could observe the conflict from a distance, utilizing Zhou Jiandong and Sun Daming as pawns. All right, it's settled then. The group leaders were not limited to just these four individuals, but were initially designated as such. Subsequently, the four leaders of the disaster response group selected a floor leader from each building, with the floor leaders assuming the role of group leaders, currently only involving the ordinary residential area of Longdu, Jiyuan. After all, the community was extensive and the affluent district was managed separately, with its own community committee and owner group. The ordinary residential area had no authority to interfere, which made management more convenient. Everyone, please disperse. The contents of today's meeting will not be enforced immediately. I shall allow everyone some time for consideration. If by tomorrow morning, those individuals, including Shen Liang, remain obstinate, then at 9 o'clock, each group will set out to enforce the disaster response plan. With that, everyone departed. Although the household was somewhat chaotic, Chen Shuang's family remained undeterred, invigorated by the anticipation of Shen Liang facing consequences the next day. Just thinking about it filled them with exhilaration. Ha ha ha, Xiao Shuang, you truly possess a knack for this. This mobilized the entire community's strength. When the time came, they would see if Shen Liang dared to cause trouble. Yet, Shen Liang's household had 10 fierce dogs, and they were indeed formidable. Tomorrow, let the team bring more people and weapons to prevent being bitten by the dogs. Chen Liang was quite thoughtful. He even considered going personally, but was dissuaded by Chen Shuang, who reasoned that their family was now a core member of the group, and it was unnecessary to take risks. Recalling the harrowing experience of being bitten by a dog, Chen Liang felt a twinge of fear and wisely heeded his daughter's advice. Wait, we're only going tomorrow? That's over 10 hours away. This scoundrel 1T suddenly backed down. Will he? If someone leaks information and he compromises at the last minute, then it would all be for naught. Chen Haowen suddenly had a moment of clarity. Chen Shuang paused, contemplating, then smiled. Rest assured, Shen Liang, now that he has suddenly gained wealth, is in a state of arrogance. He not only harbors animosity towards our family, but appears to disdain others in the community as well. He will not back down. The notion of compromise was foreign to Shen Liang. He indeed possessed resources, enough for the entire community to survive for a year, yet he deemed them unworthy. It could also be said that Shen Liang was intentionally provocative. In the face of the apocalypse, with such monotony, having these individuals seeking out trouble also provided Shen Liang with some amusement. If, at any point, someone satisfactory to him wished to join, they could play cards or mahjong to pass the time. Just moments ago, upon ending a video call, Su Lina had given him a thorough scolding. She was upset that he had seen her live stream accidentally, and despite his claims of not having seen it, she remained unconvinced. So Shen Liang, did you see it? No, I didn't know she had a mole on her lower abdomen with a red dot there. What? You saw it all? I am doomed. After a playful exchange with Lin Chuxue, Shen Liang decided it was time to conclude the conversation. The video chat had lasted for quite a while, causing his blood pressure to rise. Continuing any longer would be unwise. People are not saints. I have not been above indulgences. However, given the multitude of options available now, there is no need to squander energy. Xingge, my sister is secretly filming. Do you love it? After ending his call with Lin Chuxue, Lin Xingya attempted to entice him once more. This time, it was not a gathering around a card table, but rather a scene that appeared to involve swimming in a large pool. Conserve water. We do not know how long this disaster will last. Understood, dear brother. I am a designer of apocalypse fortresses, and I possess a sense of crisis awareness. My best friend's villa currently has normal water supply, several water storage tanks, and excellent purification equipment. You can rest assured. After some idle chatting and confirming that Lin Xingya was unharmed, Shen Liang fell silent. Ever since his physical fitness had improved dramatically, he seemed to have developed a fondness for fitness. His home boasted a professional gym, equipped with high-end machines, none of which were cheap. At this moment, Shen Liang recalled the beautiful fitness instructor, Zhang Manru. The last experience with her had been delightful. If only he could persuade her to come over. Serving as both a free training partner and a personal instructor, that seemed quite appealing. Is a most beautiful coach, Zhang, available? Little student Shen Liang wishes to invite you to my villa for personalized guidance. What do you think? Personalized guidance? The kind in the bedroom? Teasing laugh, puffed you rascal. Are you craving sister after one taste? I wouldn't mind visiting your villa, but with the snow blocking the streets. Let me share a secret. A friend from the police department informed me that societal order has collapsed, with half the police force dead and the remainder scrambling for survival. In short, if this disaster persists, within 3 to 5 days, chaos will ensue. It may be premature to call it the end of the world, but be prepared. I received this news this morning and wanted to tell you first. I don't plan to share it with many people, you understand. Shen Liang was somewhat taken aback. Zhang Manru's information was quite accurate. Moreover, intelligent individuals knew that in such times, even if they were privy to certain information, they must avoid spreading it indiscriminately, as it could lead to chaos and potentially invite disaster upon themselves. Zhang Manru was the first to inform Shen Liang, making him feel that she was indeed a commendable person. Not only was her fitness technique exceptional, but her heart was also kind. The apocalypse did not require a saint, provided that the saintliness was directed towards others. For Shen Liang, she was a saint indeed, and he found himself smitten. Thank you, beautiful Zhang. In return, once the snow lessens, I will find a way to bring you over to keep me company. Really? Don't joke, it's too dangerous. Rest assured, I possess 2 specially customized vehicles for such apocalyptic scenarios. After chatting for a while longer, and confirming that Zhang Manru had sufficient food and water, Shen Liang chose to remain silent. His workout continued until evening. Upon concluding, Shen Liang habitually stood before the mirror. The full-body mirror revealed a remarkable transformation in my muscle definition compared to just over 2 months ago when I had just been reborn. Although I may not resemble a fitness coach, the sense of strength emanating from my physique is undeniably robust. Impulsively, I found myself striking the sandbag once again, leading to yet another revelation. Initially, my punches resembled those of a novice, but after an hour of practice, I felt as if I had tapped into a hidden genius within me, inexplicably grasping the techniques and footwork of boxing. I feared my methods might be unorthodox. Yet after reviewing online videos, I was astonished by the striking similarities in technique and angles of my punches. The power I generated was even comparable to that of professional boxers, as I noted the angles at which the sandbag flew after my strikes. To my astonishment, my punches seemed even more forceful than those of seasoned fighters. Could it be that I possess some hidden talent within me? Am I destined to become a champion boxer merely by practicing? The sheer power of my punches, combined with my champion-level footwork, made me feel invincible against even a dozen young men. The thrill was exhilarating. I contemplated whether I should wait for that group of fools to approach, only to use them as practice targets for my combat skills. After a refreshing shower, I indulged in a sumptuous dinner of Sichuan cuisine, which felt rather extravagant, especially in stark contrast to the current situation in my community, where a simple bowl of rice was a luxury. I felt utterly decadent, as I had 8 dishes for dinner, far more than I could consume, leaving me with leftovers fit only for the dogs. After sharing a few photos, I posted them in the owner-s group, tagging Chen Shuang as per tradition. Chen Shuang was infuriated and consumed by jealousy, but this time it wasn't just him. Other owners were equally envious. In the exclusive group for the disaster response team, they lamented that this insufferable Shen Liang must have an abundance of supplies. Not only did he refuse to join the disaster group, but he also flaunted his wealth in a blatant provocation. Tomorrow, they vowed, he must be dealt with. The 4th day of the apocalypse dawned, and upon awakening, I discovered that the television signal had vanished, though not entirely. Upon turning it on, a message appeared. The disaster is projected to persist, and due to various reasons, television signals will not be restored. Please note that power will cease within 3 days. Without the end of the disaster, power cannot be restored. Take care. Yesterday, they were merely pretending, but today the grim reality was laid bare. I was not surprised. Yet the others reacted with panic, their fear of the apocalypse reaching its peak. After my customary hearty breakfast, I shared it with the group, followed by my usual morning exercises. Suddenly, the artificial intelligence, Xiao Xiao, interrupted with a warning, report, master. Over 20 armed individuals have breached the security perimeter of the underground garage. Should I issue a warning? Chapter 40. The secret meeting of 2 women. Having waited for some time, they were ready to confront the situation. Since they lived across the hall, Zhang Yaji and Dong Zuiai shared a close friendship. They were aware of the disaster response team's activities. Yet Zhang Yaji felt her husband and in-laws were keeping secrets from her, as if the entire household, except for her, was in the know. When she observed her husband and father-in-law, Zhou Gosheng, leaving home early, she feigned a visit to chat with Dong Zuiai, all the while seeking to uncover the truth. After their conversation, both women were left staring at each other in disbelief. You feel the same way? Goodness. I thought I was the only one being kept in the dark. Daming mentioned the disaster team to my in-laws, but when he spoke to me, he was vague. I didn't dare ask further because my father-in-law warned me not to pry. Is Zhou Jiandong keeping secrets from you as well? Something felt amiss, and Zhang Yaji, though conservative in her thoughts, was not naive. Her concern for her husband's safety drove her to seek out Dong Zuiai, but she nearly shouted in surprise, prompting Zhang Yaji to hastily shush her. Sister, keep your voice down. Your mother-in-law is still at home. Oh, my apologies, Dong Zuiai replied, awkwardly laughing. As she lowered her head, she realized that her low-cut nightgown had slipped, revealing a substantial portion of her figure. Noticing Zhang Yaji's subtle glances, she felt a sense of pride. Sister Yaji, are you envious of my assets? No, not at all, Zhang Yaji thought. Do I look that small? Well, in this loose sweatshirt and padded coat, I suppose I do appear less pronounced. However, Zhang Yaji, being inherently modest, did not wish to dwell on the matter. But Dong Zuiai, ever playful, took advantage of Zhang Yaji's distraction and reached into her open-down jacket. Although she failed to grasp anything significant, she felt something round in her grasp. Dong Zuiai's mischievous expression transformed into one of astonishment as she gazed at Zhang Yaji's flushed face, exclaiming, Sister Yaji, after all these years of living across the hall, I never realized you were so well endowed. You certainly rival me. The two close friends exchanged playful banter before returning to the pressing topic at hand, though they remained perplexed about the underlying issues. Could it be that they are truly concerned for our safety? It must be, for otherwise, I cannot fathom their motives for keeping us in the dark. Little did Zhang Yaji know that the husband she believed to be protecting her had, in a previous life, sold her photographs for food, even resorting to using her as a bargaining chip for supplies among the residents of the community. This betrayal would not take long to unfold, without Shen Liang's interference. It is likely that within 2 days, Zhou Jiandong would have succumbed to hunger and taken drastic measures. However, in this life, having been reborn, Shen Liang decided to be a good person, to prevent Zhou Jiandong's family from starving. He resolved to enjoy the benefits of the situation while indulging in the pleasures it brought him. As for Sun Daming, who could befriend Zhou Jiandong and Fang Peng, it was likely that he too would resort to similar treachery. Yet, Shen Liang's previous life ended too early for him to witness it. Meanwhile, Shen Liang had anticipated these intrusions. The number of intruders was inconsequential. What mattered was that with foresight, he could prepare gifts for their arrival. In the underground garage, he had installed multiple surveillance cameras with night vision capabilities. Even in complete darkness, these powerful cameras could capture every face with remarkable clarity. Though the crowd was sizable, it did not hinder Shen Liang's ability to identify them. Upon recognizing Zhou Jiandong and Sun Daming leading the group, a smile spread across Shen Liang's face. Come on in. If you had stayed indoors, you could have delayed sending your wives over, but it seems you could not resist the urge to provoke me. Clearly, yesterday's ordeal was not enough. It appeared that today would be eventful. Shen Liang glanced at the others. Their audacity was palpable, as they brazenly displayed their features and even gestured rudely at his doorstep. With an estimated 25 individuals, each armed with baseball bats or similar implements, they presented an intimidating sight. Yet, apologies were in order, for I, Shen Liang, am no thug. I am a law-abiding citizen. Who among us would engage in a brawl with you? At that moment, 10 dogs were by Shen Liang's side, having been transported in advance via the elevator. Speaking of which, one must commend the intelligence of these dogs. Even with Shen Liang on the 6th floor, he could control them with voice commands. With a single command, the elevator opens, and the dogs obediently line up to enter. This is precisely why Shen Liang chose Doberman dogs as his guardians, both fierce and intelligent, requiring little effort to manage. All dogs lie down. At the sound of the command, they promptly drop to the ground. Subtle gestures, such as panting and wagging their tails, reveal their loyalty and affection towards Shen Liang. He doesn't maintain a stern demeanor at all times. Soon, he begins the task at hand, equipping each dog with exceptional gear, spiked shoes. The straps ensure they remain secure, and the spikes are sure enough to prevent discomfort on hard surfaces, allowing the dogs to move freely. In fact, when they leap onto a person, the sensation of their weight on all 4 legs seems rather enjoyable. As each dog dons the spiked shoes, they are rewarded with treats, which invigorates them for their work. Fortunately, Shen Liang had prepared a surface that wasn't wooden. Otherwise, the spiked shoes could have damaged even the finest hardwood floors. This area, adorned with high-end tiles worth 200 yuan each, is the closest to the elevator. The tiles are not only shiny, but also remarkably sturdy. Dogs, rise and try on your new shoes. Upon hearing Shen Liang's words, the dogs, panting, stand up excitedly. However, they initially struggle to adjust, with some nearly losing their balance. Yet, Dobermans possess highly developed motor skills and exceptional combat abilities, making them agile enough to outmaneuver larger opponents. In no time, within a mere minute, all 10 dogs adapt to their spiked footwear, to further assist their adjustment and prepare them to confront armed adversaries. Shen Liang produces a baseball bat. Now, I will attack, and you will evade my strikes while pretending to retaliate. The dogs seem somewhat puzzled, with some tilting their heads in confusion. Shen Liang, deep in thought, gestures toward the surveillance screen, instructing Xiao Xiao to enlarge the view. Do you see those? They're the bad guys, and they wield weapons. As he speaks, he gestures animatedly, uncertain if the dogs comprehend. However, the trainer had mentioned that to teach dogs new concepts, one must attempt to convey them, as they are likely to learn. The term enemy had been instilled in the dogs' minds with great clarity. Upon hearing the word enemy, the dogs begin to snarl at the surveillance footage. The subsequent training with the bat proceeds unexpectedly smoothly. 2 minutes later, Shen Liang rewards each dog with more treats and affectionately pats their heads. Now, return and await my command. When I let these villains in, listen for my instructions to attack them while avoiding their weapons. Do not get hurt. Shen Liang emphasizes this point by gesturing with the bat, reinforcing its significance. Xiao Xiao, open the elevator and escort these dogs to the basement. While Shen Liang can command the elevator to open, the dogs cannot do so themselves. Here, the functionality of the AI, Xiao Xiao, becomes evident. A single command to open the elevator is remarkably simple. As the dogs board the elevator, Shen Liang watches through the surveillance camera, chuckling to himself. Come on in. You will surely enter, won't you? Meanwhile, outside Shen Liang's door, a group of individuals huddles together, strategizing. At this moment, they are shivering in the cold. Despite their heavy clothing, Brother Zhou, Brother Sun, isn't it about time? My hands can barely hold on my weapon. We understand the plan. Let's charge. It's just a few dogs. With over 20 of us, each wielding a stick, we can easily take them down and feast on dog meat. Indeed, dog meat is delicious. Today, we will not only deal with Shen Liang, but also slaughter his dogs for a meal. However, the pressing question remains. Can Shen Liang truly open the door? If he doesn't, our efforts will be in vain. Their doubts linger. How can Zhou Jiandong and Sun Daming be so confident? Yet, the two would never divulge their secrets, as their own injuries are testament to their encounters with the dogs. They maintain a stoic facade, transforming into ruthless predators in an instant. Why ask? Can we really deceive you? But you must adhere to the plan and ensure that this kid opens the door. All right, conceal your weapons. I will approach the door with Old Sun, and once it opens, you all rush in. Remember, speed is of the essence. This kid's security door is electric. While it doesn't close swiftly, it only takes 3 to 5 seconds. If he can't get in before he notices and shuts it, we are finished. The others nod in agreement. They have already scouted the area, noting the absence of visible surveillance. Their only speculation is that the security door may have cameras. So they are currently positioned away from it, discussing their plan in the shadows, unaware that Shen Liang's security system encompasses a vast perimeter, with hidden cameras more abundant than they could imagine. Zhou Jiandong and Sun Daming approach the door. Xingu, open up. We have matters to discuss with you. Hin Yi. Just as they begin to doubt, Shen Liang will respond. The door opens automatically. However, unlike their previous encounter, this time, the interior is shrouded in darkness. Yet, this does not deter their entry. Having visited once before, they remember the spacious layout, capable of accommodating hundreds without feeling cramped, a detail they have shared with their companions. So, the door is open. Let us charge in. With smiles on their faces, as the door opens wide, they signal to their comrades. Upon receiving the cue, a collective roar erupts. Charge! Take down Shen Liang, eliminate his dogs, and feast on their flesh. As they rush in, they are filled with excitement, like sheep entering a wolf's den. However, just as the first wave of attackers raises their weapons, they emit screams of terror. Oh no! What the hell? I fell. It's ice. The ground is icy. Not just ice, but covered in beans. My tailbone. Don't come in. Don't enter. Who kicked me? My head. Not a single one escapes. As over 20 individuals flood into the room, the door slowly closes. When they see those 10 pairs of glowing green eyes, Zhou Jiandong and Sun Daming scream in horror. Dogs! Dogs! They realize, but the speed at which they charged in matches the ferocity with which they now fall, each suffering injuries to their knees or tailbones, making it nearly impossible to rise, pain rendering them helpless. Some panic and flail about wildly, wielding their sticks blindly in the pitch darkness. They can hardly see their hands in front of them, unsure if they're striking a dog. Yet, the cries of distress grow louder. Damn it, someone hit me. Who gave me a stick? Just then, as the dogs charge forward, the hunt begins. Chapter 41. Kneel and apologize to the dogs. Teasing. Or perhaps, let's swim first. Chen Shuang and Fang Peng are still together. Since learning of Shen Liang's rise to wealth, they nearly fell out. But Chen Shuang soon realizes that acquiring Shen Liang's fortune is no easy feat and is inextricably linked to Fang Peng, especially now. The television signal has vanished, and even official announcements make no mention of rescue efforts, particularly the last segment. It is evident that the message conveyed to everyone is that the calamity will not come to an end anytime soon, and no one will come to their rescue. Thus, everyone must fend for themselves. In such circumstances, it is akin to a state of utter chaos. However, people find themselves largely confined indoors, especially considering the highly corrosive red snow that no one dares to touch. Thousands of residents, trapped within their community, are compelled to seek ways of self-preservation. In this dire situation, Chen Shuang must seize the opportunity with Fang Peng, for they have become like two peas in a pod. As they lead the group to collect supplies, Chen Shuang's thoughts are preoccupied with the situation at Shen Liang's residence. To this day, there has been no communication from them. They had promised a video live stream, yet not a single clip has been recorded. Logically, they should have arrived at Shen Liang's villa's basement entrance at least an hour ago. Surely, they cannot be so incompetent as to fail to send a message. Chen Shuang mutters in frustration. Fang Peng, sensing her impatience, reassures her, be patient. Shen Liang's home is not exactly open and accessible. They will surely devise a way to coax him into opening the door. However, if they fail to persuade Shen Liang to open the door, they may have to resort to finding a cutting machine. Should they breach Shen Liang's front door, it would mark the end for him. As the apocalypse looms over humanity, Fang Peng begins to harbor murderous thoughts towards Shen Liang. Yet, he is ultimately a coward, too timid to even utter the word kill. Chen Shuang, unfazed, merely nods in agreement. Then let us wait a bit longer. Upon reaching a new floor, they discover that the doors to the two households are firmly shut. Chen Shuang politely knocks. Aunt Lu, are you home? I can hear you talking. We are the disaster response team, and we would like to come in and take a look. Please open the door. After a moment, a voice from inside responds. We have no food. Perhaps it is the anger stemming from Shen Liang that prompts Chen Shuang to kick the door, exclaiming, don't test my patience. Open the door now, or I will break it down. This sudden action startles Fang Peng and the few strong young men behind him. Unsurprisingly, once the door swings open, a significant quantity of food, if not all, will be confiscated. Although they present themselves as a disaster response team, their actions resemble those of bandits. Such incidents will persist for many days, and already, a chorus of grievances has emerged. Yet, it proves to be of little consequence. The majority rules, and those with ample supplies at home find themselves victimized, treated like chives to be harvested. To resist the organization could lead to criticism within the community, or worse, physical confrontation. Damn it, this is infuriating. If I don't hear back from them in an hour, I will not be able to contain myself any longer. Chen Shuang is unable to wait. She yearns to see Shen Liang receive his comeuppance. However, it seems she is destined to be disappointed. Over the past hour, aside from the group outside strategizing, the rest of the time has been consumed by dog bites and scuffles. Initially, they had considered using weapons against the dogs. But after realizing that they only struck their companions, they abandoned their arms. They soon discovered that without weapons, they were even less capable of defending themselves against the dogs, which continued to advance, leaving a trail of injuries. Damn it, these dogs seem to be wearing spiked shoes. No wonder they don't slip. Please don't bite. I made a mistake. Someone save me. My leg is about to be torn off. Shen, spare me. Shen, we were wrong. Please get rid of the dogs. Shen Liang, not wishing for any fatalities to occur in his villa, even if only in the basement, decides to exercise some restraint. Enough, dogs. Stand down. This time, Shen Liang's voice does not emerge from the speakers, but rather directly from the elevator entrance. As the lights flicker on, everyone is momentarily blinded by the brightness. The familiar scene fills Zhou Jiandong and Sun Daming with both pain and fear. This time, they dare not even look Shen Liang in the eye. Yet what can this change? Zhou Jiandong, Sun Daming, we meet again. Just yesterday, you suffered at my hands. Yet you failed to uphold our agreement and returned with a band of cannon fodder seeking revenge. Is that it? Cannon fodder? They came yesterday? Confusion spreads among the group, and glances filled with anger are cast toward the two. Shen Liang, amused, sits in a chair clad in an exceptionally thick down jacket, made from premium goose down, ensuring warmth even in polar conditions. Should it still be too cold? No matter, for it is equipped with a built-in electric heater that, when activated, transforms the jacket into a cozy furnace, rendering one impervious to the cold. Coupled with his down gloves, his ensemble is undeniably formidable. Before Shen Liang lies a table laden with roasted chicken, fried rice, meat pies, and at least dozens of large meat buns, all steaming hot, freshly prepared. After 4 consecutive days of eating plain rice and instant noodles, this scene leaves the onlookers drooling. Brother Shen, we know we were wrong. I sincerely apologize. Please allow me to have just a taste. Brother Shen, I want to eat too. Shen Liang chuckles. You come to my home to cause trouble, and even contemplate killing my dog for a meal, and now you think an apology will suffice? Is that realistic? It is clear they understand the gravity of their situation. Their faces betraying embarrassment. However, at this moment, they find themselves helpless before Shen Liang. Each individual is not only racked with hunger, but also suffering from numerous dog bites. Their skin torn and bruised, bones aching as if dislocated, all while witnessing the extensive ice prepared by Shen Liang. Brother Shen, we were misled by Zhou Jiandong and Sun Daming. As you said, we had no idea they had come yesterday. Those two scoundrels concealed such vital information from us. Had we known, we would never have dared to provoke you. Please spare us. One person speaks up, and others quickly echo their sentiments. Zhou and Sun, pale with fear. Protest, what are you doing? We are part of the same organization. Brother Shen, don't listen to their nonsense. We admit our mistakes, but they are accomplices too. We all agreed to come. Shen Liang is not oblivious to their schemes. He shoots a glance at the two, commanding silence. With just this one word, they tremble in fear. Shen Liang turns his attention to the others. Forget about eating dog meat. However, I could spare some of these buns and roasted chicken. Would you care for some? A hint of amusement flickers in Shen Liang's eyes. Could we not desire? Upon hearing this, not only the others, but even Zhou and Sun succumb to tears of longing for food. Brother Shen, you are magnanimous. What would you have us do? We will comply with your wishes. Brother Shen, if you are willing to share your meat, we shall be your loyal followers. Bah! Who in their right mind would want you worthless fools as followers? Shen Liang rolls his eyes in disgust before continuing in a calm tone. First, give Zhou Jiandong and Sun Daming a beating, one by one. Each will receive 10 seconds. Once finished, wait by the side to eat. At these words, the two are struck with terror. The others, too, are ravenous, and, realizing that they've been used as pawns by Zhou and Sun, are filled with rage, but find themselves unable to confront Shen Liang, especially with 10 dogs still watching hungrily. Yet, can they not confront these two useless beings who can barely stand? With great difficulty, they rise to their feet. We are sorry, gentlemen. We are merely trying to survive. Please don't do this. Begging is futile. Shen Liang has long seen through their charade. Every step taken now unfolds as expected. After a few minutes of intense struggle, it took more than 20 individuals to conclude the altercation. Observing Zhou and Sun, they appeared to be in an even more dire state. They could barely manage to stand moments ago, yet now they were virtually incapacitated. Fortunately, their lives were spared, though their wails resonated incessantly. Brother Shen, what about the roasted chicken buns? They limped and bent over with great difficulty, approaching the table. Each one displayed a servile demeanor. Shen Liang chuckled, instructing them to kneel and apologize to his dog. Upon completion of their apologies, he would grant them the opportunity to eat. Should they refuse, his dogs might become quite irate, and he could not guarantee their release. We will kneel and apologize. Such a scene reeked of humiliation. Yet Zhou and Sun found solace in it. The 20-odd individuals also endured their own indignity as they knelt. They had contemplated bowing to Shen Liang, but never had they imagined prostrating themselves before a dog. Finally, the humiliation came to an end. Could they now eat? As Shen Liang placed plates of roasted chicken, buns, and meat pies before the 10 dogs, those 20-odd individuals felt the weight of the world's greatest deception and humiliation. If they wished to eat, they would have to do so alongside the dogs. Naturally, the dogs were somewhat possessive of their food, and they might need to vie for their portion. With that, Shen Liang signaled for the dogs to begin their meal. Watching the 10 dogs devour the roasted chicken and other delicacies, envy, jealousy, and frustration welled up within these individuals, to the point of nearly causing them to vomit blood. The door was flung open by Shen Liang. The 20-odd individuals pleaded, "Brother Shen, we will not eat. Thank you for sparing us this time. We hope to meet again." Their words echoed like threats, but what did it matter? A few stumbled away with great difficulty. Zhou and Sun wished to depart as well, but Shen Liang kicked them down one by one. "Did I say you could leave? I will now send a video call to your families, instructing them to bring your wives here. I am growing impatient, waiting to play mahjong. Understand the gravity of the situation. If this matter reaches others, I may become quite upset. As you know, Dobermans can be fierce, and the occasional taste of human flesh is not beyond them." The two turned pale. They had narrowly escaped disaster just yesterday, only to find themselves ensnared once again. Moreover, they had suffered additional bites from the dogs. Alas, they tried their best. They assumed the outcome would be the same, unaware that further penalties awaited them. Zhang Yaji and Dong Zuai donned thick clothing, as Zhou Goxing and Sun Fengyan led them downstairs with grim expressions. "Father, where are we going?" "Yes, Uncle Zhou, Dad. Where are we headed?" "Do not ask too much." Almost simultaneously, the two elder men, frightened, fell silent. They arrived at the basement of Shen Liang's villa, where they beheld the slowly opening iron door and the grisly sight of Zhou and Sun on the ground beneath the dim lights. They finally gasped in horror. and upon reaching Shen Liang, they attempted to control their tone, though their suppressed anger was palpable. We have brought the people. Now give us the instant noodles, and we will take our son. Brought the people? What do you mean? The two were momentarily bewildered. Shen Liang pointed to the box of instant noodles. You may take the noodles, but your son will remain here for now. The two pairs of fathers and sons paused in unison. Because you broke your promise. This shall serve as your punishment. Henceforth, I expect Zhou Gu and Sun Gu to observe our game time as spectators, perhaps even cheering us on or lending a helping hand. The elder men were incensed. Just as they were about to speak, four dogs stood before them. How should one describe it? The two elder men nearly fled. The door to the storage room was shut once more. Zhang Yaji and Dong Zuiai approached their respective husbands. The two couples paled as they gazed at Shen Liang. Yet Shen Liang surveyed them with keen interest. Bring your useless husbands and follow me to the first floor. Where it is warm, the cooling room will not be cold, and you may bathe or even swim in the warm pool. My dear sisters-in-law, we can have a good conversation now. You may choose to play mahjong or engage in dodiju. On the first floor, Zhou Jianfeng and Sun Daming had their eyes covered and mouth sealed, facing Zhang Yaji and Dong Zuiai. Shen Liang suppressed his inner thoughts and forcefully propelled the two into the pool. The moment they fell into the water, Shen Liang's eyes widened slightly. He stroked his chin and declared, "Let us set aside the mahjong for now. Swimming takes precedence." Chapter 42. Shen Liang has no sense of law. At noon, the disaster response team held its first report meeting at Chen Shuang's home. After a busy morning, Chen Shuang had achieved considerable success. Yet her only frustration stemmed from waiting all morning without hearing news of Shen Liang receiving his due punishment. There was no video either. Just a moment ago, she had witnessed someone from the same building involved in the operation, noticing the numerous bruises and what appeared to be bite marks from dogs. It became apparent that something had gone awry. Today's report meeting was co-hosted by Ma Jinshua and Zhou Qianwen, the director of the Women's Federation. Let us each report on the current situation. The Community Committee Director and the Women's Federation Director were both women. Ma Jinshua, in her 50s, and Zhou Qianwen, considerably younger at 33, commanded respect due to their significant achievements. Zhou Qianwen was beautiful, with a well-maintained figure and skin, even dressed in a long, heavy down coat. Her curves were hard to conceal, yet no man in attendance dared to steal a glance, for Zhou Qianwen exuded a formidable presence. Whether labeled a feminist or a female pugilist, Zhou Qianwen consistently exhibited strong combativeness, especially when advocating for women facing adversity. At that time, all men appeared to her as worthless. Indeed, to the women, Zhou Qianwen was a revered star, a goddess worshipped by all. Even Chen Shuang held her in high esteem. Director Ma, Director Zhou, though our initial procurement of supplies faced numerous challenges, we still managed to achieve considerable results, far exceeding expectations. Chen Shuang began the report. Following her lead, each group leader presented varying lists of supplies to Ma Jinshua and Zhou Qianwen. Very good, very good. It seems this supply collection effort has been quite successful. What do you think, Director Zhou? The Community Committee Director, Ma Jinshua, held the documents with a smile illuminating her aged face. Anyone who underestimated her would be gravely mistaken. After all, attaining the position of Community Committee Director implied that Ma Jinshua was no ordinary individual. In terms of combativeness, she was even stronger than Zhou Qianwen. Ma Jinshua could be quite fierce when necessary, while Zhou Qianwen, still in her youthful prime, had yet to reach that level of ferocity. Zhou Qianwen nodded in agreement. Indeed, quite impressive. However, while these supplies appear abundant, we still face the daunting task of distributing them among the 2,000 households, approximately 6,000 individuals in the ordinary area of the community. Indeed, the supplies seem ample. For instance, we have 50 boxes of instant noodles, 30 bags of flour, 20 bags of rice, and 120 pounds of pork. Yet, the community's population is simply too large. If we were to distribute them, it might not suffice for even a single meal for each household. Ma Jinshua added, we must continue to procure supplies. Additionally, the initial distribution of supplies must be meticulously examined to ensure that only households lacking food or resources qualify for assistance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qianwen contemplated for a moment before adding, correct, we cannot allow those with reserves to claim supplies. Should we discover any household hoarding food while attempting to collect supplies, we will impose severe penalties and encourage community members to report them. When it comes to being ruthless, Ma Jinshua, the community committee matron, was unmatched. Upon her words, Zhou Qianwen's expression shifted slightly. However, they did not say much, merely nodding in agreement. Lao Zhu, Lao Sun, why are you two here? Where are your sons? Zhou Jiandong and Sun Daming were supposed to confront Shen Liang with over 20 people, yet they have not shown up. Zhou Goxing and Sun Fengyan wore grim expressions, uncertain of how to speak. If it weren't for the fear of the disaster response team seeking trouble, they would not have attended the meeting today. Wait, those young men in the crowd, weren't you supposed to accompany them? What happened to those injuries? The others have refrained from coming, perhaps feeling embarrassed and suffering greatly. Although these few also felt pain, their desire for revenge against Shen Liang overshadowed their embarrassment, whether bitten by dogs or treated like dogs themselves. These grievances weighed heavily on their hearts. If this matter remained unspoken, it would haunt them for a lifetime. Of course, they might not even have many days left. What? Shen Liang locked you in the basement, deliberately spilled water on the ground to freeze it, causing you to fall, and even set dogs on you. This rogue has absolutely no regard for the law. Does he truly believe that a little money grants him the right to act without consequence? The government may currently lack the capacity to manage everyone, but our disaster response team embodies the law and justice. Initially, there was still leeway for Shen Liang. As long as he was willing to acknowledge his mistakes and bear some cost, it could be overlooked. But now, with so many injured, Shen Liang must be held accountable. Ma Jinshuo was infuriated. Zhou Qinwen also adopted a stern demeanor, echoing support. Zhou Goxing and Sun Fengyan contemplated whether to disclose the incident regarding their daughter-in-law taken by Shen Liang. They estimated that the Women's Federation director, Zhou Qinwen, would not remain so composed. Being an advocate for women's rights, she would likely react even more fiercely than Director Ma Jinshuo upon hearing of this. However, they dared not speak. Family shame must not be aired, and revealing this matter would bring disgrace to both families. Even at this moment, when the directors pressed for the whereabouts of their sons, they could only claim they were recuperating. The other involved parties awkwardly apologized. Uncle Zhou, Uncle Sun, we are truly sorry. We had no choice at the time. We promised to come and apologize to Brother Zhou and Brother Sun. The two elderly men remained oblivious to the fact that their sons had also been beaten by this group, mistakenly believing the apology was for being bitten by dogs, thinking they had grown accustomed to it after 2 bites. Well, you did your best. The meeting concluded. Chen Shuang noticed the two elderly men hesitating to speak, so he pursued them to have a private conversation. However, both remained silent. Before departing, Chen Shuang left them with a message. If there are issues you find difficult to express, you can directly approach the directors. There is nothing to be ashamed of. My father and brother were also bitten by Shen Liang's dogs and endured some humiliating experiences that must be addressed sooner rather than later. Otherwise, evildoers will continue to act with impunity. Upon returning home, Zhou Goxing and Sun Fengyan sat together, both wearing expressions of distress. Should they really reveal this matter to them? Or perhaps, directly approach Director Zhou of the Women's Federation? As Zhou Goxing spoke, Sun Fengyan suddenly grimaced as if in pain and said, Lao Zhou, do you think Shen Liang would dare to do anything to Yaji and Zhou AI? Did he simply summon a few people to play mahjong or do diju? Zhou Goxing's expression darkened. It was better left unmentioned. Now, the image was even more vivid. Damn it. Should we go talk to Director Zhou Qianwen? Don't rush. Let's wait a bit longer. I'm still considering. Unbeknownst to them, a battle had already commenced in Shen Liang's villa. Chapter 43. Brother Zhou and Brother Sun agreed. This matter is indeed professional. In the villa, Shen Liang was swimming with Zhang Yaji and Dong's with AI. It appeared they did not swim often, appearing somewhat clumsy. However, during the swimming session, Shen Liang occasionally assisted them by personally demonstrating swimming techniques, proving his expertise in this area, as swimming was one of his most adept skills. Yaji, your figure is truly remarkable. How come I never noticed it before? No need to look at me like that. Follow my instructions, and you'll learn to swim quickly. Stand straight with your legs. Do you not understand? Shen Liang remained quite stern. Zhang Yaji bit her lip and trembled as she struck a yoga pose, looking exceptionally standard. At this moment, she wore a long t-shirt, the hem perfectly enveloping her increasingly shapely figure. Dong Zui AI, observing from the side, could not be overlooked. As a professional swimming and yoga instructor, Shen Liang's teaching grew increasingly serious, showing no mercy and resorting to hitting when displeased. Dong Zui AI is a lovely name, but I must stress that today's lesson is very serious. Everyone must obey. Otherwise, Coach Shen will become angry, and the consequences will be severe. Dong Zui AI bit her lip, her eyes filled with a mix of shame and anger. Yet she had no choice but to comply. Shen Liang was certain to offer assistance. Do you all hate me this much? Shall we call it day? Upon hearing this, the two women, who had prepared for the worst, looked at Shen Liang in disbelief, seemingly asking, really? Before they could inquire further, Shen Liang directly approached the sobbing Zhou Jiandong and Sun Daming, leaving their socks on while removing their blindfolds. Hey, did I tell you to move? Let Brother Zhou and Brother Sun see just how much potential these two sisters possess. I bet you haven't seen this before. Indeed, Zhang Yaji was typically quite reserved, and Dong Zui AI was not one to act recklessly. They had never engaged in such antics. Once the blindfolds were removed and they saw their wives, both men's eyes widened. Even if they could not speak, their thoughts were clear. Their wives were performing such professional yoga poses while swimming. How infuriating yet impressive. Woo 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 woo. Stop the woo woo. From now on, I will ask questions and you just answer. The sisters might think I am doing something wrong, perhaps even recalling their brothers to rescue them. So brother Zhou, brother Sun, please exchange glances. Is it I who forced you? Or did you volunteer to trade your lives for mine? Upon this statement, both men and women were stunned. Shen Liang smacked each of them. Stop dithering. Either nod or shake your head. A nod means you volunteered. A shake means you did not. At these words, looking into Shen Liang's menacing eyes, Zhou Jiandong and Sun Daming recalled the 10 dogs. If the dog's intimidation was insufficient, then Shen Liang, sharpening an apple with a knife that sparkled with a blade of at least 30 centimeters, seemed to elevate the intimidation to its peak. Whoosh! Thud! The knife suddenly flew through the 50-centimeter gap between Zhou Jiandong and Sun Daming's heads, landing firmly on the target behind them. They could not see the target, but they heard the sound and felt the moment the knife whizzed past. Goosebumps erupted. It was a brush with death. At that moment, both men were utterly terrified. Nod? Nod, nod. You volunteered, right? Are you sure? They continued to nod frantically. Shen Liang tore off their socks. Let us get to the point, so everyone understands. It's best to persuade them to cooperate. I don't much enjoy forcing others, though it is amusing. However, a little resistance is acceptable. If it escalates too much, I will be quite displeased, as I tend to become angry enough to hit or even kill. Both men were dumbfounded. Humiliation lingered in their hearts. Zhou Jiandong gritted his teeth and spoke. Yaji, I have no choice. I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die. Please, for your husband. Let me keep one life. Sun Daming followed suit. So, AI, bear with it. It will only take a moment. Close your eyes, and it will be over soon. We are a family. You cannot just watch me get killed. The two women had just seen the two men shake their heads, still harboring a glimmer of hope. She mentally reassured herself. Her husband was coerced. They had no choice but to acquiesce. If they spoke up, they would surely curse Shen Liang as a scoundrel. Yet when they finally did voice their thoughts, the helplessness and panic etched across their faces was palpable. The fear of death mingled with an eagerness to offer their wives to Shen Liang for his amusement spilled forth, leaving the two women's hearts in despair. It dawned on them that, in their husbands' eyes, they were merely tools. They had been coerced, yet deep down, they genuinely wished to barter their wives' bodies for their own lives. In the face of life and death, such a sentiment seemed almost normal, did it not? However, as a wife, losing faith in her husband should also be considered reasonable. Observing the despair and clarity on the faces of the two women, Shen Liang knew he had succeeded. He silenced them and blindfolded them. Dear sisters, he said, you shall not witness what comes next. Shen Liang plunged back into the water. After adequately teaching them the swimming strokes, it was time to begin the actual swimming. Chapter 44. Swimming Instruction. The Women's Federation Brigade comes knocking. What? Shen Liang dares to? Lao Zhou, Lao Sun, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? Inside Zhou Qianwen's home, a spacious 150-square-meter residence, lived a 33-year-old single woman, Zhou Qianwen, and her 19-year-old sister, Zhou Xiaoyu. After an internal struggle, Zhou Goxing and Sun Fengyan still felt indignant, even if this matter would sour their relationship with Shen Liang. The mere exchange of a box of instant noodles for their daughter-in-law to chat with him was utterly reprehensible. Indeed, they believed Shen Liang to be the epitome of immorality. As for their own actions of deceiving their daughter-in-law and escorting her to Shen Liang's house, they felt no remorse in their eyes. All blame lay squarely on Shen Liang. They were merely compelled to act. Concerned for her sister's mental well-being, Zhou Qianwen, after confirming that her sister's door was tightly shut, wore a cold expression as she lowered her voice. You must tell the truth about this matter. If Shen Liang truly abducts her daughter-in-law and coerces her into such acts, I, Zhou Qianwen, shall address it seriously. However, if you lie. Before she could finish, Zhou Goxing interjected, Director Zhou, we know you will stand up for the women, which is why we have come to you. If we dared to lie about such a matter, would that not be utterly immoral? Moreover, this is a family disgrace, one that should not be aired publicly. We have even refrained from discussing it at meetings, so we sincerely ask you to help keep this confidential. Sun Fengyan nodded in agreement and cautiously inquired, Director Zhou, we would not lie. But can you truly contend with Shen Liang? This fellow, you may not fully grasp his nature. He is quite formidable. He doesn't even engage us directly, but employs cunning tactics, and he has raised 10 ferocious dogs. Zhou Qianwen interrupted, her face a mask of seriousness and cold detachment. This matter transcends mere food distribution or joining disaster response teams. It pertains to the crime of violating a woman's will, regardless of whether Shen Liang has acted or not. This situation could lead to his conviction. The charges are exceedingly grave. As she spoke, a glimmer of joy appeared on the faces of the two older men. As long as they could deal with Shen Liang, they would certainly go up and give him a good beating. And those 10 ferocious dogs? They must be dealt with too. No, we cannot continue discussing this. We must act swiftly. I will gather people to pressure Shen Liang. Today, he must provide me with an explanation. Wait, applying pressure is one thing, but gathering people? The two men were taken aback. Director, if this family disgrace becomes known to the residents, especially the men, will we not be seen as two women easily victimized? even if no illegal actions are taken. The gossip and harassment would be unbearable. Zhou Qianwen quickly grasped the situation. Rest assured, I will not disclose this to any man, not even to those in the disaster response team. In addressing this toxic snow disaster, we have the young man of the response team. And when it comes to seeking justice for vulnerable women, I have my Women's Federation group, with over 1,000 members, all trained and committed to keeping our family disgrace confidential. At such a time, with just a word from me, many female warriors will come to aid. All women? A Women's Federation group? The Avengers of Women? That sounded somewhat acceptable. I will not seek many, just 20 or 30 individuals. That would be sufficient to pressure that scoundrel Shen Liang. Is 20 or 30 enough? The two older men were stunned. Even 20 or 30 men would not suffice. Huh. Those worthless men can't compare to our female warriors. Men resort only to violence, while we women require only our voices. I wonder if Shen Liang dares to confront us, to test his strength against our collective will. That might actually be true. The saying that women could stand shoulder to shoulder with men had once held weight. Now, however, women represented a certain stubbornness. They overlooked the fact that this was the apocalypse, or perhaps had yet to face the dire reality of their circumstances. Otherwise, Zhou Qianwen would not underestimate Shen Liang so. While sending messages in her group, Zhou Qianwen led the two older men away from her home. Before departing, she called out to her sister's room to inform her about a meeting. After receiving a response from her sister, Zhou Qianwen felt reassured. Unbeknownst to her, her sister had overheard everything. Unlike Zhou Qianwen, Zhou Xiaoyu, being merely a young adult, had yet to develop a nuanced understanding of gender dynamics and thus rarely empathized with her sister's struggles. She was at an age of burgeoning emotions, even experiencing the stirrings of youthful infatuation. Was Shen Liang not the handsome brother who, after divorcing Chen Shuang, had made billions through stock trading and gambling? She had heard tales of how Shen Liang single-handedly dealt with Chen Shuang and Fang Peng's ilk. This morning, did he not manage to handle the 20 or 30 men who sought trouble? Such divergent perspectives colored their thoughts. Zhou Xiaoyu propped her chin on her hands, her large eyes sparkling with youthful vigor, and her slightly rounded face pouted adorably. Gazing at her phone, she noticed a friend request from Shen Liang and, after a moment of hesitation, typed, "Brother Shen Liang, this is Zhou Xiaoyu. I admire you greatly. May I add you as a friend?" Meanwhile, in the villa, Zhou Jiandong and son Daming endured the most excruciating 2 hours of their lives. They had never anticipated being captured and humiliated like dogs by the very Shen Liang they had once scorned. Initially, they had looked down upon him, treating him like a mere dog, but the tables had turned, leading to utter disgrace. To their shock, Shen Liang had the audacity to make the two women assist in cleaning his swimming pool. The sheer size of it. Did he intend to work them to death? Did he truly regard them as mere servants? Each individual is a born athlete, Shen Liang marveled. Dongzhuo bit her lip and shot him an exasperated glance. Can you not be quiet? Is it too much to ask? Shen Liang chuckled, glancing at son Daming nearby. Brother son, your wife truly possesses a natural talent for labor. She's practically a born nanny. I think I should keep her as my maid. This house spans thousands of square meters, and living without a maid is quite troublesome. Son Daming was on the verge of losing his composure. Damn you, Shen Liang. Just shut up. You must be quiet. Shen Liang remained unfazed by their ire and waved at Zhang Yaji. Sister Yaji, please put in more effort at work. Do you still expect to receive a salary while being so negligent? Oh, it seems I'm not the one who manages the salary, but perhaps I might, in a fit of anger, deal with those two worthless dogs over there. Son Daming and Zhou Jiandong are weeping loudly, which only heightens Shen Liang's interest. Zhang Yaji tiptoes quietly. Very well. I shall assist you in cleaning the swimming pool. Please do not be angry. Shen Liang takes a step back. Upon seeing clearly, he immediately records a video and takes photos. It is too late for the two women to intervene, and they are unable to voice their protests. Shen Liang takes the initiative to speak for them. Before long, Shen Liang cannot help but exclaim, "Sisters, you are truly suited to be the caretakers of my villa. The pool has been cleaned remarkably well. Would you gentlemen be willing to part with them?" Meanwhile, Zhou Qianwen, known for her decisive actions, gathers around 30 women in just a few minutes. Although referred to as women, many are quite young, with numerous young mothers under 30. And only a few older women in their 40s look formidable. The younger ones seem to possess little combat prowess, at least from Shen Liang's perspective. However, Zhou Qianwen holds a different view. The greater the number, the stronger the impact. Rallying the spirit is key. Sisters, this matter concerns personal privacy and family disgrace, but it also touches upon our rights as women. We advocate that women's wishes must not be violated, yet Shen Liang dares to brazenly defy this. He even coerces two sisters to engage in such acts at his home. The energy from Zhou Qianwen surges. A few lines of her speech ignite fervor. This cannot be forgiven. It absolutely must not be forgiven. He must be severely punished. Zhou Qianwen nods and addresses all the sisters. First, we must ensure confidentiality for the two sisters. I believe this matter requires no further explanation. Then, let us pressure Shen Liang together. If men cannot handle this, it is their own incompetence. Now, it is the domain of our Women's Federation warriors. Charge forth. Shen Liang is unaware of the formidable approach of this group of married women. They come storming in. Chapter 45. Still stubborn. Kicking the raucous woman. Perhaps having repressed too long, Shen Liang has become somewhat oblivious to his surroundings. In truth, it has barely been a week since the last incident. Yet the recent apocalyptic events have rendered Shen Liang increasingly bored and lonely, his mood heavier and more oppressive. The intertwined negative emotions and desires weigh heavily upon him. This includes his recent multiple encounters with Su Lina. Shen Liang contemplates seizing the opportunity to invite Lin Chuxue to stay, bringing Su Lina along as well. Once they step onto Shen Liang's territory, they become his. The possibility of refusal does not even cross Shen Liang's mind. In this apocalypse, their food supplies cannot last long. Venturing outside is out of the question, as long as they are not seeking death. No one can decline Shen Liang's invitation to his resource-laden refuge. After all, he is merely doing a good deed, is he not? Sister Yaji, where do you wish to go? Sisters with AI, your performance today was commendable. Next time, come find me on your own, and I shall prepare a sumptuous feast for you. The two women gradually compose themselves, and Shen Liang's eyes sparkle with amusement. The first grand meal post-apocalypse is indeed promising. That's enough. Zhang Yaji blushes in indignation, while Dong's with AI shoots a glare with eyes like autumn waters. Perhaps out of anger, her body trembles slightly. Affecting a cold demeanor, she says, Shen Liang, it is time to cease this behavior. We assure you that we will not disclose this incident nor pursue any matters with you. After all, it was these two worthless men who instigated it from the beginning. But from now on, let us act as if nothing has occurred. As she speaks, Dong's AI looks at Zhang Yaji with concern. Zhang Yaji has shielded her on numerous occasions, and Dong's AI is deeply grateful. Yet, even though she is reluctant to admit it, Dong's AI understands that Shen Liang's actions surpass the bounds of human comprehension. The two useless men are incapable of achieving such feats in their lifetimes. Dong's AI empathizes with Zhang Yaji for helping her and feels sorrow for her reserved and gentle nature. Thus, she embraces Zhang Yaji and coldly addresses Shen Liang. Neither I nor Sister Yaji will seek you out again. I advise you not to speak carelessly. Let us bury this matter, or else I, Dong's AI, will not be so courteous. Who would have thought that these two individuals possess such fiery personalities? This aligns with Shen Liang's intentions. After all, if he had surrendered the first time, the ensuing events would have been far less interesting. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Of course, I will not seek you out, but you are welcome to approach me. As he speaks, without waiting for Dong's AI to respond, Shen Liang leans closer to the two women and whispers if you're in need of food, water, or medicine. Or if there is a complete power outage in a few days and you require phone charging, you may come to me. Naturally, you understand that something will be required in return. With a wave of his hand, the two large doors nearby open instantly. The doors are 3 meters wide, revealing a room of at least 50 square meters, which Shen Liang has transformed into a storage area due to the abundance of space. Having storage space negates the need for a warehouse, does it not? For instance, at present, the room is filled with supplies, hundreds of boxes of instant noodles, countless boxes of sausages, piles of bottled water, mountains of self-heating pots, bread, biscuits, and even cured meats. Shen Liang gestures toward another side of the room. There, a table is laden with roast chicken, barbecued meats, and various delicacies. If you wish to enjoy a hearty meal, you are welcome to come over. After all, I have enough food here to last for several years. Even though it is only the 4th day of the apocalypse, the allure of such delicacies is already significant. If 2 or 3 more days pass and every household has exhausted their food supplies, the temptation will become overwhelming. Shen Liang notices the two women discreetly swallowing their saliva and smiles knowingly, choosing not to expose them. Zhou and Sun feel a sense of relief, yet they're currently overwhelmed with complex emotions. They dare not express their anger or even look at Shen Liang. Drink a glass of water before you leave. This is my final courtesy, so do not be ungrateful. Shen Liang places 2 glasses of water in front of Zhou and Sun. They hesitate for a moment before downing the contents in one go. Shen Liang smiles with deep meaning. After finishing this glass of water, you'll be under my influence. The medicine is similar to that given to Fang Peng. The purpose? To prevent you from dwelling on your wives. If you are incapable of thinking about your wives, and they wish to barter for food, then I can assist them without concern. After all, they no longer deserve your consideration. As he escorts the 4 downstairs, the moment the doors open, Zhou Qianwen and her group of women storm in. Shen Liang, what have you done to them? Wait, Zhou Jiandong and Sun Daming. What are you doing here? I thought only your wives were involved. The two couples are bewildered. Could it be that their fathers leaked the scandal? Shen Liang chuckles. We were playing mahjong. Is there something you need, Director Zhou? He scrutinizes Zhou Qianwen, a well-maintained single woman at 33, and for the first time. He thinks that if she were not cursing, her skin quality and body curves might be quite appealing, even beneath a down jacket. Playing mahjong? Seriously? Shen Liang, I warn you. You are crossing the line further and further. If you do not clarify this matter properly, we will. Playing mahjong, is it not true? Zhou, do you not believe me? The couples are taken aback, and it is Dongzui AI who speaks up. She glares at her worthless husband, Sun Daming, in frustration, while the others chime in. Indeed, we were playing mahjong. Director Zhou, you did not come here because we were playing, did you? Zhou Qianwen's expression darkens. It was clearly agreed that Shen Liang was to forcefully take women. How did it come to this, playing mahjong? You weren't coerced, were you? If there are grievances, what is the point of playing mahjong under duress? Losing money is a grievance. Does Director Zhou care about that? That's not my concern. Well then, the basement is too cold. We shall return home. Thus, the couple departed. Zhou Qianwen exchanged glances with the 2 or 3 dozen women present. Turning to the amused Shen Liang, a hint of resentment flashed across Zhou Qianwen's face, revealing her dissatisfaction with the outcome. Shen Liang shared her discontent. Why come to one's own home to pick a fight? Was this an attempt to queue up for trouble? Nevertheless, upon surveying the assembly of women, Shen Liang noted that only about 10 of them met the standards. The majority possessed unremarkable appearances or lacked a commendable physique. Surprisingly, Zhou Qianwen stood out as one of the finest among them. So, Director Zhou, why not join me for a game of mahjong? If not, we could play poker instead. You, scoundrel. Zhou Qianwen was taken aback, her anger palpable. Just as she was about to leave, a brazen woman stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Shen Liang. You are nothing but a coward. Don't get too cocky. One day we will catch you off guard, and you will regret it. A threat? Shen Liang was indifferent to such tactics. Without waiting for her to finish, he delivered a sharp slap. The resounding crack echoed through the chilly basement, startling everyone present. You dare strike me? Shen Liang grinned, raising his leg with force. Bam! The woman, weighing around 200 pounds, was kicked several meters away, leaving the other women in shock. Not giving them a moment to react, Shen Liang brazenly beckoned, as if commanding a pack of dogs behind him. He pointed at the threshold where the woman's footprints remained. You trespassed without permission. I suspect you intended to harm me. Is my self-defense a problem? At that moment, Shen Liang exuded unrestrained arrogance. He was ready for anything. If Zhou Qianwen dared to continue her bravado, he would not hesitate to escalate matters, binding her and shutting the door to let her experience the harshness of life and the wrath of a man. Chapter 46. Lu Yuanyuan brings her female superior to reconnect. A plot against Shen Liang. Zhou Qianwen never anticipated this outcome. They left in disgrace, but a rift had formed between her and Shen Liang. Her sole intention now was to swiftly find an opportunity to make Shen Liang pay a price. Sisters, do not worry. This matter is far from over. Once I find a chance, I will bring everyone to make Shen Liang kneel and apologize. Upon returning home, Shen Liang lay on his bed, reflecting on the day's events. He recalled recording a video and expanded it to fill his 100-inch television screen, scrutinizing it with rapt attention. This television was worth several $100,000, boasting a resolution so high that even the finest details of skin pores were visible, alongside the subtle shifts in expressions filled with resentment and defiance. Ah, what a splendid day. Rebirth is truly magnificent. This apocalypse is just as I wished. If others were to overhear Shen Liang's musings, they would undoubtedly scorn him as a beast. But what of it? In this rebirth amid chaos, reputation mattered little. As long as one could enjoy good food, comfortable living, and a life free of worries, accompanied by a daily array of unique pleasures, such a life was enviable beyond measure. Zhang Yaji and Dong Zuai were likely occupied and Wen Ti arrived too soon. Shen Liang pondered who might join him for mahjong or dodiju. Lu Yuanyuan should be readily available, he mused. As he stroked his chin, he realized it had been quite some time since he last contacted Fang Peng's wife, Lu Yuanyuan. Thankfully, Shen Liang had enhanced Fang Peng's medication. It was unlikely Fang Peng would recover quickly from his impotence. He might even face lifelong challenges. After all, his lifespan was likely limited. Considering this, Lu Yuanyuan must have been quite repressed for a while. Mrs. Fang, why not come to my brother's house tomorrow? There is fine wine and delicious dishes, along with a warm bed and a heated pool. Fang Peng is ill, and I can reluctantly look after his wife. Surely, Yuan Ti refuse me? Suddenly, Shen Liang recalled that Yang Meru also resided in the same neighborhood. In his previous life, Yang Meru had visited Fang Peng's home and had become trapped there. It had been 2.5 months since he last contacted her, ever since that day when he resigned, experiencing a luxurious ride in Yang Meru's business vehicle. Despite the subsequent events, he still vividly remembered that day. As time passed, he found himself missing her. Shen Liang, don't send me random messages. If Fang Peng sees them, You have no idea. There are guests at home, and Fang Peng's cousin is here because she can't leave due to the snow. As expected, she was indeed there. Yang Meru? How do you know her? Of course I know her. When Yang Meru is alone, ask her if she knows me. Perhaps you could even directly inquire whether that day I resigned was the most unforgettable day of her life. This remark was laden with double meanings. Lu Yuan assumed Yang Meru would be eager for Shen Liang to leave, feeling satisfied only after driving him away. Seeing Lu Yuan alone, she indeed posed the question. However, when she asked if that day was the most unforgettable, Yang Meru blushed, her expression shifting to one of suspicion and annoyance as she leaned in to whisper, "That scoundrel. Why does he tell you everything? That day was indeed unforgettable. But my husband must not know." Lu Yuan seemed to comprehend instantly. Yet she too felt embarrassed for having asked such a question. "Damn you, Shen Liang. Tomorrow at noon, bring Yang Meru to my house. I don't care what excuse you use to leave. If you don't come, you'll have to deal with the consequences." After reading the message, Yang Meru's expression soured, but after pondering, she nodded in agreement. Lu Yuan felt a tremor in her heart. Could it be that Fang Peng's cousin had also fallen into Shen Liang's trap? In the evening, Shen Liang, finding himself at leisure, resumed his martial arts training while relishing the invigorating sensation of his enhanced physical strength, until he struck the sandbag with such force that it exploded. He realized his strength had reached a new pinnacle. Driven by excitement, he delivered a powerful punch to a nearby table, capable of withstanding the weight of 4 men, which splintered under his blow. He was astonished. No wonder Zhang Yaji and Dong Zhuai kept exclaiming they couldn't take it anymore. It turned out his physical abilities had reached such an extraordinary level. Now, Shen Liang felt confident he could face 2 or 3 dozen men without difficulty. This overwhelming sensation only bolstered his confidence in the apocalypse ahead. During dinner, a lavish spread awaited. As per the usual routine, photographs were taken and shared in the group chat, with Chun Shuang executing the process seamlessly. It was then that Shen Liang discovered among his 99 friend requests was one that piqued his interest, Zhou Qianwen's younger sister, Zhou Xiaoyu, who had been particularly bold today. What did this girl mean? Was she planning to act as an informant for Zhou Qianwen, or did she genuinely admire him? Shen Liang accepted the request without uttering a word, simply feeding his dog before drifting into a deep slumber. Perhaps due to overexertion or the energy spent with the 2 women, he slept soundly until past 10 in the morning, awakening revitalized. After exercising, having breakfast, and checking the group chat, it was now the 5th day of the apocalypse. The group had grown increasingly agitated. Simultaneously, Lu Yuan sent a message. "Yang Meru and I will arrive in half an hour. Be ready to let us in, and make sure no one sees us." Shen Liang's spirits lifted. Finally, it was time. A clandestine team has been secretly formed with the intent of targeting Shen Liang. This team operates under the radar, unbeknownst to all the residents of the community. They are a ruthless organization with a singular objective: to eliminate Shen Liang and seize his sanctuary. Chapter 47. The Familiar Flavor. The wild wolf gang Zhou Jiandong and son Daming returned home, utterly disheartened and bedridden. Initially, they believed their condition stemmed from a vicious dog bite, compounded by a brutal beating from over 20 of their own men. Although they had not been fatally injured, their suffering was undeniable, and their bedridden state seemed justified. However, they soon realized that their situation was far worse. They were, quite inexplicably, impotent. "Old Zhou, are you also unable to perform?" Zhou Jiandong exclaimed in disbelief. "Damn it, it's you who's incapable. I'm just not awake yet. It has to be that." Previously, Jiandong would wake up every morning with vigor. As Zhou Jiandong conversed with son Daming, his voice faltered, revealing his waning confidence. Son Daming felt an urge to laugh, but upon glancing at himself, and then at the television displaying his favorite educational films from the islands, a wave of despair washed over him. Not only could he not muster a laugh, but he felt tears welling up instead. "Stop pretending, brother. I'll be frank, I'm also incapable. Let us not even discuss your morning vigor. I'm at a point where I can't even enjoy watching films. This is clearly a problem. Are we both impotent?" With those words, Zhou Jiandong could no longer maintain his facade. His face drained of color, and his voice trembled. "Damn it. Could it be that the dog's venom has infected us? Or did that gang of beasts injure our prostates?" After much deliberation, they could not identify the cause of their predicament. The crux of the matter was that they were paralyzed in bed, lacking the opportunity for face-to-face interaction. They even considered enlisting the help of their wives, but to their dismay, both Zhang Yaji and Dong Zhuai coldly rejected their requests without hesitation. Their responses echoed, as if rehearsed. "From the moment you humbly sought to curry favor with Shen Liang by having your wife serve as his maid, you lost her." Both men were plunged into despair. They yearned to scream and cry out, yet they feared being overheard. "Damn, Shen Liang, you truly deserve to perish." They simultaneously buried themselves under their blankets, their pitiful and absurd demeanor eliciting both laughter and sorrow. Even more tragic was the fact that both families were nearing starvation. Their food supplies utterly depleted. They could barely survive the night, and without sustenance, they feared the grim prospect of starvation. Fortunately, Zhou Goxing and Sun Fengyan, two elder figures, took it upon themselves to replace their sons in the disaster response team. After the morning meeting, each family managed to bring home just 2 packets of instant noodles, nothing more. The bedridden duo was taken aback. Just 2 packets of noodles. But there are 4 of us. How can we divide this? The 2 elders were equally helpless, explaining that many families were unable to acquire food due to the significant shortage. Acquiring 2 packets was already a considerable stroke of luck. Upon realizing that those 2 packets were not only their family's rations, but also meant to last an entire day, the 2 bedridden men were driven to tears. They were in dire need of nourishment to recover, yet without supplements, even instant noodles would not suffice to satiate them. 2 packets meant that even if they stretched it to 2 meals a day, each person would only receive a few bites. In their extreme struggle, they recalled Shen Liang's last words. Were they truly going to send their wives to barter for food? At that moment, Sun and Zhou still possessed a shred of dignity, believing that even if their wives were angry, it was due to their previous thoughtlessness, and there remained a chance to mend their relationships. However, the thought of sending their wives to Shen Liang to serve as maids again was utterly abhorrent, impossible. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Yaji and Dong Zuai were already sitting together, their eyes glistening with tears as they comforted one another. After a moment of composure, they discussed extensively. They ultimately realized that while Shen Liang appeared villainous, he was, in fact, the most trustworthy individual. Their husbands, who seemed to represent justice, were, in reality, the ones deserving of punishment for their misdeeds. What should we do, Sister Yaji? At this point, divorce is not a realistic option. And although I still harbor feelings for Daming, I find myself resistant to his touch. Zhang Yaji bit her lip, her full, luscious lips exuding an alluring charm. Divorce is indeed impractical, and I once loved Zhou Jiandong deeply. Yet, yesterday's events left me heartbroken. I wish to grant him another chance. After all, we are bound by marriage, and if there is any possibility, I would hope to restore our relationship. But Sister Yaji, we are truly running out of food. Could Shen Liang's words come to fruition? To seek food from him when we are on the brink of starvation? To engage in a game with Shen Liang in exchange for a meal? Would they truly do such a thing? Would our husbands genuinely allow this? For the first time, Zhang Yaji hesitated to provide a definitive answer regarding such matters. Honey, I never properly apologized to you for my affair with Qin Shuang. I sincerely regret my actions. And if you can forgive me, I would be truly grateful. Even amidst this calamity, I believe we can persevere. Fang Peng prepared to leave and, before departing, engaged in an awkward conversation with his wife, Lu Yuanyuan. Lu Yuanyuan smiled, albeit strained, and deftly evaded Fang Peng's attempts at affection. Focus on your duties with the disaster response team, and stay safe. Fang Peng felt a pang of embarrassment as he nodded and turned to leave, pondering why his wife had been so distant. Was it because he hadn't been intimate with her in quite some time? Indeed, it had been nearly 3 months. It was not that Fang Peng was unwilling. Rather, he had been impotent for the past 2 months, and even now, he remained unable to perform. This unfortunate condition was thanks to Shen Liang, who had gone to great lengths to provide Fang Peng with medication. Without Shen Liang's assistance, Fang Peng might have truly healed on his own. Qin Shuang, why did you summon me here in such haste? Upon arriving at Qin Shuang's residence, Fang Peng noticed that there were not many people present. In fact, aside from Qin Shuang, there were only 2 others, the director of the Women's Federation, Zhou Qianwen, and her secretary, the rather subservient Gui Dingxioli. Dingxioli was tall and attractive, her features delicate, exuding an air of coolness, unlike Zhou Qianwen, who was somewhat of a spinster. Dingxioli was married, but her strong personality, shaped by her work at the Women's Federation, created a household dynamic where men were subordinate to women. For Zhou Qianwen, Dingxioli was an excellent assistant. Despite his impotence, Fang Peng found himself stealing glances at Dingxioli. Captivated by her figure and beauty, she was the kind of woman one could only dream of. However, her icy demeanor deterred him, and he could only muster a nervous smile before averting his gaze. Director Zhou, Secretary Ding, what brings you here? Qin Shuang gestured for them to take a seat. Technically, I shouldn't have summoned you, but considering your intense animosity towards Shen Liang, I requested your involvement in devising strategies and even implementing actions against him. Fang Peng was taken aback. Is there a new plan? Excellent. Yesterday's failures to subdue Shen Liang left me furious. Director Zhou, please be frank. I assure you of my cooperation and confidentiality. By the way, is this all stemming from Shen Liang's refusal to join the disaster response team and provide supplies? Fang Peng was perplexed. Zhou Qianwen took a deep breath and shook her head. It's no longer just about Shen Liang's lack of cooperation with the disaster response team. This involved Shen Liang's absurd actions against our female comrades from the Women's Federation. Attacking women, especially those from the Women's Federation? Fang Peng understood well how formidable the Women's Federation could be. If he were to be targeted, even with a powerful background, he would face severe repercussions. Yet, Shen Liang had dared to provoke them? Baby, Shen Liang, you are doomed. After finishing his morning practice, Shen Liang, as per his routine, tested his strength. Upon smashing through a new sandbag with remarkable speed, he felt an exhilarating rush of triumph. This experience encompasses not only a powerful sensation of strength, but also an exhilarating sense of rapid enhancement in speed. While others engage in fitness to increase their strength, which is a lengthy endeavor requiring several months to yield visible results, Shen Liang experiences daily progress. In his view, these incremental advancements overshadow the outcomes achieved by professionals over months of training. The definition of his muscles seems to have shifted as well. His physique exhibits a newfound sense of power without appearing overly ostentatious. Peering into the mirror, Shen Liang feels a surge of satisfaction. This aesthetic of strength captivates him, epitomizing the pleasure that fitness enthusiasts seek. However, Shen Liang remains grounded, understanding that exercising is merely a facet of his life in this post-apocalyptic world. He relishes food without the dietary restrictions often observed by fitness devotees, showcasing his lack of selectiveness as he opens his storage space to reveal an array of 8 dishes accompanied by steaming white rice. This abundance is, of course, intended for Lu Yuanyuan and Yang Meiru. Before long, surveillance reveals Lu Yuanyuan and Yang Meiru, clad in thick clothing, arriving. Shen Liang opens the basement door and the elevator, leading them to his floor. The two women are immediately enveloped by an unexpected warmth. My goodness, do you have heating in your home? Is it a lavish banquet on the table? Lu Yuanyuan is taken aback while Yang Meiru maintains her haughty demeanor, still casting disdainful glances at her subordinate. Yet, as they take in the grandeur of Shen Liang's residence and the sumptuous feast laid out before them, along with the sight of his bare, muscular torso, Yang Meiru begins to swallow hard. Are you hungry? Starved to death, she exclaims, eager to partake in a meal. Lu Yuanyuan nods in agreement, their eyes filled with longing and saliva pooling at the corners of their mouths. However, Shen Liang interjects, it's warm in here. You should remove your outer layers. The two women pause in surprise. Take off your coats and jackets, Shen Liang states with slight impatience. What does that mean? Yang Meiru bites her lip, vexed by his domineering attitude, reminiscent of the coercion she felt when resigning. Despite her dislike, she finds herself inexplicably compliant. Before eating, let us have some fruit, Shen Liang suggests, reclining on the sofa. Having endured 5 days of the apocalypse, they long for a hearty meal. Once they behold the feast, their hunger becomes insatiable. Such sweet fruit. It's been ages since I tasted such fresh produce. The fruit is delightful, and both women savor it, yet their cravings for hearty dishes persist. Let us eat, Shen Liang insists. No sitting, you must stand while eating. The two women exchange sultry glances, their desire for food slightly diminished. Yet they cannot resist approaching the dining table. As Yang Meiru lifts a morsel to her lips, a look of ecstasy crosses her face. This flavor is so familiar. My favorite braised pork is here, and my beloved garlic shrimp too. Delicious. Lu Yuanyuan, for the first time, gazes at Shen Liang with pleading eyes. Shen Liang, I'm so hungry. Yang Meiru has already moved closer, and Lu Yuanyuan takes the initiative to speak up. Shen Liang, though, will not refuse. He deliberately teases. If you're hungry, why not eat on your own? I want you to feed me. She replies. Shen Liang chuckles softly, then moves to Lu Yuanyuan's side, smiling gently as he offers her a bite, his hands trembling slightly with anticipation. Lu Yuanyuan finally tastes the delicacy fed to her by Shen Liang, and at that moment, it is not just about the flavor, but the enjoyment it brings. The taste is as familiar as ever. Unforgettable, insatiable. Fang Peng, should I thank you for preparing such a delightful post-apocalyptic lunch? Shen Liang muses, contemplating whether he should invite Fang Peng over to express his gratitude. Meanwhile, from Building 13 of Longdu, Jin, on the 10th floor, an observer with binoculars watches Shen Liang's villa with a shadowy gaze. No one. I've been watching all day and haven't seen a soul. How can this kid live alone in such a large house? Is he insane? Guizhen grumbles. In the living room, 6 men gather, all aged between 30 and 40. The table is strewn with various weapons, indicating that this group is far from benign. They have convened for one purpose. Shen Liang, the leader, Chao Xingwang, towers at nearly 2 meters tall, with a shaved head and a bushy beard. His 300-pound frame making him appear formidable. His booming voice can intimidate opponents into submission. This kid flaunts his delicious meals in the group every day. It's clear he's luring us to eliminate him. We can't let his hospitality go to waste, but I've heard his door is exceptionally sturdy. Unless we can access it from within, it will be quite difficult. Thus, they ponder how to infiltrate Shen Liang's abode. They have named their gang the Wild Wolf Gang. Chapter 48, Conspiracy and Ambition. Who will bear the sins of Zhou Dali? The members of the Wild Wolf Gang are not innocent. More than half have spent time in prison. Even those who haven tea are known for petty thefts and various criminal activities. Among them, Chao Xingwang has the longest history, having once been a gang leader. During altercations, he wielded his knife with ruthless efficiency, resulting in a lengthy prison sentence. Having reformed somewhat during his time, he was released 2 years early, intending to lay low in the neighborhood until the police shifted their focus away from him. However, the onset of this disaster changed everything. While ordinary people hoped for rescue, Chao Xingwang was one of the few to remain lucid, promptly gathering his friends and informing them that help would not arrive. This was an apocalyptic catastrophe, and the law had lost its authority, an era ripe for their exploits. Yet, before they could embark on their grand plans, reality struck. Food scarcity, hunger, and the poor insulation of their current shelter meant they would likely freeze if the power went out, losing their only source of warmth. Shen Liang's house, having undergone significant renovations, boasts unparalleled security and insulation. Coupled with his daily displays of sumptuous meals, he has become the target of the Wild Wolf Gang, with Chao Xingwang setting his sights firmly on him. From yesterday to today, his sole objective is to eliminate Shen Liang and claim his refuge, solving their immediate needs for sustenance and shelter before plotting their next moves. However, the task of eliminating Shen Liang proves to be far from simple. Damn it! If we can't get in, we'll need some cutting tools. Or we could simply drive my off-road vehicle straight through his front door. Guozhen curses. Among the group, Guozhen is somewhat of a second-in-command, especially since he is Chao Xingwang's cousin, granting him a degree of respect among the others, though not including Chao Xingwang himself. Don't be ridiculous. That is far too reckless. Although the disaster has persisted for 5 days, the response team still possesses formidable combat prowess. What if we incite their wrath? As they contemplate this, the others nod in agreement. Gao Xingwang Bunda. I estimate that the response team won't last much longer. Their resources are solely dependent on plundering the supplies of those well-off residents in the neighborhood. Once they've looted everything, will they eat? If we could just make them go hungry for a day, no matter how many of them there are. They will be as helpless as newborns. The others nod, impressed by Chao Xingwang's insight. Guozhen timidly asks, what we do next? However, we are bound to be starved as well. Others are easy to bully when they are weak. But if we are weak, aren't we just useless? Chao Xingwang is frustrated by the lack of resilience. Damn it, are you really that foolish? Now, if we devise a way to deal with Shen Liang and seize his stockpiled resources, we would outlast everyone in the neighborhood. At that point, they would be weak, and we could enjoy the finest delicacies. Everyone would be full of energy, ready to take on anyone. As he spoke, Chao Xingwang revealed a lecherous smile, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Even jokingly, he expressed a desire to take anyone's wife. They were all young and vigorous men, having repressed their urges for too long. Who could resist such temptation? The 7 men's eyes sparkled with excitement, a palpable surge of vigor coursing through them. Chao Xingwang stroked his chin, laughing arrogantly. He imagined the endless possibilities, playing every day, indulging in multiple escapades, with thousands of people in the neighborhood, not to mention the affluent areas nearby. Just think about it. We would be the emperors of the entire neighborhood, reveling every night. Each proclamation struck a chord with a group of men. Moreover, they could find a way to venture beyond the neighborhood, where a large community awaited, along with several luxurious villas nearby. Those rich families had young wives, fair and beautiful, with skins so delicate it seemed to glisten. A few men were already swallowing hard at the thought. Even Guozhen couldn't help but lick his lips. There were several charming young women in the neighborhood he had long coveted, passing by him with their curvaceous forms while shopping for groceries. He couldn't help but exclaim, what are we waiting for? We need to deal with Shen Liang quickly. I can't wait any longer. I want to be an emperor, to enjoy the company of countless beauties. Every night a new bride, ha! Guozhen's excitement mirrored that of the others, and they erupted into laughter. Together, they envisioned hosting grand feasts, where the only activities would be eating and indulging. Having dreamed enough, Chao Xingwang contemplated a plan. After discussing it, everyone deemed it feasible. Following the plan, Chao Xingwang instructed everyone to collect all the edible items they had into a large box, hesitating only to leave behind 1 pack of instant noodles for each person. Within the box lay at least 30 packs of instant noodles, along with some sausages and chicken legs. Guozhen swallowed hard. Are we really sending all this to Shen Liang? Chao Xingwang slapped him across the face. Fool! You must sacrifice something to gain something. Think about becoming the new bride every night, about Shen Liang's luxurious mansion filled with resources. The group quickly agreed. The plan was set. They would go in the evening, waiting for Shen Liang to finish his dinner. Meanwhile, Shen Liang was enjoying a game of do di zhu with Lu Yuanyuan and Yang Meiru, having spent the entire afternoon in good spirits. Shen Liang felt he had complete control over the two women now. All right, I want to see you off. If you want to come again, just let me know in advance. My door is always open for Mrs. Fang and Manager Yang. Of course, Mrs. Fang and Manager Yang should also welcome me with open arms. Shen Liang departed with a casual wave, treating it as a farewell gift. Today, he was even more audacious than the day before. Lu Yuanyuan bit her lip, wanting to suggest that she wouldn't come again, but she refrained. After all, she had said it many times before, but each time she was met with harsh lessons from Shen Liang, who made it abundantly clear that not only was it unacceptable, but there would also be severe punishments. It was better to change her mindset. Since she couldn't resist, she might as well enjoy it. Mrs. Fang, has Zhou Dali been in touch with you recently? Zhou Dali? Lu Yuanyuan was taken aback, sensing something was amiss. Her expression darkened slightly. What? At the barbecue place last time, Fang Peng beat up Zhou Dali for you, and you're still not satisfied? Do you want to meet his wife, Dong Shui? Shen Liang grinned, whispering in Lu Yuanyuan's ear. Damn, how do you understand me so well? I'm starting to think I don't want to let you go. Indeed, although Shen Liang and Lu Yuanyuan had enjoyed an exhilarating time at the barbecue place, with Fang Peng waiting for Lu Yuanyuan, Zhou Dali had been extremely arrogant that day. Fang Peng's actions were merely a light reprisal. It was impossible to truly make Zhou Dali realize his mistakes. Therefore, Shen Liang had to consider finding an opportunity to contact Zhou Dali's shy and gentle wife, Dong Shui, who was not only kind-hearted but also exceptionally beautiful. Primarily, he wanted to discuss how Zhou Dali could apologize to him. I'll do my best to keep an eye out for you. However, I haven't seen Zhou Dali and his wife in the past couple of days. After bidding farewell to the two women, Shen Liang turned on the television, splitting the screen to compare videos, trying to discern whose figure was superior. The task proved challenging. Shen Liang stroked his chin, enjoying the fruits of his labor, realizing his taste was quite particular. Meanwhile, members of the Yilang gang prepared to take action. Coincidentally, the Women's Federation head, Zhou Qianwen, along with Fang Peng and others, decided to challenge Shen Liang once more. Chapter 49. Delivered to your doorstep? The first use of a gun. A fake gun? What now? As Lu Yuanyuan and Yang Meru made their way home, they bundled themselves up tightly, fearing they might be recognized. Fortunately, Lu Yuanyuan had many close friends in the neighborhood, some of whom were her yoga students, and they had gradually formed close bonds. Even if Fang Peng questioned her, she could easily brush it off. On the way, she had already coordinated with Yang Meru on their alibi. After all, it was now 6 in the evening, and Fang Peng was likely already home. However, upon returning home, both Lu Yuanyuan and Yang Meru were bewildered. Fang Peng was not at home. What was going on? Lu Yuanyuan and Fang Peng did not live with their in-laws. Lu Yuanyuan's father-in-law, Fang Shiwang, lived in the same building but downstairs, so the house was empty. Great. I was scared I'd have to explain myself to Fang Peng for a long time. Lu Yuanyuan sighed. It seemed there was some noise in the living room. As she switched to her indoor slippers, Lu Yuanyuan was startled. Fang Peng's shoes were not at home. Why was there someone in the house? Wait, these sneakers. Although they were the same model as hers, didn't these seem to be her pair? Could it be? Lu Yuanyuan stepped into the living room and saw Dong Shui sitting on the sofa, idly fiddling with her phone. Dong Shui waved at the two women, flashing an enchanting smile. Hi, sorry to intrude. Dong Shui, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Lu Yuanyuan was clearly taken aback. She considered Dong Shui a friend, but they hadn't arranged to meet. Dong Shui hurriedly explained, oh, it's like this. My husband Zhou Dali is doing something with your Fang Peng. So Fang Peng temporarily arranged for me to stay here, saying he was worried we girls would be scared if they came back late, and asked me to keep you company. Lu Yuanyuan understood immediately. No wonder Fang Peng hadn't returned yet. He had something else to attend to. Yang Meru was not familiar with Dong Shui, but that didn't stop her from calling her sister. Dong Shui removed her down jacket, revealing a form-fitting white sweater that accentuated her figure. Lu Yuanyuan wouldn't usually scrutinize Dong Shui like this, but since she was here on Shen Liang's task, she couldn't help but pay a bit more attention. It must be said that Dong Shui had an impressive physique. Lu Yuanyuan even thought Dong Shui's figure rivaled her own. After all, she was the owner of a yoga studio. She had been practicing yoga for over 5 years, so her body was certainly something to brag about. Wait a minute. It's so late? They would have just gone to do that thing, would they? Had they mentioned what they were going to do? Lu Yuanyuan feigned confusion while her mind began to race with suspicion. She couldn't shake the feeling that it was somehow related to Shen Liang. Dong Xie, with her somewhat introverted and adorably naive demeanor, resembles those women who appear foolish during their pregnancies, yet she and Zhou Dali have not even contemplated having children. Such endearing simplicity is irresistibly charming. I neglected to inquire, as Fang Peng advised against it, stating that it pertained to the work of the disaster response team and the Women's Federation, reportedly led by the director Zhou Qianwen. The combination of a disaster response team and a Women's Federation raises questions. Lu Yuanyuan, though not part of the Women's Federation, is aware of Zhou Qianwen's formidable capabilities. However, why would the Women's Federation involve two men? Lu Yuan has begun to ponder whether she should inform Shen Liang of Dong Shui's presence here. As the members of the Yilang gang entered the basement, they shivered from the cold, unable to suppress the urge to stamp their feet and rub their hands together. Chao Xingwang handed over a box of supplies, collected by the group, to Guizhen. Although Guizhen appeared somewhat restless, these individuals did not seem to embody the essence of villainy, unlike the others whose faces practically bore the label of bad person. The plan was straightforward. Perform convincingly. Do not fail. If we can deceive Shen Liang into opening the door, we shall seize him. The approach remained consistent, though previous attempts had ended in failure. It was inconceivable that the Yilang gang would be unaware of this. Even if they were, they would scoff at the notion of comparing themselves to others. Guizhen harbored some doubts. Would Shen Liang truly open the door for a mere box of supplies? As the moment of truth approached, Guizhen remained uncertain. Gao Xingwang, exasperated, implored him to understand. The supplies were merely a means to gain entry. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Surely, Shen Liang would not dismiss the goodwill of receiving supplies, even if he had no intention of accepting them. Guizhen began to grasp the concept. Chao Xingwang added that the success of the plan hinged entirely on his acting skills. Essentially, he was to portray a character desperate for the supplies, crying out for Shen Liang to let him in, thereby fulfilling the mission. Understood. I comprehend now, cousin. Everyone, hide behind the car or the pillars and await my performance. Guizhen felt a surge of confidence. Everything began smoothly. Chao Xingwang and his companions concealed themselves at a short distance. Guizhen composed himself, carrying the large box to Shen Liang's door. Clearing his throat, he knocked and called out, "Shen Ge, are you home? I am here on behalf of the neighborhood committee. In times of great disaster, we must support one another. Today, the committee received a substantial airlift of supplies, and you're the only one who did not come to collect yours. Aunt Ma Jin Shua specifically asked me to bring them to you. Shen Ge, please accept these supplies. Otherwise, I will have difficulty explaining to Aunt Ma." Guizhen called out several times, feeling puzzled when he received no response. Oddly enough, there was no sound, and the door remained closed. Could it be that Shen Liang was not home? Or was he simply asleep? No, that was impossible. Shen Liang was about to have dinner and had even prepared to share photos with Chen Shuang when he received a reminder that someone had entered the alert zone. At such moments, Shen Liang appreciated the efficiency of his artificial intelligence system, which alerted him to potential threats. After all, his residence was quite large, and relying solely on manpower was insufficient. Initially, upon seeing Guizhen carrying the large box and noting its contents, instant noodles, chicken legs, and the like, Shen Liang sensed something was amiss. At such a time, no household had an abundance of food, so why would someone deliver supplies to him? When Guizhen claimed that these supplies were from the neighborhood committee, particularly from that troublesome Aunt Ma Jinshua, it became absurd. Shen Liang had been at odds with the committee and had recently dealt with the disaster response team. The idea that they would deliver supplies to him was ludicrous. When Guizhen mentioned that the supplies were from an airdrop, Shen Liang was incredulous. He did not engage in the popular survival game. Yet he had lived through this apocalypse once before, far longer than he currently had, without encountering any airdrops. Now, Guizhen suggested there were supplies from one. Furthermore, in a community of thousands, even distributing one packet of instant noodles per person would amount to thousands of boxes. And yet, Guizhen was presenting him with a single large box of supplies. So, the community received at least tens of thousands of boxes, and yet he remained oblivious? Shen Liang felt compelled to respond, even if only to defuse the situation. He entertained the idea of stepping out to engage with Guizhen, but he remained vigilant. Excluding the possibility of this individual being from the neighborhood committee or the disaster response team, it was evident that Guizhen had ulterior motives, whether in the form of concealed weapons or an ambush. Shen Liang had to ensure his own safety. He retrieved a set of black clothing from his storage space, resembling autumn wear but imbued with substantial weight. This was a high-grade bulletproof suit made from advanced nanosynthetic materials, indistinguishable from regular fabric, yet capable of withstanding heavy machine gun fire, ensuring his safety. After ensuring his protection, Shen Liang also equipped himself with 2 handguns, concealing them within the holsters of his trousers. Everything was in order. He first descended to the basement, feigning surprise as he spoke into the intercom. "You brought me so many supplies? How embarrassing. Please wait a moment while I open the door. I apologize, but I must manually open it." The implication of manually opening the door meant that he would have to be on the other side, allowing for a close encounter the moment the door swung open. Guizhen was filled with excitement, while Chao Xingwang and the others rejoiced at how easily Shen Liang was being deceived. They quickly took positions on either side of Shen Liang's door, ready to ambush. In the surveillance feed, Shen Liang observed this scene with a smile. Indeed, an ambush was in place. The group before him bore tattoos and scars, wielding machetes that starkly contrasted with the makeshift weapons held by the disaster response team. Were they here to end his life? Nevertheless, Shen Liang opened the door, though not with his own hands. Xiao Xiao took care of that. As the door swung open, the group surged forward to invade. If Shen Liang had truly been present, this moment could have resulted in severe injury or death. Yet they found themselves confronted with an empty space. Startled, the group hesitated, unwilling to enter the pitch-black basement. However, the moment Shen Liang switched on the lights, the fierce expressions on Chao Xingwang's crew faltered as they recognized Shen Liang, instinctively retreating a step. You have a gun? One of them gasped in disbelief. No way. It must be fake. Kid, don't think you can scare us with a toy. One of the younger members sneered. Shen Liang's gun was equipped with a silencer to protect his hearing, yet the shot still produced a notable sound. With a loud bang, the doubting member collapsed. A bullet having struck his thigh, blood gushing from the wound. It hurts. The question of whether the weapon was real or fake became moot as Shen Liang brandished another handgun, shocking Chao Xingwang and his associates into pale-faced astonishment. Damn it, this kid actually has two guns. Meanwhile, Zhou Qianwen, Secretary Ding Xiaolei, and Chen Shuang remained at the forefront. Once again, a contingent of female soldiers was brought along. Though not in great numbers, only an additional 10 individuals. Fang Peng and Zhou Dali represented the male faction, also accompanied by 10 robust men. To be frank, any reasonable person witnessing Zhou, Jiandong, and Sun Daming suffer twice would likely harbor some trepidation towards Shen Liang. However, Fang Peng and Zhou Dali were different. They had not witnessed the previous events and merely perceived the group as inept, having been knocked down by ice and bitten by dogs, ultimately blaming Shen Liang's dog for its prowess. This time they came prepared. The men were clad in thick clothing, with their arms bound with books, ensuring they could effectively defend against any dog attacks. They also procured studded shoes. Though difficult to find, they managed to gather enough, including Fang Peng and Zhou Dali. All 12 men were fully equipped, wielding baseball bats and other weapons. Old Zhou, I've kept the incident from last time in my heart. Although I explained it was out of necessity, I called you here to settle both old and new grievances against Shen Liang, with Director Zhou backing us. He has also stated that we may resort to violence if necessary. Fang Peng declared, his countenance fierce. The grievances from the barbecue restaurant lingered vividly in their minds. Damn it, this worthless Shen Liang has even become a wealthy man. Yet, even as a wealthy man, he is merely a newly rich parvenu. Brother Peng, do not take offense. I have never held any grudge against you. This time, watch how I thoroughly thrash this dog. Unbeknownst to them, they were about to witness a scene that would leave them utterly astonished. Chapter 50, Ding Xiaolei's Devious Scheme. Thanks to the Women S Federation for their warm support, Chao Xingwang never imagined he would encounter such ruthless individuals wielding firearms. Yet there they stood, to affirm the authenticity of the weapon. Shen Liang actually fired a shot at the thigh of one of Chao Xingwang's underlings, the bullet passing cleanly through, fortunately missing the bone. Looking at Chao Xingwang and his associates, their faces were drenched in sweat, and their eyes reflected nothing but fear and regret towards Shen Liang. Shen, Brother Shen, please do not act impulsively. Let us discuss this. You know carrying a gun is illegal, and you have already injured someone. Chao Xingwang attempted to placate him, hoping to prevent another shot from being fired. Do you think I'm unaware that holding a gun is against the law? However, I have considered that as long as no one reveals my possession of a firearm, I'm not breaking any laws. Therefore, should I contemplate silencing you? This statement sent shivers down the spines of Chao Xingwang and his companions. Even Chao Xingwang, who had previously stabbed someone, found the situation overwhelming. Could it be that you have a silencer? Wait, no, don't listen to me, Brother Shen. Silencing you is not the best course of action. While we may have had ill intentions, we have not yet committed an irreparable mistake. Have we? So, Brother Shen, you must not err gravely either. There is still room for discussion. What is there to discuss? What could possibly warrant a conversation? Shen Liang contemplated whether to eliminate them all, but found the idea of killing in front of his own door distasteful. Moreover, given that they were still in the early stages of an apocalypse, he was reluctant to commit such an act on his premises. Of course, this group had come armed with knives, intending to threaten Shen Liang's life, and it would not be unreasonable for him to kill them. However, the issue of disposing of their bodies loomed large. Shen Liang was not keen on making a spectacle of the incident. It was not out of fear of exposure. Rather, he reasoned that if the entire neighborhood learned he had killed several individuals, no one would dare approach his door, including the lovely young wives, who would want to jeopardize Shen Liang's idyllic life. He would not allow such a situation to unfold. Naturally, even if he did not kill them all, there had to be a resolution to today's events. Before arriving at a conclusion, Shen Liang had a sudden inspiration and devised an intriguing plan. Throw the knives far away. Knives? Do you not understand human speech? Listen, we do comprehend. Chao Xingwang hastily signaled everyone. He was the first to gingerly pick up a knife, intending to toss it outside, yet Shen Liang laughed. Throw them out? Will you retrieve them later? No. Throw them inside and far away. All the knives were cast away, the nearest landing several dozen meters from them. with a pistol in hand. Shen Liang gestured for the others to exit. Hurry, do not dawdle. Pick up this worthless fellow from the ground and clean up the blood. Do not dawdle. Once everything was in order, the group was driven outside by Shen Liang, who they believed was truly intent on silencing them. In a panic, they knelt and begged for mercy. Please, do not kill us. We beg you, Brother Shen. We were wrong. We know we were wrong. Hearing this, Shen Liang merely scoffed, putting the gun into a backpack and covering it with his down jacket, then beckoned the group to stand. I will grant you a chance for survival. Fight me. If you win, I will let you leave. If you lose, you must take a punishment with you, for you came here to kill me. And my mercy in not killing you is already exceedingly generous, would not be? Chao Xingwang was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Fight? If we win, we can leave. If we lose, we merely face a punishment? He nodded vigorously. Indeed, Brother Shen, you are indeed magnanimous. Then, Brother Shen, who shall go first? Perhaps I shall take the lead? Chao Xingwang was exhilarated but dare not show it, suppressing his eagerness. However, his first thought was that as a 2-meter-tall, 300-pound man, defeating the relatively shorter Shen Liang should be a simple task. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Liang was not one to engage in reckless endeavors. He simply sought to find some live sparring partners for practice, testing his hand-to-hand combat capabilities. All of you together. What? I said together. Chao Xingwang thought he had misheard. Just one of me is enough to defeat you. And you want a 6 to join forces? He hesitated. You 1T pull out your gun, will you? Of course not. Stop wasting time. Then let us begin. Chao Xingwang's expression hardened. The group, all skilled fighters, typically took on 2 or 3 opponents at a time. Faced with Shen Liang, they were not intimidated, their only concern being the gun at Shen Liang's back. At worst, they would need to be cautious during the fight. Even Chao Xingwang thought that if he could seize this opportunity to subdue Shen Liang, he might achieve his goal of seizing Shen Liang's luxurious hideout while also acquiring 2 real guns. The mere thought thrilled him. However, when Shen Liang sent a 200-pound man flying with a kick, propelling him 7 or 8 meters away, everyone was taken aback, and Chao Xingwang was left in a daze. Thus commenced the great melee. Ultimately, numbers often prevailed in such chaotic brawls. During the skirmish, Shen Liang absorbed a few punches. Yet he quickly discovered that despite never having trained in combat, his instincts during this practical engagement were remarkably acute. Initially, he would occasionally be struck, but gradually, his ability to evade attacks improved. He could even dodge incoming punches and kicks while facing away from his adversaries, executing movements as if he had eyes in the back of his head, leaving Chao Xingwang and his crew in a state of uncertainty. Very well. I believe I have warmed up sufficiently. Now, I shall begin to get serious. What the hell? We've already been beaten up. And you say you're just getting warmed up? Zhou Qianwen and her group were nearing Shen Liang's residence. The closer they got, the more exhilarated Zhou Dali and Fang Peng became. Women might be verbally formidable, but men were different, especially this group of warriors, all eager to engage in a vigorous brawl. Meanwhile, Zhou Qianwen and her secretary Ding Xiaolei were singularly focused on outmaneuvering Shen Liang, presumably thinking along the lines of how men seek to conquer women. Zhou Qianwen previously suffered a setback at Shen Liang's hands, leaving her deeply discontented. Initially, she could claim to be driven by a sense of justice, yet her current pretense of advocating for her sisterhood is merely a facade. After all, Zhou Qianwen is fully aware that the raucous woman who was beaten yesterday did indeed cross the threshold of Shen Liang's home, and this could be construed as an unlawful intrusion. Though it may seem a stretch, it holds a semblance of validity. However, this detail has become inconsequential. Today, Zhou Qianwen has brought along her capable assistant Ding Xiaolei. The 2 women are resolutely determined to subdue Shen Liang. Ideally, they wish to see him kneeling before them, akin to a subject before a queen, weeping and pleading for their forgiveness. This is undoubtedly Zhou Qianwen's selfish ambition, perfectly aligning with the modus operandi of both her and Ding Xiaolei. After all, Ding Xiaolei treats her husband as a mere servant at home, devoid of any semblance of rights. Sister Qianwen, when we see Shen Liang, let me take the lead. I am eager to see if he truly dares to lay a hand on me. Ding Xiaolei possesses numerous tactics, but this time she intends to execute her most underhanded move, one that only Zhou Qianwen is privy to. Zhou Qianwen had observed her deliberately leaving one side of her undergarment unfastened, exposing it, and then donning a heavy down jacket, even leaving the zipper undone. At a crucial moment, with a mere hint of treachery, Ding Xiaolei could provoke Shen Liang into becoming a rogue, assaulting his secretary. With a charge against him, they would have justification to openly beat Shen Liang, rendering it seemingly reasonable. Even more so than accusations regarding Shen Liang's non-participation in disaster response teams or dismissive behavior towards the Neighborhood Committee and Women's Federation. However, just then, Fang Peng and Zhou Dali suddenly halted, gazing ahead with troubled expressions. Why have we stopped? Is there someone over there? Zhou Qianwen and Ding Xiaolei advanced and witnessed Shen Liang effortlessly lifting the 200-kilogram Chao Xingwang above his head. Surrounding him, the other 7 men, aside from one suffering from a thigh gunshot wound, lay incapacitated on the ground, wailing in agony. What on earth? How can Shen Liang possess such strength? Wait, could it be that all these burly men sprawled on the ground are the result of Shen Liang's handiwork alone? Shen Liang responded with decisive action. In a pitiful scream, Chao Xingwang was hurled 2 meters away, crashing onto one of his comrades, who felt as though several bones had shattered under the weight of his hefty counterpart. Shen Liang, with a swift kick, rendered one more man incapacitated. Are you still going to fight? Can you even manage that? Damn, what worthless trash. Shen Liang's surprise was palpable. The spotlight illuminated Zhou Qianwen's group, who stood a mere dozen meters away, frozen in place. Shen Liang grinned broadly. Oh, is that not Director Zhou? And over there, are those young Master Fang Peng and young Master Zhou? Please hold on a moment while I finish up here, and then we can chat. Fang Peng and Zhou Dali's expression soured. Shen Liang had effectively subdued them. Despite their collective strength of 12 men, they felt utterly outmatched by Shen Liang's prowess. Indeed, the 300-pound Chao Xingwang, who had just been tossed aside, was the type capable of taking on 5 men single-handedly. Such a fierce individual, along with the other 6 burly men, had all been taken down. When did Shen Liang become so formidable? They pondered, realizing they had lost. Shen Liang beat Gao Xingwang Xiao. Merely holding it caused Chao Xingwang excruciating pain, as if his shoulder might be dislocated. We lost. Spare me, Brother Shen. Shen Liang smiled. Rest assured, I keep my word. You will all leave here shortly, every single one of you. However, as a form of punishment, Shen Liang leaned closer to Chao Xingwang, whispering something that instantly drained the color from Chao Xingwang's face. This. Shen Liang continued to smile, though the expression bore a menacing edge. Let us settle this for 7:20 p.m. I will be at the north window to observe you. You have a telescope, so confirm my appearance before proceeding. Of course, you may choose not to comply, but be prepared to face the consequences. Shen Liang patted his back, leaving Zhou Qianwen and her associates puzzled as to what this entailed. Yet, Chao Xingwang shivered in trepidation. Escape? How could he flee? His expression revealed a mix of ruthlessness and resolve, while the other subordinates remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Shen Liang remained silent, and Chao Xingwang did not wish to divulge anything, merely focusing on the wounded comrade, offering support to help him stand. Brother, you have suffered. Brother Shen, we shall take our leave now. Shen Liang did not impede them. After all, the most severe punishment would be a spectacle he could witness shortly thereafter. As Chao Xingwang and his gang departed, they passed by Fang Peng and Zhou Dali, who recognized several individuals among them and recalled the notorious Chao Xingwang, the man who had single-handedly taken on 10 opponents a few years back and had stabbed several individuals. The two had previously beaten a dozen outsiders into the hospital. How could they have all been subdued by Shen Liang alone? They contemplated if this was merely an act. But the dirt on their clothes and the visible bruises and cuts were all too real. Fang Peng and Zhou Dali exchanged glances, then turned towards their brothers and Zhou Qianwen. Today is not the day to engage in conflict. Zhou Qianwen, frustrated, felt a sense of urgency but had no time to waste. She exchanged a glance with Ding Xiaolei. Let us pull out all the stops. Zhou Qianwen first highlighted Shen Liang's act of assaulting a woman, not expecting him to relent, but rather hoping to draw him into a disadvantageous verbal battle. Then Ding Xiaolei made her move. As she approached Shen Liang, his instincts kicked in. He subconsciously sensed that the cold yet stunningly attractive secretary, Ding Xiaolei, was about to employ some underhanded trick. In the next moment, with her back turned to the crowd and facing Shen Liang, Ding Xiaolei unzipped her down jacket with one hand while pushing Shen Liang's hand towards her chest with the other. She then began to shout, "You rogue! How dare you assault me in public?" Before she could finish her sentence, Ding Xiaolei realized that not only was Shen Liang unfazed, but he actually responded by taking the initiative, revealing a brazen demeanor as he expressed astonishment to the men nearby and the visibly infuriated Zhou Qianwen, Secretary Ding. You truly are a generous soul. I never anticipated such selfless dedication from you. Pulling my hand towards you. Apologies for my indiscretion, but I must express my gratitude to the Women's Federation for their warm visit. Truly heartwarming. Who the hell sent warmth? Wait, what are you doing? The crowd paused, bewildered, as they watched Shen Liang take Ding Xiaolei's hand and lead her inside. Everyone was taken aback, witnessing Shen Liang preparing to embrace Ding Xiaolei while simultaneously attempting to lock the door. Ding Xiaolei was thrown into a complete panic. Zhou Qianwen was equally alarmed, urgently shouting, "Stop! Don't do anything rash. Shen Liang, we concede. We surrender. Let Secretary Ding go." Shen Liang smiled slightly. As he released Ding Xiaolei, he took a final, firm grasp, confirming her ample attributes, and began to take an interest in her. A new quarry seemed to have emerged. You truly wish to leave? No repercussions for my lewd behavior? No repercussions. Shen Liang grinned, nodding in satisfaction. Everyone, take care. Please visit again. Thus, Zhou Qianwen's Women's Federation faced yet another humiliating defeat, suffering both losses and setbacks. Not only did they suffer a defeat, but they also allowed Secretary Ding Xiaolei to be taken advantage of by Shen Liang, who shamelessly took liberties with her. As Ding Xiaolei walked ahead, no one knew the tumult of emotions she was experiencing at that moment. Time swiftly approached 7:20 p.m., the appointed hour for the punishment with Chao Xingwang. As for what the punishment entailed, Shen Liang carried a chair to the fifth-floor window. The moment Chao Xingwang spotted Shen Liang through the telescope, his face turned an ashen shade. As he instructed his comrades to check on their injured brother in the inner room, where the painkillers and sedatives had left him in a stupor, Chao Xingwang revealed a fierce expression. "Brother, I apologize, but if you do not perish, we may very well meet our doom." Sleeping does not equate to being unconscious. Apart from Shen Liang, it appears no one witnessed the events that transpired. The window opened, and a figure plummeted like refuse. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the ground floor of Chao Xingwang's residence, reverberating throughout the entire community. Chapter 51, The Cloud of Suicide. Plastic Sisters? The death of Zhou Xiaoyu after Zhou Qianwen and her associates departed, they did not utter a single word regarding their failure that day. Each returned to their respective homes. Only Zhou Qianwen and Ding Xiaolei shared a building, while Fang Peng and Zhou Dali were also heading back to Fang Peng's abode, as Zhou Dali's delicate wife, Dong Shui, was still engaged in conversation with Lu Yuan and Yang Meru. What on earth happened today? Why is Shen Liang so formidable? Brother Peng, why not ask Chen Shuang if she knows anything about this? Just moments ago, Zhou Dali faced Shen Liang, especially when he witnessed Shen Liang throw the notorious bully Chao Xingwang over his head, sending him several meters away. The scene was utterly shocking. Prior to this, Zhou Dali was eager to confront Shen Liang, yet after witnessing the display, it was a miracle he didn't soil his trousers on the spot. Of course, some remain oblivious. Even if they are aware of Shen Liang's prowess, Zhou Dali recalled the incident at the barbecue restaurant where he was beaten by Fang Peng due to Shen Liang's involvement. His feelings toward Fang Peng were rather indifferent, given the latter's familial connections, yet his animosity toward Shen Liang had escalated. Fearful moments had passed, but once Zhou Dali distanced himself from Shen Liang, he regained his composure. What is the point of questioning? The fact remains that he is indeed formidable. What good would it do to inquire further? Do you really intend to challenge Shen Liang to a duel? Fang Peng mused. I might as well ask your mother. I previously had a dalliance with Chen Shuang and discussed Shen Liang at length. He too felt something was amiss, yet questioning would yield no results. However, damn, this is truly frustrating. I still cannot comprehend why Director Zhou conceded earlier. We may be unable to contend with Shen Liang, but Secretary Ding had evidently succeeded. She even offered herself. What an opportunity. Why not seize it to confront Shen Liang? Zhou Dali was indignant. Fang Peng, too, was perplexed, wondering what sort of nonsense this was. Meanwhile, upon returning to her own building, Ding Xiaolei did not reside on the same floor as Zhou Qianwen. In fact, she lived higher up, yet Zhou Qianwen had persuaded her to descend to her home early. Once inside, they confirmed that Zhou Xiaoyu was not in the living room, prompting Zhou Qianwen to breathe a sigh of relief. Please have a seat, Xiaolei. Allow me to pour you a glass of water. No, thank you, Qianwen. I do not wish to drink. At that moment, Ding Xiaolei was feeling irritable. Her agitation stemmed not from the failure of their plan, but from herself, as she had been momentarily dazed when Shen Liang took advantage of her. That brief lapse allowed Shen Liang to overstep his bounds. It was astonishing that even Ding Xiaolei's ineffectual husband had never dared to act so brazenly. As Ding Xiaolei pondered, she inexplicably began to perceive Shen Liang as domineering and masculine. No, that cannot be right. Men are all spineless. They are mere pawns easily manipulated by women. How could they possibly be dominant and masculine? Furthermore, with a mindset akin to that of certain radical feminists, Ding Xiaolei believed that so-called masculinity and dominance were merely flattering terms conjured by worthless men to disguise their lecherous nature. In that moment, Shen Liang seemed to shatter Ding Xiaolei's perceptions of men. Not only did he dare to gaze upon her, but he did so in front of dozens of witnesses. He not only dared to touch her, but he did so brazenly before numerous onlookers. Had Zhou Qianwen not intervened in time, Ding Xiaolei might have been swept away by Shen Liang. Ding Xiaolei was at a loss. How could Shen Liang be so audacious? Is this true dominance? Some women who perceive themselves as superior often belittle men, viewing them as weaklings. For instance, Ding Xiaolei treated her ineffectual husband as a servant. Yet, when confronted by someone more assertive, particularly a man like Shen Liang who disregarded her entirely, it seemed that a chemical reaction began to brew within Ding Xiaolei. I'm sorry, Xiaolei, for putting you in such a difficult position earlier. Do you not think I should have conceded? After all, I lost both my dignity and my allies. But I was concerned for your safety. I never anticipated Shen Liang's audacity. He is truly a rogue, a scoundrel. At this juncture, Zhou Qianwen was seething with anger. Shen Liang had mercilessly beaten Chao Xingwang's group, frightening Fang Peng and Zhou Dali significantly. Zhou Qianwen was equally shaken. Do not worry, Qianwen, this plan was conceived by me. Originally, I intended to act before Shen Liang even approached us, but I did not expect him to be so bold, Zhou Qianwen reassured Ding Xiaolei, seemingly unperturbed as she retrieved her phone. Xiaolei, the reason I remained silent earlier was due to the crowd. In fact, I have already devised a plan. This video I secretly recorded will serve our purpose. The video was lengthy. Zhou Qianwen extracted a segment where she confronted Shen Liang, condemning him for his aggression towards women, capturing his admission of wrongdoing. Subsequently, Ding Xiaolei would accuse Shen Liang of harassment. Although the angle was unclear, the video appeared to corroborate Ding Xiaolei's claim of assault. Thus, Zhou Qianwen's intention was to manipulate the narrative, inciting online outrage against Shen Liang. Ding Xiaolei was taken aback by the video, processing the information before nodding in agreement. I will follow your lead, Qianwen. I will always stand by your side. At this moment, Fang Peng and Zhou Dali returned to Fang Peng's home. Zhou Dali was preparing to leave with his wife when suddenly, a harrowing scream pierced the air. It hurts. My face. Help me. Help me. The chilling and prolonged wail emanated from outside, startling even those within the confines of closed windows. The sheer intensity of the scream sent shivers down the spines of the women present, including Zhou Qianwen and Ding Xiaolei. Zhou Xiaoyu, who had been hiding in a room, quickly rushed out to embrace her sister, Zhou Qianwen, trembling in fear. The agonizing scream persisted for at least a minute or two before gradually fading away. Within the community chat group, as a video circulated, the residents learned of the horrific event. Was someone pushed from building? My goodness. While jumping may not result in death, the thick layer of toxic snow below, was this person dissolved by it? The snow was nearly 3 meters deep, rendering the victim invisible upon impact. Yet, judging by the screams, it seemed the individual had been corroded alive by the toxic snow. Wait, watch the beginning again. I have a feeling this person was pushed rather than jumping voluntarily. However, few knew who resided on that floor. When the neighborhood committee member, Ma Jinshua, revealed that the occupant was Chao Xingwang, Zhou Qianwen, Ding Xiaolei, Fang Peng, and Zhou Dali simultaneously thought of Shen Liang, their minds conjuring a terrifying possibility. Could it be that Shen Liang had committed murder? At this moment, Shen Liang observed the entire ordeal, wearing a satisfied, nonchalant smile as he glanced towards Chao Xingwang, as if all of this were entirely unrelated to him, as if the deceased held no significance to him. However, whether or not Chao Xingwang had met his end at Shen Liang's hands mattered not. Having once experienced death, Shen Liang had endured the horrors of humanity's self-destruction, including cannibalism and the darkest of trials. He had long since become indifferent to life. Of course, his indifference pertained solely to the lives of others. Life remains profoundly significant. Chao Xingwang listened intently as his younger brother cried out in agony for 2 minutes. He felt a sense of relief that throughout the ordeal, his brother never uttered his name, suggesting that the sedatives and painkillers had concealed the identity of the hand that inflicted the pain. At this moment, he trembled all over, regretting his entanglement with the demon Shen Liang, while simultaneously grappling with a sense of unwillingness. Indeed, Shen Liang had warned him that should he lose a fight against him, he would face a punishment. Shen Liang had whispered the sentence into Chao Xingwang's ear. At 720, he must push a younger brother from a height, and it was imperative that Shen Liang witness the act, or else Chao Xingwang would face dire consequences. He had no desire to perish, nor did he wish for his other brothers to meet a similar fate. Yet, he was sufficiently ruthless. He understood that sacrificing one younger brother would ensure the survival of the others. The choice was clear, as the toxicity of the snow rendered medical assistance nearly impossible, and even a helicopter could not take flight due to the hazardous conditions. The younger brother injured by the gunfire might not necessarily die, but he could easily become incapacitated. To end his suffering was a decision that Chao Xingwang felt compelled to make. What is wrong, Brother Chao? His younger brothers rushed in. Noticing the open window and Chao Xingwang's clenched fists, his eyes filled with tears and fury, a stark contrast to the recent cries of anguish. They seemed to grasp something, yet the full weight of the situation eluded them. How could Chao Xingwang shoulder such responsibility? After all, he relied on these brothers for his endeavors, and the sorrow and anger became a burden he placed squarely on Shen Liang. To avoid burdening us, I truly did not expect him to be serious. When he opened the window, I thought he merely wanted some fresh air, but in the blink of an eye, Brother Chao was in tears. No one could decipher the ferocity and cruelty in Chao Xingwang's gaze as he looked out the window. This chapter would conclude for now. The owner's group was abuzz, ultimately attributing the incident to suicide. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Liang had instigated such chaos. Although Zhou Qianwen and Fang Peng speculated about the events, they lacked evidence. For Shen Liang had never left his home, while several individuals resided in Chao Xingwang's household, making foul play improbable. In the dead of night, each returned to their respective homes. The community, already strained, found their spirits further dampened by the so-called suicide incident, leading some to contemplate self-harm. However, the predominant sentiment was a fervent desire to survive and secure enough sustenance. Consequently, more individuals began to support the disaster response team, even voluntarily requesting to join and assist in gathering resources under the guise of mutual aid. At this juncture, Shen Liang felt the need to celebrate with a lavish midnight feast. Why is everyone so down today? Allow me to treat you all to a grand meal. We can't overindulge at supper, 8 dishes and a soup, and what remains will have to be fed to the dogs. What a waste. Chen Shuang, having been tagged in the message, invigorated the already somber owners group, igniting their enthusiasm once more. Shen Liang was quite pleased with this turn of events. Just then, he received an unexpected message from Zhou Qianwen's younger sister, Zhou Xiaoyu. Brother Shen Liang, my sister and sister Xiaolei are plotting against you. What's the situation? Such sisterly affection? May I visit your home? I'm feeling a bit hungry. Shen Liang chuckled, instinctively attempting to tease her. Do you have any shirka clothing? If so, please come with your hair in twin ponytails. Zhou Xiaoyu, just 19, was the epitome of a young girl. If adorned in twin ponytails and shirka attire, it would be quite a sight. After a fleeting moment of excitement, Zhou Xiaoyu sent a selfie, though her face was absent from the frame. Instead, her twin ponytails and deep blue shirka attire were prominently displayed. Brother Shen Liang, how does this outfit look? Chapter 52. Ding Xiaolei's Quirks. The reluctant Zhou Dali. Brother, please open the door. Zhou Qianwen had never experienced such defeat before. In the days following the calamity, she found herself repeatedly thwarted by Shen Liang. This relentless string of failures had led her to develop an obsession with him, bordering on madness. Even without today's incident involving Ding Xiaolei, Zhou Qianwen was already fixated on winning over Shen Liang. In light of the recent events, her fervor was nearly uncontrollable, to the point where Ding Xiaolei lost her appetite for dinner, opting instead for a few bites of instant noodles. She pulled Ding Xiaolei along, insisting on visiting her home. Xiaoyu, I will handle some work at Sister Xiaolei's house and should return in about an hour. Please be cautious at home. Many nefarious individuals are attempting to break into others' homes to steal food. Do not open the door for anyone. Oh, came the reluctant reply from Zhou Xiaoyu's bedroom. Zhou Qianwen was accustomed to this. Children cannot endure hardship. Having previously lived in comfort, the sudden transition to instant noodles was undoubtedly unwelcome. Yet Zhou Xiaoyu remained obedient and compliant, as her sister believed her to be. Upon arriving at Ding Xiaolei's home, a man had been waiting for some time. Initially holding only Ding Xiaolei's slippers with a sycophantic smile, he quickly knelt before the shoe cabinet and retrieved a pair of women's slippers with urgency, presenting them with a look of eager servitude. Director Zhou, it has been a while since you visited my home. Zhou Qianwen nodded, not inclined to engage in pleasantries. She slipped on the slippers and made her way directly to Ding Xiaolei's study. After donning the slippers, Ding Xiaolei, however, disdainfully removed them, only to kick the man, sending him sprawling to the ground. Without mercy, she stepped on his back, moving to his face and head, admonishing, Dubin, do you lack common sense? I have told you countless times that my slippers must be free of any filth. Look at what's inside. Sunflower seed shells. Are you trying to kill me? The man remained unperturbed, even a bit anxious. Despite being trampled, he clumsily retrieved the slippers, extracting the sunflower seed shells, visibly frightened and somewhat aggrieved. This sunflower seed shell was from you this morning. What of it? What do you wish to say? Ding Xiaolei crouched down, delivering several slaps to the man, who did not retaliate and even avoided meeting her gaze, maintaining an expression of forced cheerfulness. Do not be upset, my dear wife. It is my fault. Punish me as you see fit. This was a typical day of torment for Ding Xiaolei. Yet today, she found herself momentarily distracted. Thoughts of Shen Liang invading her mind as she compared him to her husband, Dubin. Suddenly, her desire dissipated. What a spineless fool. Get out of my sight and clean my shoes. Dubin picked up the slightly dirty boots, while Ding Xiaolei sauntered toward the study. The man named Dubin did not seem to mind this existence. In fact, he appeared quite content, having married such a beautiful wife. Little did anyone know, Dubin not only faced daily humiliation, but also had to apply a month in advance for the privilege of sleeping with Ding Xiaolei. To put it bluntly, in the years of their marriage, he had scarcely touched her. Qianwen, I am here to edit the video. If you have any thoughts while I work, feel free to voice them, and I will incorporate them. All right, I have some ideas. As the video editing commenced, Zhou Qianwen proposed numerous malicious suggestions, primarily consisting of malicious distortions and online harassment. In the past, such videos, once produced regardless of who was at fault, would. The public sentiment can ignite instantaneously, leading to an unthinking bias against the female party. Even if the male party is blameless, he finds it exceedingly difficult to vindicate himself, as men often find themselves in a dilemma during such times. Should he refrain from engaging with the provocations or remain silent? The female party may retort, did you see that? If he were innocent, why wouldn't he speak up? This despicable Gua Nan is simply guilty. Should he emulate the female party and release a video to assert his innocence? The female party might respond, I have been wronged. Why are you treating me this way? Why is there such malice directed toward women? Even a martial artist might suggest. The reason this issue has escalated so dramatically is precisely due to the male party's vocal response. Ultimately, Zhou Qianwen possesses a keen understanding of how to manipulate men. Shen Liang is the only individual she has failed to subdue, and this has occurred not just once but repeatedly. Therefore, Zhou Qianwen is determined to tarnish Shen Liang's reputation. He may be skilled in combat, but how many can he truly defeat? 10? 20? The more she thinks about it, the angrier she becomes. Recalling the humiliation she suffered today, her expression darkening considerably. As time passes, her fear of Shen Liang's prowess dissipates, and she devises another scheme against him. Once the video is released and his reputation is sullied, they can openly rally a multitude of men from the community, perhaps 100 or so, driven by a sense of justice, to challenge him once more. Upon hearing Zhou Qianwen's plans and witnessing her fierce determination, Ding Xiaolei suddenly realizes that her thoughts regarding Shen Liang have gone awry. What is Shen Liang but a domineering man? He is merely a pathetic creature, akin to a Doberman, who, despite possessing some strength and wealth, ultimately finds himself kneeling before the woman he desires, begging for her companionship. How pathetic. All of them are worthless. Revising her previous thoughts, Ding Xiaolei resolves that on the day she finally deals with Shen Liang, she will vindicate herself, trampling him underfoot and compelling him to plead for mercy, to grovel at her feet. Zhou Qianwen is aware of Ding Xiaolei's history of domestic violence, yet recognizes that it is a mutual affair. She has never intervened, and while she can understand the desire to humiliate Shen Liang into begging, she wonders if the notion of him licking her shoes or toes borders on the pathological, or perhaps is simply excessive. Qianwen, please continue to share your thoughts. Speak in the most ruthless manner possible. Zhou Qianwen is equally invigorated. Little does she know that the seemingly obedient younger sister she perceives is preparing to betray her. Clad in a swimsuit, with her hair styled in twin ponytails and a down jacket, she carries an unknown bag, leaving behind a note before heading to confront Shen Liang, the man she currently despises most. Meanwhile, Zhou Dali returns home, troubled by the events of the day. He cannot fathom why Shen Liang instills such fear. Yet he understands that he must seek vengeance. He is a man of stature, a prominent figure in the community, often referred to as brotherly in society. Why should he suffer indignities at the hands of a coward like Shen Liang? Moreover, Zhou Dali's household mirrors that of others, while others indulge in instant noodles. His family has also gone days without meat, leaving them feeling deprived. Therefore, he is determined not only to exact revenge on Shen Liang, but also to raid his home. Taking all his food, why should he not feast? He intends to bring along his men and seize everything from Shen Liang's household. If Cao Xingwang were to hear of this, he might scorn Zhou Dali, questioning why he does not simply take over Shen Liang's house and eliminate him without such elaborate schemes. But Zhou Dali is indeed fixated on Cao Xingwang. If he is to confront Shen Liang, he must gather a formidable crew. He can recruit others, but he knows that Cao Xingwang and his associates possess significant combat prowess. And even if they have suffered at Shen Liang's hands, that fact remains unchanged. Furthermore, given the enmity between Cao Xingwang and Shen Liang, Zhou Dali views this as a prime opportunity. Yet, he hesitates to approach Cao Xingwang directly, feeling intimidated by the imposing figure of Cao, with his massive build and intimidating fists. Wait, Dong Shui, I sent your brother one of Cao Xingwang's underlings? The one named Guizhen, right? You went to school together? Dong Shui appears momentarily taken aback. She is unaware of the day's events, rendering Cao Xingwang's name unfamiliar to her. After a brief pause, she nods uncertainly. I'm not entirely sure, but I think so. Do you need something from him? I could call him over to ask. Since they reside in the same community, it is quite convenient to summon him. Shortly thereafter, a man resembling Dong Shui enters Zhou Dali's home, accompanied by a tall and beautiful woman. Zhou Dali greets them with a broad smile. Brother is here. Please take a seat, sister-in-law. Make yourself comfortable. Dong Shui's brother, Dong Siwen, is indeed very refined and rarely engages in fights, but he is not to be underestimated. He embodies the archetype of a charming rogue, cunning and insidious. Dong Shui's sister-in-law, Lu Xijin, is a professional model, standing at 178 centimeters with striking long legs and breathtaking beauty. Her looks are undeniable. Even though Dong Shui is also beautiful, she cannot quite match Lu Xijin's height, though she surpasses her in other areas. In any case, they are both stunning women. While Zhou Dali may secretly admire Lu Xijin, he knows better than to overstep, especially since he seeks a favor from Dong Siwen. So, Siwen, I would like to inquire whether you know a certain brother of Cao Xingwang named Guizhen. I hope I haven't misremembered his name. Guizhen may not be among Cao Xingwang's most formidable fighters, but being a relative of his certainly carries weight. Establishing contact with him could facilitate discussions with Chao Xingwang. Guozhen, I do know him. He was my classmate. Although we haven't kept in touch much, I happen to have his phone number and WeChat. Why do you need him, brother-in-law? Dong Suwen adjusts his glasses, smiling amiably, though there is an underlying intensity that he struggles to conceal. Concerned that the two women might overhear, Zhou Dali waits until they are alone to share his story, albeit omitting details of his humiliation at Shen Liang's hands. Focusing instead on his desire to deal with Shen Liang. Dong Siwen also resides in this community and is privy to the owner's group. He has long coveted Shen Liang's resources. Observing the lavish feasts Shen Liang enjoys daily while his own family scrapes by on instant noodles. Just the other day, he saw Shen Liang flaunting his late-night snacks, while his own family struggles to have 2 meals a day. With his wife Lu Xijin absent, Dong Siwen's expression darkens as he turns to Zhou Dali. Brother-in-law, I can help with this. I can contact Guozhen to facilitate your collaboration. However, Zhou Dali understands immediately. This opportunist seeks to share in the spoils. Maintaining an air of composure, he smiles and reassures, rest assured, brother-in-law, I understand. Once we deal with Shen Liang, there will certainly be a share for you. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoyu visits the basement for the first time since the apocalypse. Shivering with fear, she rushes to Shen Liang's door and quickly messages him. Her voice message, sweet and innocent, carries an endearing quality that could stir any man's heart. Brother, I'm here. It's so cold. Please open the door. Chao Xingwang, are you really able to obtain a firearm? The video was halfway through when Zhou Qianwen, upon returning home to fetch something, instinctively glanced to see what her sister Zhou Xiaoyu was up to. To her astonishment, she found the bedroom desolate, the table devoid of any traces of instant noodles, save for a note concealed beneath a cup. The note read that Zhou Xiaoyu had gone out to play with classmates, which startled Zhou Qianwen. Who would she be visiting at this late hour? However, Zhou Xiaoyu had been rather considerate. Fully aware of Zhou Qianwen's vulnerabilities, she had straightforwardly stated, do not urge me, nor inquire about my whereabouts. I have been cooped up at home for too long, nearly suffocating. I promise to return after some fresh air, at most in 2 or 3 hours, and I will message you to pick me up from the underground garage. Faced with this, Zhou Qianwen dared not press or pry further, her expression clouded with contemplation. Where could she possibly be at this hour? Surely, there could be nothing enjoyable to do at night. Zhou Xiaoyu had indeed not endured much hardship, especially with their parents absent, leaving only the two sisters to rely on one another. This resulted in Zhou Qianwen, a decade older than her sister, frequently playing the roles of father, mother, and sister, constantly worrying about Zhou Xiaoyu being bullied or unhappy, and indulging her almost habitually. While not extraordinarily wealthy, Zhou Qianwen had nonetheless earned a fair sum. Hence, Zhou Xiaoyu's life was relatively comfortable. It was manageable to eat instant noodles once or twice, yet recently, every meal had been noodles, and even today, she found herself unsatisfied after only a modest serving, still feeling somewhat hungry. This unbearable situation drove Zhou Xiaoyu to muster the courage to visit Shen Liang. Heavens, Shen Liang Ji, your home is simply magnificent. The decor is stunning and so warm. It's unbelievably cozy. Shen Liang led Zhou Xiaoyu to his floor, where the heating was consistently on, maintaining a temperature of around 25 degrees Celsius. This was a warmth sufficient to keep one comfortable even without clothing. Zhou Xiaoyu, who had entered wearing a down jacket, was immediately taken aback by the warmth, feeling an overwhelming heat envelop her. Shen Liang observed the petite girl before him, shorter than himself, with her hair styled in 2 perky ponytails, faintly scented with body wash. Had she bathed before coming? It was hot indoors, so she might as well shed her coat and padded trousers. Shen Liang removed his long down coat, leaving only a thin robe, and settled casually on the sofa. Watching Zhou Xiaoyu, who appeared somewhat nervous, shy, and excited, he gestured for her to remove her clothing. Though initially hesitant, Zhou Xiaoyu eventually took off her coat. Outside, the temperature had already exceeded 60 degrees, and even in the garage, it was at least 40 degrees. Zhou Xiaoyu had to wear a thick sweater beneath her down jacket, along with thermal wear, to endure the chilling temperatures of the garage. Upon shedding her thermal wear, Shen Liang's gaze shifted. Without the bulk of her down jacket, the snug thermal wear accentuated the contours of her youthful form. While Zhou Xiaoyu might not measure up to more mature figures in terms of physique, she possessed her own charms. At 19, she embodied the essence of youthful innocence, with a delicate build that was a rarity to maintain. Her 2 ponytails cascading down her shoulders added to her playful allure. Should I remove my padded trousers as well? Yes, do so. It will become unbearably hot in here, and soon you'll be drenched in sweat. Oh no, I don't want to sweat. I just washed up. She was indeed a cleanliness-loving maiden. As she peeled off her trousers, Shen Liang was unexpectedly greeted by her pristine, delicate legs. Though not long, they were adorably petite and exquisitely fair. Indistinctly, he could see a hint of blue fabric peeking from beneath her thermal wear. Had she donned a swimsuit? Zhou Xiaoyu seemed flustered and bashful, hesitating to remove her thermal wear, but Shen Liang was in no hurry, instead gesturing towards the dining table. Let us eat. The food is still warm. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes lit up upon seeing the spread before her, and her nervousness and shyness seemed to dissipate significantly. Wow, roast chicken, grilled fish, mouth-watering chicken, steak, and salmon. Oh my goodness, this is incredible. The dining experience left Shen Liang in awe. The petite girl, who appeared small enough to be cradled in one arm, devoured her meal with such fervor, undeniably a little foodie. Considering the current situation, it was likely that even someone like Zhou Qianwen, the head of the Women's Federation, found it difficult to dine well. After Zhou Xiaoyu finished her meal, Shen Liang realized that it was not merely a matter of poor dining quality. She was struggling to be satisfied. If even the Women's Federation director could not find enough to eat, others must be faring even worse, suggesting that turmoil in the community was on the horizon. So, what was it that you wished to share with me? It's about you, Shen Liangji. Zhou Xiaoyu was about to settle on the nearby small sofa when Shen Liang interrupted, beckoning her to sit beside him. Come here, sit next to me. Okay, fine. Zhou Xiaoyu's heart raced. She was still a tender blossom, yet she had some understanding of the dynamics between boys and girls. She had overheard her more worldly friends discussing matters of romance, which had previously held no interest for her. However, this year, she felt a sudden change within herself. The once untroubled princess found her heart stirring, and the once uninterested girl began to fantasize about romantic affairs, even dreaming sweetly at night after sneaking peeks at love stories. Taking the first step into the realm of budding romance, Zhou Xiaoyu realized she was beginning to experience infatuation. In light of this, observing Shen Liang's behavior in their group chat and listening to her sister Zhou Qianwen speak of Shen Liang's accomplishments, she did not perceive him as malevolent or frightening. Instead, she thought him exceedingly handsome, the epitome of manhood, akin to a prince from her dreams, especially since he had delectable food at home. Having arrived, Zhou Xiaoyu formed certain expectations in her heart. To her surprise, Shen Liang was quite direct. As soon as she settled, he pointed to the space beside him. Are you afraid of me, or do you find me distasteful? No, not at all. I actually admire you immensely, Shen Liangji. That's why I'm here. How could I possibly find you distasteful? Zhou Xiaoyu spoke truthfully, her flustered expression and wide, earnest eyes revealing her sincerity. Shen Liang was convinced of her honesty. When Zhou Xiaoyu timidly took a seat beside him, the closeness made her increasingly anxious. Shen Liang could not help but exclaim, "You truly embody youthful charm. You are brimming with the collagen that defines a lovely girl." Was this the essence of an adorable young maiden? What about the swimsuit? It's here. Zhou Xiaoyu became flustered. Don't worry. I will take good care of you, Shen Liang reassured her gently. As Zhou Xiaoyu struggled to remove her thermal wear, she finally revealed her perfect swimsuit. Shen Liang inhaled deeply, then, in a somewhat gentlemanly manner, gently stroked the girl's adorable head, leaning back into the sofa with her. The softness of her lips was indeed exquisite, and her gaze was as sweet as flowing water. If Shen Liang were aware that Zhou Dali was also scheming against him, he might find it amusing. Zhou Jiandong, Zhou Qianwen, and Zhou Dali were indeed at odds. Yet the Longdu Jiyuan community was vast, and in such a populous area. It was not unusual to encounter numerous families sharing the Zhou surname. At this moment, Zhou Dali finally succeeded. He made contact with Guozhan. On the other end of the phone, Guozhan's voice was laced with confusion. You are Dong Siwen's brother-in-law? Do you need something from me? I do have something to discuss with Chao Laoda, but I lack his contact information. Besides, I worry that confronting him might be intimidating. So, let's talk between ourselves. It concerns Shen Liang. To be frank, I'm also interested in dealing with Shen Liang. Upon hearing this, Guozhan's eyes lit up. Nearby, Chao Xingwang, having overheard Zhou Dali's words through the speakerphone, couldn't help but scoff disdainfully, a smile of both amusement and incredulity on his lips. You want to deal with Shen Liang? Forgive my candor, but what are you? Just a piece of trash? Chao Xingwang was not defending Shen Liang. Rather, he found it absurd that anyone, no matter how insignificant, could think they could manage Shen Liang. Zhou Dali anticipated ridicule, but was unprepared for Chao Xingwang's bluntness. An awkward smile crossed his face, but he held no anger. It turned out that Chao Laoda was right beside him, apologizing for any offense caused earlier. I know that Shen Liang has some skills, otherwise I wouldn't be seeking collaboration with Chao Laoda. I am aware that several of your brothers are quite capable, and I too have a good number of reliable friends. Together, we could, a good number of friends? Do you think I, Chao Xingwang, am in need of manpower? No, stop with the nonsense. I refuse. Chao Xingwang had just lost a brother. He dared not provoke Shen Liang. Claiming he had no desire for revenge would be a lie. Every second, he was contemplating how to eliminate Shen Liang. Yet, he would not casually collaborate with an unknown individual, especially considering Shen Liang was armed. Why Chao Laoda? I don't understand. I need a reason. If you think you lack manpower, I can bring more. If you think you lack weapons, I can find a batch of baseball bats or even machetes. As Zhou Dali mentioned the machetes, he spoke through clenched teeth, seemingly trying to convey his intensity. Cao Xingwang merely scoffed, seeing him as a pathetic figure. Since you are so insistent, I will tell you the reason directly. But this information I promised Shen Liang I would not disseminate. Once you learn it, should Shen Liang find out, don't blame me for your demise. Zhou Dali was genuinely taken aback. Meanwhile, Dong Siwen signaled for him to listen further. Cao Xingwang took a deep breath and continued. To be honest, if I could, I would have eliminated Shen Liang at the first opportunity. Do you know why I hesitate? Because Shen Liang is armed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dali and Dong Siwen exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from shock to fear and then to disbelief. Cao Xingwang elaborated on the situation, even recounting how Shen Liang had fired a shot to test the authenticity of his claims. After listening, Zhou Dali fell silent. Cao Xingwang smirked. Now do you understand why I refused your request? Don't say I, Cao Xingwang, lack compassion. After all, you approached me through my cousin. I will give you a chance. If you can help me find a gun, I will assist you. A gun? Where would I find one? Zhou Dali was at a loss. Yet, Dong Siwen's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he narrowed them and spoke in a low voice. What if I could actually procure a gun? Zhou Dali was taken aback. Cao Xingwang almost leaped from the sofa, astonished and excited, carefully inquiring on the phone. Brother, can you truly acquire a gun? Damn, if you can get one, Cao Xingwang, must take you to deal with Shen Liang. Soon, Zhou Qianwen and Ding Xiaolei finished their video. It not only contained edited segments, but also a hastily recorded video of Ding Xiaolei's tearful appeals, complemented by a lengthy written piece. The two women were brimming with confidence. Send it out. Shen Liang is doomed. Chapter 54. Black and White. Next time bring sister. Establishment of the security team. Brother Shen Liang, may I take a 10-minute break? I didn't expect swimming to be so exhausting. In the villa, Shen Liang was certain that Zhou Xiaoyu was swimming for the first time. Indeed, her movements were somewhat clumsy, but her youthful energy and charm were undeniable. Shen Liang also recognized that swimming alongside a young girl was an immensely joyful experience. Over the course of 2 hours, Shen Liang marveled at his own physical capabilities. In the past, his best swimming time would have been an hour, with most sessions lasting around 20 to 30 minutes. Yet, that was already commendable, as everyone knows swimming can be quite tiring. Some people finish after just 3 to 5 minutes, while others, lacking physical fitness, find themselves gasping for breath mere seconds after entering the water. Shen Liang believed these brothers must engage in rigorous training to attain physiques as robust as his own, capable of swimming for 1 or 2 hours like a true strongman. After his rebirth, Shen Liang's physical condition had been on a continuous rise, with the most notable improvements in strength and combat ability. He had progressed from being able to contend with 2 or 3 men to taking on 10 or 20. Such an enhancement would be difficult to achieve even through rigorous special forces training. Shen Liang had accomplished this. Clearly, this surpassed the boundaries of science and even the normal parameters of human enhancement. He was left with one perplexing question. Was there an ancient spirit or a hidden treasure within him? Or perhaps something like a jade pendant or celestial pearl absorbed during his rebirth that granted him this extraordinary strength? Of course, if a system like those found in web novels were to manifest, it wouldn't be entirely unacceptable. Nevertheless, the inexplicable surge in his physicality caused both satisfaction and anxiety, as he worried about potential mutations. A positive mutation would be fine, but what if he awoke one day to find himself transformed into a green giant? If that were to happen, he wouldn't be able to engage in playful activities with his beloved sisters anymore. Rest assured, I'm not tired, but let us take a break so as not to wear out little sister you. Shen Liang tenderly ruffled Zhou Xiaoyu's hair, his hand gliding along her body, skillfully massaging every sore and numb spot. Thank you, brother Shen Liang. You are so kind and incredibly skilled at massage. Though she said this, Zhou Xiaoyu was trembling incessantly, uncertain if it was due to her own nervousness. Shen Liang chuckled softly. The little girl was adorable, and her words were equally charming. It seemed there were other attractive swimsuits in her bag. Zhou Xiaoyu blushed and said, Brother Shen Liang, please don't misunderstand. I bought this outfit, but have never worn it for anyone else. I was just curious and tried it on at home to admire myself in the mirror before taking it off. It's fine. I believe in you, little sister you. Let us change into that white one and swim a few more laps. After a moment's thought, Zhou Xiaoyu nodded, feeling she had rested long enough. Oh, I almost forgot the important matter. Brother Shen Liang, I actually wanted to tell you that my sister and Ding Xiaolei seem to have recorded something on video. It sounds like they plan to edit it and take it out of context to frame you. Are you listening, brother Shen Liang? Zhou Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. Shen Liang had already turned his attention to his phone, revealing a playful smile before handing it to Zhou Xiaoyu. I heard you, but it's too late. Your sister and Ding Xiaolei have already sent the video to the homeowner group and even posted it online. Zhou Xiaoyu took the phone and was instantly stunned. Her large eyes filled with tears almost immediately. What do we do now? It's all my fault for being late to inform you. But what should we do now? Everyone is framing you, brother Shen Liang. You must explain quickly. How can my sister do this? She was tea like this before. I don't like her anymore. Zhou Xiaoyu was genuinely anxious. Shen Liang sighed, sharing her concern. Though they're sisters, the age difference of over a decade is rather pronounced. However, at just 19 years of age, Zhou Xiaoyu is still in her youthful and innocent prime. Perhaps due to her pampered upbringing, she indulges in consumption without restraint. Her innocence and youthful longing lead her to seek out Shen Liang, yet deep down, her heart retains its kindness. There is no need for concern. Trust in brother Shen Liang. I can manage these matters. Furthermore, there is no need for you to harbor any dislike for your sister. After all, you're still siblings. Let us find an opportunity to invite your sister to my home so that I can have a heartfelt conversation with both of you. We can lay bare our thoughts, casting aside all constraints and engaging in open honesty. Shen Liang wore a sincere expression, while Zhou Xiaoyu appeared naive, even nodding earnestly. Brother Shen Liang, you are truly kind. If my sister knew how wonderful you are, despite her treatment of you, would she feel ashamed? Shen Liang chuckled, though his heart held a peculiar sentiment. This girl is exceedingly kind-hearted, genuinely believing in the goodness of others. Well, I suppose I shall embrace the role of the eccentric uncle. If Zhou Xiaoyu can indeed bring Zhou Qianwen to me, I wouldn't mind guiding her through her troubles, fostering open communication and understanding. With Zhou Xiaoyu's assistance, I could help the sisters navigate a new way of life in this post-apocalyptic world, which should yield positive results. However, Zhou Qianwen's peculiar personality poses a significant challenge. Shen Liang stroked his chin, contemplating Zhou Qianwen's icy demeanor, his expression revealing a complex array of thoughts. Well then, I shall leave the task of inviting your sister to you. Shen Liang resolved to fully embrace the role of the eccentric uncle and quickly rose to his feet. It's time for a new round of swimming. Zhou Xiaoyu nodded, her cheeks tinged with shyness. I'm ready now. I'll change into a white swimsuit to express my gratitude for your kindness towards my sister. I wish to swim on my own without your assistance. And I hope you'll be pleased. White. Finally, a change. The online backlash and slander no longer matter. What truly counts is Zhou Qianwen's happiness, especially since Shen Liang enjoys spending time with her sister. Now let us begin. I'll swim a few laps, and brother Shen Liang, remember to score me. Oh, it's so hot. The water is warm. Shen Liang reclined on the sofa, relishing this rare moment of leisure, reminiscent of time spent with Lu Yuanyuan and Yang Meiru. Zhou Xiaoyu's awkwardness made her tense, but beneath that tension lay unexpected results, eliciting Shen Liang's admiration and surprise time and again. The spirited young maiden truly possesses remarkable prowess. Meanwhile, Zhou Qianwen and Ding Xiaolei were monitoring online feedback from the community. They felt a twinge of disappointment, as the response to their video was less than enthusiastic. However, upon identifying the root of the issue, they seemed to comprehend the situation. In light of the recent tumult surrounding apocalyptic theories, the community's focus had shifted to survival strategies, food sourcing, and coping with power outages. It appeared that few were concerned with the matters of romance. Ding Xiaolei expressed her dismay, to which Zhou Qianwen reassured her, it's of little consequence. Even if the public supports us in condemning Shen Liang, such condemnation holds no tangible power. We were merely overthinking. Our priority should have been the community group. After all, we share the same neighborhood, and those sympathetic to our cause will be more numerous. Engaging with the underground parking will also facilitate gathering support. A smile graced Zhou Qianwen's face, quickly followed by a satisfied smirk. Look at the community group. It's already in disarray. Zhou Qianwen, holding her position as a leader and a respected figure in the community, coupled with her role in the disaster response team and her prominence as a distributor of resources, ensured her video would garner attention, especially amid the current food shortages. She also hinted in the women's group, urging them to rally support. This strategy was not merely effective, it amplified the power of their online presence. Damn it, Shen Liang is such a rogue. I always thought his stock trading prowess indicated he was a person of substance, but who knew he was such a scoundrel behind the scenes? Daring to assault Secretary Ding in front of so many people? In the face of calamity, we should support one another, embodying the spirit of familial love. Shen Liang's despicable actions do not reflect this spirit at all. He deserves severe punishment. We must stand behind Director Zhou and support her in seeking justice for Secretary Ding. Where is Shen Liang? Come forth and speak. Should we just kick him out? No. Leave him so everyone can berate him. The community should not arbitrarily expel members. Let us first confront him collectively. Secretary Ding deserves a chance to express her grievances. Given that the police are currently unreachable and we have established a disaster response team, should we not form a new unit at this juncture? A new unit? I propose we call it the security team. Thus, amidst the fervent emotions of the group, under the decisive leadership of Community Director Ma Jinsoa, on the 5th night of the calamitous snow disaster, the community security team was tentatively established. Zhou Qianwen and Ma Dama share a mutual interest in aiding each other. However, Madama has long harbored a dislike for Shen Liang. The security team was thus formed, intending to recruit strong and courageous individuals for the sake of community safety, to uphold justice, and to provide Secretary Ding with a satisfactory resolution. Any spirited gentleman interested in joining, please apply. I will create a group chat for the security team. I eagerly await your participation. On the other hand, Zhou Qianwen returned home later than planned, only to find no messages from her sister Zhou Xiaoyu. And as the clock ticked past midnight, anxiety began to creep in. She hurriedly descended the elevator, intending to message her sister. Yet, Zhou Xiaoyu beat her to it. Come pick me up, sister. Upon reaching the basement, she spotted Zhou Xiaoyu in the distance and let out a long sigh of relief. Xiaoyu, why are you back so late? You scared me. Promise me you won't wander out late again. It's unsafe in the neighborhood. Is your leg all right? Why are you limping? Oh, it's nothing, just a little fall. A good night's sleep will fix it. Please don't brush it off like that. I'm so tired. Can we just go home so I can rest? Not far away, Shen Liang watched Zhou Xiaoyu ascend the stairs, nodding in satisfaction. After an intensive 3 to 4 hours of swimming training, Zhou Xiaoyu's legs felt neither sore nor numb, which was indeed unusual. Shen Liang had not encountered such an adorable young girl in a long time. Even during his time with Chen Shuang, she was no longer a girl. The novelty thrilled him, causing him to lose track of time. Yet, the experience was undeniably remarkable. Shen Liang was reluctant to let Zhou Xiaoyu return home, but he merely entertained the thought, knowing that her sister Zhou Qianwen awaited her at home. He felt a sense of anticipation, curious about when Zhou Xiaoyu would manage to bring Zhou Qianwen to his abode. The online defamation against me, is that so? Then I suppose they will soon come to challenge me. Shen Liang observed Zhou Qianwen's retreating figure with a smile, already perceiving her as prey. In the early morning, the dim, yellowish sky faintly glimmered with red. There was no sunlight, only a blanket of red snow. On the 6th day of the global frozen apocalypse, the world stood still. The crimson snow has transformed from a heavy blizzard to a gentle flurry, its descent now significantly slowed. However, the corrosive nature and lethality of the crimson snow remain terrifying. Meanwhile, within the community, the thickness of the toxic snow has surpassed 3 meters. A delightful breakfast has been laid upon the table, accompanied by photographs shared in the group, with a mention of Chen Shuang. While Shen Liang enjoys his meal, he remains oblivious to the clandestine meeting of Chao Xingwang, Zhou Dali, and Dong Siwen, who are conspiring a new scheme against him. The pivotal element of this plan, a firearm, which Dong Siwen is on the verge of acquiring.